Chapter 601. Bomb. Bomb every building that isn't marked in red. The old one-eyed man, chainsaw sword in hand and laser gun at his waist, rode the cannons and lasers with unbridled swagger. An electromagnetic cannon shot from a tank-like wall, blasting down a stadium-like building. Among the crumbling debris, some relic components were revealed. Holy crap! Sometimes, I really think there's a reason why human empires perish. Using these relic components, compatible with spaceships, as building materials is just outrageous. The Lloyd-born sailor, with exceptional building material perception, drooled as she looked at the component, now only dented by the laser cannon fire. If we demolished the whole city, wouldn't we make a fortune? She exclaimed. She leaped onto the collapsed floor, gliding to the next level in a flash, her tactical helmet marking the fleeting hunting drone. The squad leader, carrying a several hundred-pound piece of floorboard made of some unknown material, slammed it into a gap in the bunker, lay down against it, caught his breath, then got up and returned fire with his shoulder-mounted cannon, cursing as he fired. Enough with the nonsense. How much manpower and resources would it take to hollow out a city? How much would it cost to transport it back to Eden from here? While he was speaking, a series of precise shots, like tiny water pipes, hit the aiming device of a tank attached to the exterior. The squad leader heard the tank commander cursing through his earpiece. Damn it, nearby squads, call out their positions. I'm going to use my armor-piercing laser to blast these idiots to smithereens. I do it. The Lloyd sailor volunteered. She raised her tactical shield, quickly crouched, and shared her vision using the scanning device on her tactical helmet. She even had time to banter with the squad leader. What's the big deal? We Lloyds will go anywhere to mine. If it weren't for the one-way black hole, we even dare to drill into its horizon. As she was muttering to herself, she was suddenly pulled down by her squad leader. A hail of high-speed alloy needles pierced her tactical shield. The squad leader kicked his teammate to the ground. How many tons of that rotten ore would it take to make one AI core? Sailors, who don't eat brains, will spend their lives hustling on airplanes. Thanks. Amidst the hail of bullets, the tank commander excitedly expressed his gratitude. A few seconds later, the tank fired, the thermoplastic cannon unleashing electromagnetically heated, semi-molten metal that pierced through a concealed, stable triangular area formed by collapsed buildings. The scorching molten metal was poured onto the unmanned machine, melting its outer shell, and burning out its circuitry and core. As multiple infantry tank-coordinated tactical squads cleared their targets, the city, engulfed in artillery fire, quickly fell silent. Apart from the slight tremors of the tank's mechanized footwork, there was no further movement. Damn it, these unmanned hunting machines are so fragile and rotten, yet they have some armor-piercing hidden weapons, which is quite intimidating. The squad leader pulled apart the broken floorboards with one hand, kicked the shattered machine, and wanted to spit, but then remembered she was wearing a helmet, and it would probably bounce back and hit her in the face. She immediately cursed her bad luck. All squads report losses. Wounded provide coordinates. Intact squads immediately proceed to the updated coordinates. A redeeming officer, temporarily acting as the squad leader, shouted in the channel, "Move faster, the bosun has spotted a high-value target. Move quickly and hold the location." Let's go, you idiot. They probably found the AI core. One is worth 100 years' salary for your whole family. The squad leader went to the crouching Lloyd sailor and kicked him again, but the man fell over and rolled over. Beneath the helmet, her face twitched slightly. The life monitoring system indicated she was still alive, but an armor-piercing alloy needle had pierced her neck. The needle plugged the wound, but the overflowing blood clung to her throat, preventing her from speaking. The squad leader moved with lightning speed, pulling a testing needle from the leg armor's case and inserting it into the medication injection port on the side of the power armor. He quickly analyzed the wounded soldier's condition, his booming voice calling for help. "This is the second squad of the Beggars Brigade. We have someone injured." He looked at the test report, which showed the wounded soldier was infected with an unknown chemical toxin. This toxin wasn't fatal, but it would turn the person into a vegetable. It was extremely toxic, and she couldn't be saved. This was a despicable tactic, widely used in technologically advanced barbarian tribes in a state of decline. The purpose was simple: to reduce the enemy's fighting strength as much as possible while increasing their operating costs. Second squad of the Beggars Brigade, how many wounded do you have? What's their condition? What medication do you need? I have the field hospital prepare it in advance. The AI on the communication channel asked repeatedly, showing no resentment towards the squad leader's silence. One wounded, penetrating wound, poisoned, airway obstruction. The squad leader responded hoarsely, calling over the squad's tank, and with the help of his team members, He shoved the wounded soldier into the vehicle. The squad is deemed intact. After handing over the wounded, proceed immediately to the designated coordinates. Mechanical dogs will arrive in 10 minutes with ammunition and hot food supplies. The AI relayed the instructions in a formulaic manner. Yes. The old one-eyed man removed his helmet. The low, solid black building he was in was well sealed, the oxygen circulation system was still barely functioning, and the air was thick with dust and a musty smell, like stepping into a long-abandoned, dark, and stagnant room. Beside him was an archaeology graduate who refused to remove his helmet, while Dong Lixiang, his eyes gleaming, knelt in a corner, using tweezers to remove moss and mold, while simultaneously searching for traces of rats and cockroaches with his subordinate. So what's so special about this building? The old one-eyed man asked, his hands behind his back, the serrated edge of his chainsaw broken from hacking away. Though there was no blood on him, the numerous scratches and the identical parts strung together at his waist proved he made a considerable haul. The graduate excitedly whispered, "This is the city's subway station. The sailors found an office, and my colleagues and I got a lieutenant from the era of the Manchurian lords to swipe his card. Under the guise of military control, we cracked the office system and repaired 2 subway lines. Most stations aren't very useful, but 3 are crucial. One is Yonghui Warehouse Station, one is City Smelting Plant Station, and the other is VPC Assembly Plant Station." The old one-eyed man raised an eyebrow and gestured for the other to continue. The graduate, suppressing his excitement, spoke rapidly. "I remember my teacher talking about Yonghui when I was in school. It was the name of a massive, interstellar-wide daily necessities retail conglomerate from the human realm era. Back then, humans called it a chain of super shopping centers or supermarkets. Think about it, this planet has no atmosphere, no ecosystem, so there can't be any biochemical factories or organic production plants. Where do the goods in Yonghui's warehouse come from? They can only come from VPC assembly plants. It's an entire VPC production line, containing VPCs for hundreds of millions of people. As shown in the image, these are heavy machinery, ship components, power armor, and daily necessities VPCs. VPC stands for Variable Production Chip, meaning Programmable Production Wafers. Essentially, it's a type of chip containing a standard production blueprint for a certain type of human realm product and a licensed wafer with a limited number of uses. Owning it allows you to pick up goods from any VPC assembly line that has stockpiled materials. These can be daily necessities, power armor, fuel, supplies, powder, or even heavy weapons. Many planets occupied by giant corporations in the core star sector have these things. They are part of automated factories. Giant corporations will acquire VPCs at exorbitant prices. These gadgets, which can be obtained from automated factories without spending star dollars, are seen by some giant corporations and unscrupulous individuals as an upgraded version of star dollars. Just like gold is to silver, first appeared in Chapter 179. The graduate continued, "Besides, the city's smelters must have metallurgical facilities and a large reserve of finished alloys. This planet is a metallic rock planet. The scale of its factories is unimaginable. This star system is too remote, too far from the core star sector, and guarded by the residual light, which is why it hasn't been taken over by the giant corporations. Bosun, we really struck it rich. Even if we can't rebuild those automated factories, dismantling them and selling them to the giant corporations will be a huge fortune, not to mention there must be backup factories inside, factories specifically for human operation." Chapter 602. If the creatures of the rainforest would panic and scatter when logging companies unleash their massive logging machines to destroy forests, utterly powerless against these machines with steel skeletons and skins, fueled by foul-smelling diesel fuel, and driven by roaring engines, the 3K logging machine, with its powerful mechanical arm, then these hunting drones, whose masters are now dead, merely echoes of past human activity. Phantoms of bygone eras are no different when faced with the Universal Archaeological Team, relentlessly leveling skyscrapers like felling trees. Even with their combined efforts, they cannot defeat this densely packed force of tens of thousands, each carrying an average of a robotic dog and a drone. Yes, these hunting drones can indeed cause some casualties, like the Lloyd from the Beggar Squad. But for a behemoth like the company, from a cruel perspective, it's like scratching a car's paint or replacing worn-out parts. Just a few minor vicissitudes. Li Bin, of course, wouldn't engage in such self-destructive behavior as using and discarding items. On the contrary, given the vast ruins of this planet, he generously lifted the restrictions on all his crew members. Except for certain special goods and rare relics, all space in the crew's communal quarters could be used as private storage rooms for spoils. I only say this once, and I estimate I only make the same promise again when another massive ruin is discovered, or when a faction is destroyed. The entire planet's ruins are your playground. Feel free to enjoy exploring and plundering. All spoils must be vetted to ensure they are not on the restricted list before they belong to the individual. Teams that discover restricted items will also receive substantial incentives. I know some might say, without AI cores, no human realm-controlled items, no VPCs, no blueprints, and no technology, what's there to plunder? In the camp where tens of thousands had gathered, in the hospital and field mess hall of the ruined battlefield, the busy company sailors, doctors, crew members, and cooks all stopped what they were doing. Even the couples in the field stopped moving and remained silent to listen to Li Bin's public mobilization speech. Li Bin stepped aside, revealing his antique luxury hover car. Look, this thing is my ride, isn't it familiar? One is worth several hundred star coins. If you send it to an auction house, it can easily fetch 500 star coins if you find a good buyer. These little gadgets are everywhere in the ruins, all around us. The squad leader, who could lift structural components, glanced at his comrade on the hospital bed, whose neck still bore a scar, whose eyes were closed, living as if dead, and couldn't help but sigh, making a decision in his heart. These things are rare in the core sector, but in the ruins, they might be everywhere. I know some of you will say, how big is my locker? I can't fit it all. That's where the rewards come in. Li Bin waved his hand, displaying the entire fleet's cargo hold storage space in a bar chart. Li Bin clenched his fist, his tone brimming with infectious enthusiasm. I will open the fleet's cargo holds, promising all individuals, teams, and squadrons who discover, occupy, or protect company-marked restricted products, and grant them short-term cargo hold storage permits, with no upper limit. Theoretically, each of you can become a 10,000 coin holder, and the Universal Federation will assist you in monetizing your spoils at extremely low prices. For those with outstanding achievements, those who sacrifice themselves for the company, transaction fees will be waived. Gentlemen, for yourselves, for your families, for your friends, for your comrades, for the company, for me, raise this city to the ground. After finishing his speech, Li Bin abruptly ended it. A brief silence followed. Everyone, come here. In the field hospital, the squad leader stood up stiffly, striding out and booming through the squad's communication channel. A dozen men jumped to their feet. Not only them, but the other tactical squads who had just returned to camp exchanged glances, went to the hospital to collect or purchase combat drugs and stimulants, and then left the camp again. The cook began posting his highest quality menu on the company channel, seeking collaborators under the guise of private kitchens, home-cooked meals, and top-notch battlefield supplies. In the hospital, upon hearing this, the doctors and nurses became even more attentive to the sailors' care. These logistical personnel naturally had corresponding reward mechanisms, but they didn't think they had enough. They all hoped to leverage their excellent logistical support and personal connections to get a bigger share from the sailors and soldiers. Li Bin had no intention of restricting this self-serving behavior. Objectively, it could provide better logistical support for the highly motivated soldiers. The scavenging train, equipped with a heavy clearing device made from train wreckage, pushed aside the burned debris on the tracks. The tunnel was littered with brittle, weathered corpses, little flesh remaining, mostly bones a withered, yellowish hue of decaying wood. These were likely survivors who, after the Civil War broke out and the dome-shaped city crumbled, sought refuge in the tunnels as soon as air leaked out, generation after generation. Their remains piled up, and occasionally, abandoned refugee camps could be seen. The long, arduous struggle for survival within the subway system, with its limited resources, had made these camps increasingly primitive over time. The train tore through layers of corpses and dilapidated camps, squeezing through the blackened metal frame of the train. Under the searchlights, rats squeaked threateningly at the approaching train from their hollow skulls and eye sockets. They have multiplied for countless generations. Even the longest living of these short-lived species has never seen a train roar by, whipping up a gale strong enough to knock a person over. Here, they were once the kings of the food chain. This squeak is the lingering glow of their regal bearing. Thud, a neck caught the skull and the mouse together. Dong Lixiang expressionlessly retracted his capture gun, grabbed the mouse through his power gloves, and stuffed it into a cryogenic life support tube. The researcher under his command looked with disgust at the tiny mouse, less than 10 centimeters long, in the tube and whispered, "Director, these carcasses, were they gnawed clean?" "Not necessarily." Dong Lixiang sneered, turning the skull and pointing to the bite marks. "Take another look." The researcher stared intently, his face instantly contorting with horror, as if he were struggling to suppress something. As a biological researcher, he could naturally recognize primate bite marks. Dong Lixiang said quietly. The dome of the dome city suddenly shattered, and the refugees who rushed into the subway system didn't have time to carry enough supplies. To survive, they engaged in civil war, plundering each other, and used their limited full protective suits to enter the surface, evading hostile hunting drones that scavenged for resources. As resources near the platform dwindled, and fresh water and food supplies in nearby buildings dwindled, the situation became increasingly tense. Hunger and thirst fueled the wickedness in people's hearts. The last period of civilization here must have been incredibly painful. Screech! The train screeched to a halt, emitting a teeth-grinding screech. Sailors and prosthetic veterans quickly formed tactical teams and stormed onto the platform, their helmet lights illuminating every corner. All right, poet, save your breath. The dead must make way for the living. The old one-eyed man stepped onto the platform with a nonchalant air, but the fingers on his gun's hilt betrayed his intense emotions. He chose to pledge allegiance to Li Bin precisely to prevent Persis from suffering the same fate. These tragic circumstances did not sadden him, they only strengthened his resolve. The researcher, following Dong Lixiang, stared at the unfittable corpses on the platform, his lips trembling, ultimately turning deathly pale, and uttering nothing. Chapter 603. In the narrow tunnel, double-layered tactical shields were studded with armor-piercing alloy pins. A sailor clad in standard human nature power armor roared, shoving his gun into the head of a hunter-killer drone that was futilely waving its side like forelimbs and pulling the trigger. After a series of shots, a laser beam fired at close range shattered the mechanical creation, a lingering echo of human malevolence. The sailor, panting heavily, was startled when a dusty, mechanical mass fell on his head. He looked up to see the bosun leading a group of veteran prosthetic soldiers, hanging upside down in magnetic boots, defying gravity as they walked above them, simultaneously eliminating any enemies attempting to stop them from above. This was the advantage of interstellar humans. Years of space travel had accustomed them to three-dimensional combat and movement, preventing them from being as oblivious to danger from above as soldiers of the 3K era. After eliminating the last of the hunting drones trying to stop him, Old One Eye rubbed his head, which was slightly dizzy from being upside down for so long. Where are the ground troops? His adjutant, carrying a massive enhanced communications backpack with a map projection in his helmet, replied, "The Everbright warehouse is 8 kilometers from the ruins camp, located on the 2nd floor. Our men are advancing on the 1st floor." The captain issued the hunting order, and everyone's highly motivated. "It should take another 4 hours to get here, then we restart the elevators. That time frame includes stabilizing the supply lines. The subway's capacity is limited until the trains are built. It can't support us completely sealing off the entire Everbright warehouse." "Alright, got it." Old One Eye, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looked at the 20-meter-high alloy gate, its exterior marked with numerous scratches and cuts. These were traces left by the initial subway survivors attempting to open the Everbright warehouse after its emergency sealing when the domed city was breached. However, it was clear they failed due to a lack of tools. The door, connecting the entire warehouse, was constructed from spaceship armor alloy, its hardness and toughness terrifyingly high. Originally designed to prevent high-tech theft, this technology had now become a culprit hindering humanity's access to vast quantities of goods for survival. The accident came too suddenly. Perhaps the manager holding the key to the Yonghui warehouse had already perished in the oxygen leak following the collapse of the domed city, or perhaps died of hunger and thirst at home due to lack of water and electricity. "Can it be restarted?" the old one-eyed man asked the graduate. The graduate smiled shyly. "Look at you, I don't know how to restart. Just use heavy machinery to cut it down." The old one-eyed man uploaded the information, and Li Bin quickly replied, "I already ordered the shuttle equipped with the PD laser cannon to come down. It will assist in melting the door." Li Bin wouldn't go down until he was absolutely certain the position was safe. As the saying goes, a wealthy man shouldn't sit under a dangerous roof. Li Bin's current wealth far exceeded that of 1,000 gold pieces. The shuttle was originally designed for transporting valuable personnel between planets and space. Its small size allowed it to traverse the ravaged ruins, encountering numerous hunting drones hiding atop buildings hundreds of meters high, attempting to attack along the way. However, on planets without an atmosphere, their rudimentary fire control systems couldn't even lock onto the spaceship. They could only watch helplessly as it flew up through the damaged second-floor cave, quickly reached its target, and unleashed its PD laser cannon. Done. The old one-eyed man exhaled a puff of smoke, watching as Lan Yuan, piloting the shuttle herself, sliced open the door at a near-vertical angle from top to bottom, not forgetting to cut a triangle on each side. He gave a military salute to the sky, ordering heavy machinery to haul out the heavy triangular alloy door wreckage. The sailors, controlling their robotic dogs and flashlights, sneaked into the warehouse first. After searching the area and confirming that all self-defense mechanisms had ceased operation, Old One-Eye rubbed his hands together and connected his first-person perspective to the ship, allowing the captain to observe his actions immediately. Meanwhile, outside the gate, the sailors had already set up signal boosters to stabilize information transmission. The first thing they saw inside wasn't cargo, but rows of open-top trams. Old One-Eye whistled. See these guys? This batch of trams alone is enough for each of us to get dozens of star coins. This is genuine high-end stuff. It's a pity there are too many. The value has depreciated drastically. These trams weren't commodities, but rather for the warehouse managers to quickly move within the warehouse. This was a magnificent black building covering over 150 square kilometers, with a striking second floor. As a multi-layered domed city, its subway system was also three-dimensional. It's no exaggeration to say that most of the second floor of this hemispherical domed city was the everlasting glory warehouse station. Deep within the lights lay massive, multi-level parking garage-like shelving units, so large they even had dedicated driveways, elevators, and loading/unloading platforms. AI-generated image. Just imagine a 3K warehouse. Of course, as a super-metropolitan area connecting 13 dome-shaped cities, the second floor of other districts has different zoning, but that doesn't stop Li Bin from making a fortune. The one-eyed old man beckoned to his men. Go on, everyone, fill your pockets first. I restart the warehouse system, and see how much cargo is here. The sailors laughed heartily, completed their shift handovers, checked the still usable open-top trams, and ran towards the depths of the warehouse. A day later, when Vulcan finally finished laying the tracks to the city, after a sleepless night, he received a new order: expedite the opening of the subway line from the front lines to the Yonghui warehouse, and haul the subway materials underground for assembly. A massive amount of goods are waiting to be transported. He hesitated for a long time before asking, Jeffrey, tell me the truth, how much cargo is there? Jeffrey stammered for a while, looking at the nearly fainting Vulcan, and finally couldn't help but tell the truth. It's said to be 11,000 boxes of daily necessities and luxury goods. 2,000 boxes of luxury goods, 20,000 boxes of food, 3,000 boxes of supplies, 800 sets of heavy machinery, 3,000 cans of fuel. There are also removable relic components, instruments and equipment that can serve as hull components, and a quantity of rare alloy metals. Hey buddy. Vulcan's eyes glazed over. Forget the rest. Why are there hull components? Oh, that? They said they found over a dozen frigate models in the warehouse. Complete keels, full armor, except for the weapon systems, flight systems, and propulsion systems. The system is fake. Everything else is real. The model is made this realistic too? Vulcan blinked, while Jeffrey tilted his head and pouted. The company's P-Project peripherals are basically giving away real ships, right? If Universal Union can do it, there's no reason why Human Realm can't, right? This is a planet with hundreds of millions of people. I wouldn't be surprised if they dug up a nano-forging furnace, let alone a spaceship model. Vulcan scratched his head. Well, do you think the subway is wide enough to fit all this stuff? Especially those ship components, they sound really long. Oh, don't worry about that. Human Realm subway is a single line with 2 lanes. You can do whatever you want. Also, Jeffrey advised kindly, you better get your men moving faster. Old One-Eye's sailors have been replaced, and are heading to the VPC assembly plant. Those things are genuine high-quality goods. They might even have to dismantle the factory. Kill me! The usually loyal Vulcan, upon hearing about the enormous workload, finally couldn't help but utter his first complaint. Chapter 604. Old One-Eye's advance wasn't going smoothly. After stabilizing the Yonghui warehouse line, he eagerly led his men to the VPC assembly plant. This plant, located on the ground floor of another dome city, seemed still operational, with a large number of hunting drones active. However, the constraint on their advance wasn't these fragile mechanical creations, but rather the insufficient supply lines. The city terrain is too complex. Tanks can't pass through the subway tunnels, otherwise they damage the tracks. Going above ground requires clearing out excess buildings. We can only have our crew scavenge vehicles in the ruins for repairs, and let them conduct reconnaissance independently. Old One-Eye licked his teeth, reluctantly saying, then let's wait. I take some men to scout out the VPC assembly plant, and see what's going on. It was time to wait. Tens of thousands of crew members were frantically scavenging the high-rises near the lines. Their advance wasn't actually slow, it was just that Old One-Eye was moving too fast. At the entrance of Yonghui warehouse, In a temporary camp covering several hundred square meters, spraying ceramic foam metal aerosol, Li Bin, helmet in hand, surveyed the warehouse, where heavy machinery pulled assembly lines, 16 of which continuously transferred supplies. Inside the warehouse, over 1,000 crew members were diligently transferring goods. "Captain, our fleet is truly overflowing," Qian Tao said with a distressed expression. "With so much cargo, even if Captain Sarada's transport fleet brought all its cruisers, we probably couldn't transport it all at once." Li Bin retorted curiously, "When did I ever say we transport it all at once? We can tow these supplies into space, use alloy-welded frames to send them into a stable orbit, and then come back next time. The fleet can use the planet's one-way gravity well to enter the physical universe, retrieve the goods, and leave immediately. It won't take a day." And Sarah brought not only her own fleet, but also ships leased from Project P collaborators. This wave of resources is enough to restart the Corona diverter. Transporting tens of thousands of crates of cargo from the city to space, without a permanent space elevator, was indeed a formidable challenge. The core fleet took a full 15 days to empty the Everbright warehouse. This was largely thanks to the abundance of readily available abandoned vehicles in the ruins. The city's former survivors had lost their repair and construction skills over generations, and these items had gradually become junk. Now, however, they benefited the crew. Using the camp's repair equipment and supplies they found in the ruins, they pieced together and rebuilt these abandoned vehicles. They drove out every day to scavenge, then dragged back large and small packages, inadvertently accelerating the troops' advance. Following Li Bin's instructions, they even stripped the alloy trusses and metal floors used for loading cargo, sending them entirely into space as ready-made stable packaging materials. Even so, outside the ground camp of the space elevator, massive amounts of cargo were still piled up in the stacks, the crew's spoils of war. When Sarada's fleet passed through the one-way jump point and appeared on the metallic rock planet, the eagerly waiting crew quickly stirred. Everyone looked expectantly towards the center of the camp. A moment later, a series of static crackled from the central loudspeaker, and Li Bin's young yet undeniably powerful voice announced, "All spoils are ready for transport according to their number tags." Long live the Universal Union. The burly cooks, shirtless and muscular, rushed out, banging pots and pans with their spoons, and the crew erupted in screams and cheers. When Sarah finally reached the ground, his muscles, weakened by prolonged flight through the void, prevented him from standing. Sitting in the hover car, he looked at Li Bin outside with a complex expression. "CO, you even dared to venture into the sunset nest. You make money like this, it's not enviable at all." He sighed, thinking to himself, no wonder Li Bin rose to power so quickly. He always puts his life on the line. He deserves to make so much money. Even so, when he saw the list of goods Li Bin handed him, his face, hardened like granite after so many ups and downs, finally cracked. "So much? It's not over yet." Li Bin gestured for Sarah to turn the page. He swiped the projection screen on the terminal, revealing the results of his one-eyed reconnaissance of the VPC assembly plant, his jaw dropping in astonishment. What? 8 VPC assembly machines, daily necessities, fuel, luxury goods, power armor, powder needles, and at least 50 VPCs each for supplies? At least 30 VPCs for hull components and heavy weapons? The cheapest VPC is worth at least 30,000 star coins, while VPCs for heavy machinery and heavy weapons can sell for 50,000 star coins. A VPC capable of producing both heavy weapons and power armor, or supplies and fuel, is worth 100,000 star coins. In other words, even at the lowest possible value, these items combined are worth 3 million star coins. The standard cost of a VPC assembly machine is 150,000 star coins, but it's not something you can just give an engineer a price to build. Otherwise, Stan's aircraft carriers would be churning out production by now. Even if Li Bin sold these assembled machines as parts, they could fetch 150,000 star coins each, totaling 1.2 million star coins. But most importantly, they could earn the favor of giant corporations. If the dismantled assembly plant were to be transported to the Overlord and sold, Li Bin could even get the chance to have dinner and boast with the Supreme Overlord. Considering that these components could be used to repair and restart damaged VPC assembly plants within the territory, the Supreme Overlord would have to smile at Li Bin's boasting and silently admire his brilliance. "There's more," Li Bin continued, gesturing with his chin. Salad's fingers trembled as he flipped through the pages. He didn't even have time to read the specific text before being horrified by several bolded words, clutching his heart. "His. Ha! You're not lying to me?" he asked, his face full of disbelief. Li Bin laughed. "Why would I lie to you? A wealthy colony with hundreds of millions of people, minerals everywhere, several smelters, and a heavy industry factory. Is that strange? The planet has no atmosphere, perfectly fitting the requirements. Is it strange to have a catalytic core? So many people, such a rich industry, an alpha core. Is that strange? Stop talking, stop talking. I'm afraid I'd die here if I keep talking. Saratu waved his hands repeatedly. Old One-Eyed hadn't been loitering around these past few weeks. He knew perfectly well that a planet with hundreds of millions of inhabitants might be nascent to the human realm, but for Perseus, it was mature enough, and there was bound to be something good inside. Organic matter, commodities, and VPCs were certainly tempting, but those were minor matters. What truly mattered was the human realm's control over its goods. The Alpha Core. The strongest core below the invincible Omega, a single core could oversee the governance of the entire planet. If all the components were complete, it could even cross boundaries and merge administration, economy, production, and military defense, freeing up a large number of high-ranking civil servants so they could extend their control down to the grassroots level, achieving power reaching the countryside. A catalytic core. By applying several bizarre technologies rooted in physics, the catalytic core can drastically improve the efficiency of smelting operations. However, this technology requires an extremely demanding vacuum environment, conditions virtually impossible to achieve on planets with atmospheres. But this planet perfectly meets these requirements. Its existence is enough to double the efficiency of alloy and rare metal smelting on an entire planet. When the graduates saw this thing, their eyes widened in amazement. They practically stuck their heads into the projection through their terminals, desperate to see its internal structure. They screamed in the channel, "Grab it! Grab it!" They practically wanted to grab weapons, and personally send all the drones produced by the VPC hunting drones into the sky. Li Bin said to Sarah, "There's a problem now. There are quite a few hunting drones in the VPC assembly plant and smelting plant. Because the VPC assembly plant is still slowly assembling them, if we want to take these treasures, we need to thoroughly clear these areas without damaging the facilities. Also, there are the city's defensive weapons that can be dismantled, but we don't have the time right now." Sarah leaned against the hover car. Leaning back, a smile finally appeared on his face. Thank goodness there are still tests. Please forgive my bluntness, this was too stimulating. If it weren't for these tests, I really would have thought you ruined St. Ludwig's or Twilight's. Otherwise, how could we be so lucky, finding such a blessed place after only 2 months at sea, while the Twilight fleet was all in hibernation? Sarah's chrysanthemum-like old face split into an ugly grin. With these things, who can say we're not a giant? With a catalytic core in one hand, and a nano-forging furnace in the other, we don't have to worry about raw materials. Now all that's left is time. Chapter 605. In the ruins of a gigantic city, hover cars sped along the exterior walls of buildings hundreds of meters high. The strange, menacing laughter emanating from the hunting drones had no effect on anyone due to the lack of an air medium. The drones, on 6 legs, followed frantically. Suddenly, the doors opened, and mechanical dogs, each carrying a combat sling full of grenades, leaped out. Their hydraulic nozzles snapped into their targets, slamming the drones to the ground. The expanding blast wave instantly engulfed the entire hunting drone squad. The sailors inside the hover cars high-fived each other, celebrating their new kills. In the hunting drone control center, the Alpha Core had no time to pay attention to these lackeys, who were originally responsible for city defense and fighting with hunting drones from other cities. It itself was now under threat. Outside the high-tech park, an electronic warfare tank, hastily modified, housed the company's newly excavated Alpha Core. Under the command of Brigadier General Lan Yuan, this AI core, without needing formatting, was forcibly requisitioned by the Universal Alliance and is currently frantically hacking into it, vying for control of the hunting drones. Shugapa, who was originally on the verge of death and dependent on a wheelchair, has regained her footing after multiple gene-locking surgeries. She leads her hacking team to access the Alpha Core, constantly deciphering and hacking into various relic devices throughout the city, continuously collecting firewall code and viruses, and rapidly growing in the battle between Alpha Cores, utilizing human creativity and divergent thinking. Captain, the Alpha Core on the other side is performing a hard cut. It's attempting to self-isolate. We need physical intrusion. Shugapa, wearing a tactical hacking helmet with dozens of data cables connected to other hackers and coordinating access to the Alpha Core, nervously hacked in while requesting assistance from Li Bin. Even with the Alpha Core, you couldn't take down this Alpha? Li Bin, far away at the VPC assembly plant, was quite surprised to hear this. Shugapa slowly shook his head, which was weighed down by a heavy piece of equipment. The other side has more than one alpha, and at least 3 beta cores under its command. I checked the historical records of the city's distributed data storage stations. Since this planet fell into civil war, the power grids, energy, and resources of each city have entered a closed, self-sustaining state. They used a large amount of resources and technology to fight each other. At this point, Shugapa smiled thankfully. Fortunately, we arrived late. According to the records, this war has lasted at least 40 years, from the large-scale use of nuclear bombs, dirty bombs, neutron bombs, and siege weapons, to the crash of space stations, the successive damage to city defense artillery, the formation of armies by various cities to fight each other, to the scarcity of some key resources, insufficient population, and subsequently, production declined, the dome was breached, and it took less than 15 years. The remaining days were spent refugees desperately scavenging for resources. The more the city warlords fought, the less control they had over their cities. Unmanned hunting machines from all sides crisscrossed the cities, and humanity was gradually dwindling. If we had arrived during the first phase of the war, our small numbers would likely have been wiped out. By the end, the city's administrative center had moved to this park. If we just break through here, we can obtain the precise coordinates of the space station wreckage, and then, by mining the data, find the exact locations of high-value resources in each city, and then target them for exploitation. Great! Li Bin's spirits lifted upon hearing this. I sent people over immediately. This war is going terribly wrong. In the high-tech park, Old One-Eye blasted a drone to pieces with his shoulder cannon. Anxiously shifting his cigarette, but in his mouth, he couldn't help but complain to his men, fighting a bunch of machines is so boring. These things have no flesh and blood, no screams. They even have electromagnetic pulse protection systems. We can't wipe them all out in one go. His subordinate stammered, "Isn't the lack of screams and blood a good thing? That way, our men won't be affected by the carnage on the battlefield." "You don't know anything." Old One-Eye leaped high, severing the target's skull with his chainsaw sword, cursing viciously, "These scum have no morale. Even if only one soldier remains, they keep fighting. We're all living beings. Fighting these trash will only make us more frustrated. Killing is a powerful way to vent on the battlefield and maintain mental health. Chasing down a collapsing enemy is an excellent way to build an invincible fighting spirit in the army. When you experience the exhilarating feeling of chasing hundreds of people, one-shotting them with a single blow, you become the most terrifying presence on the battlefield. That's what invincible means. Unparalleled morale," the Old One-Eyed Man said, leading his men to clear the battlefield, his brow furrowed. He hated this kind of restrictive warfare, because the park contained the ruins of a human-made kingdom and many valuable technologies, data, and equipment. Tanks and artillery were unusable, the self-destruction of drones and robotic dogs was limited in range, and they couldn't use the enemy's cries to destroy morale. This kind of fighting was like fighting the ghosts of a thoroughly dead enemy. It was never satisfying. But now it was all better. The entire park had been cleared. After sending the intelligence to Jugapa, he stood outside the welded lock gate waiting for the construction team to dismantle it, picking up a drone's head and examining it. I knew these things looked weird. They weren't from the same faction. Turns out, multiple drone units were fighting each other throughout the city. It's not a big deal. Access denied? The kill order was issued by General Turgenev. You have no authority to rescind this order. Lan Yuan and Jugapa clicked their tongues as they watched the Alpha Core refuse access. No choice. Let's just force dismantle and format it. Lan Yuan clapped her hands, and Vulcan, wearing an industrial exoskeleton, led a group of burly men forward, like butterflies, ravaging the unarmed, helpless drone command center. Several tens of minutes later, Vulcan, covered in machine oil, regretfully announced that they had done their best. They had only preserved 63% of the Alpha Core's components. Some components lacked the necessary program authorization for hard cracking, which would cause irreparable damage. Lan Yuan indicated it was alright. How many AI cores have we collected so far? 2 Alpha cores, 2 Beta cores, and 6 Gamma cores. This colony should have had a high priority in the Perseus star system during the human realm era. Vulcan directed his men to carry out the hard hacking task as requested by Jugapa, while waiting for the results of Jugapo's soft hacking. 2 hours later, through a combination of hard and soft tactics, Jugapa finally obtained the most important data. She excitedly reported to Li Bin, "Captain, good news. This city, composed of 13 dome-shaped cities, is the planetary capital. I have successfully downloaded most of the data. The entire planet has 3 Alpha cores, one of which is in the space station, but it was most likely destroyed along with the space station. But I have obtained the coordinates of the space station's crash site, located in a large rift valley thousands of kilometers long. Multiple rounds of war have broken out there due to the cities vying for the space station's wreckage, involving the use of highly powerful missiles. It's a missile, so it left no obvious trace in space. Besides, in the city's heavy industry factory, there's a completed orbital fusion spotlight. According to data, this was ordered by Tachyon Technology and was originally intended for use on Borui star. This tundra planet originally needed about 12 orbital fusion spotlights to create a complete orbital illumination array to transform the entire planet into a habitable one. The red box in the image shows the orbital illumination array, which is divided into planetary shields and stellar shields. Shugapa smiled slyly. We essentially hijacked Tachyon's project. Chapter 606. Li Bin was overjoyed upon hearing this. This kind of space architecture, which heats a designated area by reflecting starlight, was useless to the Universal Alliance, but they would be very happy to sell it to the Brighton Alliance. Orbital fusion spotlights can be used to heat a designated area, warming the tundra into a locally habitable zone or even a tropical zone. This can be used in agriculture to increase food production. But think about it from another angle. What use would this thing be on a volcanic planet like Brighton Alliance's? Orbital fusion spotlight. The answer is to heat and melt glaciers, allowing Brighton Alliance to quickly excavate and construct buildings within the impenetrable ice. In permafrost environments, this thing is even more useful than a nuclear bomb. It's a savior for large-scale engineering projects on volcanic and frozen planets. Just like fertilizer can increase yields or be converted into artillery shells. Keep it safe. With this thing, my plan to bind Brighton Alliance will proceed much more smoothly. Li Bin was overjoyed. Well done, Shugapa of Vulcan. I give you a bonus when we get back. Yes, Captain. Vulcan responded excitedly. Shugapa smiled and continued, there's not much to say about the other cities. Besides the fact that each of the hunting drone control centers definitely has a gamma core or beta core, these cities have very limited production capacity. According to data records, in the early and middle stages of the Great War, the planetary capital mainly faced the combined forces of other cities. If the dome hadn't been breached by a suicide attack, the capital would definitely have been the victor. Good heavens. Shugapo's eyes lit up. No wonder the capital ultimately lost, Captain. The Alpha Core just cracked a black box. The data shows that in a city 3,000 kilometers away from us, there might be a nanoforging furnace. In the space station's orbital industrial facilities. Lan Yuan immediately stood up. I'm going back to the ship right now. Get the fleet there and airdrop it. Even if we have to burn the whole city to ashes, we have to find the thing. After receiving the intelligence, Li Bin hesitated. At the VPC assembly plant, Saradu, who was grinning as he watched his crew dismantle the once expensive assembly machines into parts, was calculating the losses from turning finished products into components. Seeing Li Bin's hesitation, he immediately asked with concern, CEO, what's wrong? He couldn't help but be nervous. Li Bin was not only his benefactor, who had revived his business and saved him from dire straits, but also a rare leader with foresight, decisiveness, and a willingness to share profits with his subordinates. Saradu's loyalty to Li Bin wasn't just based on gratitude, he also believed Li Bin possessed a strong sense of luck. Luck is also a part of leadership ability. The world isn't lacking in smart people, nor is it lacking in lucky people, but those who are both smart and lucky are extremely rare. In Saradu's eyes, Li Bin was clearly a second Futsuki Nagao. From a personal perspective, Saradu made a fortune after bringing Li Bin on board years ago. His career collapsed once Li Bin left, while Li Bin himself rose to prominence. Now, by reuniting with Li Bin, he's climbed back up. Through simple variable control, we can see that Li Bin's rise was inevitable with or without Saradu, but his presence or absence determined Saradu's entire life. Following Li Bin, he might very well have secured a top 5 position in the giant corporation. Why betray Li Bin and become a lackey of such a powerful company? Moreover, Li Bin is now conducting archaeological work under the guise of his former glory without any problems, further proving his incredible luck. This is probably destiny. Having experienced such dramatic ups and downs, Saradu has become somewhat superstitious, hence his particular attention to Li Bin. Li Bin clicked his tongue. I was thinking, this planet is so big, our company couldn't finish mining it in several years. It's such a waste to just let it go to waste. I'm planning to take the second nano-forging furnace, the orbital fusion spotlight, and the Alpha Core, then drag von Bueller Industries into it, making them our allies, so we can stab Tachyon Technologies in the back. What do you think? A great man once said, make as many friends as possible, and as few enemies as possible. Li Bin couldn't take these things with him, So he figured he might as well recruit people to share the spoils, let them also get a piece of the action, and use the secrets of the AI core to hold leverage over them, coercing and enticing them to form an alliance. Boss Jean Coué, you wouldn't want your company's secret AI core to be discovered by Speedtronics, the Perseus Alliance, and the Overlord, would you? What you say I am too? Sorry, I have the Overlord's license, it's for official use. Of course, I don't mind if everyone puts the ownership of the AI core with me and uses it themselves. After all, we're practically brothers. I'm not afraid of your greed, I'm afraid of your lack of greed. Terms like ruler and ruler of the world are metaphors for the powerful person in charge of distributing spoils at the end of the year in ancient times. Historically, those who preside over the distribution of spoils are always the leaders. When you start following my orders to share the profits, the power is in my hands. That's a great idea. It just feels a bit like using jewels like dirt. Sarah's eyes lit up at first, then she felt a pang of regret. These companies are already strongly tied to the global alliance economically. If we further win them over politically, this plan has a high success rate. Then let's do it. You go and empty the core fleet's cargo hold now, and go back first. I contact Jean Coué and the others. Sarah advised, let's load the assembly lines and factory equipment first, along with the valuable catalytic cores. Leave the goods for the other companies' fleets to tow back later. We shared such a lucrative territory with them. It's only natural they give us something in return. A massive ruin is always worth fighting for giant corporations, as it often signifies the potential rise of a new giant. However, many areas in the law sector have been ravaged by giant corporations and exploration teams. Unexplored star systems with massive ruins are rare, often occupied by the Afterglow. Li Bin shared the coordinates, partly to share profits and lure others in, and partly to cover up his lie and avoid being caught by Tachyon Technology and suspected of having ties to the Afterglow. Look, it's not just our company, other companies have made a fortune too. With the plan set, the entire fleet and crew sprang into action. After returning to the Dream Eater, Lan Yuan first positioned the ship above the target city, then launched conventional fuel bombs at it as instructed. The objective was clear: clear out excess buildings, eliminate all active hunting drones, and clear the area for the troops' deployment. She wasn't worried about accidentally damaging the nanoforge. Its precious nature meant it couldn't be stored in the open or placed on the surface, where it could be bombed at any moment. The succulent clam meat was hidden beneath its hard shell. The conventional fuel bombs, like grilling over charcoal, not only failed to burn the nanocore, but actually helped open the shell. However, the raging fire caused heartache among the crew. This fire is so big, how much has it burned? That's all star coins. Chapter 607. The raging fire was quickly extinguished. Lacking oxygen for combustion, conventional bombs and compressed oxygen tanks in the city were insufficient to sustain the flames. The hovercar convoy flew across the scorching ground, where crystalline metallic powder shimmered from the ashes, gliding between ruins and charred buildings. Only upon reaching their destination did Old One-Eye disembark with his most loyal elite veterans from the factory district and a group of engineers. With data support from the planetary capital, they swiftly overcame all obstacles, traversing underground. As they went deeper, the temperature outside their power armor dropped, quickly reaching freezing. But upon opening a tightly closed door and entering the 8th underground level, the temperature began to rise, and the oxygen concentration in the tunnels gradually reached a breathable level. This is the city's underground factory. The industrial capacity inside is weak, but installing nanoforges will multiply it several times over. The production cost of unmanned machinery is too low, and its application range is very narrow, the engineer commented, offering his assessment of the facilities before entering the factory's center with a pilgrim's fervor. Perhaps by the time the nanoforge was used, the planet's human technology had declined significantly. The production workshop they built for it, even from the perspective of the Perseus engineers after the Great Collapse, was crudely constructed. On the other hand, the software firewall, utilizing a large amount of readily available humanoid technology, required considerable effort from the hackers, indeed somewhat troublesome, but still insufficient against the Alpha Core. Soon, as the workshop unlocked, high temperatures, toxic gases, and heat waves surged forth, revealing a forge with a central green glow tinged with red. The nanoforging furnace was intact, but this one had a slight problem, though not a major one. It was an almost perfect nanoforging furnace. In the words of Xinyu, a Chinese online marketplace, it was 95% new, with minor flaws, for personal use. This nanoforging furnace has a minor flaw, the engineer explained angrily. It's probably been affected by the space station crash. That's practically a crime. Even if you're going to destroy the space station, you should at least seal the furnace beforehand and put it into hibernation. This nano-forging furnace only has one flaw. It's already a miracle. Stop talking nonsense, dismantle it. You get your share of the profits. The old one-eyed man scolded, but his smile almost twisted his scar into a pretzel. An almost perfect nano-forging furnace, a damaged one, the company's mainstay of self-made construction. It seems it won't take more than a year. After this trip back, it'd probably be ready for production in a few more months. It's getting better. Everything's getting better. 15 days later, a sizable fleet of 21 cruiser cargo ships, their armor tattered and worn, stealthily appeared on the metallic rock planet. This fleet first sent an escort ship into the physical universe to confirm the presence of the Universal Alliance fleet before jumping in one ship after another. In the docking bay of the Candle Dragon, Li Bin watched the cautious movements of these ships and laughed until his stomach hurt. "Boss Li, you really scared me to death." Zhang Kui, with a full beard, wiped the sweat from his face with a handkerchief, his voice low and filled with anxiety and greed. "You're really skilled and daring to come to a place like this. You're the same, aren't you?" "I came as soon as I sent the coordinates, same here." Li Bin shook the other's sweaty hand, trying to suppress his nausea. "I heard you have AI core here. How could I not come?" Zhang Kui's smile was as forced as the other P-Plan investors around him. Li Bin joked, "This is a business that could cost you your life. Yu Hui, Suzy, Ba Zhu, none of them are people we can afford to mess with. If any of you are thinking of betraying our friendship, I advise you to leave quickly. If you're too late, you might not find another job, and Yu Hui could wake up at any time." "Mr. Li, what are you saying?" Zhang Kui said indignantly. "My Eden Star branch of Von Bueller Industries has almost completely severed ties with headquarters. The ships and the people are all mine. Everyone here, like me, established a branch on Eden Star, hoping to make a fortune with Mr. Li." Zhang Kui wasn't wrong. Everyone had witnessed Li Bin's potential to become a giant corporation. They had also seen how, after becoming giant corporations, their partner companies all benefited immensely. These heads of the Eden and Granada branches all hoped to benefit from Li Bin's success. Whether becoming a subsidiary or part of a giant corporation, the power and influence would be incomparable to that of a typical executive in a large group or company. This is called choice over effort. These P-Plan representatives clearly belonged to the group that didn't want to work hard. "Easy," Li Bin snapped his fingers, wasting no time, and led everyone directly to the ground. He first showed them the area near the temporary space elevator, the stacks piled high with a dazzling array of spoils, then took them to the city ruins to see the high-rises demolished by the company, and the antique hover cars and hover bikes that the sailors rode, modified beyond recognition. To everyone's astonishment, Li Bin opened his terminal and explained to his collaborators, who were adapting to the planet's gravity, "My plan is very simple. The dormant period of these afterglows will end in about 2 months. Within those 2 months, we need to take away as much cargo as possible. This ruin is the largest, and will be occupied by the Universal Union that discovered it. The other ruins will be up for bidding. I won't accept star coins, I only accept cargo space. Whoever bids the highest gets priority in choosing the ruins they want. Of course, you can discuss how to divide it up yourselves beforehand. The city ruins can be bid on jointly. The AI core is yours once you get your hands on it, but if you discover any controlled items belonging to other entities, I will have priority in purchasing them. Don't worry, my price is fair, based on black market prices, or you can exchange them for equivalent spoils. This fleet consists of 21 cruiser freighters, and a large number of Buffalo-class and Tarsus-class destroyers, with a huge carrying capacity. After receiving Li Bin's intelligence, these people didn't hesitate for long, using personal connections, star coins, and loans to assemble this fleet. To save time, they even risked crossing hyperspace storms multiple times, leaving their ship armor battered and tattered, all to load as much cargo as possible. As for why they trusted Li Bin so much? Because Li Bin had an excellent reputation, and was very generous. Now, after meeting and discussing things again, Li Bin's reputation and image of generosity would be further reinforced. The group exchanged bewildered glances, unable to believe Li Bin's terms were so generous. Overjoyed, they signed the papers, and immediately began ordering their fleets to build a space elevator, racing against time to join the excavation and archaeological work. Li Bin leisurely watched them bustle about. Once everyone had finished bidding and constructing the space elevator, and the sunk costs were all invested, he knocked on each door, baring his fangs. "Boss Zhang Kui, I have a business opportunity here. difficult on the road but with a bright future, and I'd like to ask you to join me. Hey! Don't worry, when have I, Li Bin, ever lied to anyone? Besides, I'm not the one leading this business, I'm just a pawn for the Overlord and the Lu Church. It's like this, we want to kill Susie. Oh dear, I'm clumsy with words, I can't explain it clearly to you. Let the giants speak for themselves. This is Father Pucci, the lifelong bishop of Lude, this is the renowned Lude Left Path's good worker, Cotton Fluff, and this is Lone Brown Montanetta of the Montanetta family, all masters among masters. Yes, brother, yes. We have bread, we have star coins. First, we need to cooperate sincerely. I believe that under the leadership of Overlord Lude, our unbreakable alliance will surely achieve a great victory. Chapter 608. While everyone else was on edge during the archaeological excavation, sending escort ships daily to spy on the sleeping beauty-like Afterglow fleet, fearing the ships might suddenly awaken. But Li Bin was living a life of leisure. Did he know what a grand retro lifestyle was? Li Bin now lived in the old planet's governor's mansion, slept in a suspended hibernation pod, slept a full 10 hours every day, with over 5 hours of deep sleep. He even traveled in a now bankrupt, discontinued Bullhead logo hover car, ate the highest grade human realm food. Every dish was at least 200 years old, all pure, authentic human realm gentry-like cuisine. He exuded an air of dignified superiority. He only needed to work 2 or 3 hours a day, coordinating and planning with the dual alpha cores, then leaving everything to Alyosha on Eden, while he made long-distance video calls with his wife and children, watching his daughter grow increasingly beautiful, and joking around with them. After all, archaeology only requires dealing with unmanned machines, demolishing buildings, and hacking. But the Interstellar Empire's revenge involves many more considerations. Just as Li Bin was living a life of ease, ready to reap the rewards, having even had Sarah haul away the catalytic core, orbital fusion spotlight, and a large quantity of cargo, with the colony awaiting the alloy and rare metals to repair the corona splitter, his future was not just bright, but incredibly promising, after months of preparation, diplomatic maneuvering, and voyages. The Interstellar Empire's Revenge fleet finally captured the Hell Legion's expeditionary force. The fleet commander sat on his throne, his nerves linked to the ship, yet his eyes remained open. He held a brass short sword in his hand, gently wiping and maintaining it, the rooster-shaped helmet on his head trembling with his soft movements. Illustrative diagram, his flagship wasn't the Holy Apostle, a formidable weapon, but rather the Caesar-class battleship. This mainstay of the Interstellar Empire possessed heavy armor, terrifying firepower, and slow speed. After undergoing modifications with the Imperial Elite Kit, its armor became frighteningly thick. Left. Caesar-class, right, modified version with the Imperial Elite Kit. Imperial Elite Kit. It used a mid-range propulsion system, but due to the immense weight of its hull, its speed was still lower than that of a conventional battleship. The fleet consisted of 7 Caesar-class ships, along with 11 Dominator-class battlecruisers. All were equipped with Imperial fire control kits, and bore the brunt of the main firepower. Left, Dominator-class, right, fire control kit version. Fire control kit? It could be said that almost all the Interstellar Empire's capital ships, aside from those for homeland defense, were gathered here. The entire fleet was yellow, a softer shade than gold, and the ships had symmetrical structures, making them visually appealing. A glimpse of the Interstellar Empire's ships. Between these battleships and battlecruisers lay the line-holding force, a formidable 24 Dictator-class heavy cruisers, all uniformly modified with Imperial armor kits, making them incredibly sluggish. Dictator-class and armor kit versions. The entire fleet was divided into 3 parts. The Vanguard, consisting of several Dictator-class cruisers, 2 Dominator-class battlecruisers, and a large mix of high-speed destroyers and frigates, was relentlessly tearing apart the Hell Legion. The center force, spreading a wide line, was converging on their target. Along the way, they saw wreckage everywhere, mostly Interstellar Empire ships, a sight that broke the first mate's heart. He wanted to request command, but Titus simply kept polishing his brass dagger, as if trying to see through the molecular structure of the entire blade with his naked eye. But what's so interesting about that? It's a ceremonial weapon, more like a prop than a real weapon, cast in pure brass. If you need to analyze its molecular sequence, just take it to the ship's factory. What is truly remarkable are the scattered wreckage of ships along the entire route, and the numerous distress signals scattered throughout, all proclaiming the Empire's heavy losses. After all, attempting to use the Vanguard to hold back an entire enemy fleet inevitably comes at a heavy price. The fleet's captains and senior officers couldn't help but turn their heads away at the dense flood of distress signals. Under the feudal system, Many of these distress callers were acquainted with officers at various levels, some even belonging not only to the same family, but also to brothers, fathers and sons, or mothers and daughters. Titus paid them no heed. He stared blankly at the gleaming short sword in his hand, his mind replaying the earth-shattering news the Emperor had secretly revealed during their conversation. "My lord, the Empire's nano-forge has been stolen." The Emperor's deathly pale face was now vivid in his mind. He couldn't even recall if the Emperor had opened his mouth. When this message reached him, Titus was already gripped by immense panic and shock. Yes, the Empire's gods were weakened by the loss of Vulcan, and the bombing of the political capital was utterly despicable, but the loss of the nano-forge and the damage to the orbital industry were even more devastating. The Empire had more than one AI core, but indeed only one nanoforge. If Titus couldn't reclaim the nanoforge, it meant that this year would be the most powerful year for the Interstellar Empire's military, and from next year onward, the Empire's fleet would rapidly decline. The repair costs of damaged capital ships and cruisers have increased dramatically, the launch rate of new ships has slowed down, and due to the lack of nano-forging furnaces, spaceships will have many flaws due to manufacturing problems, and their combat capabilities will decline year by year. That's why he was willing to pay any price. He had sworn a solemn oath to His Majesty the Emperor and the gods of the Empire. Even if it meant risking his life and sacrificing the entire fleet, he would reclaim the nanoforge. "Commander, the enemy fleet's formation has broken down." Hearing the first mate's words, Titus finally raised his head, his bloodshot eyes seemingly about to bulge out. Meeting those eyes, the first mate swallowed hard. For some reason, the enemy fleet suddenly separated 5 cruisers and a dozen or so destroyers and frigates, turning back to engage our vanguard. The retreating fleet seems to have fallen into chaos, turning erratically. Titus stiffly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Oh? The Hell Legion fleet, capable of organizing a meticulous invasion plan, can actually have internal strife? He looked up at the sky battle system, wondering if this was an ambush plan by the Hell Legion. But looking at the chaotic fleet, capital ships deploying their shields to deflect cruisers, cruisers ramming destroyers and frigates flying around like headless flies, it didn't seem like a sham. If it were an ambush, the cost would be far too high. The Imperial Central Command could easily launch a long-range missile attack on these enemies before reinforcements arrived, then crush a significant portion of their forces with their naval formation. Considering the rear guard and the Holy Apostle, Titus pulled a cracked ivory antique die from his pocket, tossed it lightly into the air, and then ordered the Central Command to advance at full speed. All Dominator-class destroyers to launch the first wave of support barrage. Yes, Commander. The first mate received the order and immediately notified the entire fleet. Titus glanced one last time at the still-spinning dice, then closed his eyes. The dice had been rolled. "I told you not to use these stupid demon cores. These lunatics can't even handle being bitten a few times." Hevela, commander of the Hell Legion's raiding fleet, pounded her throne, cursing, "Don't use demon cores that aren't properly trained. In this business, you need power and connections. These reckless fools turning around and attacking are just thugs on the street. They deserve to die." The first mate stammered, "Captain, there's a nanoforge on board. Our primary mission is to send it back." "Nonsense! Do you think I don't know that?" Hevela glared at the first mate, but Hela's ships are also valuable assets of the Legion. Their black boxes and first-person combat data are crucial for subsequent ship modifications and core training. We must take them. Notify the entire fleet to turn back, have the cargo ships come and dock, and take the nanoforges. Chapter 609. The Hela ships are a product of the Hell Legion's fusion of its predecessor, the Night Guard, and the core torture technology of the Human Realm's AI, acquired during their time as a special agent investigating and cracking down on illegal organizations and research institutes. These ships are all unmanned vessels, utilizing some of Tachyon Technology's unmanned ship technology. In fact, in the early stages of the Great Collapse, the Night Guard discovered Tachyon Technology's secret research into unmanned ships. This special agent followed Tachyon Technology to the Perseus star system, secretly searching for conclusive evidence, waiting for the Human Realm to give the order to call upon the Human Realm's navy to destroy the communications company. The Great Collapse interrupted this process. After the Night Guard degenerated into the Hell Legion, this radical and extreme organization utilized its own unmanned ship technology. After centuries of secret research, they finally achieved a breakthrough in recent years. This is the Hela series of ships. Although they are currently in the experimental stage, and their technology, production, and warfare techniques are not yet mature, they still possess terrifying potential. Note that these Helas are not yet fully developed. These ships are all incredibly disgusting and monstrous, the result of the Hell Legion's dangerous technology and reckless, life-threatening construction. It's fair to say that beneath every piece of armor lies the soul of a human victim from a breeding factory. Standard Hound? Hella Hound, look at those murderous dual skills. This is a frigate, under the control of a demon core driven mad by torture. These ships, carrying the AI core's suicidal and frenzied killing intent, launch near-suicidal attacks on all enemies. If the crew often compares their ships to beautiful women, ship girls, or wives, then these hellish ships piloted by demon cores are like muscular giants, and also a bunch of manic patients. Now, this group of manic individuals has spiraled out of control due to the provocation of the Interstellar Empire. Hevela, the fleet commander and head of the mental hospital, has lost control of the mentally ill. She can only charge alongside them. The Empire's vanguard, armed with a barrage of Overlord-class cannons and aided by support missiles, bravely launched an offensive against Hela's ship. The Imperial Navy engaged them in close combat, unleashing a hail of carrier-based aircraft, pulse cannons, heavy pulse cannons, Scorpion Javelin missile launchers, short spear missiles, and Fire Serpent missiles. The Overlord-class's main gun, the triple photon ray cannon, accurately struck the Hella Hound-class frigate, rapidly melting the small ship equipped with a gamma core. While its performance was indeed outstanding, under the bombardment of a capital ship's main guns, even with its thick armor and damping field, the difference was merely a matter of enduring for 3 or 4 seconds. The triple photon ray cannon, after melting Hella's hounds, slammed into the Hella Dominator-class cruiser that was relentlessly approaching without dodging or evading. This military cruiser was known for its heavy armor, and it wasn't surprising that it survived a single shot from this main cannon, given its heavy status. However, strangely, it fired projectiles resembling heat decoys in all directions. These projectiles exploded around the ship, using their own medium and the explosion to weaken the penetrating power of the triple photon cannon's energy weapon. However, the attack, which should have destroyed the side armor and consequently the side gun positions, instead caused even greater damage. So much so that a single shot breached the ship, known for its thick armor lines. The tank-type anti-aircraft gun, firing anti-aircraft shells with proximity fuses in all directions, could not only defend against missiles and carrier-based aircraft, but also blur and weaken the damage from energy weapons. It was an advanced version of the heat decoy launcher. The Hella Ruler-class ship, firing its cannons, was a testament to its incredible speed and composure. Such a swift and calm reaction, but why is the ship's defense so poor? It shouldn't be like this. The captain of the Dominator-class ship was grim. He ordered his allies to test each ship individually, discovering that regardless of whether it was a Dominator-class or a Dictator-class attack, whether it was a one-on-one duel or a pincer attack, these ships could withstand the attacks with remarkably precise defensive measures. The Demon Core. However, the damage dealt each time exceeded the Imperial officers' assessments. Soon, they realized what the enemy ships had gained by sacrificing their more fragile structures compared to other ships of the same class. The Green Olive has been severely damaged. The Dictator class, also known for its robust defenses, saw its structural integrity rapidly decline against the Hella Ruler class and Hella Defender class ships controlled by the Demon Core. Within 20 minutes, a Hella Ruler and an Imperial Dictator class ship were both reduced to ashes. Both sides were heavily armored ships. The Dictator was like a clumsy rhinoceros, high damage, slow speed, and clad in heavy armor, while the Ruler, with its Legion drive and Demon Core, was like a Hummer, agile, and with a pilot carrying a gun. Unfortunately, the pilot was a madman. Instead of using his agility to outmaneuver the opponent, he charged straight at them, like Don Quixote hitting a windmill, incoherently cursing and firing over the public channel. One ship after another sank, until the flames from the Overlord-class battlecruiser's fuel tank explosion momentarily disabled all optical observation and sensors. Only then did both sides realize that, sometime during this time, a cruiser fleet consisting of 4 Hella Highland cruisers had used their high speed to flank the battlefield and, using their tactical system, plunder thrusters, launched a rapid attack. Hella High Platform class. Hella High Platform. They fearlessly faced the onslaught of capital ship gunfire, sacrificing 2 ships to send 2 more to their propulsion systems. Then, one Hella High Platform class ship resolutely rammed into the booster of a Dominator-class battlecruiser, firing directly at its rear, ultimately self-destructing to destroy the battlecruiser. Another ship attempted the same, but was desperately stopped by the Dictator-class ships nearby. The 2 ships fired at point-blank range, but ultimately, aided by Hella Hounds with their damping fields, The Hella High Platform class gained the upper hand, destroying the enemy first and entering the battle. Of course, already heavily damaged, it was quickly destroyed by Interstellar Empire bombers. The expanding blast wave destroyed the booster of the second Dominator-class battlecruiser, causing it to lose control and slow down. The captain of the Dominator-class destroyer closed his eyes, took a deep breath, his jaw tightened, and rose sharply. Send a sacrifice warning to the flagship. Deactivate the ship's shields. Transfer all radiation energy to the gun emplacements. Fire all ammunition before it sinks. Let these bastards experience the inviolability of the Empire's might. Aye, Captain! The Imperial officers roared in response, injecting themselves with stimulants and overloading the ship's AI. Meanwhile, the gunners, their faces flushed and purple, displayed a drug-induced frenzy. The bomber and fighter pilots were equally frenzied, shouting Rome returns like lightning. And for Rome, firing with a doom ferocity. When their ammunition ran out, they rammed their aircraft into the Hella demon ships. Despite the Imperial vanguard fighting with their lives on the line, the tide of battle was visibly turning in the hands of the Hell Legion. These strangely painted, erratic, and equally fearless ships, with only cruisers, destroyers, and frigates, managed to take down 1.5 capital ships, and another 1.5 was already on the verge of collapse. This unprecedented result undoubtedly indicated that the Interstellar Empire's vanguard had lost. Titus gritted his teeth and ordered, "Use the relay communicator to synchronize the war footage with the Imperial gods," requesting that they analyze the results of this battle as soon as possible. The Hell Legion's ships are extremely strange. We need electronic warfare support. Ideally, long-range electronic warfare support from the gods. The enemy's ships and carrier-based aircraft are exceptionally superior, and their officers are of exceptionally high quality, even better than most Imperial officers. The Hell Legion has definitely been planning this for a long time. On the Hell Legion side, Hyvira also broke down in tears, crying, "I killed your cyber mom. These are all AI cores. You bastards of the Interstellar Empire, I just stole the nanotech. Forge, we didn't even touch your Emperor. Why are we fighting so desperately? And these bunch of idiot demon cores, what are you pretending for? Without capital ships, what are you going to do? If this keeps going, I'd be court-martialed for the heavy losses of experimental ships." Ah! While indiscriminately cursing, Hevela tearfully contacted headquarters. Yes, the Hella ship system needs capital ships and dreadnoughts. Without sufficiently strong capital ships and dreadnoughts, if these idiotic AIs keep being sent around, our production capacity will be depleted sooner or later. Also, send Ancho to all Hella ships. If they're going to be sent, they better achieve something before they die. Chapter 610. The human portion of the Hell Legion's assault fleet arrived at the battlefield almost simultaneously with the central force of the Interstellar Empire's Revenge fleet. The battlefield was a scene of utter devastation. The Overlord-class ship with its damaged booster had exploded, and the sky was filled with Interstellar Empire wreckage and escape pod signals. Amidst Hevela's bloodshot rage, Titus strangely relinquished command. He once again disconnected from the neural link, examining the sky battle system with his naked eyes, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. First Officer, notify the fleet to refocus fire on the enemy ship. Let the later Hell Legion warships go, prioritize eliminating the first one to arrive, and be mindful of the scale of firepower. Titus's face trembled, seemingly influenced by some unseen force. His brows furrowed, his bloodshot eyes refusing to look away for a moment. I need firepower just enough to destroy one cruiser, but enough to give her enough time to react. Yes, sir. The first officer accepted the order, and began redeploying the fleet. The flagship of the Vengeance fleet, the Purple Tassel, did not hastily join the battle. Like a mysterious sovereign, she stood guard amidst layers of Caesar-class, Dominator-class, and Dictator-class ships, scanning the battlefield again and again with her detectors at maximum power. This fleet of the Hell Legion consisted of 15 capital ships, 7 Castella-class and 7 Helleswald-class, plus 1 offensive-class battleship. It appeared to be designed and built according to standard offensive blueprints, without any additional modifications, only its paint scheme changed to the Hell Legion's red, white, and black, left, Castella-class, right, Helleswald-class. The massive air wing taking off from the flight deck of the Helleswald-class was so numerous that its exhaust plumes almost blotted out the stars. Each Helleswald-class battleship boasts 6 massive hangars and flight decks. Its broad, vulture-like hull structure not only supports immense frontal fire support, but also allows for the launch of a massive number of carrier-based aircraft from the rear. The 7 Helleswald-class capital ships alone can launch 42 carrier air wings in a single wave. With the capital ship's spacious hangar and rapid manpower deployment, she could unleash a carrier-based air offensive in waves every 5 minutes on average. As the Hell Legion's assault fleet converged on the battlefield, over 200 carrier air wings had already been released. These swarms of aircraft, like mosquitoes, were crushed by the Whiplashly class, the very effective destroyer in Kong Jicho's hands. What awaited them was the main gun of the Caesar-class battleship. Yellow Death, main gun, Yellow Death. This was a powerful railgun mounted on the keel and spine of the ship. After several minutes of charging, it could accelerate projectiles to relativistic speed, giving them a dangerous quality, dangerous and difficult to evade. The 6 Caesar-class ships, the flagship did not fired in succession, like ships of the Age of Sail. The powerful recoil of the shells caused the ship's speed to drop sharply. The brilliant yellow flash flashed past the optical observer's eyes, and as the light reflected on the iris, the shell arrived. The plasma-converted cannons struck the Lee-class whippers. These warships, which performed exceptionally well in the destroyer class, were like mantises trying to stop a chariot when faced with the battleship's main guns. They exploded instantly, and the shattered parts and splashing plasma destroyed the large group of carrier-based aircraft that were providing cover around them within seconds. The leaked antimatter fuel and ammunition depots belatedly detonated, carving out 6 channels through the powerful penetrating force of the Yellow Death's destructive force in the first wave of attack, composed of carrier-based aircraft and escort ships. This was followed by a massive hailstorm of missiles, torpedoes, and artillery fire. Even though the destroyers and carrier-based aircraft desperately tried to evade, it was like soldiers trying to take cover in front of a Gustav railgun. Even if they avoided direct fire, the overpressure was enough to kill these World War II veterans. Similarly, these ships and carrier-based aircraft were unable to stabilize themselves amidst wave after wave of violent explosions. This barrage of firepower was comparable to a long-planned tactical orbital bombardment. If it landed on a planet, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it would incinerate mountains and boil seas. This was the battlefield where giant corporations were fighting with all their might. Even if Li Bin, or even if Kanda, were to get involved, her unfinished Cathedral-class and Hell machine would only be able to flee with their tails between their legs in the face of such a glorious and illustrious war. Having dealt with the first wave of attacks from the Hell Legion reinforcements, the Imperial fleet moved. At this scale of warfare, the general staff confined to the flagship could no longer effectively manage the operations. Captains at all levels needed to fully utilize their abilities and talents to fight on the battlefield. As the battle lines drew closer, the fighting became brutal and grueling, with battle lines inevitably becoming chaotic due to the fierce battles, sinkings, and explosions. The Hellas demon ships excitedly charged forward, but they were no longer facing a lone vanguard. Instead, they were confronted with a meticulously organized battle formation reminiscent of a powerful overlord. Fleets, destroyers, cruisers, and capital ships advanced and retreated in an orderly fashion, while interceptors, fighters, and bombers swept across the battlefield like autumn leaves, leaving enemies and artillery fire everywhere. The temperature within the demon cores continued to rise. They restlessly sought to taste human blood, occasionally succeeding, but their attempts were repeatedly interrupted. Driven by bravery and a desire for revenge, the Imperial soldiers, under the captain's frantic commands, reacted swiftly, tearing at the armor of the Hellas demon ship. A dozen minutes later, through the concerted efforts of the Imperial captains, they finally managed to carefully destroy a Hella Dominator-class ship, at the cost of 1 cruiser moderately damaged and 2 others slightly damaged. Titus's eyes narrowed instantly. After a few seconds, he asked softly, "Have you detected any enemy escape pod signals?" The first mate hesitated for a moment, then quickly relayed the order to the front lines. 10 seconds later, he said in bewilderment, "No. How is this possible? Good heavens. I knew I wasn't wrong." Titus stood up angrily, the neural probe detaching itself from the back of his neck. The mental shock from the forceful detachment made him dizzy, but an even greater terror contorted his face. So that's it. The Hell Legion is developing unmanned ships. They're learning tachyon technology. Those bastards. Titus's words shocked the entire bridge. Everyone froze, initially thinking that unmanned ship technology wasn't uncommon. So what was there to say? Then, with the staff officer and the first mate's screams, everyone shuddered. The commander-in-chief meant that the Hell Legion was conducting a dual prohibited research and development project involving unmanned detection and an AI core. They were attempting to replicate a second Afterglow. This is a crime against humanity. After the first AI war and the Afterglow crisis that flooded the Law sector, humanity in the core sector had long realized the devastating consequences of such dual prohibited technology. Humanity's living space was already squeezed to the predicament of having only one sector. Large tracts of fertile star systems in the lost sector were uninhabitable, relying solely on civilian exploration fleets and adventure teams to salvage relics. Otherwise, Li Bin's successful colonization of the lost sector wouldn't have caused such a huge uproar, even leading to the Universal Union being seen as a second risky mining operation. Now, with the Hell Legion conducting this research, wouldn't humanity's living space be further compressed? How dare they? The first mate exclaimed in horror. The Interstellar Empire's use of the Imperial Gods was a huge risk, painstakingly developed over 200 years. Furthermore, the gods and the royal family had formed a perfect, reliable, and benign symbiosis through programming, hardware technology, and genetic modification. Judging from their performance on the battlefield, these unmanned warships manufactured by the Hell Legion are far from controllable. Especially considering the commotion caused by the sudden return of these ships earlier, it's practically out of control. The first mate cursed, this technology is already out of control right out of the box. How dare the Hell Legion equip it on a large scale? They're the worst of the worst. The second mate tensed up. So, the Hell Legion's raids on the Nova City, and the plunder of the Imperial God Vulcan. Could it be that they also want to? He dared not continue, feeling a chill run down his spine. Titus ground his teeth, notified the guidance team to immediately begin deploying guidance signals, providing short-range jump coordinates for the Holy Apostle at the edge of the star system. Chapter 611. He spoke, activating the public channel and, using a relay communicator, addressing the entire fleet, the entire star system, and even the Imperial Emperor at the Imperial Council. The Hell Legion has despicably stolen the Imperial deities. Their filthy and insidious purpose has been exposed. These humanoid beings, unworthy of being called human, are repeating the mistakes of tachyon technology. They are developing AI cores and unmanned warships. Soldiers of the Interstellar Empire. The nature of this war has changed. We must fight to protect humanity. We must fight to reclaim the land under the sun for humanity. I now declare the Hell Legion permanently designated as an anti-human terrorist force and submit relevant evidence to the Empire. I call upon the Empire to unite the entire star system, to unite humanity, and to eliminate the tyranny of the Hell Legion. The Empire will prevail. Humanity will prevail. As Titus uploaded his report and intelligence to the entire star system, captains of all ranks of the Interstellar Empire responded angrily on the channel. Long live the Empire. Long live humanity. Interstellar Empire capital, New Star City, Imperial Palace. The entire palace, modeled after ancient Rome, utilizes vast amounts of marble to create a magnificent complex spanning over 150,000 square meters. It even includes an airport for shuttles and spaceships, as well as numerous ground-based anti-aircraft weapon systems embedded within the buildings, ready to be deployed at any moment. Illustration: Empress Juliet Claudius, arm in arm on her throne, tilts her head and squints at the projections transmitted from the front lines. She possesses the purest Roman black hair, coarse and thick, cascading down her back like a roaring waterfall. Juliet coldly watches as her Dominator-class and Dictator-class aircraft sink one by one, as the Yellow Death and triple photon ray cannons indiscriminately sweep across the battlefield, and anti-aircraft guns swatting away the bomber formations crowding the screen like mosquitoes. Anti-aircraft guns overloaded and fired, destroying carrier-based aircraft scattering haphazardly in space, colliding with other ship debris and spewing out even finer pieces of space junk. Then, struck by missiles that had lost their targets, they melted into clumps of semi-solidified molten metal, like alloy buds blooming in the void. Below her, a projected image of a tense Imperial Council was displayed. About two-thirds of the Imperial ministers were not in the capital, but busy overseeing affairs on other planets, pacifying the populace and the military. This battle was not broadcast live to the general public, only a few high-ranking officials could see it. Everyone was absolutely confident of the Vengeance Fleet's victory, because that fleet contained the Dreadnought. But when Titus presented the Imperial Council and the Emperor with information that the Hell Legion was creating a second afterglow, everyone was thrown into turmoil. The ministers erupted in profanity, hurling the most vile and vehement imperial insults at the Hell Legion, and vehemently condemning their utterly idiotic declaration of the Legion's rise and inevitable victory. Until Titus delivered his inspiring speech, elevating the war's central theme, and tens of thousands of the Empire's meticulously trained elite officers roared in unison, shouting, "Long live the Empire! Long live humanity!" The Emperor rose to her feet. Her pale face flushed with a sickly red. Seeing this, the Imperial Deacon was alarmed, thinking, could Her Majesty have actually believed this speech? Damn it, this is just the talk of a military man, not to be taken seriously. He inwardly resented Titus's meddling and quickly spoke up. Your Majesty, we absolutely cannot gamble the Empire's future here. I know, Juliet's voice was stiff, as if she were spitting out iron. I understand what Titus meant. He could have immediately broadcast throughout the entire star system, labeling the Hell Legion as anti-human terrorists. But he didn't. He was planning for the Empire. Deacon, you and the Imperial Council immediately compile a plan, based on all the data from this battle. Compile the combat capabilities of the Hell Legion, its utilization of the AI core, and all relevant parameters. Develop a plan that allows the Interstellar Empire to profit, binding the Overlord, Tachyon technology, and the Luddite Church to the war effort, all in one fell swoop to defeat the Hell Legion. Once you have it, I have it reviewed by the Imperial Gods. If approved, immediately invite representatives from all factions to discuss it. The deacon looked at the other bureaucrats with difficulty, finally bowing, your will is my command. Juliet observed the hesitation of the Imperial Council. She hadn't revealed the intelligence that the Empire had lost the Nanoforge, fearing someone might betray the Empire because of it. Compared to Titus, a battle-hardened warrior, steeped in Imperial Roman culture, and whose loyalty had been repeatedly proven, he was far more worthy of the mission than the complex civil officials of the Imperial Council. Titus was subtly hinting at a possibility during his speech. The Nanoforge might be lost, but they could use this opportunity to unite with other forces to attack the Hell Legion. While the Imperial warships still had some strength, they could go all in to defeat the Hell Legion and seize the Nanoforge first, or they could make a deal, secretly supporting the Tachyon's attack on the Overlord in exchange for the Tachyon's support. It must be admitted that Titus's battlefield intuition was extremely sharp. Just as he ordered the deployment of the guiding beacons, the hyperspace jump point in the star system suddenly expanded. A colossal warship, escorted by a dozen destroyers and several cruisers, squeezed out of the jump point as if constipated, instantly drawing everyone's attention. According to the ship's information, this ship belonged to the Hell Legion, and its name was Slaughter Ship. Hell Legion Dreadnought Prototype. Shadow Nation Class. Shadow Nation Class. Shadow Nation Class Parameters. These are reinforcements from the Hell Legion. Over 8 kilometers long, over 3 kilometers at its widest point, this is a dreadnought. On the bridge of the flagship, the purple tassel, the first mate's face contorted in pain. No problem. Our rear guard is already prepared in the system. The dreadnought's restart will take a long time, enough to destroy the opposing fleet, Titus said calmly. But given the current state of the Holy Apostle, the first mate began, but Titus interrupted him. No ship can win forever. If it's destined to sink, dying at the hands of a dreadnought is better than being ganged up on and humiliated by petty thugs. Prepare yourselves. We must win this battle. This isn't just for you and me, it's for all of humanity. Captain, the slaughter has entered the physical universe, and will be restarted in an hour and a half, the first mate reported to Hevela. Hevela nodded gravely. The Nanoforge has been sent away, hasn't it? Yes, it's been sent away. The deputy commander led the Legion's transport fleet, and left directly via the pre-prepared horizontal jump formation. Phew, that's good. Now we only need to hold out for a little over an hour. Wait, what's that? Hevela breathed a sigh of relief, about to say the crisis was over, when she saw the Imperial Navy begin to change formation. Several cruisers left the meticulous battle array, exposing weaknesses. She frowned, and with the assistance of the ship's AI, quickly locked onto 6 escort ships. These ships, are they holding a ceremony? The 6 escort ships, facing each other in pairs, used their transponders as points to form 3 invisible line segments. 2 ships released blocking pulses, and intense electromagnetic pulse waves resounded throughout the star system, outlining the X-axis. Then came the Y-axis and Z-axis. As shown in the diagram, 6 electromagnetic pulse coordinates were transmitted via relay communicator to the silent bridge of the Holy Apostle at the edge of the galaxy. The navigator rapidly sketched and adjusted the 3 axes, quickly locking onto their intersection. Report. Induction coordinates verified. On the bridge, the fleet's vice commander excitedly ordered, induction activated. Holy Apostle, initiate short-range jump. A chillingly intense sound erupted from within the ship. It was the short-range jump engine reconstructed by the Interstellar Empire using nanoforges and countless scientists working day and night, utilizing the teleportation technology of the human realm, based on the wreckage of the damaged Divine Envoy-class jump engine, and with the unparalleled computing power of the Empire's gods and technology currently incomprehensible to the Persis humans. Using antimatter to concentrate and shatter the physical universe, a temporary wormhole was constructed, lasting only a few minutes. As space was torn apart, The Holy Apostle's massive mushroom-shaped warhead, 7 kilometers in diameter and almost the size of the entire Shadow Nation class, abruptly entered the battlefield. Prepare to activate the Doomsday weapon. The Vice Commander roared. Chapter 612. Dreadnoughts were not uncommon during the human realm era. In fact, the term dreadnought didn't exist in the human realm. All ships reaching the size of a capital ship were lumped into the category of capital ship. Therefore, you could see the slender, 3-kilometer-long mechanical arc-class battlecruisers classified as capital ships, while the classic 4.6-kilometer-long offensive-class ships were also capital ships. Even the human realm exploration motherships and cryogenic hibernation pods, often exceeding 10 or 20 kilometers in length, were considered capital ships. The Human Realm Council's attitude was clear: below the capital ship level, I have no control. Institutions, organizations, and enterprises can build them freely. But starting with capital ships, I strictly investigate. No unauthorized construction is allowed. Therefore, the number of capital ships in the entire galaxy was much smaller compared to other ship classes. And the dreadnoughts, spawned by the Perseus standard, especially naval battles between dreadnoughts, were extremely rare, even in the post-collapse era, teeming with all sorts of strange and powerful beings. As the prototype Shadow Nation class Slaughter and the Imperial Divine Envoy class Holy Apostle clashed in the star system, the blood of everyone in both fleets, from the highest-ranking commanders down to the gunners and optical observers, boiled over. Brothers, we're going to be remembered in history. Our names will be etched in the Imperial Navy's future textbooks. On the control panel of the Caesar-class interstellar battleship, the gunner excitedly yelled to his assistants and second gunners from his spacious gun emplacement, "Get your act together. The battle footage will record us all. We be featured in the future Guards and Naval Academy's dreadnought battle simulations time and time again. Don't disgrace the Imperial Navy." Meanwhile, in the New Star City, at a crucial juncture in the tug-of-war over the transfer of interests, the Imperial Council steward, upon receiving orders from Her Majesty Juliet, nervously shared the intelligence that the Hell Legion possessed dreadnoughts. He discreetly wiped his sweaty hands on his trousers, out of the projection's view, and feigned composure, as he addressed the other representatives in the projection room. According to the latest intelligence from the front lines, the Imperial Navy and the Hell Legion's dreadnoughts are currently engaged in combat. If you wish to know more about what is happening on the front lines, and what the situation is with the Hell Legion, our demands must be guaranteed and fulfilled. Upon hearing this, the negotiating representatives from Speetronics and Overlord changed their expressions drastically. They exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a clear message. You provided the Hell Legion with dreadnought technology? I didn't. We don't even have dreadnoughts ourselves. Through their terminal glasses, the strategists of the Overlord's Supreme Staff could see everything unfolding at the negotiation site. They tacitly turned their heads to look at the white-haired black man at the far end of the round table, his skin blending into the dimly lit conference hall. The Supreme Overlord, cigar in hand, a glass of Chateau de Darjeeling in front of him, smoldering smoke rising from the cigar's puffing tip. He seemed to squint slightly, the smoke stinging his eyes, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere enveloping the entire conference room. Why haven't our agents gathered any intelligence on the dreadnoughts from the Hell Legion? His voice was soft, almost a soliloquy. A few seconds later, the Supreme Overlord bit his cigar, his teeth sinking into the filter, and forced out a single sentence: "Agree to them." Meanwhile, on the Speedy board of directors, who were also using terminals, and even simultaneously spying on other giant corporations through Speedy communication technology, a young-looking man slammed his fist on the table. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This man, named Chu Xiangrui, was one of the directors of the Suzan board. He had inherited his mother's position, and was now attending the board meeting for the 12th time. At only 39 years old, compared to the other directors who were often in their 70s, 80s, or even over 100, this young man appeared remarkably energetic. His voice was filled with anger and fear. How dare those despicable pirates and lowly privateers of the Hell Legion? How do they have the ability to simultaneously develop dreadnoughts and Hella AI core ships? Although he was the only one to speak, the other silent directors wholeheartedly agreed with the young man's words. What a joke. In the Perseus constellation, there can only be two masters, the Suzan Master and the Overlord Master. The Suzan, inheriting the legacy of others, leads the technological advancements, using advanced and superior monopolistic private technology to dominate the entire star system. We rely on our combined literary and military prowess, our uniqueness. What kind of trash is your Hell Legion? For the past 200 years, they've been nothing but plundering pirates, the kind of dogs vying for the throne with Conda. They sit at the same table as my Suzumiya's pet Starlight Chamber pot, And now they dare to aspire to be the next Afterglow? Being the next Afterglow is one thing, but building dreadnoughts? My Suzumiya doesn't even have dreadnoughts. This isn't just deceiving the heavens, it's downright blatant deception, but facts speak louder than words. When verified by the AI Corps, it was confirmed that none of the ships codenamed Hela survived the explosion, proving that the Hell Legion possesses a systematic unmanned vessel fleet. Their radical, mad, yet remarkably responsive combat strategies prove that these Hela ships are all equipped with AI cores. Although even a broken frigate equipped with an AI core seems incredibly powerful, and Suzumiya is also puzzled, the facts are undeniable. Tachyon Technologies can accept the Afterglow going out of control because, even today, Tachyon possesses a portion of the code that prevents the Afterglow from launching an attack. The board even has the ability to influence the Afterglow fleet, instructing them to periodically attack and harass the Brighton Alliance, thus continuously supplying them with AI cores. But Hela is different. Whether they go out of control or not, Tachyon Technologies is not their creator. Moreover, the Hell Legion has even built a dreadnought. That blurry shadow, through its sheer size, has proven the Interstellar Empire's words to be true. You even surpass my great Tachyon in technology? This is intolerable. Ahem. A seemingly old and frail director, whose body from the neck down was all youthful and muscular, having undergone a head transplant using his own son's body, stroked his new, energetic physique and said slowly, although Chu Xiangrui's language is rather impolite, his heart is truly devoted to the company, Chairman. The Hell Legion must have acquired formidable technology by excavating some ruins. Although we don't know how far they progressed, there's no doubt that this is a technological challenge to Tachyon Technology, and we must eliminate them. Chu Xiangrui stiffly turned around, only to see the previously azure wall suddenly become transparent. The wall, simulated by the holographic trading matching kit, receded, revealing the current and longest-serving chairman of Tachyon Technology, sitting behind a simple, large oak desk. The bitch in Konda's mouth, the formidable enemy of the Supreme Overlord, the immortal being in the eyes of the Luddite Church, a biomonster whose lifespan is forcibly extended through human organ transplantation and chemical agents, technologies that violate the Church's doctrines. Sun Aihao? Look closely at her eyes, they really are glowing. Sun Aihao's pair of mechanical prosthetic eyes emitted a cobalt blue light. Her expressionless face resembled a female version of Mark Zuckerberg, exuding an inhuman aura that kept everyone at arm's length. After thinking for a long time, she spoke softly, "Agree to them first." "Chairman!" Chu Xiangrui hurriedly called out, but was interrupted by the old director, Little Chu. His eyes were sharp, half warning and half reminder, the chairman is the helmsman of the company. There is only one helmsman. Remember your position. Besides, what if you agree? There has never been morality in corporate warfare. Going back on your word is not impossible. Chapter 613. Chu Xiangrui was startled, quickly understanding the old director's unspoken message. Sun Aihao, having been dismissed from her position during the Second AI War, deeply resented anyone openly contradicting her. She valued power immensely, and couldn't tolerate any challenge to her. Chu Xiangrui's dissenting opinion at the board meeting might be seen as a provocation by this cunning and stubborn old woman. She might very well see Chu Xiangrui as a pawn used to try and seize her chairmanship again. Chu Xiangrui kept telling himself to stay calm. The company was fully prepared for the Third AI War. They had even seized the Perseus Alliance's Nanoforge. This force, combined with the Overlord's power, could easily suppress the Hell Legion. He should obey Sun Aihao and try to persuade her to deal with the Hell Legion first before turning back to eliminate the Overlord. A few seconds later, he bowed deeply, his head bowed low. "I am utterly sorry, Chairman." This humble one was young and arrogant, ignorant and rude. "Please forgive me." His voice was loud enough for even the guard standing in the corner to hear clearly. His tone was sincere, as if he were willing to throw away all shame in his pursuit of forgiveness. Sun Aihai remained noncommittal, calmly explaining his strategy to the board. "Let's watch the battle footage first. The Supreme Overlord, in order to obtain first-hand information, will also appease the Interstellar Empire first. It's a good thing to have the Interstellar Empire take the brunt." The old director grinned. "Before the Interstellar Empire bleeds to its last drop, Speetronics will not tolerate it." Chu Xiangrui felt a chill run down his spine. The killer was still rebooting when Heiwala was horrified to discover that the dreadnought that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, resembling a giant golden mood alloy toy, had already begun to move. She unleashed her massive, unparalleled frontal shield, unleashing a deluge of lasers, like a Gatling gun, which successively destroyed her two cruiser fleets. "This is just a dreadnought. Are dreadnoughts really this powerful? She scratched her head, recalling the killer's test performance, her mind filled with doubt. But she quickly noticed that this enormous ship had shut down all its weapon arrays, and even its shields were deactivated as the Interstellar Empire Navy gradually incorporated it into its battle formation. All defensive tasks were left to the Imperial Navy. The Imperial Navy, with its Dominator-class and Caesar-class ships equipped with anti-aircraft guns, easily withstood the air defense mission, blocking all of its densely packed carrier-based aircraft. Small fleets from both sides clashed across a vast battlefront spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers. As the ships wore each other down, the battle lines became increasingly chaotic and fragmented. Each fleet fought independently, yet also provided cover and support for one another, turning the entire space into a chaotic mess. Even Hivela's flagship joined the battle. She attempted to command the Hela Demon ships, utilizing her superb command skills and the high-quality combat power of the Hela Demons to make up for the hour and a half of combat downtime. Faced with the chaotic battle, the Hela Demon ships were extremely excited, directly ramming their ships into the enemy ships' faces, firing at point-blank range or even at near-zero range. Titus frowned deeply and ordered the flagship's optical observation posts and detectors to capture data from every Hela ship. He watched helplessly as over 1,000 of the Empire's finest soldiers were torn apart at near-zero range by the Dictator-class cruiser, the violent explosion engulfing the Valiant heavy cruiser and severely damaging the rampaging Defender-class cruiser in the process. The cruiser's explosion destroyed large sections of its armor and structure. Hela's Demon ship Defender-class. But what was truly alarming was that the ship was slowly repairing its armor at a speed visible from an optical observation post. Is it a self-repair module modification? No, that's not right. Self-repair modules only apply to ship engines and gun emplacements. This is armor. Could it be nanomaterials? Titus frowned deeply. The staff officer immediately warned, repairing nanomaterials requires a secure and stable information environment. In a battlefield where electronic warfare is ubiquitous, the repair process for nanomaterials is easily interfered with. The Imperial gods have already attempted to hack it, but according to feedback, this ship has no other signal receiving point besides its Berserk AI core. Record this data and send it back. Titus's gloom deepened. He gradually felt that the Hell Legion had not only been plotting for a long time, but was also scheming something dangerous. Otherwise, how could they possess so much advanced technology, similar to Tachyons, and even seemingly surpassing current Tachyons in some aspects, faintly catching up with the technology of the pre-First AI War Tachyons? Buzz. Just as Titus was deep in thought, just as Hevela was fighting desperately to buy time, just as the Overlords, Tachyons, and other forces were observing the battle through the Interstellar Empire, everyone on the battlefield felt a chill. A certain energy fluctuation made the hairs on every living person stand on end. They tacitly stopped what they were doing and looked towards their target. The Holy Apostle's massive mushroom-shaped warhead emitted a cloud-like, smoky, intense energy cluster composed of countless strands of energy. Charging. The light, as dazzling as the sun in the sky, the golden energy lines gathered at the massive cannon muzzle in the center of the Holy Apostle. The intense high-energy reaction caused all the Hela Demon ships to scatter and flee immediately. They were madmen, but not fools. They wouldn't touch a deadly weapon at this critical moment. Even the most mad dog wouldn't provoke a crazed wild boar, because a wild boar can truly kill you. But Hevela felt like the sky was falling. What the hell is going on? I went out to rob, eating hot pot and singing songs, stole the Imperial God Vulcan, stole the Nano Forge, and kept the fleet largely intact. My feat is commendable, isn't it? I planned to sacrifice part of the fleet, but ensured the plundered resources and Hela's ships returned safely to the Hell Legion. That idea was rational enough, right? That damn demon core turned back to war, and I risked my life to stop it for the Legion's assets. That's not wrong either, is it? But what's with this giant mushroom the Interstellar Empire pulled out? Didn't the Legion agents say they had planet killers? What? I was on guard against planetary killers, and you pull out a dreadnought, and it even started up before ours. What are these agents and scientists doing? Why isn't a single one reliable? And what's with that cannon muzzle on the Holy Apostle? Why does it look like a battleship could fit inside? What kind of technology is this? A new planetary cannon? Wasn't our Hell Legion supposed to be technologically invincible? A barrage of questions bombarded Hevela's mind, causing this mental hospital director and fleet commander to overload her brain. She wanted to order the fleet to disperse, but then she remembered the killer, a ship near the jump point, undergoing extensive reconstruction. At that moment, Hevela felt an intense hatred for the ship's captain, thinking, if I survive this battle, I swear I kill your mother. Captain, The Interstellar Empire has sent a communication request. The tense first mate suddenly spoke. Hevela's face contorted with hatred. Answer it. I want to see what they're up to. Amidst the crackling and unseen interference on the communication channels, the Vice Commander of the Imperial Navy's Vengeance Fleet simultaneously broadcasted on both private and public channels. His voice, brimming with suppressed urgency and anticipation, roared, "You insolent hellish legion! I, Lucius, by the mandate of the imperial gods and entrusted by His Majesty the Emperor, representing the Roman ancestor, the Wolf Mother, hereby deliver divine punishment upon you, you insects who have invaded the Interstellar Empire." "You said you." Hevela tried to retort, but the ship's AI's piercing alarm made her pale. "High energy response detected. Repeat, high energy response detected." Vice Commander Lucius twisted and turned on the throne of the Holy Apostle, laughing maniacally. "Eat my divine punishment beam." A golden energy beam, wide enough to engulf a battleship, unleashed its terrifying energy with the ferocity of overloading the dreadnought's battery packs. The giant mushroom head was firing its main cannon. The enormous mushroom head spewed out golden streams of light, instantly piercing through the Hela demon ship in front of it, and slammed into the vulture-shaped Harrisval-class destroyer with undiminished momentum. The energy beam pierced through the capital ship without hesitation, then struck the second and third. These ships were as if hit by a powerful electromagnetic pulse released by a pulsar. Their armor peeled off, their structures melted, and the entire ships began to disintegrate. This attack had a range of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Weapon parameters, to reiterate, are not the values in this book, for reference only, and this data is outdated and not accurate. Can we reconcile? Seeing this cataclysmic scene, Hevela stared blankly, muttering to herself. Titus scoffed, "At this moment? You must be joking." Chapter 614. 2 months is far too short for interstellar humans. It's barely enough time for a seasoned commercial fleet to depart from Eden Star, follow a route they've practiced countless times, and reach Prism Freeport without the interference of hyperspace congestion or storms. For giant corporations, this time is utterly insufficient. But Li Bin achieved tremendous results and gains in these 2 months. He led his fleet, practically filling the ship's space, with even the passageways temporarily fitted with various sized alloy crates to store countless cargoes, and his collaborators from Project P at a snail's pace to the hyperspace jump point in the Eden system. He watched as the Eden system gradually came to life, especially as the Lloyds piloted their mining ships, enthusiastically using sledgehammer torpedoes to blast apart massive asteroids, then precisely stripping away the rock with mining lasers to expose metal ore, which was then raised to the sides by the Barber-class frigate's insanely powerful impact drills mounted on the ship's keel. Thriving, the situation is excellent. Li Bin, who slept early, rose early, and ate well, was very satisfied with this scene on the bridge. The machine spirit Celia was also satisfied. She was indeed a war fanatic, but she also understood very well that all wars required strong logistical support. Especially after she had read The Great Battle and The Art of War through Li Bin's mental palace, her logical thinking had been further optimized. She believed that only with a massive industrial capacity and economic system could one obtain a continuous experience of exhilarating combat. Therefore, it was reasonable to be slightly aggrieved now. She even summarized a formula for the combat exhilaration factor, with the optimal population age and industrial production value as the molecules, the higher the better. Zhang Kui, on the other hand, was constantly sighing and complaining. Upon returning to Eden, he again offered a small protest to Li Bin. "Boss Li, there are still so many unexploited resources in that huge ruin, and we're just leaving like this." "Sigh. I know Yu Hui is in the way, but I won't say anything more. As for you, you traded such generous terms for cargo space, and not only are you giving a share to your crew, but you're also filling it with cheap goods like alloys and grain. I really feel sorry for you. Since I, Li Bin, have made a promise, not even an offensive-class battleship can bring me back," Li Bin replied calmly. "My crew fought for me. How could I possibly go back on my word? As for their goods, after the company completes the asset appraisal, we need Boss Zhang's help to find a way to sell them." Zhang Kui readily agreed. After cutting off communication with Li Bin, he said to the other partners, half-heartedly and half-satisfied, "See? Li Bin doesn't even lie to his poor crew. He keeps his word, so he definitely keep his word with us. I don't know what your plans are, but I'm determined to go all the way." Li Bin didn't answer Zhang Kui's question about why he went to such lengths to transport low-priced alloys and grains. Zhang Kui's highest position was currently the chairman of Von Buehler Industries, a purely corporate position. From a corporate perspective, he naturally focused on making money. But Li Bin was a power leader. He sacrificed countless profits, courted the Brighton alliance, treated his subordinates well, and transported these bulk commodities, all for the sake of stabilizing his power. Not to mention that the Corona splitter requires a massive amount of alloys and rare metals. The golden route between the Universal Alliance and the core star sector could very well be cut off by the phased fleet of tachyon technology, just in terms of attacks and harassment against tachyons. These fleets, capable of using phased technology, are like U-boats in World War II, incredibly destructive to commercial and transport fleets. Sadaihao, that old ding, relying on his cruiser phase fleet, nearly crippled the dominant force in the Second AI War by cutting off its logistics. Li Bin had to be wary of this, so he needed to stockpile war supplies in advance. In front of the Eden Star Space Station, the Universal Joint Military Port was completely cleared. Enforcement teams in purple-patterned uniforms and security officers in gold circuit-patterned uniforms stood ready, scrutinizing everything with suspicion. Heavy machinery, large robotic arms, and industrial gantry cranes were poised to be deployed as technicians prepared. As soon as the Candle Dragon extended from the docking bay, its bow and stern were locked by the port's robotic arms, and technicians swarmed forward, rapidly loading and unloading cargo. Space containers flowed out like a tide, while the railcars inside the Candle Dragon roared and rumbled. The train wheels chugged and rattled, whipping up a strong wind inside the spaceship that made the workers on the platform lose their footing, only held firmly to the alloy floor by their magnetic boots. Li Bin had barely left the Candle Dragon and hadn't even settled into the port when Kong Jicho's communication request arrived. "Congratulations, Boss Li. I heard you struck it rich." The voice was rather sarcastic, the meaning clear. "You discovered a huge ruin, and all you're thinking about are outsiders like Von Bleer Industries. We're such good friends. Why don't you think about your buddy? Do you think Canada's Nest and the Universal Alliance are already deeply integrated and have no value for political maneuvering?" Li Bin smiled slightly and sent an address. 2 hours, no exceptions. An hour later, Kong Jicho, cursing, landed on Shadow Isle via the space elevator. During Li Bin's absence, he had been leading the fleet and protecting Eden, so when Li Bin returned, he was on the flagship conducting a war game with his men. The battle was at a critical juncture. Originally, he only intended to give Li Bin a piece of his mind, make the kid nervous, and maybe even get some compensation. He planned to cut off communication midway through for a sand table simulation, leaving Li Bin hanging. Unexpectedly, Li Bin didn't take the bait, and instead left him hanging. Therefore, Kong Jicho was in a bad mood. He vowed that if Li Bin didn't give a sufficiently convincing answer, he wouldn't hesitate to have a full-blown fight, punching himself hard in Li Bin's face. "Now. Oh my dear brother, I completely understand your good intentions." Kong Jicho stood awkwardly beside Li Bin like a coquettish wife, wishing he could crush Li Bin's back with his hands large enough to smash through the hatch. Only in this way could he express his inner joy. No other reason than that he was now in a special production department that didn't exist on the Fuguang Island architectural map. The Nanoforging Furnace Production Center. The scarlet, damaged nanoforging furnace was slowly extruding a component with an 8-meter diameter using its nanoparticle sphincter. However, instead of feeling uncomfortable, everyone present watched this scene with rapt attention, as if it were some kind of extreme live stream. "These are the spoils I found in the massive ruins," Li Bin said succinctly. "My plan is to use the extra production capacity from our company's first self-propelled battleship to manufacture components and weapons for the dreadnoughts of the Conda Nest after we complete it." Kong Jicho, who had been accusing Li Bin, suddenly blushed. He lightly punched Li Bin's shoulder and said warmly, "Oh, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just worried about your safety. Why didn't you call me for something so important? What if these people found out and wanted to take it all for themselves? Do you know how dangerous that is?" Then he changed the subject. "Should we arm the Cathedral-class ships first, or upgrade the Hell machine? How about we do it together?" "I don't care, but we need to prioritize opening another colony," Li Bin said expressionlessly, ringing the doorbell. As he spoke, the civil official beside him opened his terminal, revealing a projection of the catalytic core. Li Bin's voice, like heavenly music, rang in Kong Jicho's ears. "The catalytic core requires an atmosphereless or orbital industrial environment. Orbital industrial construction is too costly. I need to build an underground city beneath a metal-bombarded planet in the Eden system. That planet has no atmosphere, which can support the catalytic core to function at its full potential. For this, I must first activate the Corona splitter. I need your help. Hey, Dewey, what's yours and mine?" "What's mine is yours," Kong Jicho explained excitedly. "With the production capacity of the Universal Union, plus the military power of the Magneto system, Kanda's nest secretly rebuilt Magneto with new Magneto. To be precise, Kanda is no longer a pirate. Together we're a mini-giant. Okay. Chapter 615. While the Interstellar Empire and the Hell Legion were locked in a fierce battle in the western edge of the star system, the explosive news of the Dreadnought War and the Second Glow diverted the attention of the giant corporations, even affecting the Second Glow's focus. The Universal Union entered a period of explosive economic growth. With 2 nanoforging furnaces, one of which was near perfect, if Eden Star hadn't lacked automated factories, and its industrial facilities were largely post-collapse generation products, the Universal Union, with its full resources, could have even launched 3 capital ships a year. And while the demanding warship production capacity was devolved to the less demanding civilian industries, the furnace installed in Eden Star's orbital industrial belt, a remnant, stolen from Hyena Mining, ostensibly a damaged nanoforging furnace, began its terrifying output of products and materials. Within a month, the infrastructure for the underground city on the metal-bombarded planet in the Eden system was completed. The 2 flagships, the Candle Dragon and the Zhurong, hovered above the planet, leading a fleet of missile cruisers as they unleashed missiles and torpedoes at the designated location, blasting a massive crater. Since the planet lacked an atmosphere, there was no planetary-wide pollution. Next, chemical agents were used to neutralize the chemical contamination, followed by the injection of foam-coated metal and concrete into the entire rock formation to reinforce the geological structure. Then, alloys rained down from the space elevator. Alyosha, witnessing this rapid industrial progress, felt a mix of lingering fear and immense relief. I really sold myself for a good price. Years of accumulation, Li Bin's extravagant spending, and the fruits of his strategic alliances and maneuvering had finally culminated in this moment of triumph. The new colony was positioned from the outset as a smelting plant rather than a planet, hence the name United Smelting Plant. The entire colony revolved around the catalytic core and metallurgical industry. As soon as the main framework was completed, the catalytic core was hastily deployed, along with Eden's smelting industry. Meanwhile, the barons of Eden were surprised to find that the company's previously strained supply of materials to its small domed cities had suddenly become abundant. The service, which previously only accepted orders for entire domed cities at once and required waiting lists, now allowed for individual purchases, cash on delivery. Such massive industrial integration and adjustment naturally couldn't be quickly achieved by Alyosha and the civil service group. In fact, the company relied on the Alpha Core. 2 Alpha Cores, one of which hadn't even been formatted. In addition, there was the administrative data from the era of the governor's office governing a planet with hundreds of millions of inhabitants, excavated from the vast ruins. The combination of these 2 factors resulted in such efficient management. As an aside, in the game, if the Alpha Core is kept in a colony for too long, she will truly dedicate herself to working for the colony and treat the governorship as her personal property. If the player tries to take the core away, even just to move her to a better colony, the Alpha Core will hide. This can be seen as another form of attachment to her homeland. At the Reconquest banquet of the family's riverbank, old Baron Finn earnestly instructed his nephews and grandchildren. The company is becoming increasingly prosperous. I have decided to take advantage of the company's abundant components and immediately apply for a loan to build our family's dome city, making the riverbank the second model knightly territory after Sunset Fortress. The oversupply of resources and the economy has swept across the entire Universal Union into a state of immense excitement and exhilaration. This contrasts sharply with the bleak existence of the common people in the core star sector, and with the frenzied acquisition of star currency by the managers of giant corporations, who find only mountains of star currency to alleviate their inner emptiness and unease. On planets under the Universal Union's rule, due to their short development time, the economic pie is growing ever larger. Every hardworking person reaps the rewards. Except for those with antisocial personalities or extreme selfishness, anyone who comes here can gain immense material and spiritual satisfaction from labor, harvest, and the positive feedback from society. Perhaps it is not yet comparable to the affluence of the elite in the powerful nations of the 3K era, where one can eat fruit and travel as one pleases. The people under the Universal Union cherish their lives immensely because of the star sector, a nearby garbage dump, as a stark contrast. And today, with the new decree issued by the Eden Star Governor's Office, this expectation and optimism will reach a new level. After midnight tonight, Eden Star will completely lift the power rationing order and provide civilian electricity at ultra-low prices. In the Nanchaman star system, Lan Yuan stood ramrod straight in the control room of the Corona Splitter. Head held high, she watched as the red dots projected onto the Corona Splitter, suspended in midair, disappeared one by one, her fists clenching slightly with tension. She felt that since her awakening, she had been fighting on the road to the revival of the great human realm. Although the name of this organization might need to be changed, and although its leader, Li Bin, was not entirely selfless, objectively speaking, the lives of the people were indeed catching up with the living standards of the common people of the great human realm. The failure to immediately enter the human era was due to insufficient technological accumulation, a significant lack of resources, especially species, and a dangerous external environment. She recalled Li Bin's words. I had a dream where I returned to the distant past, before Earth was destroyed. Humanity, in the vast expanse of space, resided only on that blue planet. On this planet, some cities adorned every building with LED light strips, and every night, a dazzling city light show would begin. The streetlights on every road illuminated the night, not as the end of citizens' lives but as the beginning. Amidst the bright lights and neon clamor, people could choose their desired lifestyle. From space, these city lights were interconnected, adorning Earth with a magnificent luminous robe at night. Since awakening, Lan Yuan had rarely witnessed such a scene. The planetary light diagram only shows the upper half. One reason is that the population of the Perseus colonies was insufficient to support city lighting across the entire planet. Secondly, the governors and capitalists of the various planets don't have the benevolence to allow the poor on the surface to have the time, assets, and energy for nightlife. They rather squeeze the last penny from the masses' pockets, and the last bit of vitality from their bodies. Isn't electricity free? The electricity generated by nuclear reactors is also an asset. Wouldn't it be better to use it to keep factories running 24/7? Wouldn't it be better to use it to expand production and support new factories? What, you want to go to a shopping center? No problem. Just pay to take the space elevator to the space station. There are commercial modules inside. Why should I bother building these things on the ground? Colonel Lan Yuan, the Corona splitter has completed its final overhaul and can be restarted at any time. The Omega core hidden in the center of the Corona splitter's computing matrix gently reminded Lan Yuan, pulling her back to reality. She clenched her fist, reviewing the growth history of the Universal Union, only then realizing with a start that the company had already acquired such a large number of human-controlled items. Nano-forging furnace, catalytic core, fullerene spool, supersplitter valve, fusion orbital spotlight, holographic trading matching kit. Unbeknownst to many, Universal Union has become a behemoth hidden beneath the surface. It has immense potential. Lan Yuan took a deep breath. Have all the technical workers and equipment been safely evacuated? All have been evacuated. Excellent. Activate the Corona splitter, Lan Yuan said, taking out her identification tag for verification and providing genetic testing. After all green lights were received, the colossal space structure slowly trembled. Chapter 616. In the ancient 3K era, there was a famous saying, beauty equals combat power. However, in the industrial age, combat power represents productivity and technological strength. Therefore, this magnificent creation pierced into the corona of a star like a hairpin, possessing a slender and agile form, and technology incomprehensible to the Perseus humans, and also many of the leaders of humanity, Old Ding, should not be underestimated in terms of combat power. Corona diverter. The Corona diverter trembled, but not with the unsettling, metallic screeching of a conventional space station or spaceship. Instead, it emitted a faint, almost imperceptible song. When Lan Yuan listened intently, the song vanished. Like the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms, you can smell it as you pass by, but when you bring your nose close, you smell nothing at all. The activation sound of the Corona splitter, by human standards, is indeed singing. The Omega core, seeing everyone's confusion through the monitors, accurately guessed their thoughts and thoughtfully explained to Lan Yuan. The Corona splitter uses hyperspace technology to transfer the forces of internal components squeezing and deforming each other. The sound produced during this process is similar to singing. Very good, very fitting for the Corona splitter's mythical, creation-like appearance. After the splitter is activated, the protection work will be handed over to the Superbody class. Please dispatch a fleet to maintain the relay communicators within the system, ensuring I can contact headquarters at any time to send requests and receive instructions. Lan Yuan nodded, and used the central control system to contact her first mate. The first mate was currently flying over the city in an arbitration carrier-based aircraft, broadcasting the city lights live to the captain. Thanks to Li Bin's prior preparations, all the major buildings in the city were adorned with light strips, and all the building lights were on. But at this moment, the city was shrouded in darkness. The nuclear reactor responsible for supplying electricity to the city had its power lines cut off, and the power grid was redirecting to a special power supply department housing the superdiverter valve. Li Bin, accompanied by his wife, daughter, siblings, and a group of bureaucrats and key company personnel, attended the meeting. Through thick observation windows, in the center of the sprawling Special Power Supply Bureau, the shuttle-shaped superdiverter valve slowly rose from the water. Supported by 16 giant cranes, the superdiverter valve dripped countless water droplets. Despite receiving no power, the entire machine emitted terrifyingly high temperatures, and water vapor rapidly rose, manipulated by the valve like a dragon king parting clouds. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, a glimmer of light appeared inside the room shrouded in a pale white mist. The superdiverter valve cracked open, and stellar energy drawn by the corona diffuser traveled through a miniature wormhole, traversing light years to reach the surface. Unparalleled energy surged forth instantly, dissociating water, flames, radiation, and plasma surged, swirled, and expanded within the specially designed room. Then, constrained by a force field built into the superdiverter valve, the energy gradually stabilized after expansion and compression. The power company's alarm was deactivated, and the cold voice of the Alpha Core announced, "The micro-wormhole is stable, the power grid is connected." As the words fell, the pitch-black city instantly illuminated, thousands of lights and colors vying to appear, holographic advertisements popping up one after another. A lifelike crab, symbolizing abundant gifts, climbed the city's facades, upon which handsome men and slender women held up products, their alluring lips moving as they recited advertising slogans. Various billboards rose and fell, and Zhang Kui's holographic advertisement also took its place. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, representing Von Bueller Industries, to congratulate Xinjiang City on the momentous news of the lifting of the power rationing order. On the street, the jubilant crowd erupted in cheers. Vendors pushed carts overflowing with batteries, advertising their wares, and set up stalls in their designated spots, each shouting, "Flying squid! Castrated flying squid treated with deworming drugs? Top-quality pets, their tentacles can grow back after being cut off, perfect for roasting. A local species, release them if you don't want to keep them." Authorized by Oppenheimer Studios, the complete IB series of holographic novels, including 108 heroes and their family. You're not even 8 years old yet, what are you buying? Kids, study hard and stop watching porn. Colorful Galaxy Company. A legitimate outsourcing company under Universal Union, providing affordable immigration services. If you have relatives in the core star sector, hurry up and check it out. Saving lives is today. Grand opening sale. Every life saved is a life saved. Grilled crab roe, wow, so hot. 30 Eden coins each, 100 Eden coins for 3. The crowd was shoulder to shoulder, bustling and noisy, incredibly lively. Lan Yuan watched this scene, feeling her eyes welling up with tears. Sand table endgame simulation, the prize pool has reached 8,000 Eden coins. If you win, I take it. LED tattoo, 3 Eden coins per square centimeter. Seeking a child for a hefty reward. Upon seeing this, Lan Yuan's good mood vanished instantly. Bull demon seeking a child for a hefty reward. What's going on? Why are the first batch of vendors engaging in this kind of scam? The first mate, who had been boasting, watching the world he had fought so hard for improve day by day, was incredibly proud, only to be met with Lan Yuan's blunt rebuke. He awkwardly scratched his head. It shouldn't be a scam. All vendors have been vetted by the administration and Alpha Core. This must be a service provided to families with unspeakable difficulties. Captain, you know, the company doesn't have a fertility factory. We can't mass-produce fetuses. Look! The first mate immediately changed the subject, pointing overhead. It was the eternal night of Eden's tundra. The clouds had been cleared away by rain bombs, revealing the widest expanse of the Milky Way. The brightest thing hanging high in the sky wasn't Eden's satellite, but the space station, its sound, light, and electricity effects in full swing, projecting a giant image onto the heavens. Warmly celebrating the complete lifting of power restrictions on Eden. Our company's first independently developed flagship is undergoing sea trials. Welcome to the live stream room XXX to watch. Beside the space station, a massive spaceship painted entirely in a warning yellow-black was slowly flying. A battlefield mothership-class mobile dock, for 0.8 kilometers long and 2.6 kilometers at its widest point, with an H-shaped hull, a flight deck at the front and a mobile dock at the rear. Piloted by Jeffrey, it was undergoing test flights. The flight deck was fully open, and numerous arbitration carrier-based aircraft, taking off from the surface, trailed dazzling fluorescent ribbons from their engines filled with fluorescent powder, flying into space and landing like wearied birds returning to their nests. In the shipyard, the Lloyds piloted their mining ships, wobbling and swaying as they flew in to unload. At the very back, the heavily laden Siege awaited its arrival for testing. Kong Jicho sat at a grilled squid stall, watching the enthusiastic and optimistic crowd, watching the capital ships soaring through the terminal, his heart filled with bitterness. Back then, Li Bin, who had to look up to him and his mother, with a pile of junk ships and barely a cruiser in sight, had unexpectedly become a powerful figure. This is the towering white jade pillar of the Lost Sector, the purple gold beam spanning the sea. It's making me so envious. Chapter 617. The sheriffs of Eden Star had never been so busy. Clad in gold-patterned uniforms, wielding high-powered taser rifles, carrying 60mm four-shot crab-hunting guns, and slung multi-purpose backpacks at their sides, they were once seen as mysterious and prestigious by the common people, a high-paying, high-class profession, second only to the crew and the purple-patterned law enforcement team in the Universal Union. But with the lifting of the power rationing order on the Universal Union's main planet, Zhang Kui and other P-Project investors further aligned themselves with World War III. They established propaganda departments, meticulously editing daily life footage of Eden Star civilians, and sending it to Kuning of Oppenheimer Studios' Eden branch. He and his team then edited in various materials, enhanced it with gamma core technology, and sent it to cyberspace. So the self-proclaimed masters of the core star sector, all the poor people, were shocked to discover that, damn it, the world had truly turned upside down. How could life in the Lost Star sector be better than theirs? Was there no justice? Was there no law? Where were the giant corporations? Where was the exploitation? Where was the unpaid overtime? Where were the appalling working conditions, and the thesis-like meals? Where was the address? Where was the immigration process? As they explored further, they discovered that a live streaming company, funded by Aisha, the new concubine of Chung Beiyang from the Special Agent Department, was being run by agents posing as citizens of Eden Star, broadcasting their work and lives live. These agents were all carefully selected handsome men and beautiful women, casually revealing their good figures and well-defined, muscular physiques in the livestream room. They worked on the front lines under the bright sunshine, strolled through the sleepless city of Xinjiang under the eternal night, operated cannons on fishing boats to blast sea monsters on the vast ocean, and sprayed fertilizer with multi-legged machinery in the farmland of the Lude Parish. They had passion, romance, and life to their heart's content. Whether they were working in harsh conditions on the front lines or enjoying themselves in a wealthy city, everyone wore a smile rarely seen on the faces of the poor in the core star sector, their brows raised high, seemingly filled with boundless hope and possibilities for the future. A worker living near the factory, breathing toxic air and drinking coarsely filtered, harmful water, with half a steaming, emaciated rat's meat and a spoonful of nutritional paste on his plate, felt his stomach churning. His hands, repeatedly peeled from years of soaking in chemicals, were so calloused from years of labor that they crumbled at the slightest touch. He thought he was hungry, so he slid off the bed and quickly ate the strange-tasting nutritional paste. This paste was a defective product spoiled during production, mixed with the finished product, and could be sold for a very low price. Even the poorest, unemployed people living in the elf rat's den could afford it by selling their blood. The only downside was the potential for stomach cancer or loss of taste and appetite. Rat meat? That's for after-dinner treats, a reward for 3 days of hard work. While eating, just chew on a few deep-fried cockroaches. Actually, after World War II, the Japanese had a history of using gasoline to fry tempura. Due to food shortages, they invented this delicacy by scraping gasoline from moldy garbage cans. Each frying produced billowing black smoke, and it's said that gasoline-fried tempura tasted sweet and delicious even without seasoning. Deep-frying cockroaches is simply repeating the mistakes of the past. This man usually looked forward to the half-eaten roasted rat meat he get at the end of each 3-day workday, but this time, he couldn't even eat the nutritional paste, spitting it out after only 2 bites. He reluctantly picked up the rat and started gnawing, but his stomach rumbled, his taste buds went on strike, and his whole body resisted. He had to activate the terminal with his fingers, smeared with nutrient paste, and watch again as the female anchor sat in the alloy corridor, bathed in the bright sunlight of the domed city, one hand holding a squid tentacle, the other a pickled crab, a plate on her lap containing distinct grains of white rice, each reminiscent of plump maggots. The anchor's feet dangled in the corridor, as if an invisible wind were blowing through them. The worker reached out to touch the anchor's face, then grabbed at the rice and squid tentacle, his fingers passing through the projection, finding nothing. He slapped his dirty hands on his face, curled up like a wounded beast, sobbing silently in a perilous forest. This scene played out across the sector. Large numbers of low-income people, believing themselves to be relatively healthy and free from serious illness, rummaged through their sparsely furnished homes, pulling out different currencies, or selling their possessions. They clutched their lifeline like ship tickets at the ports, their bodies reeking of an incongruous stench against the space station, staring intently at the approaching spaceship. Colorful Galaxy Immigration Company. Placing talent where they are suited. Galaxy, never so colorful. This is, of course, the immigration company established by the investors of Project P. Since deepening their cooperation with Universal Union, they simply re-registered a joint venture, even bringing Libin in, and leveraging Universal Union's resources to standardize and systematize the previously small-scale immigration services of their respective companies. The immigrants waved their tickets, trying to squeeze onto the ship, but stopped when the hatch opened. Because those disembarking were wearing expensive, well-fitting synthetic fiber uniforms, with protective armor made of carbon fiber and high-strength plastic attached to their vital areas. Golden threads resembled circuit diagrams, and their trench coats fluttered in the zero-gravity environment of the space station. The Universal Union Security Team. The security officers uniformly wore breathing masks covering their mouths and noses, deliberately designed to be extremely edgy and flashy. At first glance, they were clearly not ordinary. Yes, under the rule of a giant corporation, being stylish and sophisticated is something that can be purchased. If you don't have money, you can only use the cheapest and most ordinary clothing and equipment, just like buying items or skins in a game. This whole outfit must cost over 10 star coins, right? Someone murmured. No one answered him. The officer began to announce through the loudspeaker on his mask. Everyone line up for the final inspection. After the inspection, board the ship in order. The final destination of this voyage is the Lee's first shipyard. Immigrants can use their tickets to apply for small loans from the Universal Union Cooperative Bank, spend money at the shipyard's entertainment port, receive various basic skills training, and enjoy medical services. This interstellar cruise ship only stayed in the port for 5 hours before departing. Interstellar cruise ship. It flew a complex route through the core star system. The originally luxurious cabins and services for the middle and upper classes had been removed and replaced with crowded civilian living quarters. In the human realm era, this would have been a normal cruise ship, but it was a major collapse. After a full 10 days, the Dona finally arrived at the Lee family's first shipyard. The Lee family's first shipyard had now abandoned its shipbuilding capabilities, relocating entirely back to Eden. Only ship repair services and sales of Universal Union products remained. Rather than a shipyard, it was more like an industrial product exhibition hall at the front and a comprehensive consumer hall, primarily featuring ancient-style projects at the back. The Dona docked at the original Universal Union's dedicated port, next to the Kaleidoscope and Warring States Lance, both belonging to the colorful Galaxy Immigration Company. Nearly 10,000 people flooded into the shipyard, undergoing thorough cleaning, vaccinations, and new clothing exchanges. Unsurprisingly, all of this required credit services from partner banks such as Richelieu's Bank. Despite the immigrants' complaints that Universal Union was trying to squeeze every last penny out of them, they had already come at great cost. What else could they do? It's like walking a track. Once you're on the road, there's no turning back. Chapter 618. The swordsman standing atop a maglev flying sword, the fairy lounging on an aerogel cloud, one leg dangling, the constant calls of master and sister, all these things left the immigrants mesmerized. The Lee's first shipyard, compared to before Lee been left, under Chandler's complete leadership, had been utterly transformed. The entire meteorite had been hollowed out, and several massive alloy boxes had been added for modular expansion. Even local slums had sprung up, rudimentary structures using space containers, connecting water pipes, oxygen pipes, and electrical wires, sealed with aerogel. Illustration of the Lee's first shipyard. From the Mod Gyrad Republic, these were houses built by outstanding employees who, with Chandler's permission, received a space and funded their own construction, houses that could be crushed by space debris at any moment. Despite the extremely high risk, with these space container houses, these employees recruited from the core star sector possess fixed assets, transforming them from laborers into reclusive gentlemen. They divide the interior space of the containers into multiple levels and sections, renting them out as individual rooms to make a profit from their colleagues. What? You're asking about the original employees of Universal Union who work here? Eden Star is so short-staffed, those old folks immigrated long ago. Now, most of the staff here are from outsourcing and partner companies. Only the shipyard section at the front is where the company's full-time employees reside. It's safe to say that housing exploitation has been a constant presence since the dawn of civilization. And it's not that Chien-La hasn't considered abolishing these houses, but many of those who risked living here have petitioned. They hope to accumulate more money and merit, immigrate to Universal Union with a sum of money as soon as possible, or perhaps become full-time employees and enjoy Universal Union's high welfare benefits. The number of full-time employees at Universal Union has always been extremely limited, with far more wolves than sheep. Few of these lone immigrants can become full-time employees. At best, they might join a partner company, but they won't enjoy Universal Union's meal allowance. Full-time employees at Universal Union don't get vetting. Do you think just anyone can come? Li Bin adhered to the principle of quality over quantity in military strategy. I accept anyone who wants to survive under my jurisdiction, but if you want to join the company, then I have to be selective. Unbeknownst to them, within a single day, many had accumulated debts that wouldn't have been enough to repay in several years' wages in the core star sector. These people sighed and complained, feeling that after immigrating, they would be sold to some terrible place to work. Seeing this, the factory manager, Qianle, smiled but inwardly scoffed. If it weren't for the CEO wanting you to genuinely appreciate the opportunities the company has given you to experience the highs and lows of life, would you even deserve to spend money at the entertainment port? We would have turned you away long ago. With Elfi's Eagle-class military cruiser leading several destroyers and frigates, under the command of the patrol captain, Boncharev, first appearing in Chapter 55, they accepted the escort mission. All preparations were complete. Boncharev looked at the long-unseen Li's first shipyard with a complex expression, gripped Qianle's hand tightly, and said with a playful tone, I long heard of Eden Star's reputation. If it weren't for military duties, I would have wanted to visit long ago. I wonder if I can meet CEO Li Bin this time. Li Bin used to need to bribe him with large sums of money. Now, he couldn't even get a glimpse of the shipyard manager, Qianle. Qianle was now the company's public representative in the core star sector, responsible for liaising with various enterprises. At his table were royal officers from the Condé Nast, heirs of powerful families, and diplomats from the king of the West Wind Galaxy. Let alone Boncharev, who's currying favor with Governor Sharapova. Even if Sharapova herself came to the shipyard, Chandler could feign illness and refuse to see her. Steamed buns, you're not going to support yourself. If you're not happy, keep it to yourself. What kind of power and background do you, Elf, have? Which giant corporation is your father? What, you say you're backed by Kelsiev Technology Company and Risk Mining? Then why are there representatives at my Li's first shipyard's banquet? We're talking about production capacity integration, mineral mining technology licensing, cross-sector order procurement, talking about 5,000 alloys and 500 heavy machinery. You, Elf, only have 5 cruisers, a weekly alloy production of no more than 500, a mere empty landlord renting land to giant corporations for branch offices. No wonder you can't attend this meeting. If you can't get into this meeting, you're not qualified to negotiate with me. Go back and wait for news. Therefore, although these cruise ships were all large-scale vessels chartered by Li Bin, and Governor Shara tried every means possible, sending old acquaintances like North and Muya to lobby, in the end, she only managed to secure the escort mission. After deducting fuel costs, she could only earn a paltry 30,000 star coins in profit. This is the confidence that the Universal Alliance gave me. The Dona Dona and several other cruise ships and cargo ships, under the careful escort of Boncharev, flew for more than 60 days, and arrived at the planet Tonfa on November 25th, star calendar 214. Immigrants of the Kaleidoscope will disembark here. Other immigrants, please remain in the port and do not leave. The fleet will head to Eden in 2 days. A cold voice blared from the loudspeaker. Immigrants surged onto the dock area, where numerous projected advertisements displayed welcome messages. The beautiful, wavy-haired, brown-skinned woman, Jia, dressed in a magnificent, high-grade purple-dyed governor's robe, led the council in welcoming thousands of immigrants. Everyone's eyes shone brightly. Tonfa's development is accelerating, leading to a severe population shortage. Workers' wages are rising, but efficiency is slowing down due to total capacity limitations, which is a waste of star coins. With this group of people, the colony can finally catch its breath. The adjutant whispered congratulations to Jia. Jia nodded, but it's not enough. Intensify training. Everyone must be qualified before they can start working. Tonfa's fuel grade is the highest precision in the company. We must maintain this advantage and strive to take over the company's fuel center position. Relying solely on the transportation advantage of the Golden Route is far from sufficient. As a member of the 3-Star Council, she was aware of the impending Third World War. To ensure the colony could continue to profit during the war, Tonfa had to continue developing. 2 days later, the fleet continued its journey, and the immigrants complained bitterly. Elfie, being a lava planet, was uninhabitable on the surface. Besides the strong labor force, the unemployed and the main population lived on space stations. However, any desert planet, or even an icy planet, could have dome-shaped cities or scattered settlements built underground or on the surface. Therefore, these people mainly lived in a gravity environment. More than 2 months of living in the void, especially the dislocation syndrome caused by repeatedly traversing jump points, made the immigrants suffer greatly. Occasional hyperspace turbulence caused varying degrees of seasickness for everyone. Just as they were vomiting and having diarrhea during their final jump point crossing, and some were questioning their immigration decision for the umpteenth time, the broadcast came on. Unlike the usual cold tone, this broadcast was a direct address from Eden Space Station to the entire galaxy. The broadcasters from the core fleet, through countless broadcasts during the ship's voyages at Li Bin's insistence, had mastered a variety of voices. A deep, captivating baritone voice rang out, seemingly telling a story. "It's simple, I just started giant enterprise, won't I?" With that, Dongwei Longwei, no longer concealing his intentions, hung up the nameplate. "Venture mining," Dongwei chanted. "I knew the world was hard in my youth, yet a great enterprise remained in my heart. I struggled to start a business in the peripheral star sectors, even facing bankruptcy. 60 years of ups and downs in the galaxy, the shepherd's journey was fraught with difficulty. Today, with heroic spirit, I stand alone atop the giant enterprise. Today, venture mining stands tall in the realm of interstellar giants." The immigrants, tilting their heads as they listened to the storyteller, remarked to those around them after a while, "Damn, is this a free storyteller? It's not bad. These people from the Universal Union aren't badly fed." The immigrants, their spiritually impoverished world suddenly awakened by the exhilarating story of the Perseus Giant Enterprise Chronicles, the rise of venture mining, instantly stopped feeling dizzy and restless, listening intently to the storyteller. 2 days later, when the immigrant ships docked next to the space station and, after passing through layers of checks, transferred to the interstellar transit elevator to enter Xinjiang City, everyone realized that the live broadcast and the slicing were real. The oxygen-rich environment quickly cured the immigrants' atopic dermatitis. Drugs like trenbolone, triamcinolone, oxandrolone, and stanozolol promoted muscle development, while glucose injected directly into the bloodstream and various supplements replenished the nutritional deficiencies caused by muscle growth, allowing them to recover more quickly from muscle atrophy caused by prolonged space travel. The clean, tall buildings, and the city's opulent, almost decadent, appearance after entering the eternal night, opened their eyes. More importantly, everyone here was genuinely optimistic and positive. Those distributing their meals were local residents, who had come to earn extra money, their smiles radiating a unique vitality. Chapter 619. When the white rice, steamed buns, dumplings, and noodles were served, everyone was utterly impressed. The immigrants wolfed down their food, grunting and slurping, while simultaneously checking the various job postings on their terminals. Looking at the basic annual salary of approximately 4-star coins in Eden coins, plus overtime pay, night shift allowance, wartime allowance, year-end bonus, and other extra wages, this group roughly calculated that their loan wouldn't require years or even decades of not eating or drinking to pay off. If they worked at full capacity, 1 or 2 years would suffice. One person murmured admiringly, "I feel like the level of giant corporations I heard storytellers talk about in space has been reached by Universal Union, hasn't it?" Another scoffed, "Reached? I say surpassed. Haven't you ever worked for a giant corporation? Which giant corporation would serve you plain rice? You can tell this noodle isn't pure artificial starch. It's definitely mixed with natural starch. Besides, who can afford such high extra allowances? Hey! Look at the end. Colorful Galaxy Immigration Company has a referral program. If we can help healthy acquaintances and friends buy tickets and persuade them to immigrate, Colorful Galaxy will give us a bonus after the immigration process, and even waive the ticket fee. If it's a skilled worker, engineer, or someone with a special skill, the bonus will be doubled according to their level. So, if I recruit just 8 people, or 2 skilled workers, I can pay off my loan directly. This is such a great deal. This is also why the cooperating bank is willing to lend money. What's a poor person's money anyway? This money isn't for them. It's for the immigrant group, who will soon be making a living under Universal Union, where the cost of collecting payments is low. The immigrants thought they had found a way to make their first fortune, unaware that it was all Li Bin's doing. Buying a skilled worker costs 20 to 30 star coins on the market, but he only needs to pay a few star coins to recruit immigrants. In this deal, he's the one making the most profit. CO, the latest batch of immigrants has arrived, totaling 2,459 people, including 1801 men and the rest women. The oldest is 23 years old, and the youngest is 15. Inside the governor's mansion, built in the style of the Highland Home brand, Li Bin held his daughter's hand, playing a thumbs-up game, and listened happily to Alyosha's report. His daughter was almost 2 years old, had grown to 1.2 meters tall, and in a little over a year, she would enter puberty, making it no longer suitable to hold her in his arms and play with her. While he and his daughter were playfully scrambling for the thumb, he asked, "How many skilled workers are there?" "Over 400, Alyosha replied, adding, "We tried our best to recruit healthy immigrants aged 10 to 30, but the poor in the Korstar sector mostly live in extremely poor conditions. Very few live to 25 without serious illness, and some immigrant zones, with better conditions, are controlled by powerful forces like the Hegemons, Keljev, and the Interstellar Empire, who strictly prohibit immigration. Also, immigrants under 15 only have 7 years of work experience. They're young, have high expenses, and can't save much money to buy a ship ticket. Considering they might not have the money to buy technical training services, I took it upon myself to raise the immigration requirements." No problem, Li Bin nodded, secretly letting his daughter win the game. Overjoyed, Li Brown hugged his pink-striped, custom-made Sindar Power crab pet. Li Bin, after much persuasion, took his daughter to find her mother before his smile faded. "What's the situation at the research center? How's the data we took being interpreted?" His expression instantly hardened, revealing the aura of a superior. He leaned back in his chair, relaxed like a lazy tiger, the occasional glint of shrewdness and sharpness in his eyes, like the bulging muscles of a reclining tiger unintentionally revealed. Alyosha, having been accustomed to this kind of imposing presence when he was the elected governor, remained calm and composed. Holding his terminal, he spoke eloquently. "The research center has completed the data classification. The colony governance, industrial, and economic data have all been copied and fed to the Alpha Core. Furthermore, the Beta Core, with its experience in governing Eden, has been sent to Tonfa and Granada respectively. The governors and their agents of the 2 stars have entrusted me to express their sincere respect to you." He read aloud the thank you letters from Jia and Li Weining, continuing, "In addition, we have also collected 2 building material technologies. One is a concrete formula called all-encompassing concrete, which can produce extremely high hardness and, with fine-tuning, can simulate most rock textures. Technology. Another is high-performance plastics technology, called resilient plastics, which can replace steel bars in construction, further saving on alloy usage. In addition, through the unpacking of the dual alpha cores, the research center has cracked a large number of blueprints. Apart from some obscure spaceship and faction spaceship blueprints, we have obtained almost the complete set of the Overlord era, early human realm, blueprints." This was exciting news. Li Bin stretched his neck. "Give me a portion of Chenxiang Darjeeling. I want to celebrate properly." Chenxiang Darjeeling is the most expensive tea in Persis, produced by the Luddite Church. It is grown annually according to the previous year's order quota, and only the upper management of large corporations are qualified to place orders. If Li Bin didn't have a close relationship with the Luddite Church, he wouldn't even be qualified to purchase it. To put it simply, Death's Blood, a pirate specialty liquor, has a factory price of over 50 star coins because it's brewed with narcotics. Prometheus's gift sells for over 70 star coins because it's brewed with the antimatter of the bull demon. This stuff, however, can sell for 142 to 160 star coins per box on the market, equivalent to 2 crew members' lifetime contracts. How much is in one box? Enough to brew only 24 pots of tea. It's said that the tea is picked by 7-year-old virgins carefully selected by the Luddite Church every spring in the planting area, a purely natural area where no chemical fertilizers are used. Wearing straw hats and carrying baskets, they pick the tea leaves with their delicate hands, tread on them with their green toes, wash them in water vats, and personally knead and process them. Each group of tea pickers only has one chance in their lifetime to pick and process the tea. Because after these processes, their palms and soles begin to develop calluses. Who says the Church of Luddite lacks business acumen? Li Bin thinks these guys are really good at understanding user psychology. The amber-colored tea emitted a strange, lingering aroma. Li Bin and Chief Civil Officer Alyosha sipped their tea, listening to the report. Wang Shiji from the research center reported that the technology he possesses, along with a currently complete blueprint package for the Dominator era, is sufficient for developing faction ships. He hopes to organize manpower and obtain funding to begin research. Furthermore, he hopes to involve Gao Yuanjin. Although Wang Shiji possesses many advanced technologies, he is not very familiar with the current faction ship intelligence in the Persis star system, and hopes Gao Yuanjian can serve as his assistant. Li Bin raised an eyebrow. Brother Jie is so awesome. Even the old man can only be his assistant? Alyosha, smelling the tea aroma, immediately put down his teacup and respectfully said, Wang Shiji's answer to this was, I heard that in ancient times, before the indoctrination of knowledge through teaching instruments, there were schools of all levels, from elementary to high school. Before entering university, students spent over 10 years learning mathematics, things that the mathematical Prince Gauss could derive in an afternoon. He said that science and technology are a field that relies heavily on talent and ability, and has nothing to do with age. Gao Yuanjian is indeed talented, but only within the Perseus constellation. In the meticulous talent selection system of the human realm, the gap between him and the dozen or so people in the second ship laboratory who were in charge of Project Alicorn and Gao Yuanjian is like that between a white dwarf and a blue giant star. Although both are stars, they are incomparable. This guy has completely hogged the pretense. Chapter 620. Li Bin picked up the teacup. This teacup was a relic unearthed from a massive ruin, belonging to the planetary governor's collection. It was part of a set with the entire tea tray, and used some unknown technology that could cool or heat the tea to a specified temperature within seconds of placing the cup on the tray. He drank it down like a bull gulping down a peony, and, whether it was his imagination or not, he felt he tasted the blood and sweat of a young girl. He smacked his lips. So, does he have the proposal? Yes. Alyosha immediately handed over the terminal. Li Bin looked at it closely and smiled. A multifunctional capital ship, war, firepower, air combat, transport, fulfilling multiple desires at once. Such a boast. This ship is so square, it looks more like a comb. And this battlefield supply ship, providing emergency battlefield maintenance and medical care, supplementing the endurance of squadrons other than the battlefield mothership class. This is... Because the company currently has a small number of ships, it needs to extend its combat endurance to compensate for its numerical disadvantage, with an advantage in range. Li Bin pondered for a moment, glanced at the construction costs, and approved the plan. Both types of ships are designed according to civilian ship standards, low cost and high profit, which is very suitable for the company's current situation. I was worried that he would come up with a high-tech ship plan, but it seems that a master is indeed a master, able to prescribe the right medicine for the problem. Li Bin originally planned to inspect the research center, and also to go to Donglishiang to have the last few rounds of gene lock removal surgery, and to see to what extent Gao Yuanjian had been naturalized by Yan Chong. A sudden message interrupted his plans. Li Bin, the war between the Hell Legion and the Interstellar Empire is over. This message came from his good second uncle, Lone Brown Montanetta, who spoke with great seriousness, leaving Li Bin no choice but to believe it. Li Bin, fawning over his second uncle, widened his eyes. So fast. Aren't company wars supposed to last for years? It's only been a few months. His second uncle coughed lightly, somewhat embarrassed. Because of Tachyon Technology, Overlord and Kelja Technology Company intervened. Seeing his second uncle's reaction, Li Bin thought to himself, could it be that Overlord didn't play the good guy in this whole thing? His second uncle coughed a few more times, glanced around, and quietly activated the signal jammer resembling a badge on his chest, connecting the terminal via wired connection. He whispered, is that thing on your end working? Li Bin nodded. The relay superwave transmitter has been running the whole time. That's good. From now on, you better not reveal this to anyone other than your most trusted subordinates in the company. This information is currently top secret. His second uncle said, Interstellar Empire and Hell. A decisive battle has broken out between the legions. Well, at least that's what the Overlord staff said. I estimate it's not all the forces from both sides, but the scale is considerable. Most importantly, both sides have deployed dreadnoughts to the battlefield. Li Bin couldn't pretend anymore. He sat up straight and listened carefully to his second uncle's explanation. You know about dreadnought battles, right? Such wars have occurred only a handful of times in the Perseus region, no more than 5 in total. Originally, there were 3 types of dreadnoughts in the Perseus region, not just those in the blueprints. The Steel Dragon class from Risk Mining, the Cathedral class from Ludlow Left Path, and the Niagara-class battle fortress from the Overlord era. Incidentally, the Overlords also once possessed dreadnoughts, but the Niagara-class battle fortress of the 14th Legion disappeared during the First AI War due to a hyperspace slipstream. Li Bin slowly replied, and now, a 4th and a 5th type have appeared simultaneously. Yes, so the situation is very urgent. Originally, we thought it was absurd that a force like the Hell Legion, which sits at the same table as pirates, would have dreadnoughts, but we didn't expect the Interstellar Empire's dreadnoughts to be the real heavyweights. His second uncle rubbed his temples in frustration, pulling out a video and demanding that Li Bin watch it, not record it. The magnificent mushroom-shaped behemoth in the video looked like a shield with a handle, but when it unleashed its energy torrent, repeatedly washing over the capital ship, cleansing it from armor to structure, leaving only the keel, Li Bin was stunned. The damage is that high? Destroying multiple battleships in one hit? The power was far beyond anything Li Bin had witnessed during the First AI War, when the 14th Legion fought the Twilight Fleet with its massive ships dominating the sky in a tug-of-war. The terrifying combat power unleashed by this ship possessed the power to dominate an entire star sector single-handedly. He had never seen such a ship before. Yes, that's why we, the Overlords, and the Church of Lud couldn't sit still. More importantly, this ship was destroyed, Lone said solemnly. According to Emperor Juliet's explanation afterward, this ship wasn't designed and built by the Interstellar Empire, but rather rebuilt from wreckage salvaged from hyperspace. Furthermore, by the time it went into battle, only 2/3 of the ship had been restored, and many structural components were still unused. So it was a ship with high attack but weak defense, and unfortunately, it encountered the Shadow Nation class of the Hell Legion. On the battlefield, the Hell Legion's assault fleet was terrified by a single main cannon shot and scattered in all directions, allowing the Interstellar Empire's vengeful fleet to sink many of their ships. Titus, the commander of the Revenge Fleet, originally planned to use the first shot to break through the frontal assault fleet's battle formation, and the second shot to severely damage the Shadow Nation-class ships. However, the Holy Apostle's deployment was too hasty, and its spare battery reserves were insufficient. Its main gun malfunctioned halfway through its second charge, forcing it to fire prematurely, only managing to moderately damage the killer, Shadow Nation class. Then, the heavily damaged assault fleet, together with the killer, fought the Holy Apostle, which had lost its main gun, and the Revenge Fleet for 2 full days. The final result was a Pyrrhic victory for the Interstellar Empire. A group of Fong clan main fleets, which had followed the killer, assisted the Interstellar Empire in revenge. But they ultimately failed to completely destroy the Hell Legion's Hella unmanned ships, instead letting several escape. Finally, the Holy Apostle's self-destruction affected the killer, causing the moderately damaged ship's propulsion system to fail. The Interstellar Empire sank it, after paying the price of 1 capital ship and 4 cruisers. Li Bin frowned. They didn't capture the dreadnought? No, the enemy ship's commander detonated the ammunition. The coup destroyed the killer. Luan complained, the Interstellar Empire has really suffered a major blow this time. The dreadnought is gone, the capital was attacked, and the planet killer they were secretly developing was stolen by Gu Zhongyu of Lud Left Path. Even the blueprints were destroyed. We can't even punish the Interstellar Empire, and they're still fighting on the front lines against the Hell Legion. Neither we nor Speedtron Technology want to waste our production capacity and prepared military resources on the Hell Legion, especially Sun Aihao. That old woman is simply obsessed. The Supreme Staff originally proposed dividing the 2 dreadnought wreckages, joining forces to defeat the Hell Legion, and splitting the technology, but Sun Aihao seems to have gotten carried away fighting us in the past. She hates us to the bone, and doesn't care about the situation in the star system at all. At this point, Luan couldn't help but angrily curse Ms. Sun, calling her a selfish and exploitative vampire boss and a dictatorial tyrant. Li Bin was stunned, thinking that compared to the position of chairman, the Supreme Overlord was more like a dictator. What's wrong with this world? Chapter 621. On the projection screen, the second uncle, who had been angrily rebuking Sun Aihao for his selfishness, sighed, "We have no choice. The way Tachyon Technology is acting, it's clear they're determined to fight us to the death." Li Bin thought to himself, you're the ones who are determined to fight to the death? Were the previous 2 times just a love-hate relationship? The second uncle continued, we have no choice but to cancel the cooperation with the Interstellar Empire. To prevent Tachyon Technology from using underhanded tactics, the Supreme Advisory Council has brought together giant corporations from across the entire star system. They planned a dreadnought wreckage and technology sharing meeting in Prism Freeport in 2 days. The Hell Legion, as war criminals, must send a representative to the meeting and publicly disclose their dreadnought technology. Otherwise, they will face retaliation from all the giant corporations. Furthermore, the Interstellar Empire is handing over 2 dreadnought wrecks as compensation. Each giant will provide the right to use the nanoforging furnace's production capacity for 15 years, which is equivalent to using a damaged nanoforging furnace for 15 years. Wait, I'm a little confused. Li Bin pressed his head, trying to clear his mind. Why does the Interstellar Empire want the nanoforging furnace's production capacity? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Luan frowned. because the Interstellar Empire's nano-forging furnace was seized by the Hell Legion, and they would rather release the technical specifications of the Shadow Kingdom level, this is a prototype, than hand over the nano-forging furnace. Li Bin listened to his second uncle's explanation, and the more he listened, the more sorrowful he became. The only good news was that his second uncle truly loved Isa and the Brown family, and was even willing to risk being beheaded to reveal information to him. What a good person, a family-oriented good person. Don't worry, after destroying the Speed Conquest, I will definitely give you and your family a decent life. He even gave me the meeting coordinates. As for Prism Freeport, Li Bin could have missed and monitor it, and if that didn't work, he could ask Good Life Cotton Fluff to take the Omega route. However, there's also a lot of bad news. First, the current Tier 1 power and the Tachyon faction genuinely don't intend to send troops to wipe out the Hell Legion, instead, they want to fight to the death first. Second, Dreadnought technology is likely to leak out on a large scale. The concept of Dreadnoughts isn't new. From Harcourt's Hell machine dominating the star system in the early years after the Great Collapse, to the Cathedral class, hailed as the embodiment of St. Lud's will to destroy, sweeping through the Perseid Alliance's large cruiser fleet, Dreadnoughts are synonymous with high-quality fleets. On the Tachyon side, since tasting success in the Second AI War, they've been developing phased ship fleets. At this point, Uncle Air corrected Li Bin's point. It's not developing phased ship fleets, it's perfecting the production capacity expansion of phased ships. Meanwhile, the overlords are diligently attempting to reverse engineer the 14th Legion ships suitable for the Perseid babies. In short, the movements of these leading powers often sway the entire star system. When they didn't touch the Dreadnoughts, even though the Church of Lud and Risk Mining had already demonstrated how to convert abandoned space stations into Dreadnoughts, most powers still followed the lead of the Tachyon overlord. But now it's different. The Holy Apostle's earth-shattering shot has truly brought limitless possibilities to Dreadnoughts. One ship dominating an entire region. Having two wrecks, they can still send spies or pressure the Hell Legion to share Dreadnought technology, and they even held a conference. Clearly, they're starting an arms race. You think you can? You think you can build Dreadnoughts? Then go ahead and make it public. What? Dare not make it public. Your overlord daddy may not have time to pamper you, but your uncles, like Demonic Avionics, FSF, and Apex won't be stingy with their energy. So, the gap between myself and these giant corporations is only widening. I finally managed to get a battleship, and then you tell me there's a version update, the cap has been raised to Dreadnoughts, and I need to upgrade immediately. I'm going to work at 8 a.m. Li Bin grumbled inwardly, thinking the Hell Legion truly deserved to die. His second uncle's persuasive voice rang out again. Li Bin, you should prepare early. There's only a little over a year left until the 5-year deadline. The Wilson and Montanetta families will undoubtedly represent the Supreme Advisory Council to thoroughly investigate your company. Because of the military upgrade, their standards will definitely be raised further. You, work hard, and I come with the council. Okay, second uncle, I switch your communications to Lee Brown's. My daughter has been talking about you these past few days. She'd be so happy if she hears that her second grandfather is coming to visit. Li Bin was thinking about the Dreadnoughts, his face showing no emotion. Hearing Li Bin mention Li Brown, Luoyin was overjoyed, talking animatedly about his grandniece. He complained that Li Bin hadn't had enough children, then asked, so far, how many of you have undergone genetic optimization with the Brown family? Most of the company's core personnel have, Li Bin honestly replied. Most of our staff are from rural backgrounds, from a breeding factory, and they all need to have their genetic locks unlocked. Luoyin was greatly pleased with this news. He winked at Li Bin. How is it? After undergoing the genetic lock surgery, are these people completely subservient to Isha? Li Bin smiled awkwardly, not telling his second uncle that everyone, including himself, had used his daughter's umbilical cord blood as a model. Except for himself, as Li Brown's biological father, everyone else, including the most opinionated old man with one eye, not only had a strange fondness for Isha, but also showed obedience. Most importantly, they all adored Li Brown, each wanting to hold their daughter in their arms every day, willing to do anything for her. This phenomenon reassured Li Bin. Regardless of the success of the business, at least the succession and power transfer of Universal Union were secure. With the unwavering support of Old One-Eyed, Jeffrey, Vulcan, Ju Jean, and Mikhail, and by promoting a few knightly families to unlock their genetic locks and monitor other dukes, the company would be unshakable. However, he couldn't tell Luoyin about this. His second uncle was obsessed with reviving the Brown family, but Isa and Li Bin weren't proud of the Brown surname. Universal Union was a business centered around him and Isa, with like-minded individuals like Lan Yuan, and had little to do with the past Brown family. Good, at least the Brown family has a chance to preserve its lineage. Luoan was overjoyed. He repeatedly reminded Li Bin to pay attention to the internal movements of the Overlord, unaware that Li Bin had already made contact with the 14th Regiment and was secretly plotting against the Supreme Overlord. The person in charge of this was none other than his beloved niece, Isa. After hanging up with his second uncle, Li Bin summoned Wang Shiji. I heard that the Alicorn-class ship you were in charge of back then was also a dreadnought. Do you have the exact coordinates? Wang Shiji, huh? No, CO, you want it right now. Dreadnoughts aren't exactly capital ships, they can cause trouble. Without a large fleet, you can't control other forces. I know. I didn't say I wanted it immediately. Let's plan ahead, Li Bin reassured Wang Shiji. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 622. The Universal Union, isolated in the northeastern part of the Lost Star sector, is practically an interstellar ninguda. In truth, it could have easily fortified the Tanfa system, adopting an attitude of indifference to the chaos of the Central Plains Wars, a case of retreating into its own little world and ignoring the changing seasons. However, from the CO to the bosun, officers, and other shareholders, the core members were all proponents of unification. Furthermore, under Li Bin's continuous brainwashing through storytelling, holographic novels, and company ideology, such as American romance and ancient storytelling, the entire company, even the middle management, accepted this grand narrative of unification. Therefore, the Universal Union had no choice but to advance. With Li Bin learning of the appearance of the dreadnoughts and the Perseus Dreadnought Restriction Conference held at Prism Freeport, he once again spent millions of star coins, using various rare antique salvage from the massive ruins as collateral, to further stimulate the local economy, relax trade restrictions, expand production scale, and attract immigrants. Although this is a rude remark, the entire Universal Alliance, with nearly 3 million people, is far too few. We are severely understaffed. We need more people, more labor, more workers, and more soldiers. This was Li Bin's statement at the meeting. He made multiple appearances on Blessed Island and Shadow Island, proposing a high-incentive plan that would assess workers based on 6 dimensions, including operational difficulty, precision, and endurance, creating combat capability maps, and assigning them ranks. He personally praised 81 skilled workers of level 7 or higher in the colony's cyber news, even awarding them year-end bonuses equivalent to those of regular crew members in the Universal Union. These workers were all trained by Hyena Mining, which shows Hyena Mining is still putting in a lot of effort. On December 8th, 214 star calendar, the almost perfect nano-forging furnace hidden in the orbital industrial facility finally completed its warm-up, reaching peak production capacity. The company's alloy throughput reached an astonishing level, and the company's rare metal reserves were nearly depleted due to the dual forging furnaces and the supersplitter valve. Again, the valve in this book has been changed to consume both rare metals and volatiles, reducing the consumption of a single rare metal. Li Bin placed an emergency order with Demon Avionics to purchase a batch. However, the Demon Avionics negotiator subtly stated that due to the Prism Freeport Dreadnought Technology Exchange, Demon Avionics planned to participate and further improve and optimize its Dreadnought project based on the advanced experience of the 2 types of Dreadnoughts. The implication was, even the giant corporations are running out of resources. My family has been researching the Dreadnought design for so many years, and it's finally about to come to fruition. You have to rely on yourself. This not only meant Demon Avionics, but also all the giant corporations. If you also consider Hyena Mining, Risk Mining's rival, which had just suffered a major setback and had its nano-forging furnaces taken away by Li Bin, then the price of alloys in the core star sector was likely to skyrocket. TSK. Not only that, but we also have to consider the production capacity consumed by the Overlord's military buildup over the last year, and Tachyon Technology and the Perseus Alliance, who simultaneously increased their production capacity after gathering intelligence. In the secret meeting room of the governor's mansion, Isa leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, feeling that the situation was quite serious. The reduction in star sector alloy production capacity and the increase in demand had coincided, which was not good news. Lan Yuan's expression was strange. Then who should be blamed for this? Risk Mining's revenge fleet shouldn't have breached any of the Hyena Mining planets in the first place. And who ate the lost production capacity? The two looked at Li Bin, who, chewing on squid strips, opened his mouth and said, "Don't look at me like that. The production capacity didn't disappear, it was transferred. Compared to Hyena Mining, my Universal Union can use the production capacity in a brighter way. Trust me, under my company's leadership, We will definitely bring smiles to the Perseus star system with our production capacity. As Li Bin spoke, he pulled out a terminal and pushed it out. Look, see? I already found. Miss N helped steal information about the Dreadnought sharing conference. Lan Yuan asked curiously, if she can steal Dreadnought information, won't she just steal the blueprints or construction technology too? Are you kidding me? Li Bin glared. Do you think Suddenturn Technology's cyber intelligence capabilities are fake? They started as a communications company. Being able to steal information is already thanks to the Omega Core and Miss N's extensive experience. Try using another AI core, or even our colony's formatted, completely new alpha, and you'd be screwed over by Suddenturn. Even with this little intelligence, I have to pay a price. Li Bin said indignantly. Lan Yuan blinked. What price? Li Bin tossed out a coordinate. I need to transport 3,300 boxes of supplies, 150 boxes of heavy machinery, 2,000 boxes of alloy, and 200 sets of rare metals to this coordinate. This data is awkward, neither here nor there. What is Miss N planning? Lan Yuan frowned. Ever since learning that Miss N belonged to the Afterglow Human Coexistence faction, and was controlled by the former assistant to the governor of the Perseus Starfield, St. Lud Omega Core, arranged by the human realm, she had dispelled her last bit of vigilance. In her view, this was one of the ultimate self-preservation measures of the invincible human realm. Her actions did not violate the human realm's regulations. On the contrary, it was an urgent matter of self-preservation for the human realm. Even the way she addressed Miss N had changed. Li Bin didn't reply, smiling without speaking. Lan Yuan understood. He was clearly asking her why she hadn't. After a moment of awkward silence, he scratched his head, muttering, "This is different. The AI core controlled by the human leader is not the same as the AI that a communications company like Speedtronics messed up and caused to go out of control." Then came a string of incomprehensible words. Loyalty, making the human leader great again. Seeing that Lan Yuan was about to explode with joking, he wasn't confident he could control the female colonel and quickly explained, the Afterglow Human Coexistence faction plans to build an Afterglow space station, or rather, an Afterglow mothership, in the northern part of the core star sector, to facilitate suppression to the south. This requirement arose temporarily based on the situation in the core star sector. Afterglow's reserves are insufficient, and this batch of supplies is needed to fill the gap. The Afterglow mothership is essentially a space station. Lan Yuan, with her keen understanding of war, instantly realized that the mothership's target wasn't Kelja Technology Company or the Interstellar Empire. Her eyes lit up. Miss N's target is the Hell Legion? Yes, Li Bin replied solemnly. According to the intelligence from Haohua and second Uncle Luan, Sun Ihao rejected the Overlord Alliance's proposal to annihilate the Hell Legion, deciding instead to prioritize finishing the Third AI War. She probably wants to capitalize on her victory and defeat the Hell Legion without a fight. In her eyes, the Hell Legion is just a pirate force that stumbled upon a large amount of relic technology by sheer luck. Lan Yuan coldly said that old hag was probably fooled by the false information provided by the Dark Knight Watch's intelligence agency. In the human realm era, Speedtronics was a purely private company, only having business dealings with the military. It's normal that they didn't know about this intelligence agency. ISA sighed, so that's why Miss N wants to build a new Afterglow mothership, ostensibly making moves to advance into the core star sector, but actually to clean up the mess left by the Interstellar Empire, which lost its nanoforges, its dreadnoughts, and whose main fleet is severely damaged. Yes, Li Bin admitted. ISA slumped into her chair, feeling that nothing was going right. If only the two wars hadn't happened. But there's some good news too. Knowing that the core sector is in dire straits, St. Lud has temporarily increased the reward for providing supplies to the Twilight Mothership through a good job. Li Bin couldn't stop smiling as he showed off to his wife. He told me the coordinates of the Invader class's reserve arsenal. I plan to organize another exploration operation soon, both to search and salvage, to gather enough materials for the Twilight Mothership. Chapter 623. How Hua Mianchi wasn't just persuading Li Bin, but also the Pope and the left path of Lud. However, religious organizations have always had a problem, a loose management structure. Haohua, bearing the prophecy of St. Lud, naturally knew just how much trouble the Hell Legion could cause, but the other local bishops didn't. Moreover, Haohua couldn't reveal St. Lud's true identity to each of them. That would be tantamount to digging the grave of the Lud Church. Most of these bishops were still Lud's faithful followers. Revealing it rashly would only lead to their demise. However, in terms of the outcome, because Samarkand III's holy war started strong but ended weakly, ultimately requiring his father to clean up the mess, it greatly dampened the religious fervor of the star field. Furthermore, after the left path split, the Lud Church was much more mature than before. Therefore, his call for a holy war didn't garner many followers. To reignite the holy war, it will likely be several years away. After all, even the new Chinese chives have to wait for the new Chinese chives to grow up, right? On December 10th, 214 of the star calendar, the same day as the Dreadnought Sharing Conference held at Prism Freeport, Hao Hua and Li Bin each led their fleets to set sail. Hao Hua continued along the westward route he had established, a plan that would simultaneously benefit both Miss N and his own major project. Having received advance intelligence that the transport of materials for the Afterglow mothership might encounter the Overlord's AI inspection fleet, Li Bin, as a precaution, brought his wife and the Zhu Rong, a Whirlpool-class ship, leaving his daughter with his sister. Meanwhile, Hao Hua tirelessly accompanied the Lud Church to Prism Freeport, seeking an opportunity to meet with the directors of Tachyon Technology, hoping to use the story of Demon Core plus Hela ship is the second Afterglow to drag Tachyon Technology into the fray. Hao Hua Mianqiu spent many days meeting with several directors, growing increasingly desperate. Sun I Hao rejected the suggestion to prioritize dealing with the Hell Legion, insisting on a decisive battle with the Overlord. This was exactly as Saint Lud had predicted for him. After the battle between the two strongest forces within the giant corporation, how much chance of victory did they have against the Hell Legion and the Nanovirus Swarm? That was a big question mark. Undeterred, Hao Hua again requested to see the directors of Sustran. Finally, only one of them, Chu Xiangrui, agreed to meet with him. Hao Hua, accompanied by a lifelike simulator, moved through the cabins of the Sustran Technology branch in Freeport. The entire section was spotless, the white walls gleaming, resembling a hospital or laboratory, but it was actually just the living quarters of the Sustran Technology branch. In front of an inconspicuous hatch, a robot dressed as a little girl stood on tiptoe, her small hand resting on a scanner, seemingly scanning a palm print. But in reality, its hand was a signal transceiver, unlocking via network interaction and vibrations at a special frequency. Once the hatch opened, the little girl grinned at Hao Hua, revealing her white teeth and adorable fangs, like a child seeking praise. Hao Hua remained completely unaffected by this cute scene. He made a circular gesture of respect, calmly preaching, "All beauty and ugliness are but skin and shell. Alloy for bones, silicon for flesh, electricity for blood. This is not a real person, but a false one. I have diligently studied the doctrines for decades, and have seen through the illusion of skin, flesh, and bones." The simulated little girl frowned. "Left path cultivator, what you're saying sounds like the rhetoric of the ancient Buddhist white bone contemplation. Aren't you more inclined towards the God of Abraham?" The little girl's mouth opened and closed, but the voice that came out was that of a pure adult man. As she spoke, a man walked out of the open cabin. It was Chu Xiangrui. His voice came from both his own mouth and the little girl's mouth. "Or have you converted to Buddhism, which has already been extinct in Persis?" Facing these pitiful people who were unaware of the truth of the world, and were deeply trapped in empty fame and pretense, he was determined not to reveal his true mission. When he was facing Chu Xiangrui, he was only slightly unconventional, but he never said anything like Saint Ludwig or the Omega Core. Now, putting on this charlatan act, he was quite adept. As the old saying goes, the stones from the neighbor's mountain can perhaps be polished into ornaments for my use. Although we don't belong to the same religion, since they already provided rigorous explanations for similar ideas, I should naturally learn and use them. Aren't you afraid your followers will apostatize? Chu Xiangrui waved his hand, relieving the lowly-like robot of its tasks, letting it roam freely in the passageway. He took the good work into the cabin, speaking as he took a suspiciously colored bottle of liquor from the freezer. "We're out of Ludwig's tears. How about absinthe?" Goodlife calmly shook his head in denial. "The Milky Way is surging, and my religion is flourishing. Facts have proven that the Luddite Church is the only true religion, so naturally, we are not afraid to absorb other ideas for our own use. Only false religions that serve false gods are afraid of the future because their roots are not upright. My religion remains steadfast, Mr. Chu Xiangrui. I pass on the absinthe. Your Suzy Technologies wines always seem to be all about technology. I don't drink anything that isn't purely natural. You know, too much technology will ruin your brain." Chu Xiangrui looked at the half-empty bottle of wine, pondering Goodlife's subtle jab, and chuckled. He shrugged and simply threw the wine into the recycling bin, turning this expensive wine, which sold for 140 star coins a box, a pure blend of technology and ruthless behavior, and also mixed with powdered powder, into dust. For the management of Suzitech, drug addiction is nothing shameful. When everyone is addicted to some degree, it becomes fashionable. Just look at the Wei and Jin dynasties. People ran naked in the streets, Flaunting their genitals, they sang and walked around naked in the woods, not ashamed, but proud. Why? Because for the rich and powerful, this was considered unique. Poor people, dare to take your pants off? You be charged with indecent assault and dragged out for target practice. Coincidentally, Suzuteca's management may not have the ability, but they certainly have money and power. Chu Xiangrui, holding a glass of purified water, savored the bland taste of the water, lying obediently at the bottom under the influence of the space station's gravity generator. He shook his head and sighed, unwavering commitment. What a fine phrase, good living cultivator. It's a pity that Sustern Technology's ambitions have long since changed. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Good Living's expression turned grave. He advised again, as the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Sustern Technology, a giant force striving for second place in the Star region, is it really going to sit idly by and watch its advantages be overtaken by the Hell Legion? Even if the Dreadnought has a promising future, can it really compare to the risk of becoming second to Hui? Think of the bigger picture. Chu Xiangrui raised a finger and shook it. I understand what you're saying, and the entire board understands it too, but I must correct your mistake. I'd like to hear the details. Good Living's attitude was respectful. As long as Sustern could help crush the Hell Legion, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon his faith in Lud for good, let alone correct his mistake. After all, Saint Lud wasn't a god, whether one believed or not was irrelevant. Chu Xiangrui said sadly, at Tachyon Technology, especially for Tachyon that turned the tide in the second AI war, the core star sector is not the big picture. Sun Ihao is the big picture. Chapter 624. Chu Xiangrui spent a long time explaining to Haohua, who finally realized that everything was over. Simply put, the two AI wars shattered Suzy Technology's dream of establishing a monopolistic behemoth and siphoning the blood of the entire star field. Especially the second AI war, which was just a few steps away from success, ended in failure by firing Sun Ihao, a truly disastrous move. Not only are Suzy Technology's board of directors and senior management now obsessed, but even Sun Ihao is. She's too old, her values and analytical thinking patterns are already fixed. The tragedy of being betrayed and abandoned by everyone has instilled in her a suspicious nature, and the failure of the second AI war, in turn, validated her foresight. This kind of truthful foresight from a minority has fostered her stubbornness and self-confidence. Sun Ihao lamented more than once at board meetings. If only I had persisted a little longer back then, if only I had purged the board earlier, getting rid of those despicable old fogies, we'd be celebrating our victory now. Simply put, Sun Ihao's logic had evolved to, enemies oppose me. That means I'm right. My own people oppose me? That means they're narrow-minded, one-sided, and foolish without realizing it. These are also enemies. In short, only Sun Ihao's thinking is correct. Anyone who agrees and supports her is temporarily usable, and anyone who opposes her is an enemy. Seeing hundreds of millions, even billions, of dollars in profits disappear annually after becoming the only giant enterprise in the Star region, this old hag Sun Ihao has completely gone to extremes, refusing to listen to anyone's advice. Any advice that reaches her ears is considered opposition. I already been demoted for expressing dissenting opinions multiple times at the board. Although I'm still on the board, I've been transferred to the Colonial Development Department. Chu Xiangrui couldn't help but smile bitterly at this point. Speedy Technology only effectively controls one star system, and it hasn't expanded in the past 200 years. Where would the Colony Development Department in this trench get the funding and power? That's why I said you should leave. The board hopes to use Sun Ihao to defeat the Overlord, and Sun Ihao is using defeat to intimidate the board. In Speedy Technology now, Sun Ihao is the big picture. Of the star systems controlled by Speedy Technology, only one is the headquarters, the rest are subsidiaries and branches. Haohua left the Speedy Technology branch in a daze. When he returned to the Lud Church headquarters, facing the calm-faced Pope, he finally couldn't help but utter the words that had been stuck in his chest. Speedy Technology is not worth discussing things with. Correct course, fleet, with flagship as the axis, deviate 3 degrees to the left. Anna, wearing a loose navigator's uniform, sat in the flexible material that covered her entire body, closed one eye, and used her prosthetic eye to quickly process the changing hyperspace data, constantly revising the hyperspace map based on the reports from her navigators. This prosthetic eye was recently replaced through surgery. Anna and Jeffrey, both longtime employees of the company since its inception, are now quite wealthy. They both underwent enhancement surgeries. Anna replaced her prosthetic eye to improve her vision and image processing abilities, enabling her to better fulfill the specialized role of a navigator, which involves prolonged image processing. Jeffrey, on the other hand, underwent neural link modification surgery, investing heavily to further enhance his piloting skills. After test flying a battleship-class carrier, Jeffrey's lifelong dream shifted from piloting cruisers to piloting battleships. The prosthetic eye quickly adjusts its focus and switches view modes. Tasks that previously required repeated console operations can now be completed simply by issuing commands to the prosthetic eye, making Anna's efficiency countless times greater. She wasn't saddened by the loss of one eye. What was there to miss about that eye, now nearsighted and astigmatic from long-term overwork? Her current eye could not only see at night, take photos and videos, but also switch between ultraviolet, infrared, and other modes. Aside from not having undergone brain-computer interface modification, and therefore unable to directly use her brain to access the internet to download and upload data, this prosthetic eye was incredibly useful. Of course, everyone at Universal Union except the hackers was not allowed to undergo brain-computer interface modification. Li Bin's answer was simple. The company isn't shameless enough to squeeze every last drop of personal value down to millisecond-level reaction times. Except for the cruiser captains, who are gradually undergoing neural link surgery, everyone else shouldn't have their brains connected to the internet. I don't want to see the tragic situation of an entire ship being easily controlled by hackers. In a little over a year, the company would be facing off against Tachyon Technologies. For a major telecommunications company, Li Bin was simply not comfortable letting his subordinates freely access the internet. Wouldn't that be attacking the enemy's strength with one's own weakness? Rather than fighting Tachyon in the field of electronic warfare, it was better to directly prohibit brain-computer interfaces and allow manual control of the spaceships, defeating the advanced with the inferior. Meanwhile, Li Bin, with this in mind, was in Dong Lixiang's onboard biological laboratory, testing the effects of the neural parasite he had collected earlier. Dong Lixiang, wearing special terminal glasses that shared the field of view with an electron microscope, excitedly showed Li Bin his latest achievement, a large crab with its shell opened, revealing its brain. "Look, Captain," he said, "I completely rebuilt this large crab's nervous system with a neural parasite, replacing 4% of its brain neurons. Tests showed that its memory improved by 37% and its logical thinking ability by 54%. As he spoke, in front of Li Bin, he used plastic tweezers to pick at the blood vessel-like structures on the heads of the thick-faced crabs in a sterile box. However, the thing that looked like a blood vessel suddenly convulsed, tensed, and escaped from the tweezers. This is a neural parasite. Not only can it transmit neural information, but it also has an instinctive ability to seek advantage and avoid harm. While protecting itself, it can also objectively protect the brain structure of the experimental subject. Through genetic modification and recoding, I have initially achieved the surgery to transform neural parasites into bioelements. Once the surgery is fully mature, I can implant bioelements into the thick-faced crabs, making them powerful intelligence-gathering tools for special agents. As long as these thick-faced crabs come into contact with communication lines, the neural parasites can extend their tentacles from the gaps in their shells and transmit intelligence through hard contact." Hearing this, Li Bin couldn't help but imagine the scene of the Speedy Technology Security Department discovering an intelligence leak and frantically searching for agents, completely unaware that the fleshy thick-faced crabs were brazenly crawling across their faces. Li Bin clapped enthusiastically, loudly praising Lao Dong's research achievements. "It used to be Tachyon Technologies spying on the entire star system, now it's our turn. I want Tachyon to know that if they can go, so can we. By the way, you even figured out this tiny gift crab. What about the behemoth? There's still over a year left. Have you cultivated the optimized behemoth yet?" Lao Dong's face stiffened, his smile awkward. "Still researching, but I need some help." "What kind of help? Tell me," Lao Dong said embarrassedly. "Lately, my mind has been constantly plagued by distractions while doing research, slowing down my progress. I think that if I could optimize my thinking, it would greatly benefit the experiment." Li Bin. He grinned, seemingly suppressing a laugh. "You just want women, right? Well, you've been lying in the freezer for so many years, your body has been practically abstinent for over a decade, so this reaction is normal. Go find Li Shu, tell her the name of the person you got your eye on, and she talk to her. Don't refuse yet. You're a valuable resource for the company, leave these small things to us, trust in the power of the collective." Li Bin used the same energy he had in his past life, when he was helping older single men and women find partners at neighborhood committees and street offices. He gave him a good talking to, promising him vacation time and rewards, effectively suppressing old Dong's physical desires and reigniting his research ambitions. Chapter 625. After calming Dong Lixiang down, Li Bin didn't leave through the passageway. Instead, he went to the cargo storage area and waited for a few minutes. Then, with a rumble, the cargo train roared in. This was the Candle Dragon's internal supply train, normally responsible for transporting bulk goods such as food, heavy weapons, and factory raw materials. In wartime, it could also be used to transport sailors to boarding positions, enabling rapid loading, unloading, and transfer of soldiers. Of course, besides these, it could also transport experimental materials, equipment, even furniture for the crew's quarters, and even arrange manned trains. As captain, Li Bin naturally had the authority to temporarily allocate and add a train for himself. He rode the railcar, leisurely inspecting the various sections and decks of the spaceship, reinforcing his image among the crew, and listening to their needs and complaints for future improvements. Li Bin would never make any promises on the spot about what he would do to address the crew's complaints. After his leisurely stroll, he would organize the events, connect with the machine Soul Celia, and simultaneously issue an order to the ship's management to hold a meeting. While discussing the issues, he would secretly observe whether anyone was mobilizing subordinates to clean up the mess. That's the good thing about the machine Soul, it only recognizes the captain, everyone else is worthless. You think Boss Lee is discussing solutions with you? Actually, I'm also monitoring who's confident, who's putting in the effort, who's committing crimes, and whose conduct isn't part of the team. It can only be said that with the combined support of Boss Lee and the machine Soul, the entire ship is impenetrable and impregnable under Li Bin's management. Because those with ulterior motives, those corrupted by star coins, are already hanging on the bow. The fleet flew for 20 days, passing the massive ruins. After receiving a supply shipment anchored in a stable orbit, they continued their journey. After another 7 days, they received a distress signal from the physical universe, sent into hyperspace. The relay communicator, located near its reflection in the physical universe, could help the ships connect to the network, access interstellar markets, or browse the internet. However, once a ship left the relay communicator's effective range, it could no longer receive the invisible data traversing hyperspace. According to Dong Lixiang from the Academy, this was because the shipborne transponders had limited power, or rather, no ship could be equipped with a communication relay, as such a device would severely interfere with the ship's navigation system and internal wireless network. Furthermore, it consumes a significant amount of the ship's electrical energy, and the relay communicator is larger than a destroyer. Therefore, when a ship or fleet loses fuel, supplies, or suffers severe damage in the lost sector, it will enter the nearest physical universe and, through a combination of fleet transponders and communication systems, send a rapidly weakening distress signal towards the vicinity of the interstellar hyperspace reflection, hoping a fleet will pass by and mercifully lend a hand. This method consumes only electrical energy and no other resources, making it the most economical. However, a distress signal means risk for both the requester and the rescuer. For the requester, be prepared to have your supplies, food, and fuel sold at exorbitant prices. This is the lost sector, and those active here are not benevolent. Without sufficient profit, no one will be willing to send life-saving supplies. Even just coming to take a look is considered extremely lucky. For the rescuers, the risk lay in these signals. They could be bait signals deliberately sent by pirates to lure in those eager to sell supplies at a high price. Because pirates were disguising their distress signals, the rescue operation itself had become a dark game, with the potential for huge profits, but also the risk of heavy losses, lost ships, and even death. However, Li Bin loved the challenge. Let the fleet jump in. Oh, what's there to be afraid of? We have 2 capital ships and a dozen cruisers. Besides, the lost sector is practically my home turf, okay? With this kind of military force, let alone a tachyon fleet, I dare to mess with even the Hell Legion. Reconnaissance fleet, jump. First came the reconnaissance fleet, then the cruiser vanguard, followed by the auxiliary fleet, capital ships, and the rear guard. The entire fleet entered the physical universe in an orderly fashion after the reconnaissance fleet confirmed safety. From a distance, these ships looked like sheep droppings of varying sizes, rolling out of the purple jump point. Anna, inside the observatory, coughed, her electronic voice emitting a clear cough. She sent Li Bin the data collected by the detectors and optical observation posts without uttering a word. A few seconds later, Li Bin's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty, finally settling into an apology. I shouted too loudly just now. I didn't expect there to be an expert among them. Not far from the jump point, more than 30 escort ships and 8 destroyers were frequently shuttling between the gas giant and the target. The target that made Li Bin change his tune was, well, it's hard to describe. To be precise, it was a tire-shaped spaceship with an outer diameter of 8 kilometers and an inner diameter of 5 kilometers. Li Bin bit his lower lip, unable to fathom why anyone would use such a structure. He sent the information to Wang Shiji, who worked at the flagship research center, but Wang Shiji didn't even bother to reply, sending his subordinate Qiu Wuyan, an expert in ship design, to answer for him. Exploration Hub. Ship class name Lowest Point. Qiu Wuyan was short, with prominent fangs, her ponytail bobbing up and down with her head. Using this structure to design a spaceship is absurd. An outer diameter of 8 kilometers and an inner diameter of 5 kilometers, that translates to an effective volume of only 36.09 cubic kilometers. I had the eye calculated. Meanwhile, a spaceship of the same length, 8 kilometers, and width and height, 3 kilometers each, can approach a volume of 54 kilometers. Qiu Wuyan's appearance was what she herself had requested. Compared to a tire-shaped spaceship, a cylindrical spaceship is far less powerful in terms of combat, and less likely to be hit by artillery fire. Who was the genius who designed this ship? And how could it even have? What about human materials? Isn't this like taking the materials of 2.5 capital ships, and only building one capital ship? Could it be that they wanted it to generate gravity by rotating? Jeffrey interjected in the channel, "Little girl, you're still too green. This ship is called the Exploration Hub, the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. This ship was built by a group of legendary adventurers using their own spaceships as materials, exhausting their family fortunes to create a capital ship. Who's calling me a little girl? Who are you calling a little girl?" Qiu Wuyan was anxious. She took a deep breath and roared with all her might, "Who are you calling a little girl?" However, because her voice was too soft, her roar sounded like a coquettish cry. Jeffrey quickly apologized, and the crew comforted her for a while. From Qiu Wuyan's sobbing, everyone realized that this girl was a prodigy, different from others since childhood. She absorbed the knowledge imparted by the training equipment at an incredibly fast pace, and was promoted several times. She entered the workplace early, and the overtime, all-nighters, PUA, and reprimands in the workplace culture stimulated her endocrine and hormonal imbalances. Because she was too busy to receive treatment, she remained short. Actually, she wasn't young at all. Even considering only her physical age, she was only 7 or 8 years younger than Jeffrey. After being appeased, Qiu Wuyan immediately demanded to board the ship. She wanted to take a good look at this bizarre design, much like a house designer instinctively scrutinizing an unusual floor plan or design, trying to learn from it. Li Bin naturally agreed. He was there to make some money and gather information. He had initially thought it was just an ordinary fleet, but unexpectedly encountered an exploration hub. As soon as Li Bin connected to the public channel, the opposing captain, who had been waiting for a long time, saw him. He was initially stunned, then his face lit up with ecstatic joy. "Thank God, you must be Mr. Li Bin, the CEO of Universal Union. That's great, we're finally saved." Chapter 626. The man called himself the third-generation Adventurer King, which sounded impressive, but frankly, Li Bin had hardly ever heard of this title since he founded the company. The so-called Adventurer King is chosen by the board of directors of the Adventurers Association, the most qualified and capable individual to inherit the throne. Well, at least that's the official explanation. But Li Bin immediately thought, isn't this just a Reskin CO? And this election model sounds like some kind of primitive pirate king election. Fortunately, among the company's senior management was Jeffrey, who had dreamed of being an adventurer since childhood, and was very knowledgeable about these things. Half excited and half nostalgic, he explained to Li Bin and the company's management. The so-called Adventurer King is actually the leader of the Adventurers Association, an organization in the starfield. It's a loosely structured organization. Anyone who isn't registered as a terrorist by the giant corporations can pay star coins to exchange for adventurer status. Most of the giant corporations recognize this status. After all, being an adventurer isn't a noble profession, not as prestigious as being a lawyer or a trader. Adventurers earn their money through hard work. I used to think being an adventurer was incredibly cool. Sigh. Having already experienced the riches and glory of corporate leadership, Jeffrey looked back at his youthful dreams and felt only naivete. The Adventurers Guild has offices or branches on various planets, but its headquarters has always been this exploration hub. As the leader of the Adventurers Guild, the entire organization consists of adventurers who aspire to fame. It is said that this ship usually stays in the core star sector for several years, waiting for remittances from various branches or lobbying for sponsorships to gather enough resources for a long-distance exploration mission. Then, they disappear for years, only to return laden with cargo, or with huge losses. Isn't that an exploration team? Lan Yuan immediately identified it as an ocean-going exploration fleet. Jeffrey shrugged, The Adventurers Guild is such a large organization, they can't exactly venture into the headquarters of giant corporations, can they? That's small-time stuff. Some missions and bounties are inherently less suitable for larger companies. That makes sense. Poor adventurers might take on missions to raid giant corporations for fame and star coins. The targets are small, they can roam freely across the star system, and if all else fails, they can become pirates. But on such a large ship, there's no chance to escape or hide. Therefore, the guild headquarters can't engage in illegal activities. They can only survive by doing legitimate business. The adventurers under their command are a mix of good and evil, while he, the one issuing the certificates, has to do good deeds every day. It sounds rather pathetic. However, now that he was certain the other party wasn't a bad guy, Li Bin felt relieved and invited them aboard. The Adventurer King was a muscular man with curly blonde hair. He had an artificial alloy gland in his shoulder, and his combat suit had a hole in the shoulder to fit the gland snugly. The gland contained a variety of medications, ranging from hormones to stimulate muscle growth and ensure the body quickly adapts to planetary gravity, to combat agents that could overpower opponents on the battlefield. For example, right now, to appear composed in front of Li Bin, the Adventurer King used an implant in his forehead to control the release of a sedative from his artificial gland, making himself appear calm and collected. However, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Bin's words quickly broke down the Adventurer King's defenses. I heard of the Adventurers Guild since I was a child. It's an honor to meet you here. The Exploration Hub truly lives up to its reputation as the Adventurers Guild's headquarters. It's a capital ship, a mini airport, and even has repair capabilities, a microcosm of a space station. Solar sails, a shipyard, and a gravity simulating rotation system. It's a model of small but beautiful. Exploration Hub, note, this ship uses centrifugal force to simulate gravity, not a gravity generator. Sigh, I'm no match for that. After all these years of adventure, I only managed to acquire 2 battleships and a few colonies. Looking at your ship, I'm truly envious. The Adventurer King smiled outwardly, but inwardly he was cursing. Look at this. It's infuriating. Our Adventurers Guild has passed the title of Adventurer King through 3 generations, spanning decades, and we only have 1 battleship, a semi-civilian one at that. Most of our branches are loosely affiliated, and we only achieved our current status through marketing. You, Li Bin, have built such a vast empire in just a few years, and all of it is powerful and influential, yet you're still not satisfied. Isn't that infuriating? But he misunderstood. Li Bin genuinely loves this exploration hub. After all, since its inception, Universal Union has primarily operated by scavenging. Isn't Li Bin currently active with the goal of scavenging the scrapped arsenals of others, turning trash into treasure? If the company could acquire this exploration hub, Universal Union could simultaneously participate in combat and conduct exploration and recovery, continuously generating its own revenue. Unfortunately, it's already owned. The exploration hub is too famous in the core star sector, and since the owner hasn't offended him, he has no right to resort to underhanded tactics. Li Bin constantly reminds himself, you are the president of a legitimate listed company, not a pirate boss. He repeatedly convinces himself, chanting a gentleman remains steadfast in poverty, dispelling the absurd thought of killing and seizing the ship. Always remember that you are a leader of a power, not just a company president. Murder to seize a ship is like pouring boiling water on a money tree, slashing a rival bike seat with a utility knife, or dumping dish soap into a koi pond, utterly despicable acts. The Adventurer King and the directors of the Adventurers Guild walked through the cabins of the Candle Dragon, quickly realizing, through the narrow compartments and exposed mechanical structures, that this flagship of the Universal Alliance was also an abandoned exploration and salvage vessel. From a purely visual perspective, the ship's technological capabilities were not advanced, far inferior to their exploration hub. So, the Adventurer King, needing a favor, kindly offered Li Bin that the exploration hub could provide him with ship optimization services. As you know, the Adventurers Guild has always had exploration business. These adventurers engage in escort, exploration, salvage, and all profitable businesses. In addition, we have many collaborations with the Academy. The technology of the ruins of man is incredibly advanced. I believe that the engineers of the Adventurers Guild will definitely create many wonderful chemical reactions with your company's engineers. After careful consideration, I think we can cooperate and bring the Guild's talents and expertise to the Universal Union. I can't wait to see the powerful appearance of the Candle Dragon after its upgrade. Blasphemy. Heretic. Giant ship cannons, gears, and pistons are the best. I don't need any more optimization. My entire body is prepared to deal with unmanned ships. This heretic doesn't even realize my beauty. The machine spirit Celia screamed. Li Bin didn't establish a neural link and couldn't understand Celia's thoughts immediately. But as the captain, who had repeatedly ventured into the linked machine spirit realm, he could deduce the situation quite accurately from the other party's words and the flickering lights in the bulkhead. Therefore, Li Bin righteously refused. There's no need. The Candle Dragon is already in a near-perfect state. It has its own mission. It doesn't need to be perfect. Chapter 627. That's a real pity, the Adventurer King said regretfully. The exploration hub was built on the blueprints and technical routes of a Supreme Point-class cruiser from the late human realm, using cutting-edge technology. It was a hero among high-tech ocean exploration ships. Listening to his self-praise, Li Bin showed no impatience. He looked on with an yes expression and led the man into the captain's lounge, listening to the Adventurer King talk at length about ocean exploration, spaceship construction, blueprint technology, and maintenance experience. Clearly, this man was pandering to Li Bin's tastes, but Li Bin simply wouldn't engage. He played a game of cat and mouse with the Adventurer King for over 2 hours, until the Adventurer King finally snapped and revealed his true colors. The exploration hub is out of fuel, and the ship's internal rotation system is malfunctioning. We need 120 crates of supplies, 200 crates of alloy and 35 sets of rare metals, as well as at least 700 cans of fuel. If you're willing to lend a helping hand to the end, the price is negotiable, and we can even provide the technology, Mr. Li. Li Bin leaned back on the sofa, thinking, why didn't you say so earlier? You wasted my time. He bit his cigarette and gestured towards the first mate. Xian Tao immediately removed the cheap synthetic tea, which had been treated with skunk-like substances, and replaced it with Xinxiang's Darjeeling tea. Selling life-saving supplies at a 2- or 3-fold premium was perfectly normal. This batch of resources would sell for over 40,000 star coins at par, so based on the premium, Li Bin's profit would be around 50,000 to 100,000. Considering this easy and cost-effective profit, the other party did deserve to be offered fragrant tea. Xinxiang Darjeeling, the Adventurer King of Darjeeling, already had his own collection in his cabinet. He knew that the original intention of exchanging tea was not the tea itself, but rather to represent that there was something to talk about. So he was too lazy to struggle any longer and explain the predicament of the exploration hub clearly, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. The Adventurers Guild had little influence in the eastern part of Li Bin's core star sector, mainly because the leaders there were Suzy and Overlord. However, in the central and western parts of the core star sector, due to the complex power dynamics of the giant corporations, and especially the presence of Risk Mining, a giant corporation that had built its fortune on the support of many adventurers, the Adventurers Guild enjoyed a much better environment. Since its construction, the exploration hub had primarily operated in the western and southwestern peripheral star sectors of the sector. Most of the time, it undertook exploration and rescue missions for the giant corporations, venturing into lost star sectors to rescue people. At other times, it would purchase intelligence from various adventurers and explorers, ultimately planning high-value routes to search for treasure. Wait, so Risk Mining has invested in the Adventurers Guild? Li Bin interjected. The Adventurer King denied it. No, on the contrary, our guild holds some shares in Risk Mining. Every Adventurer King is eligible to attend board meetings, although only as an observer. I see. That makes sense. Li Bin noted these secrets, raising his teacup to signal the other to continue. Everything was fine at first. The exploration hub was constantly adding and upgrading facilities, with the membership fees and mission rewards from various places. But then the Hell Legion messed up the entire western sector. They set up roadblocks everywhere, robbing all the caravans and adventurers in the west. Add to that the surprise attack on the Interstellar Empire, and the giant corporations refused entry to their star systems to any ships larger than cruisers. The Adventurer King's envy for Li Bin grew stronger as he continued, we also need to eat. Without our own colonies, we can't survive in the western sector, so we have to move elsewhere. We scraped together the supplies and prepared to explore the northern sector. Everything was fine until we encountered the Star Pirates. Qian Tao, carrying a tray of grilled squid snacks, heard the Starlight Pirates blink. He calmly put down the tray, tiptoed away, and as soon as the hatch closed, excitedly shared with Jeffrey, Isa, Lan Yuan, and the others outside, it's the Starlight Pirates. Whoa! Lan Yuan whistled, eager to try. She leaned close to Isa and whispered, can this news be leaked? Isa knew Lan Yuan was itching for a fight. She pursed her lips and sent a message to Li Bin, quickly receiving a reply. The target is a formation specifically designed to counter bulky, large, semi-civilian ships like the exploration hub. Our military fleet is a sure thing. Notify the crew to prepare for the hunt. Also, have the hacking department ask Grandma Zhuge to try hacking into the enemy network and see what's going on. Fighting isn't out of the question, but I need to give the Adventurers Guild a good beating first. I had no idea. These guys practically scavenged the entire lost sector in the southwest. They got a lot of technology. Isha closed her terminal, a barely suppressed smile playing on her lips. Li Bin was still stalling for time until Zhuge successfully hacked into the enemy network using the ancient human-centric electronic virus he collected from the massive ruins, a version specifically upgraded for electronic warfare between alpha cores. He then sent the captured intelligence to Li Bin. Li Bin adjusted his terminal glasses, a half smile on his face, and said to Adventure King, "You don't think I'm easy to fool, do you?" What? Adventure King's forehead began to sweat, but he remained defiant. He reached for his teacup, but Li Bin's large hand covered the rim, slamming it onto the table. Li Bin smiled, but his words were icy cold. "There's a reason why your achievements over decades can't compare to mine in 3 or 5 years. Loose organization, bloated structure, weak front, ineffective electronic firewall. You think you can fool me? Dream on." As Li Bin roared, the self-proclaimed king of adventure shuddered and withdrew his hand. Li Bin coldly replied, "Clearly, you taken in a group of retired soldiers and defected technical experts from Tachyon Technology. They possess something Tachyon Technology desperately wants, but don't want others to know, which is why they only sent the Starlight Pirates." "How do you know?" The king of adventure almost screamed. This was clearly the association's top secret. Li Bin scoffed. "What do you think? Your directors got drunk on red wine, and just a few hours ago, they were naked in a club room, having sex with their subordinates, and conveniently spilling everything you did. Are all your directors so outspoken?" The king of adventure was now truly embarrassed and furious. The company's system meant that directors were immune from punishment. Reducing his shareholding was already the maximum penalty. When most of the board members have records of using finished drugs, even reducing their shareholdings is impossible. Now you dare to punish a colleague who leaked information by drinking red liquid. Are you going to punish me for giving him injections next? You can't punish everything, can you? What if we really violated the rules? That's enough. The Adventurer King, his lies exposed, was utterly despondent and surrendered. "All right, Mr. Li, you win. Let's renegotiate the terms. I can decide the price of supplies and materials, paying 4 or even 5 times the market price. I can also hand over this group of Susie traders to you, but on the condition that you need to protect the exploration hub as it returns to the core sector." A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. "Otherwise, I'd rather kill them. That way, you won't get what you want, and you'd be targeted by the Star Pirates because of your connection to us. To be honest, this group of Star Pirates is still chasing us. I used the drive field anchor to shake them off, but I estimate they catch up in another 2 or 3 days." It seemed there was no need to waste any more resources inquiring about the Star Pirates' whereabouts. Li Bin was secretly pleased, but outwardly remained calm as he brewed tea. "Why don't you hear my terms?" Chapter 628. You're really something, CO. You even managed to profit from this situation. Absolutely brilliant. On the bridge of the Dream Eater, Lan Yuan listened in the cadre exchange group as Li Bin reiterated his conditions, utterly astonished. Li Bin's conditions were simple. "I want the escaped Susie, and I don't want to let go of your Adventurers Guild headquarters ship. I have a condition. If you agree, I give you supplies and show you a way out. If you don't, I first blockade these Starlight Pirates and then turn around and kill you." My original script was for the adventurers and pirates to fight each other, both dying, and the Universal Alliance salvaging the abandoned ship. Sounds pretty daring, doesn't it? In the captain's lounge's tea room, Li Bin lightly stretched his neck. The perfectly aged aroma of premium Darjeeling tea filled the air. This tea, refined and optimized by a master, had a very high theine content and a strong fragrance, overpowering the artificial aromatherapy in the air. Adventure King forced a smile. "Then you won't get the technology these Tachyon traders possess. Their technology can scan 90% of the eavesdropping programs planted by Tachyon Technology in the cyber network." Li Bin's nose twitched. "It is indeed tempting, isn't it? But if I can't devour these Star Pirates all at once, and give you an irresistible offer, you can easily resell the secret to Tachyon Technology, profit again, and push me into a dangerous situation. This gift involves too much. I need security. You know, I'm from a small business, and I lack a sense of security." "What small business? Lack of security?" Adventure King now finally understood why Li Bin had built such a large empire in just a few years. This man was no different from other giant corporations. They were all ruthless and mercenary. Ultimately, Li Bin secured the Adventurer King's signature by offering to help eliminate all the star pirates, provide all supplies free of charge, and grant the Zishaman system special approval as the headquarters of the Adventurers Association, the Exploration Hub. He also promised to support the Adventurer King's grand exploration and adventure in the eastern part of the Star Sector, and to sell the Exploration Hub necessary supplies at 80% of market price. Location of the Zishaman system. This was an excellent boon for the Adventurers Association. Located deep within the Eden System's lost star sector, this region offered vast, undeveloped star systems with high exploration value. Compared to the southwestern lost star sector, which had been almost completely exploited by the Risk Mining Company over the past century, except for the Yuhui base, this was a promised land overflowing with gold, honey, and milk. Furthermore, the Universal Union provided discounted repairs and supplies, essentially creating a unified supply chain. In addition, the Universal Union and the Adventurers Association exchanged shares, allowing the Exploration Hub to utilize the scanning program used by these traitorous speedsters, ensuring communication security. Li Bin's contract was undeniably generous. After this matter is over, I will pilot the Exploration Hub to the Eden system and use it as a base to explore the entire eastern lost sector. We will vigorously attract adventurers and immigrants according to the contract, and prioritize selling all the Exploration Hub's gains from trade, salvage, and exploration to the Universal Union at the exploration, salvage, and recycling prices. Very good. Li Bin shook hands with the other party with satisfaction. Those who cooperate with me, Li Bin, only regret agreeing too late, not regretting it. The exploration, salvage, and recycling price is actually a euphemism for the price at which stolen goods are sold. This price is usually only 10% to 30% of the market price, and it's common practice in all large corporations, except for controlled items within the human territory. Li Bin wasn't worried about their embezzlement, because with the Twilight Fleet around, he essentially had a way to make the Exploration Hub disappear permanently and legitimately. If the Adventurer King embezzled his own goods, or privately resold controlled items, his ship and crew would encounter the Twilight main fleet on the next exploration and vanish without a trace. Since you want to breach the contract, then use your life and your ship as compensation. Thus, after the deal was struck, Li Bin provided the Exploration Hub with a batch of ancient food, excavated from a massive ruin and stored for 200 years, and demanded that they continue sending distress signals to fish for supplies. He, in turn, dispersed his fleet, hiding in the shadows of star system meteorites and planets, using these celestial bodies to conceal his movements. 3 days later, as Li Bin, cigarette dangling from his lips, played mahjong with the first mate, second mate, and chief engineer, and the loser reached into a jar filled with crab pies to get pinched. An unusual gravity reading came from the observatory. Captain, it's a Starlight Pirates reconnaissance ship, 100% reliable. Only the Starlight Pirates would use such a flashy purple paint job covering the entire ship. The second mate, who had just lost, tried to deny it by threatening war, but the chief engineer swiftly pressed his hand down, and with a whoosh, the second mate's finger was pinched squarely by a crab. When the second mate finally managed to pull his swollen finger out, the mahjong table had vanished, and the first mate were already waiting at the control panel. The second mate gritted his teeth. Where's the chief engineer? What chief engineer? Second mate, are you out of your mind? This is wartime. The chief engineer is definitely in the engine room. Qian Tao and Li Bin both looked surprised. If it weren't for the fact that several of their fingers were red and swollen, the second mate might have actually believed it. He was about to say something when he saw the Starlight Pirates fleet commander, having already confirmed the location of the Exploration Hub through reconnaissance ships and determined the vicinity of the jump point was safe, begin to cackle. Adventure King. Is this all you got? How dare you covet what belongs to my great Supra? You great Supra? Bah! Having received Li Bin's support, the Adventure King was now much more emboldened and directly launched a tirade in the public chat. You gigantic corporate wretch, a piece of trash belonging to a Rinpoche, dare to call yourself my great Supra? Besides, what kind of bird is your Supra? A branch of a conglomerate, a company that's been emptied out, just a bunch of lawbreakers taking advantage of the absence of the Perseus Star region's garrison, while other conglomerates are law-abiding. You dare call yourself the best in the world? The Adventure King was fighting a desperate battle to reassure Li Bin. If his words were to leak out in the Core Star region, he would be seen as a madman, attracting the wrath of countless factions. After all, with relay communication hacking, intelligence leaks, the phase fleet bombing logistics, and the invincible exemplar, and the combined forces of the celestial bodies, only the Overlord, with the support of the Led Church, could barely maintain its position. Arrogance! Sure enough, a lackey being insulted to its master's face is more infuriating than a son cursing his father. The fleet commander immediately ordered the entire fleet to jump in. He had already calculated the distance. From this position, the exploration hub definitely couldn't arrive in time. When the Odyssey-class starlight-painted capital ship, resembling a purple mood, emerged from the expanding jump point, everyone in the Universal Union seemed to see a steel door opening, revealing a look of disgust. Ugh. Odyssey-class battlecruiser. Detailed parameters. No more waiting. Notify the fleet. Deploy immediately. Li Bin said, connecting to ISA's channel. Get the Zhu Rong up, wife. Use phase drift to cross the absolute distance. That's enough to lull these dim-witted pirates into a false sense of security. Intense signals instantly filled the Starlight Pirates' transponders. The ambush was blatant, making no attempt to conceal their intentions. The Golden Eagle Earth marker flashed in the Sky Battle System. As a company that has risen to prominence in recent years, the identification codes of most of the ships in the Universal Alliance have been collected by various forces, so they were immediately identified. The previously arrogant Starlight Pirates' expressions immediately twisted. It's Li Bin. We better back down. Chapter 629. Li Bin was one of the few survivors in the Starfield who, before becoming a major corporation or power, had clashed with the Starlight Pirates and survived. Because of his unique professional background, spending years scavenging ruins as a junk collector in the Lost Star sector, every time he killed a Starlight Society member and incurred retaliation, the Society could never find him. After months of fruitless investigations by agents and spies, just when things seemed hopeless, Li Bin would casually reappear. Then he would wipe out a Starlight Society fleet. From lab to Zhongzheng, generation after generation of promising young members of the Starlight Society fell victim to Li Bin. The most infamous, of course, was Zhongzheng, who was executed live on air. His reputation within the society was utterly ruined, but the insults were merely a way to distance themselves from him, to set a negative example for the society, and to warn others. In truth, aside from abandoning Gao Yuanjian, Zhongzheng hadn't done anything particularly outrageous. Even his act of abandonment garnered sympathy and understanding from many within the society. Ultimately, the insults and abuse directed at him were a form of indirect abuse of Li Bin. After all, Li Bin was a ruthless individual who had grown up despite the attacks from the Starlight Pirates and the Lewd Left Path. Originally, upon hearing that the Lewd Left Path was about to launch a holy war against the Universal Alliance, many members of the Starlight Society thought Li Bin was in serious trouble and were waiting to see the show. Instead, they witnessed the bizarre scene of Samarkand III being captured, making everyone exclaim how pathetic the Lewd Left Path was. If the Starlight Society and the Lewd Left Path weren't polar opposites, always fighting amongst themselves to the death, these purple-skinned bastards might have even lent a hand to Samarkand III in his war against Li Bin. However, they weren't enacted during Li Bin's colony management. It's just that the pirates, initially disguised as ordinary pirates, were limited by the complex transportation conditions of the Lost Sector and the meager plundering profits expected from Eden Star at the time. Few were willing to go. When the colonies of the Universal Union finally became lucrative enough to be worth a bite, these eager Starlight Pirates, sailing cruisers or destroyers, ran headlong into Kong Jicho and his Atlas-modified super-missile battleship, brought in by Li Bin, and were blown to smithereens by a barrage of missiles. Therefore, the Starlight Pirates repeatedly met with setbacks here, watching helplessly as the Universal Union went from a highly toxic pufferfish to a threat. Now, seeing the suddenly lit Universal Union emblem was like seeing a deadwood-like crocodile floating in their backyard pool. Even more surprising was that although the Universal Union's ambush forces were far from the jump point to ensure the ambush's success, meaning Li Bin couldn't reach the scene before the Starlight Pirates' main fleet was fully restarted. But when the upright, red and black Vortex-class ship, Zhu Rong, moved in the direction of its main booster, arcs of electricity crackled around it, making it appear as if it were emitting blue light. Phase drift is the technique of using phase coils to briefly open a rift to hyperspace in the physical universe. Utilizing the gravitational pull of cosmic matter, the ship is dragged along, achieving rapid movement. Compared to the phase-shifting fleet of tachyon ships, this technology is undoubtedly a compromised product of the immature phase-shifting technology of the demonic avionics, but it cleverly becomes a prominent advantage in the speed and agility of the main avionics ship. ISA explained the Zhu Rong's tactical system to Li Bin over the channel. Within minutes, this crimson ship, its body seemingly engulfed in flames, had surged to the forefront, bringing the ships near the jump point within its maximum combat radius. Under ISA's orders, the ship's miniature missile array and forging plant commenced operation. Miniature missiles were launched slowly but steadily, while the Shin Turtle, positioned at the rear, unleashed powerful hot spring long-range missiles. In addition, other ships lying in ambush all around opened their large missile pods, firing storm support missiles and catapult missiles one after another. Damn it, what kind of missile enthusiasts are these? How come there are so many missiles? Starlight Pirate Commander Arnold rubbed his pointed head, his magnificent robes, adorned with medals captured by the Lujuki fleet, revealing a muscular physique and a layer of fat. The first mate asked anxiously, "Captain, what do we do now? Should we retreat?" "We might retreat, but it's unlikely," Arnold said gravely. "Notify the command chain to be transferred immediately. We use the shuttle to get to the Doom-class ships right away." "Huh?" The first mate was shocked. "Seriously? We haven't even fought yet, and they're already planning to run away. Are they deserters that easy to kill?" To this, Arnold retorted, "You don't know anything. Our fleet has 2 Doom-class phase cruisers. They look impressive, like they're really good at fighting, but didn't you notice the other side has 2 capital ships? Not to mention an exploration hub. 3 capital ships against 1 capital ship and multiple cruisers. The key issue is that the enemy also has a significant number of cruisers, and their destroyers and frigates are far superior. Doom-class? Are you planning to trade 1 Doom-class for 1 capital ship? What kind of battlefield do you think this is, the second AI war? This is an open field skirmish. We, like them, have no supply lines. This isn't a video game. There's no such thing as running away when you can't win and slowly wearing down the enemy. If the phase ships had real power, CO Sunihao wouldn't be winning through guerrilla tactics. These phase ships don't even have shields, and their hulls are inherently fragile, typical of high-tech ships. How could they withstand the onslaught of these monstrous, lecherous men? Oyster, let's run away as soon as possible." Arnold, with his sharp mind, had already devised a plan. Once the enemy arrives, the flagship 9 Tattoo Dragon, Odyssey class, will have already restarted and can lead the fleet to intercept them. We use the jump point to escape in this rehabilitation dragon. I already authorized the second officer to take over as captain and fleet commander. The first officer, upon hearing this, thought, "Lifan Swan, if the position of fleet commander is to be awarded, why can't it be me? I also have many years of experience assisting the fleet." "Little Ao, what are you saying?" Arnold looked at the first mate with deep affection, observing her face, clearly a woman, but with a hardened jawline due to long-term high-dose hormone injections, her shaved face showing a bluish tinge from the stubble, and said with infatuation, "Our hearts are already connected. I, Arnold, haven't yet been able to elope with you. How can I watch you go to your death?" Arnold. Little Ao's eyes were blurry with tears, her voice low and hoarse from testosterone, sounding like a male duck being strangled. Arnold, carrying the tiny Ao who was as wide as a door panel, piloted the shuttle to the rehabilitation dragon. As he walked towards the bridge, he kissed Ao fiercely. "I love your complex flavor of being both strong and gentle. It's so satisfying." "Don't rush, Ao, wait until I sail away from that ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** While the two were flirting, the destroyers and frigates responsible for stalling for time to restart the main battleship, 9 patterned, suffered the consequences. Don't even mention whether you're a Wolf class, Medusa class, Shrike class, or Prophet class. No matter if you can phase dive, use short-range teleportation, or have plasma burst thrusters, none of these are effective against oversaturated firepower. You, too Xingsuan, can indeed burrow underground, but what will you do when I unleash a modern artillery division, covering the entire battlefield with 10 basic loads of ammunition? You like to dive, huh? Go ahead and dive. I see if you can't spread your weapon. The Prophet class captain urgently controlled the ship to dive into the gap between hyperspace and the physical universe. With the phase field activated, the phase ship only exists as an image in the physical universe, but its physical form resides in hyperspace. The Prophet class's hull-like device is a phase field generator. Parameters: left side is normal mode, right side is the appearance after activating the phase field. In other words, in the physical universe, you can see her but cannot hit her. In hyperspace, you can hit her but cannot see or lock onto her. It's like sitting at the same table as Hindu mythology, being both cheeky and irreverent. Fortunately, these phase ships are unable to retaliate when activating their phase fields, and they also lack the ability to detect precise information about the submerged universe. They can only roughly map hyperspace storms when entering hyperspace, or map nearby large celestial bodies, when descending from hyperspace into the physical universe. And their weaknesses are quite obvious. These phase ships have absolutely no resistance to damage from their submerged location, and once their radiation energy reaches its limit, these high-tech ships, lacking shield protection, will face brutal attacks. Otherwise, it would be too overpowered. Tachyon technology could have already flattened the entire star system. Chapter 630. The captain of the Prophet-class frigate, watching the explosion, so close yet unable to reach her, was filled with despair. She gripped her wooden bracelet tightly, gritting her teeth, watching helplessly as the Wolf-class frigate twice attempted to dodge the missiles, only to be overturned by a near miss from a storm missile after its tactical systems were exhausted. The Wolf-class's attitude control nozzles were torn apart, its turning ability severely impaired, forcing it to fly only forward and backward. Then came a relentless rain of micro-missiles, a dense barrage of small explosions that slowly dismembered it like a piranha. Within 10 minutes, the high-tech frigate was shattered into pieces by the relentless explosions, leaving only its keel. This scene permeated the entire battlefield, and as the fleet's encirclement gradually tightened, the firepower slowly spread inward. From the Fury-class cruisers to the Pinnacle-class cruisers, these large and small purple-skinned clamshells were insignificant under the saturation firepower. This is the tragedy of high-tech ships. Your ship may have thick shields and powerful energy weapons, but the brief power outage caused by crossing the jump point is an insurmountable obstacle. When your power grid fails, a high-tech ship is no match for a low-tech one. The Star Pirates thought the Lost Sector's exploration hub was easy prey, but they didn't expect the Universal Federation to have laid an ambush there. Wars are often decided before they even begin. After 2 cruisers were severely damaged, the cruiser-class ships finally completed their self-starting. Then, various red, blue, and green lasers and energy cannons shot out like porcupines firing their quills, sweeping away the surroundings and finally creating a safe zone. Outside the sweeping energy weapons, the Universal Federation fleet fired continuously. Within the circle where debris flew and the shuttle was no longer safe, Arnold, with Xiao Ao in his arms, piloted the Chu Konglong towards the jump point. He glanced one last time at the Nine Dragon, the battlecruiser's long hull having shielded him from the Allied forces' fire. Having just restarted, she deployed her shields. The 180-degree hemispherical shields flexibly adjusted their angle, creating a perfect opportunity for the phase cruisers behind her to retreat. The Nine Dragon's acting second officer knew he couldn't escape. No force could resist the temptation of swallowing a battlecruiser whole, especially when he was the only one on the battlefield. As the 2 fleets closed the distance, the Zhu Rong's Lancer siege cannons unleashed a deafening barrage, pounding the Nine Dragon's shields until they flickered. But what shocked the second officer most was another battlecruiser, the Zhu Rong, which, despite being far away, was gradually catching up with the Zhu Rong using phase drift. The Zhu Rong, a mechanical arc-class battlecruiser, the Zhu Long, had already completed the setup and rituals in its engine room. Thunderheat Plowblade, its outer armor plates tightly packed together like snake scales, its massive adamantite ram protruding from the front, its main engines and attitude control engine surging at full power, flying in like a rocket. The machine's spirit Celia had even deactivated its shields to arrive at the battlefield sooner, prematurely firing test shells to build up rage for slaying bandits and exterminating evil. Amidst the explosions of the battlefield, Lan Yuan, piloting the Dream Eater, was relentlessly bombarding the half-crippled Starlight cruiser like a racer in the Star Sea. The 9-tattooed dragon attempted to shoot down the Dream Eater with its plasma cannon and automatic pulse laser, but Lan Yuan skillfully activated her shields to dodge the critical damage, then quickly created distance. After several attempts, Lan Yuan had learned the maximum range of the Nine Dragon's weapon array. After informing the entire fleet, she provoked the ship recklessly from beyond its maximum firing range, much like Tom the cat toying with Spike the bulldog. The starship's second officer was furious, practically dying of rage, but powerless to stop her. Boom! The Lancer's heavy siege cannons, unable to overload the 9-tattooed dragon's shields, turned their cannons around and began shelling other cruisers. The Chronobron, the Cithrin, all sorts of cruisers scrambled to avoid the siege cannon's barrage. Forget about taking it head-on. Even being caught in the blast radius would result in a significant loss of radiation energy. Add to that the barrage from other cruisers and the indiscriminate bombing from bombers, and one wrong move, and they'd be overloaded and blown up. It's best to get out of there. The captains all looked towards the jump point, thinking, once the commander-in-chief runs away, I run too. We're all from the Starlight Society, out here to be pirates. Don't try to control me with naval rules. I'm not buying it. However, As the resurrection dragon jumped into hyperspace, Arnold, holding his lover tightly, was shocked to see that inside hyperspace, a Dawn Goddess-class cruiser and two experimental ships, the Jealousy-class Yazzie and the Hermit-class Ubium, were positioned in a triangle guarding the jump point. The Universal Joint Core Fleet. The Universal Joint Subfleet, the Yazzie and Guhwonio were temporarily transferred to the core fleet to salvage the main battleship. Zhu Jin, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, sent a message to the Kenkulong, whose only passive transponder was still functioning. Waiting for you for a long time, you really managed to retreat and slip away. Luckily, the captain had me lead men to block the door beforehand, otherwise you really would have gotten away. Battle awesome. Inside the Zhulong, the machine spirit Celia felt the circuit spasms caused by the plasma blast penetrating the armor, felt the stimulation of the ship's hull trembling, felt the thrill of the adamantine ram smashing through the obstructing wreckage, felt the joy of countless cannons roaring on her body. She was so excited that she screamed, roared, and ran in Li Bin's mind. The 60-minute voyage was completed in just 40 minutes with the aid of the rare plow ritual. The Candle Dragon shattered the shields of the already unbalanced, top-heavy Apex-class cruiser with a single shot, then cleanly and decisively used its ram to carve into the overloaded and paralyzed Apex-class hull, pinning the entire bridge to the bow, and continued ramming another Dawn Goddess class. Fortunately, Li Bin reacted quickly, temporarily controlling the Candle Dragon to turn, thus only shattering the Dawn Goddess class's main engine and incidentally scorching the Apex class's bridge on the ram. Hey, be careful, Dawn Goddess class ships are rare. You can ram any other ship, but these two Dawn Goddess class ships must be left behind. What about the Odyssey? Are you going to take the Odyssey with you? No. Li Bin shook his head. You can use the excuse that the Dawn Goddess class was secondhand after a paint job, but the Odyssey class, as a capital ship, can't be easily dismissed with a simple excuse. I just fool them. Since she's involved in Tachyon Technologies monitoring program decryption, this ship can't fall into my hands. I sell it to the Overlord and let them have a headache. But don't worry about that now, let's ram it. Li Bin slammed his fist on the throne. I never experienced ramming a capital ship before. With Li Bin's permission, the machine spirit Celia went berserk, yelling, beep beep beep, the big spaceship is coming, and charged recklessly, leaving all the air defense to Lan Yuan and the accompanying aircraft, while she blindly charged towards the Odyssey class. Seeing this, ISA immediately ordered the ship to activate the newly preheated phase drift, using the tactical system to adjust the entire ship's position, forcefully throwing the engineering cannons to the Odyssey class's shield position. The cannons roared. Chapter 631. Arnold looked at the transmission from the optical observation post, at the battlefield distorted and blurred across the jump point. The vibrant faces of those beautiful purple spaceships, the expanding flames of the explosions, and the sweeping lasers, the energy was all mixed together, making them indistinguishable. We're safe. Arnold kissed little Ao, his heart overflowing with the joy of being together again, and the ecstatic relief of surviving a catastrophe. The Universal Alliance was terrifying. Where did these bastards come from? Arnold had been chasing the exploration hub for months. If he hadn't witnessed the Adventurer King's predicament all along, he would have truly suspected it was a long-running sting operation. Before he could rub his stubble-covered, green face against Xiao Ao's equally green face, a joyful voice rang out from the transponder. We've been waiting. Arnold looked up, utterly horrified. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Bin isn't a god. How could he have predicted my escape? His voice was so loud that he forgot he hadn't muted his microphone. Then Zhu Jin's eyes lit up. He took off his cigarette, exhaled smoke, activated the ship's AI to compare faces, and laughed a few seconds later. Wow, I'm so lucky. The captain told me to lead a group to block the gate, but I didn't expect to block a big cargo. Li Bin had made thorough preparations from the beginning. First, he learned about the composition of the Starlight pirate fleet through Adventure King, assessing its approximate strength. Then, he adjusted the location of the exploration hub, sending her distress signal from near the permanent jump point in the inner circle of the star system. A normal star system usually has 2 permanent jump points. Next, the fleet was split up. The main force was placed in ambush in the physical universe, while the other 3 top-tier cruisers went into hiding. Once the Starlight pirates entered the physical universe, the reconnaissance escort ships, which had activated stealth mode, would transmit intelligence to activate the split fleet to block the entrance. This led to the impasse. Our company is full of talent, with several naval officers at the colonel level alone. Given our numerical and qualitative advantage in ships, is it really so hard to understand to ambush them by exploiting their temporary incapacitation after a ship jump? Zhu Jin commanded the Flash Bomber Squadron to launch a barrage of sensor-guided mines at the Doom-class cruisers, arrogantly stating, "Don't confuse the company with your bunch of disorganized and undisciplined pirates. Speaking of which, you look rather strange. Why is your head so pointed?" Bang! F.A. Arnold was now completely frantic. His supposedly brilliant plan had run headlong into Li Bin's meticulously crafted scheme. The Doom-class phase cruiser's tactical system was called Mine Raid. Its effect was that within a limited area, the navigator would input coordinates, and ready-to-use mines from the depot would be instantly deployed to those coordinates using a technique similar to the Wolf-class's short-range teleportation. While the activation and detonation of the air-to-air mines takes time, the excellence of this tactical system is undeniable. This is evident from the high regard for the Doom-class destroyers by Tachyon Technology and other major corporations. It's essentially buying air-to-air mines and getting a cruiser for free. The superiority of the tactical system overshadows the ship itself because it's adapted to phase fields and can be activated and used while submerged. A unique weapon completely different from gun and missile bays, because it has no external launch position, but Arnold never imagined that he, who was used to using air-to-air mines to obliterate other ships, would one day be the one to be hit by them. Like a fireman being set on fire, like a fish being drowned, while both are possible, it's undeniably frustrating. Arnold angrily cursed. If the Rehabilitation Dragon's electric shields were still intact, I would have directly infiltrated the physical universe. How could these air-to-ground mines possibly harm me? This defeat isn't my fault. The masculine-looking AO wanted to say that the physical universe near the jump point was either covered by the Allied forces' artillery and missiles, or blocked by their ships and shields. If they rashly dived, their ship might not last a minute before being collateral damage and forced to overload the phase field. But thinking of his unrefined, naturally beautiful appearance, and how deeply Arnold loved him, and how this extraordinary man, so devoted to his hormone-fueled physique, wanted to die with him, she couldn't bear to strike him again in her final moments. So, the two large, door-sized men huddled together. As the fleet commander of a battlecruiser, he was the first to fall. In a barrage of air-to-ground mines, the entire bridge was precisely hit by two mines, instantly vaporizing everyone. Rehabilitation Dragon, confirmed kill. The Candle Dragon's cabins trembled. Trains carrying supplies and ammunition roared through the spaceship, scraping sparks from the tracks. Gunners huddled in their positions, tongues lolling out, screaming and urging the firing of ammunition and cooling. Injected with stimulants, their headsets were now filled with the roar of the machine's soul. After the ship rammed and sank another Prophet-class phase destroyer that had just surfaced into the physical universe, Celia sent a blah-blah sound to the Starlight Pirate destroyer, whose keel had been broken. "Would you feel better if I apologized?" WTF. 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 The gunners trembled with excitement, thinking, pirates, injections, and blood-red drinks are nothing compared to the thrill of ramming a spaceship. Have you ever felt the sound of a destroyer's keel twisting like a compressed biscuit, and then snapping, the sound drilling into your body from the hull, from your feet, from your buttocks, from your bones, from your flesh, all the way to your ears? Have you ever heard, through thick turret armor, almost at point-blank range, watch your ship's captain, with a horrified look in his eyes, stupidly slump on his throne, watching helplessly as the cannons rattle and turn, blasting Thor's cannons at your ship worth hundreds of thousands of star credits? Let's just say, it's even more exhilarating than ice skating while cuddling a bee-steered toy and getting into close-quarters combat. As space was compressed smaller and smaller by the Universal Alliance, the Star Pirates couldn't hold on any longer. Their cruisers began to rush in from the jump point, not even bothering to see what was happening in hyperspace, or why there was a strange yellow light from the perspective of the physical universe. Once these cowardly ships entered hyperspace, they would discover that what appeared to be yellow light was actually a sunken Doom-class ship, the Resurrection Dragon, the very ship the commander had fled in. Zhu Jin and Mikhail clicked their tongues, looking at the cruisers with disdain. Their insults, emanating from the passive transponders, reached the ears of the Starlight Pirates. "You pigs! Why are you in such a hurry to die? You kept your grandpa from salvaging the ship. Don't you know it's difficult to salvage wrecked ships in hyperspace? With your meddling, the phase ship is gone, so you're all going to die." With that, the three cruisers shook, and flash bombers took off from the flight deck like fleas, their sensor-guided mines flashing like fireflies' tails. For a moment, time and season seemed to stand still in the perpetually purple and blue hyperspace, imbued with the quiet and romantic stillness of a summer night. Unfortunately, these fireflies were not romantic cupids, but rather death-defying alloy angels. Chapter 632. Lan Yuan piloted the Dream Eater, maneuvering skillfully through explosions and the intermittently appearing phase ships. She was pleasantly surprised to discover that the Dream Eater was particularly effective against these submersible ships. Phase ships often relied on their ability to pass directly through enemy ships, rather than deter, and used the maneuverability of high-tech light armored vessels to outmaneuver cumbersome low-to-medium technology ships, using phase generators to pass directly through enemy ships and arrive at their rear. While the enemy captain urged the engine room to slow down the poorly powered auxiliary attitude adjustment nozzles, these high-tech phase ships could calmly aim at the enemy ship's rear and stealthily maneuver, like a but-fetishious thief. But the Dream Eater was too fast and too agile. Despite being a cruiser, she possessed speed and maneuverability comparable to a destroyer, calmly maneuvering and weaving through a group of Prophet-class phase destroyers, using support missiles from friendly forces. When the Prophet-class destroyer's radiation reached a dangerous level and had to shut down its phase field to surface, Lan Yuan was already aboard, ready with its xenon laser cannons, unleashing a saturation barrage to obliterate the enemy ship. At this moment, another Prophet-class destroyer, surfacing on its flank, attempted to destroy the Dream Eater's gun emplacements while it recharged. Then, these captains were horrified to discover that the xenon laser cannons, which had previously dimmed, suddenly relit themselves. Nightmare-class tactical system, xenon energy storage tank. Idiot, no shields, no armor, what are you pretending for? Lan Yuan, whose manners were now in sync with Persis, cursed without hesitation, while the xenon laser cannons, originating from the cruiser, easily pierced through the destroyer. Commander, the passage is open. Lan Yuan, looking at the Dream Eater, which had only suffered minor damage in the brutal artillery battle after taking 9 destroyer kills, reported with satisfaction and retreated. Thank you. After a succinct reply, the Candle Dragon surged forward, like the fierce winds rushing into hell in a children's song. Under the cover of over 12 Dragon Horse-class armed merchant ships independently developed by the Global Alliance, and amidst a dense barrage of bullets fired from 12 built-in Locust missile launchers, the Candle Dragon began its final acceleration, like a steel angel spreading its punitive wings. Charge! 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 The machine spirit directly occupied every speaker, every frequency band, and every projector within the ship. She accessed the memory-cultivated storage device shared by Li Bin, repeatedly playing the climax of a modified version of Free Brid. After several minutes of slow, undulating melody, the dense drum beats and virtuosic guitar intertwined to create a climax, and the machine spirit ordered a diluted stimulant injection into the air. Everyone became excited, stomping their feet and singing in unison. Prepare for the massive WAF impact. Li Bin roared, as the Thor cannon, hundreds of Locust missiles, Lancer siege cannons, and death torpedoes all struck the shield. Faced with such a massive impact, the shield shattered like soluble toilet paper in boiling water. The Candle Dragon crashed into the shattering arcs, its adamantine ramming head instantly crushing the charged plasma cannon. This heavy weapon, worth over 8,000 star coins, a rare and expensive energy weapon that even planets like Elf couldn't buy with star coins, along with its entire crew of gunners, trained for years, and worth nearly 1,000 star coins, was melted and bound together by the immense kinetic energy converted into heat. The adamantine ramming head continued its thrusting, piercing armor, punching through hatches, the radiation coils wrapped around the ramming head blazing, piercing and burning several gold-clad, silver-wearing starlight pirates. When the Nine Dragon finally forced the Candle Dragon to a stop with its keel, the long, slender battlecruiser had changed from an eye shape to a bowed shape. Board! Damn it! The machine spirit roared. The Candle Dragon immediately opened all its hatches and docking passageways, and armed sailors and prosthetic veterans poured out from cargo passages, supply passages, personnel passages, and even maintenance pipes. Following this, boarding torpedoes launched from the Zhurong also sprang into action. This ship had already been overloaded during the previous attack. It was incapable of self-destruction, let alone anti-aircraft defense. At this moment, she was like an eel nailed to a chopping board, completely at the mercy of her captors, while the Candle Dragon, acting as the nail, continued to fire relentlessly. She inserted the cannon barrels into the hull of the Nine-Tattooed Dragon, and the small and medium-sized cannons continued to explode. The various directors of the Adventurers Guild, watching the increasingly frenzied battle and listening to the mad pronouncements on the channel. Ribbit, the strong humiliate the weak. Too weak, too weak. My chainsaw sword is itching for fire. Charge, ram it. Couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. This is Universal Alliance? It's quite different from what you described, Adventure King. What kind of lunatics are they? A director asked, wiping sweat from his brow. We signed a contract with a company like this, risked our futures, and insulted Speedtronics in front of them, and it was all recorded. Is this really okay? How was I supposed to know Li Bin was this crazy in battle? Adventure King cried, on the verge of tears. When they were negotiating business with me, they were terrifyingly rational. I swear on my life. Buzzing sound. The sky battle system on the exploration hub bridge activated its communication. Li Bin, half covered in blood, with drops of blood splattered on his cheeks, suddenly appeared on the screen. Adventure King, please have your fleet assist in salvaging the battlefield. The battlefield is currently too close to the jump point. The wreckage could be sucked into hyperspace and lost at any moment. Adventurer King swallowed hard, his finger trembling as he pointed at Li Bin's face, unable to speak. Li Bin touched his captain's uniform, rubbed his sticky fingers, and laughed. Oh, this isn't my blood. Some idiot defected and blew up the bridge with a torpedo, and I killed him. A retired, elegant old director of the Adventurers Guild fainted. Who? Vulcan whistled, in a good mood. No one gets rich without unexpected windfalls. This naval battle lasted a whole day. The Allied forces lost 6 destroyers and 12 frigates, 2 cruisers were moderately damaged, and 1 cruiser was slightly damaged, but successfully annihilated the enemy fleet. Although many ships were lost, due to the Allied forces' consistent crew-first policy, many crew members had already boarded the escape hatches and evacuated. Therefore, the actual number of crew members killed was only about 260, of whom more than 100 were carrier-based aircraft pilots. The result was 1 battlecruiser, 9 cruisers, and 18 destroyers, not including frigates. All the prisoners found were disposed of. The Starlight Pirates were all drug addicts, with few brains to use as spare parts. During the post-war salvage operation by the engineering department, Dong Lixiang successfully captured the enemy fleet's second officer, the actual commander of the Nine-Tattooed Dragon. Using the interrogation support of Old One-Eyed, along with his exceptional biotechnology, and a combination of neural parasites and truth serum, he managed to pry open the second officer's mouth. CO, this fleet is called Steroid Planet, and it belongs to the top tier among the Starlight Pirates. As lackeys of Tachyon technology, the Starlight Pirates themselves don't have a large fleet. There are only 7 fleets of this size in total. Dong Lixiang paused, then added, furthermore, I induced him to reveal his personal account and fleet account passwords. We can withdraw 41% of the working capital from Steroid Planet's corporate account. If we add the temporary authorization from his flagship, the Nine-Striped Dragon, this percentage can be increased to 67.57%, which, according to him, is approximately 470,000 star coins. Li Bin licked his lips, looking at the 2 battered and smoking Dawn Goddess-class ships being towed by his fleet in space, and the Odyssey-class ship with its head tilted and spine protruding, thinking to himself, the Starlight Pirates are all good people. Notify the exploration hub that I'm requisitioning all their taverns, inns, and canteens for a celebration, during which compensation and victory bonuses will be distributed. Li Bin stroked his stubble, thinking to himself, the Adventurers Guild should have some hard-to-get ship coordinates, right? I wonder if I can exchange the Odyssey for the coordinates of a ship of the same class. Chapter 633. As a mainstay ship attempting to masquerade as a space station, the exploration hub actually has very limited internal space, as a large portion is dedicated to the central dock structure. This area stores massive amounts of supplies, along with berths, a port, a control tower, integrated detection equipment, and more. The 5-kilometer diameter empty area is particularly wasteful, a complete waste of such a large ship and so much alloy, resulting in such a small capacity. Notice how much space in the middle of this ship is wasted. However, it must be said that this ship possesses artificial gravity. The crew can adapt to planetary gravity rapidly, and their daily needs here don't require consideration of the zero-gravity space environment. At least cooking in the mess hall doesn't require using cooking boxes like those used for nucleic acid testing, and cooks don't need to keep their hands in gloves while stir-frying, they can directly start a fire. It's been so long since I used a toilet with gravity, pooping is so much easier now. This must be what gravity helps me with my bowel movements, Mikhail said, repeatedly uttering B, his e-cigarette sparking as he inhaled, feeling like he'd lost 7 or 8 pounds, shivering with pleasure. He held his faux leather belt in one hand, exhaling blue fluorescent smoke that clung to his body, making him shimmer like he bought a full set of fluorescent tattoos. Sucka, these star pirates are doing pretty well, they all have their loot, Mikhail said, holding his spoils. Satisfied, he sat down at the table, tapped an upside-down bowl, and lifted the lid to reveal a huge space cockroach inside. The cockroach's carapace was also tattooed with fluorescent paint. It had adapted to the gravity environment, and its antennae were incredibly lifelike. Around his table were Zhu Jin, Qian Tao, Jeffrey, and others, surrounded by the company's veterans. Looking closely at this group, even the Li senior among them had joined during the time when Huan Yu United colluded with New Magius and became involved in the defense of Conda's Nest. These were thoroughly seasoned veterans, all holding shares. Although they couldn't participate in company shareholder meetings, had no voting rights, and weren't entitled to be lectured by Li Bin daily like Jeffrey, they were already a cut above the rest. At this moment, these people were adorned with a dazzling array of spoils of war. All of this was seized from the Starlight Pirates' ships. Some even had suitcases overflowing with loot under their backsides. The contents alone were worth at least 300 to 400 star coins. This was their share of the profits for the year. The Starlight Pirates loved luxury. Whenever they successfully extorted or plundered, they would immediately spend the rest, besides ship repair costs, on luxury goods. But for Li Bin, these luxury goods were less valuable than alloy. I just dug up a huge ruin, and the company warehouse is still slowly clearing out its luxury goods. What good stuff could you possibly have in your cargo hold? Fluorescent e-cigarettes? What kind of garbage are those? My antique hover cars can project high-definition images. And yet, almost 4 crew members share one, and I haven't said anything. And those rare AI couples. Li Bin didn't even bother mentioning them. Yonghui's cargo hold had thousands of love dolls, transformable and customizable in appearance and accessories. Amazing, right? In the end, they were all dismantled and made into prosthetics. Dolls? No way. Prosthetics? Sure, that's why every crew member received at least one luxury item they liked as a bonus, a well-deserved early New Year's treat. And this group, naturally, took advantage of the bonus payout to have a cockroach fight. Don't ask why they didn't use the generous gift crab. That's currently a pure luxury item, not suitable for consumable competitions like cockroach fighting. Everyone placed their bets on the scoreboard, scooped some powder from the cockroach bait, mixed it with the nutrient paste, rolled it into balls, and fed them to the cockroaches. The others did the same. Everyone had their own secret bait. Once the cockroaches were ready, they were thrown into the fighting cages, washing their hands as they watched the fight and chatted idly. This is roughly the gist of it. Bite it. Sucka. I told you to bite, not to bite. Mikhail, seeing his pet lose first, slapped his thigh in frustration. Those who bet on him to win sighed and complained, which only provoked more of Mikhail's curses. He watched for a while, feeling annoyed, and then, bored, started making conversation with everyone. Hey, we made a lot of money this time, didn't we? First mate, what do you say? There were at least 10 first mates present, including those watching and betting around, but everyone, including Chandler, knew that in the circle, a first mate without a surname could only be Jeffrey. Jeffrey scratched the scar on his face. There are quite a few, mainly shipwreckage. It's a pity that 2 of the 9 cruisers, the Doom-class phase cruisers, were sunk in hyperspace. We only salvaged half of one, so it looks like we can only sell the phase coils separately. What a shame. However, Dong Lixiang from the biological lab recently developed a technique that uses neural parasites in conjunction with truth serum for interrogation. They directly cracked the various secret databases in the wreckage, stole the data, and preserved the integrity of the wreckage, which will fetch a lot more money. Mikhail perked up at this question. First mate, let me ask you, can we touch Tachyon now? Hard to say. Jeffrey genuinely didn't know that Li Bin and the Overlord had woven a complex network of interests targeting Tachyon technology. He had only attended a few meetings and heard scattered bits of information. Li Bin never fully revealed his plans to anyone else. Well, except for the president's wife. Mikhail looked at the dwindling number of cockroaches in the insect cage and the carcasses scattered on the ground, feeling that this insect cage was like the Perseus star system, where the insects, on drugs and fighting to the death, were merely following their master's orders. But who was the master? Mikhail couldn't understand. If Li Bin were here, he would probably say it was probably Desire. He looked up at everyone. Some were flushed and their eyes were blazing with anger. They were angry about failing at the last minute. Others were pale and muttering. Their superiors had bet all their bonuses. Some suppressed a laugh, trying to appear nonchalant. They'd made a killing. In short, for every winner, there's a loser, an undeniable truth, like death. Mikhail watched himself being devoured, reduced to a shell, only his fluorescent tattoo shimmering on his armor, much like a collapsed company whose only legacy remains. Deep down, he hoped Universal Union would continue to win. After all, he'd gone all in. Not just him, but but everyone here had gone all in. If those not qualified for this cabin could be considered merely employees, these guys were truly sharing in Mr. Lee's fate. Fortunately, the CEO had promised this glory wouldn't be enjoyed alone. Thinking this, Mikhail bit his lip, then after a long pause asked, "How much money did we make this time?" "I'm not sure of the specifics. This deal was negotiated personally between the captain and the adventurer king, but it's definitely worth over $1 million, Jeffrey estimated. The Starlight Pirates are incredibly wealthy, unlike any other pirate group. The captain supposedly traded an Odyssey-class hull for the coordinates of an abandoned capital ship. It's in pretty good condition though, located near an active system, so there's some risk involved." Mikhail perked up, ignoring his insect fighting game and rubbing his hands together. "Now that we have this ship, it'd be my turn to sail it, right?" "Dream on. You be behind Eugene in line." Here, 3 cruiser phase coils, each capable of acting as a phase field generator for 3 destroyers, even more effective than destroyers themselves. Plus, I sell you the phase coils from 5 destroyers, destroyer wreckage, and frigate wreckage all in one package. And the remaining 4 cruiser wreckages too. Isn't that more than enough?" In the conference room, Li Bin generously offered his money, while the adventurer king across from him looked as bitter as if he'd eaten a bitter pill. "I was thinking, if you hadn't so readily given me the Odyssey class, I really wouldn't have taken this job. So many star pirate wrecks, even if I repainted them, they'd be crushed by tachyon tech back in the core sector. These aren't the star pirate cruiser fleets you fought before, these are capital ships. You transferred a lot of profits, but you also transferred a lot of risk. Can we discuss the price a bit more?" he asked with a forced smile. "Absolutely not. 1.5 million star credits, no bargaining. Let me make this clear. These 4 cruiser wrecks, if we scrape together enough, find a large private shipyard, add some extra money, and we can probably assemble 2 complete cruisers. The remaining materials can even form a destroyer phase fleet. Plus, with the compensation for the Odyssey class in exchange for the abandoned ship coordinates, 1.5 million, not a penny more." Chapter 634. The Exploration Hub, a capital ship attempting to masquerade as a space station, contained multiple taverns scattered throughout the living quarters, port, and cargo hold. Today, while the entire ship underwent self-maintenance, with almost all the adventurers and crew called to repairs, the Universal Union's victory celebrations were also taking place here. 2 capital ships, along with over a dozen cruisers and destroyers, surrounded the ship completely. Company crew members entered the exploration hub in batches for meetings and celebrations. Various ingredients were retrieved from cold storage, central reservoirs on each ship, and hydroponic tanks, transported to the exploration hub via elevators, trains, and assembly lines. Nutritional pastes were not even considered a dish here. The minimum was plain rice and flour. Young rock crabs, their limbs severed, were constantly pounding on the transparent covers with their mouthparts. They were incredibly fresh. Tender green vegetables and purple anemones were neatly arranged, topped with Eden's marine life, shellfish, squid, and sea centipedes. These creatures thriving in the central reservoir were designed from the outset. Dong Lixiang's team meticulously designed their habitats, using foam ceramic metal technology to construct them within the reservoir, providing a concentrated space for these succulent prey. These habitats were all pre-placed in large trawl nets, ready to be towed to the processing pool whenever needed, allowing the crew to choose freely. Just for the experience. Fishing is just for fun. For real meat, you need big machines. The crew of Huanyu United saw it as a normal reward, but to the adventurer, it was like the sky had fallen. Is this the food standard for employees of a big company? Damn, this meal is better than my monthly allowance. The adventurer, hired to drive a forklift carrying several cases of Fire Phoenix dark beer and wine, couldn't help but swallow hard as he watched the endless stream of food ingredients. He himself was the captain of a small adventuring fleet, commanding 2 Shepherd-class and 1 Hound-class ships. After each exploration mission, he would take his crew to a tavern for a day of feasting and drinking. On such occasions, his men would use their wages and bonuses to indulge in a glass of Liberty's gum, a rum brewed from crushed polyploid sugarcane juice in synthetic wood barrels, a luxury in the eyes of the crew. But compared to Fire Phoenix Stout, it was utterly inferior. Liberty's gum, note the symbol of the planet Liberty. Fire Phoenix Stout, originating from the Overlord planet, is brewed using carefully selected wheat and premium hops from the Overlord planet Jiangra. It boasts a rich flavor, a refreshing taste, and a feeling of intoxication without the after-effects of drunkenness, the perfect drink for frontline soldiers. Fire Phoenix Dark Beer, notice the Overlord symbol on the glass. It's said that these hops, influenced by the unique ecological spores of Gianquila, give the beer a strange taste, and it seems the Universal Union has quite a lot of this Fire Phoenix dark beer. And this is just the tip of the iceberg at the Universal Union's victory celebration. Is this the capability of a small giant? The others, looking at the neatly arranged stoves by the Universal Union's chefs, the spaceship engine-like flames, the flashy wok-tossing techniques, and the various natural ingredients, were not only salivating but also drooling. Frying, stir-frying, steaming, boiling, stewing, braised, dry-fried, vinegar-braised, raw-marinated. A complete, well-established, and vast culinary system, uninterrupted by pre-made dishes, synthetic foods, and apocalyptic wars, reappeared after a long absence, leaving everyone stunned. At the banquet, the Adventurer King devoured stir-fried sea anemones and raw-marinated crab roe, his mouth greasy with oil. When he felt satiated, he downed a swig of Fire Phoenix dark beer to cleanse his palate and whet his appetite, feeling that life hadn't been wasted. The directors who had fainted from fear of Li Bin's godlike appearance were now also eating heartily. The Adventurer King, watching the impeccably dressed executives of the Universal Union and the cheerful, boisterous celebration crowd, felt dazed. The usually orderly crew, the fearless warriors on the battlefield, the rationally cold negotiators at the negotiating table, and now the company's catering culture, displaying unparalleled culinary skills in the Persis region. Which one was the true face of the Universal Union? He and the directors huddled together, discussing it quietly for a long time, but couldn't reach an answer. Persis had been without strong governance for too long, and human rights had long been polluted by all sorts of bizarre groups. Aside from archaeologists and daydreamers obsessed with fragmented historical records, it had been a long time since such a vibrant organization had emerged. It wasn't that Li Bin was particularly outstanding in governing the country or in the cultural field, he was essentially more like a businessman. However, the wisdom of his predecessors was simply too abundant, and compared to the discontinuous Persis constellation, he actually stood out. The director who had fainted silently nudged the Adventurer King, pointing to the center of the banquet crowd. The Adventurer King stared intently, and couldn't help but gasp. Before the long table of dishes, several people with straight backs, cheerful and confident faces, but possessing an air quite different from the locals, were gathered in twos and threes. They all wore the golden eagle treading the earth emblem on their left chests, but some had the collar of the people badge on their right chests, and some unidentifiable organizational insignia. Others wore the collar of the people naval epaulets on their shoulders. Upon closer inspection, the entire naval force of the leader of man was present, from lieutenants and captains to majors, colonels, and senior colonels. They're all genuine old-timers, the old director uttered through gritted teeth. Many of the higher-ups at Universal Union are old guys from the leader of men. These people were probably found by Li Bin during his ocean exploration and salvage operations. Adventure King raised an eyebrow. The elders of the leader of man were notoriously stubborn and difficult to deal with. Many adventurers and exploration teams, after finding them, would first awaken them to confirm their identities, squeeze out their value, and then sell them for money. A few high-value targets would be sold to the Adventurers Guild headquarters, and then the board of directors would sell them to other forces. Few elders of the leader of man could truly gain freedom here. Those who did were mostly shrewd and worldly wise, or inherently ambitious. They quickly grasped the reality, and seamlessly integrated themselves into the system. After a while, Adventurer King saw an old captain with a weathered face, nervously holding a wine glass, pulling out a crumpled, worn epaulet from his pocket, and pinning it to his shoulder. He walked over with a fawning yet nostalgic smile, and chatted with a group of old folks. The woman at the head of the group, with a beautiful face and tall figure, looked at the old man in surprise. After listening to him say a few words, everyone clinked glasses and started chatting. "That guy seems to be called Lan Yuan, right?" Adventurer King asked doubtfully. "I heard he's a cruiser captain from the Universal Alliance. How come he's so high-ranking?" The old director shook his head. "I don't know, but I know that guy from before. He was the captain of a mule-class ship. He joined the Adventurers Guild 40 years ago. I only just found out he's an old man from the human realm era." At this moment, another director interjected, "Hey, did you see that? Our guild's academy sent a technician over." Adventurer King shifted his gaze, and noticed a middle-aged man, with an unremarkable face but stiff, rigid movements, chatting with several academy field technicians, who had worked at the Adventurers Guild for decades, and were now gray-haired. Adventurer King silently activated his brain implant to read lips, and after listening to the conversation, he felt a wave of dizziness. "Senior Dong? It really is you. Oh, what a coincidence. It's been decades since we last met. You're still so young. exactly like the holographic projection of the outstanding graduates. Us? Sigh. After the department head left, our biology department became even more destitute. After graduation, we were thrown into the Adventurers Guild as field technicians for decades. What? What kind of biological experiments can you do here? They're all country bumpkins, their minds filled with nothing but ships, blueprints, and star coins. They don't care about the application of biotechnology at all. If you want to collect samples, you have to. He had paid for the spot and gone out to explore with the adventure team. You're a high-ranking official in the Universal Union now, that's great. Senior, for the sake of the department head, give the juniors a hand. We've done quite a bit over the years, and our skills haven't declined. We're very useful, and we know a lot of adventurers who are willing to join the Universal Union. Salary doesn't matter, everyone just wants a different way of life. Damn it, was the thought in Adventure King's mind. At this moment, he deeply regretted lending out the exploration hub to Li Bin for a victory celebration. Chapter 635. The banquet's effects far exceeded the Adventurer King's expectations. Based on extensive human-controlled technology, an AI core, and funding from Yu Hui, coupled with the massive investment and resources Li Bin had secured through strategic alliances, Universal Union had cultivated a prosperous corporate image. For these adventurers, who rarely even encountered outsourcing from large corporations, the company's powerful image was now firmly established. Therefore, when they learned that the exploration hub would soon be heading to Universal Union's jurisdiction, and that the company had exchanged shares with the Adventurers Association, giving adventurers the opportunity to live within Universal Union, everyone's first reaction was, if only the association could really be acquired by Universal Union, then I'd be a boss of a giant corporation too. In this complex environment of shifting sentiment, Li Bin received a report from First Mate Qiantao. Captain, all the escapees from Tachyon Technology have been accepted. They joined the Fleet Research Center and the Armed Sailors, and handed over all their technological reserves, a total of 12 suitcases. Our researchers have confirmed that we can indeed detect and block Tachyon's eavesdropping programs and viruses, but the exact efficiency will only be known after testing with the intermediate communicator, Qiantao said, looking refreshed. Yesterday, he won second place in a bug-fighting competition, earning a set of experimental artificial gland implants from the human realm. He had them implanted in his brain last night, and now he could activate them by pressing a switch on the back of his head and touching the artificial teeth in a specific sequence with his tongue, causing the artificial glands to release hormones into his brain, allowing him to work 24 hours a day. Furthermore, after 24 hours of high-intensity work, he releases melatonin to promote rapid, high-quality sleep and recovery. He now felt terrifyingly powerful. If what the fugitive said is true, once the Universal Alliance masters this technology, we no longer have to worry about direct communication between Granada and Tanfa, or about our fleets and departments being compromised, Qiantao said excitedly. Li Bin nodded slightly. How's the fleet salvage going? Everything that could be salvaged has been salvaged. The engineering department's celebration will be held within the fleet. As per your instructions, they've been given the same meal allowance as frontline officers and soldiers as an incentive. The Starlight Pirates cargo holds contain too many powdered needles and addictive substances. The medical department contained some and converted them into anesthetics. The rest were given to the Adventurers Guild in exchange for funds. Besides, food, components, and supplies have been resold to the Adventurer King. Luxury goods have also been distributed. Some bulk commodities couldn't be divided, so we calculated the crew's share and will resell them when the opportunity arises. The proceeds will be distributed. At this point, Qiantao couldn't help but smile. In the past 2 years, the company's bonuses, especially for fleet crew members, have increased several times over. Many crew members are saying that the fixed annual salary is just for fun. To really make money, you have to see what missions are like. Oh, is that true? Li Bin, who was checking the data shared by Omega, looked up. Qiantao nodded, saying earnestly, that's true. Take the second squad of the Beggars Brigade as an example. Most of the members of this squad are Lloyds and Hyena mining immigrants. They joined the company relatively late, and most of them live in the company's dormitory building for crew members. However, during the exploration of the massive ruins, this squad achieved tremendous success. They lost 3 members at the time, all paralyzed by the toxins from the killing machines. But since the company's bonuses are calculated in squad units, this squad, after achieving 3rd place in the activity you initiated, received 3 standard space container units of personal loot. After the fleet returned to the Eden system, they entrusted the sale of the spoils to a company, Von Bueller Industries. Since they were all small to medium-sized luxury goods and antiques, the total profit exceeded 700 star coins. The entire squad consisted of 7 armed sailors, 1 heavy weapons operation team of 3, 2 drone operators, and 3 mechanical dog operators, totaling 15 people. Each person received an average profit of 46.6 star coins. Adding in additional wartime allowances, basic salary, overtime pay, and injury compensation, just the short 6 months spent traveling back and forth through the massive ruins earned them an average income exceeding 70 star coins. The families of the seriously wounded received 94 star coins. At this point, Jiantao coughed. Of course, they didn't actually receive that much. Because after factoring in taxes, extra supplies purchased from the company, and the extra logistical support they obtained from acquaintances at the field mess hall and field hospital, their actual earnings were less than 60 star coins. But that's close to a standard crew member's annual salary for 7 years. Li Bin wasn't bothered by the theoretically 70 star coins per person. This team achieved the 3rd best performance in the entire company, meaning only 3 teams earned more than that. In reality, the crew's salary expenditure wasn't exceptionally high. The military should always occupy the bulk of wartime government spending. The Universal Union now earns millions of star coins on every deployment, and with partnerships established with Richelieu's bank and other banks, Li Bin can easily secure large loans if needed. The company's cash flow is remarkably conservative. Li Bin's attitude has always been clear. He wants to establish complete self-sufficiency in industry and raw materials. Most major corporations in the Perseus star system are not fully self-sufficient in production. The Church of Lud has weak industrial capabilities, but abundant production of food and byproducts. Tachyon technology is unparalleled in technology, but even its powder needles rely on sales from various pirates, let alone industry. As for ores and alloys, they are heavily reliant on risky mining and hyena mining. Looking across the entire star system, only the Interstellar Empire, the Sindar Power, and the Overlord can claim to be completely self-sufficient without foreign trade. But the Interstellar Empire now, well, too many stories to tell. Only self-sufficiency can allow them to launch a large-scale surprise attack amidst the perilous environment of World War III, defying the sanctions imposed by Tachyon technology and the Perseus Alliance. Li Bin has already won over the Brighton Alliance, and Sarah, as requested, has secretly transported the orbital fusion spotlight. Now, with the exploration hub continuously mining the ruins of the lost sector, leveraging goodwill to lure away the Afterglow fleet, and making large-scale purchases of food from the demonic aerospace in the south, a preliminary trade network has been formed. He believes that by next year, even if Li Bin leaves the core sector, he can support the colony's self-sufficiency without any obstacles. Thinking of this, Li Bin hummed with satisfaction. What about the wreckage handover? It's complete. The fuel has been extracted from the wreckage and handed over to the exploration hub. The Adventurer King has taken the Odyssey-class wreckage. The only question is, will he really go to the Western Heavenly Gate system? Qian Tao licked his lips and whispered. Li Bin didn't answer. He wasn't worried. He remembered the recording of the Adventurer King's boastful remarks. If the other party defected, he would suffer greatly later. Besides, the banquet he hosted attracted countless adventurers and experienced veterans from the Adventurers Guild. These people desperately wanted to enter the broader competitive arena for career advancement. Having missed out on the Universal Alliance, where would they find another giant corporation to accommodate these unprofessional individuals, whom the corporations considered lawbreakers? As long as they could help Li Bin achieve these targets, he wouldn't hesitate to share the glory and limelight. Those who earned excessive bonuses would even be used as role models in various colonies, and even the core star sector. Notify the fleet to set sail and continue westward, Li Bin ordered, opening his terminal and looking at the 2 coordinates for this journey. One was the reserve arsenal, only half a month's voyage away. The other was slightly closer, the coordinates of another capital ship provided by the Adventurer King. Chapter 636. The fleet easily swept past the edge of the expanding hyperspace storm. The massive hulls of the capital ships could easily carry high-powered detectors and even larger data processing matrices. Combined with the analysis reports and navigation data about hyperspace from the ancient databases obtained from the massive ruins, the company's navigators were already quite adept at handling ordinary hyperspace storms. Anna glanced at the unknown signal that was keeping pace with the fleet at the edge of the detectors. With her current experience, she was certain it was a hyperspace ghost, and a harmless one at that. So, as usual, she assigned a navigator team to monitor the signal, preventing it from transforming into some kind of harmful hyperspace ghost, and continued to plan the route based on the hyperspace terrain scanned by the detectors. They encountered several fleets along the way, Some were legitimate exploration fleets, some were adventurers, and some were pirates disguised as exploration fleets. Jeffrey, piloting the Siege, looked at these dilapidated frigates and destroyers and felt a pang of sadness. He recalled the bitter experience of starting out with Li Bin on the small, unassuming ship, and didn't bother to distinguish between different types of people. He knew these adventurers were opportunistic. If they encountered someone powerful, they were honest, hard-working merchants. If the other party seemed weak and easily bullied, they wouldn't hesitate to play the role of pirates, committing murder and robbery. Companies like ours, built up step by following the law, are still a minority, Jeffrey sighed, chatting with his wife. Anna blinked her prosthetic eye, recalling the various wars the company had been involved in, and the civilians who were almost certainly collateral damage. She remained expressionless, inwardly thinking, putting everything else aside, the attack on hyena mines alone doesn't seem like a virtuous act at all. But that's how the world is. Leaders can be villains or hypocrites, but those who are consistently good are destined to fail. The important thing is action and results. The fleet sailed northwest for 8 days, traversing a narrow, periodic channel, and entered a tranquil hyperspace region. A white dwarf star, and the reflections of 3 planets floated silently in hyperspace. At the edge of the permanent jump point, an old warning beacon slowly flashed a dangerous red light. This was the coordinate given by the Adventurer King, a place discovered 15 years ago by a small fleet of adventurers who, by sheer chance, stumbled through a hyperspace storm and hastily accelerated. They had jumped into a planetary gravity well on a whim, luckily avoiding a direct collision with the Afterglow fleet. These adventurers were well aware of the danger posed by the red warning beacon. As legitimate adventurers who paid their dues, the captains and crew had all received professional training from the Adventurers Guild. They activated stealth mode and cautiously flew through the star system for 7 or 8 days, using the passive mode of their transponders to collect various Afterglow signals. Based on the navigator, the ship's AI, and the captain's extensive experience, they roughly judged the distance of the Afterglow based on signal strength, scouting around at the limits of detectability. After several days of anxiety, they managed to reclaim their investment by scavenging a small area of space junk, obtaining a dozen luxury items, and several boxes of organic materials. Then, they fled in panic amidst the pursuit of the Afterglow fleet. It can only be said that it was fortunate that the adventurer fleet was small enough to sustain themselves for so many days with limited fuel, to break even with a few luxury items, and to make a small profit by reselling organic materials and selling information to the Adventure King. These people are the true face of space junk hunters. If they weren't forced into it, who would willingly abandon the relatively safe and prosperous life in the core star system to risk their lives exploring the lost star system? Garbage collectors and garbage recyclers both have garbage, so can they be compared? Captain, there's a remnant of the Afterglow, a medium-sized fleet, near the hyperspace reflection. We might not be able to discreetly enter the physical universe anymore. Xian Tao immediately contacted Li Bin, who was shirtless at the central reservoir, butchering his catch and happily preparing grilled squid with ISA. Well, first, send the fleet over to contact this Afterglow fleet, find Takato Miyako and the other escapees, have them show their identification, and then have Juga Pa lead the hacker team to assist. Li Bin calmly replied, chewing on a squid tentacle. Xian Tao was taken aback. You want to disguise yourself as the Twilight Fleet? Is that even possible? So what? While the others were uncertain, Li Bin was different. There are still disguised transponders in the cargo hold. Let Vulcan pick one with a tachyon transponder array and attach it. We just need to fool this fleet. Disguised transponder. After saying this, Li Bin hung up the communication and placed the grilled squid next to his wife. Ayase, dressed in a revealing swimsuit, was sunbathing under a sun lamp simulating starlight. Her silvery white hair shimmered under the light, her figure graceful, her legs long and shapely, making one's heart burn with desire. If it weren't for the need to pretend, I wouldn't want to waste a disguised transponder. This thing is worth almost 10,000 star coins. Li Bin held the squid to Ayase's mouth, then grabbed a squid and chewed it himself. Ayase lifted her leg, its surface slick under the bright artificial light, and lightly kicked Li Bin's arm with her toe. She said lazily, "Will the fake transponder work?" Li Bin also lifted his leg, playing a kicking game with his wife. He scoffed, "That thing would be useless. I'm just putting on a show. It has genuine identity verification, a fake transponder, and even hacker assistance, but it's my own identification code that's effective. After passing the security check, the subordinates will fill in the gaps in their understanding." He glanced at his carefree wife. After marrying Li Bin, the worries and hardships on ISA's face lessened considerably. After their daughter, Lee Brown, was born, the remaining members of the Brown family moved under the company's control, and later, with the addition of distant relatives like Thor Brown from the Brown pirate crew of the Golden Star, she transformed from a bitter and resentful matriarch of a descendant into this state. She had once told Lee Bin in her arms that her dream of rebuilding her family had been fulfilled. Now, including distant relatives, there were over 1,000 people in the family bloodline. Furthermore, by using her daughter's umbilical cord blood as a model to redefine the hierarchy of bloodlines, unlocking the genetic locks of the company's key personnel, and gradually adding enhanced genes to the captains, the entire Brown family had, in a unique way, achieved a rebirth. And it's even better than before. 2 nanoforging furnaces. Back then, even if all 3 companies combined, we wouldn't have the capability we have now. That night, ISA hugged Lee Bin and kissed him passionately. It's all thanks to my good judgment in finding a good partner. Choice truly trumps effort. I won. Lee Bin was still reminiscing when he slowed down, and ISA caught him off guard. With lightning speed, she grabbed the squid from Lee Bin's mouth and pulled it out. She stood up excitedly and announced loudly to Lee Bin, "Tonight you're going to dress up as a pirate, and I play the captain of the search patrol. Get ready to be handcuffed, hee hee hee." Chapter 637. Upon hearing that Lee Bin intended to venture into the star system controlled by Yu Hui, Gao Yuanjian didn't object. Instead, he excitedly assisted in the verification process. After the verification was successful, Gao Yuanjian was surprised at how easy it was to impersonate tachyon technology. He thought to himself that someone must have tried this tactic before, but its failure to gain widespread acceptance meant it had failed. He pondered for a while, then belatedly murmured, "According to the method of controlling variables, if other parameters remain unchanged, then there's only one answer. Could it be that this scheme isn't reliable, but rather that my identity is effective? Am I that powerful?" He smugly stroked his identity tag, only to see several people emerge from another cabin, technicians and veterans, who had defected from tachyon technology. Gao Yuanjian couldn't help but frown. He followed them all the way to the narrow tavern on the Candle Dragon, which was only the size of a cruiser's cabin. He lifted the magnetically taut curtain, sat down next to a group of people, and quietly observed them, as they bought half a keg of Fire Phoenix black beer and clinked glasses in celebration. They had made a fortune selling programs and technology, even after paying taxes to the Adventure King, and had already amassed considerable assets. After finishing their drinks and eating some deep-fried anemones, savoring the crispy exterior and tender interior, the crunchy texture of the alien anemone's calcium cartilage filter was intoxicating. The woman, who looked like a marine with a large matte tattoo on her neck, finally turned to Gao Yuanjian. "Hey, old man, what's up?" Gao Yuanjian frowned and looked them up and down. "Are you the leader?" "Yeah, is that a problem?" The woman placed a power armor gauntlet, about half the size of an adult's head, on the alloy table. If it weren't for the fact that the other person was also from the company, she would have already delivered a powerful elbow punch. "I'm just curious, your team looks like a mix of technicians and marines, so why isn't a technician in charge?" Gao Yuanjian bluntly raised his objection. He had always looked down on these marines, thinking they were just a bunch of brutes who relied on muscle, biochemical agents, and power armor, lacking the beauty of knowledge and technology. The woman looked at her teammates, and they all burst into laughter. "We're running away, not doing research, Grandpa. In a situation like this, of course someone like me, who can make decisions, should take charge. Once the stuff is sold, everyone's done. We don't need technicians to do anything. Look at your self-important attitude. You're from tachyon technology too, right?" "Yes," Gao Yuanjian said bluntly. "I'm still with tachyon technology, so I'm even more curious. Tachyon technology has always provided good benefits to its technicians. There's no need to run away, and even if you do, you're taking the program with you. Isn't that cutting yourself off from the core sector?" The woman's eyes immediately flashed with contempt. She muttered to the group, "It's those old men from up there again." She slammed her boxing gloves on the table, the crisp clanging of the alloy interrupting Gao Yuanjian's rambling. "You know nothing." The woman retorted angrily, "We veterans serve speed tech. After being injured and discharged, not only do we not receive the benefits we deserve, but we're also burdened with heavy loans because of the cost of maintaining our prosthetic bodies. So what if our active duty salaries are high? The giant corporation has plenty of ways to recoup them. This is also SpeedTech's salary recovery plan. They spend 700 to 800 star coins to gradually replace our entire limbs with prosthetics, paying us high salaries to send us to our deaths. Those who survive think they can live a peaceful life? Bullshit. The veterans' prosthetic bodies, due to overworking, have passed their optimal lifespan, and various problems are starting to surface. These prosthetic bodies should have had a longer lifespan, but the giant corporation deliberately designed them to have a short lifespan. The Marines were indignant, and the technician adjusted his terminal glasses and sneered, "Speedtron Technologies is only kind to those who can produce results. For those deemed just enough to keep the company running and those whose inspiration has been completely drained, they're either relegated or constantly bombarded with heavy workloads, giving us no chance to prove ourselves through lengthy experiments, practice, and analysis." How powerful are these giant corporations? They have AI cores, and they squeeze efficiency in whatever way possible, dumping endless, tedious tasks on us, finding ways to keep us busy. What's more, we have to please our superiors, and then there's the superiors plus one, meaning the superior, a term from internet companies, and the plus one's plus one, and there's 360 environmental assessment. I really screwed their sex partners. Without upward management, these idiots have all sorts of tricks up their sleeves to keep you from producing anything. The technician exaggeratedly flattered, more sarcastic than factual. He spread his hands. No technical output means no weight. No weight means a downgraded rating, and then you become a marginal figure in the technical circle. Old man, this program is the result of over 200 years of inheritance and maintenance by our endless vision team. What do you think happened to those team members who were marginalized before? Gao Yuanjian was speechless for a moment. He really didn't know. As an expert qualified to participate in the optimization of the mass production capacity of the high-tech main battleship, he was not only born into a large family and received both innate optimization and acquired cultivation, but he also lived up to expectations by leading his family to a higher level. Words like optimization and marginalization were completely foreign to him. Even after his energy and inspiration waned, he could still remain active within Speedtronics as the family leader, simply shifting from one area to another. Before that, he neither understood nor cared to understand the thoughts of his subordinates. The technician took a sip of his Fire Phoenix dark beer. The answer is, they were disposed of. It wasn't until our generation, when the team leader led us to use eavesdropping programs to trace the fates of all the predecessors in the Endless Vision team, that we discovered, due to the project's unique nature, everyone involved in the living water was disposed of within a few months. He pointed to the composed female Marine Corps captain beside him. This is the squad leader, who was originally responsible for dealing with us, but we turned her against us. Gao Yuanjian's heart sank. The so-called living water is a historically significant term, a euphemism for job transfer and internal competition, symbolizing that the same spoonful of water, transferred from clear broth to a spicy broth, ultimately rots in the pot. But in reality, promotions are extremely rare. Instead, many are forced to reapply for positions due to pressure from superiors or company restructuring, or are transferred, promoted in name only but demoted in reality, relegated, or marginalized. This is one facet of the office politics within a company. However, the combination of political maneuvering and assassination is terrifying. Gao Yuanjian originally thought the worst that could happen was signing a lifetime non-compete agreement, but he never imagined that this seemingly mundane office politics had escalated to the point of assassination politics. He vaguely felt his tachyon filter had shattered, and something he had subconsciously ignored was creeping out from the shadows. He couldn't help but recall the days when he was at the height of his power, severely reprimanding and firing certain project developers, who were then dismissed under the guise of job transfers, never to be seen again. He had initially thought the company had systematically eliminated them, but was this their fate? He demanded evidence, but the technician merely sneered, borrowing a terminal from a female Marine and tossing it to him. These are targets personally executed by the Marines, a total of 231 people. Chapter 638. I thought the company wouldn't treat its own people like this. Gao Yuanjian's white beard trembled, his heart in turmoil. He was a thoroughgoing Yasukuni, indifferent to human life, but still deeply attached to the identity of a Yasukuni. People need to distinguish between us, and then to unite the collective strength. But now, the us that Gao Yuanjian had firmly believed in for decades had been shattered by his own hand. More important than human lives was the destruction of his identity. Gao Yuanjian felt as if the sky had fallen. For the first time, he felt utterly alone. His family must know about these things, but no one had ever mentioned them to him. Perhaps they thought these trivial matters weren't worth his time? In the distant past, when humanity was still in the Earth Age, a great artist, through the voice of his characters, once said that longing is the furthest distance from understanding. Gao Yuanjian had once held his head too high, imbuing Su Zi's various acts of abandonment with a sense of sublime sacrifice. He had strayed from the essence of a giant corporation, fantasizing about a structure that suited his own psychological needs. He wandered aimlessly through the corridor, and when he came to his senses, he found himself in the medical department, standing in front of Yen Chong's dormitory. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Yen Chong, who had received the message, quickly came over. Wearing a white coat, she was voluptuous and exuded charm. She covered her mouth, muttering little glutton, and complained that she had been so busy these past few days, preparing medical resources for a possible confrontation with Yu Hui, but still gently led Gao Yuanjian into the room. She had expected Gao Yuanjian to pounce on her, but to her surprise, he simply hugged her, buried his head in her chest, and began to sob silently. "Cry, cry, it'd make you feel better after a while." Yen Chong gently patted Gao Yuanjian's back, coaxing the old man like a child. "Our Gao Yuanjian is very strong. If any bad people bully you, we fight them together." She tenderly comforted Gao Yuanjian, subtly transforming his helplessness at the disillusionment with Susan technology into hatred, watering the flower of revenge with motherly tenderness. Yen Chong gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her fingers secretly tapping on her terminal glasses to send intelligence. Target basically captured, prepared to close the net. Li Bin, far away on the bridge, saw this message and couldn't help but sigh. Is this corruption? Gao Yuanjian's fall into Li Bin's trap was a foregone conclusion. In the Universal Union, there wasn't as much darkness as in Susan, and he had a sweet romance blossoming again and a career to pursue. Compared to leading a family in Susan, the joy and comfort were incomparable. If there's any shortcoming, it's that Li Bin failed to see through Gao Yuanjian's childlike mind too early, mistaking him for a cunning and scheming old man. He never imagined this guy was so innocent. Well, if he weren't innocent, he wouldn't be so devoted to Yen Chong at this age. Such pure-heartedness in his 90s. That's a precious state only a young man with a naive spirit could possess. Li Bin, his wrists red from the handcuffs, led the fleet into the physical universe. After receiving the identification code secretly sent by Li Bin, the Afterglow fleet quickly allowed the core fleet to pass, and sent messages to Li Bin and his fellow Afterglow members in the star system, ensuring the two groups could avoid each other. Otherwise, each chance encounter would consume a disguised transponder. Even if Li Bin had enough, he couldn't afford it, let alone not have enough. This thing cost 7,500 star coins each, almost the price of a large-scale plasma cannon. After the fleet jumped into the physical universe, and waited for over an hour for everything to reboot and enter stealth mode, the reconnaissance teams, unsurprisingly, found no trace of the Afterglow fleet. However, in the passive detectors, at the distant edge of the galaxy, there was an extremely strong signal, continuously emitting signals throughout the entire system. According to the Academy's textbooks, the preliminary assessment is that it's an Afterglow mothership. There are at least 3 main Afterglow fleets in this system. Anna's mechanical voice carried a rare hint of anxiety. All the fleet's navigators had been forced back to work overtime, each responsible for specific data areas. Anna simply couldn't entrust the mapping and analysis entirely to the ship's AI. Compared to the massive AI cores of Afterglow, the ship's AI was like a delicate young boy who had mistakenly entered a women's carriage in a comic book and was being attacked by a group of hungry, mature women. Calling it frail and weak would be an understatement. Anna, Old One-Eye, and the gunners were on edge. Every second spent in this strange star system was agonizing. Whenever a fleet of Afterglow's signal grew stronger and drew closer, the battle alarm would sound. But these Afterglow fleets would always somehow fly away. This oppressive, restless, and apprehensive atmosphere made even the normally delicious and appealing staff meals of the Universal Union taste bland. Until they arrived at the coordinates given by the Adventurer King. It was a space junkyard. According to data from the adventurers who explored this area years ago, it originally belonged to a transport fleet that had departed from another star system, passed through a stargate, and was going to dock at a colony in this system to resupply it. The fleet had barely partially passed through the stargate when it suffered a massive collapse. The crumbling artificial wormhole, the ejected debris of countless spaceships, the blast wave, and the spatial disturbances destroyed numerous ships and killed everyone in the fleet. The culprit, the stargate itself, now floats quietly in space, drawn by the star's gravity and orbiting a white dwarf. The space debris and abandoned ships, attracted by the stargate, have drifted there for over 200 years. While much of the debris and wreckage has been detached, a significant amount of material remains. According to the Academy's test data, the stargate's mass far exceeds its size. I wonder what materials the human realm used, Dong Lixiang remarked, gazing at the towering ring-shaped structure. The silent stargate. Isha's attention, however, was focused on the 2 ships floating near the stargate. Despite being covered in space debris, and with parts of the hull riddled with holes from high-speed debris during the Stargate collapse, these civilian ships, though intact in their keel and hull, still gleamed. Cargo among the space debris, originally intended for escort missions, the smaller ships couldn't withstand the impact and exploded. Beside them, an Atlas-class cargo ship, 3.6 kilometers long and 1.2 kilometers wide, survived only because it was a capital ship. Atlas-class in flight, also known as the Titanic supercargo ship, Li Bin's early dream ship, and Sarah's former flagship, and many prototypes of capital ships converted from civilian to military use. She's like a beauty with mud smeared on her face, though her features are obscured. Her features and figure still reveal an unforgettable allure. Jeffrey broke the silence, offering a succinct assessment. Enough talk, salvage the ship, Li Bin said succinctly. Vulcan rubbed his hands together, feeling a surge of passion burning through his veins even without the injection. Jeffrey, however, noticed that on the edge of the otherwise intact Atlas-class ship, a cluster of space debris formed a small asteroid. Judging from certain protrusions, it seemed that a severely damaged Atlas-class wreckage was quietly floating there. His half-baked archaeological knowledge suddenly attacked his brain. He thought, no way, could we take down 2 ships at once? Chapter 639. Universal Union Headquarters, Xinjiang City, the administrative capital of Eden Star. This city now covers an area of over hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Except for the CBD, all buildings are intentionally designed to be low-rise. However, the elevated highways, rail transit, and the constant projection advertising, delivery drones, and unmanned transport vehicles weave a bustling, vibrant scene even at night. Dazzling neon lights flash between the buildings. In the distance are various food processing plants, high-grade purple fuel refineries, a premium crab breeding base, and various research centers. In the frequently taking off and landing area, shuttles and frigates bearing various company logos spew blinding tail flames, like shooting stars. The landing site of the civilian space elevator in Xinjiang City was filled with floor tiles, dyed a high-quality natural purple, a material highly sought after even in the Interstellar Empire, and fetching a high price in the core star sector. The walls were adorned with tiny, rice grain-sized tiles, creating a mesmerizing, softly lit waiting area. These lights flickered steadily with each step Rolf took, always illuminating his path. When he stopped and turned back, the dim, sleep-light-like starlights behind him would suddenly illuminate, leaving him in awe. There were more than 10,000 times more starlights than in the picture. Just get a feel for the atmosphere. These starlights were developed with inspiration from the fluorescent anemones of the deep sea on Eden Star. Amazing! Mamba Wang, as the liaison dispatched by the Brighton Alliance and stationed here year-round, explained expertly to Rolf. How exactly does this personalized sensing work? Rolf exclaimed in awe. Even with an AI core, they wouldn't waste computing power here, would they? Mamba Wang laughed heartily. Of course we won't use the AI core. Every 6 square meters, beneath our feet and within the walls, there's a life support tank filled with the brains of Eden's native behemoths. As you know, these behemoths are multi-brained beings. Through genetic tuning, induction, and neural implant modification, they can simulate the bioelectrical sensory instincts of behemoths through sensors, thus producing this effect. He added admiringly, it's said that the Universal Union has been using wet component designs based on behemoth brains since the beginning of colonization, but only after introducing Mr. Dong Lixiang from the Academy did they achieve a breakthrough. Look! He pressed a few buttons on the terminal, and soon, the automatic doors of the waiting hall opened, and as the warm, humid planetary winds rushed in, a driverless convertible slowly pulled up in front of them. Driverless technology itself isn't particularly advanced. After all, humans used it on a large scale in the 3K era. As long as it's not applied to spaceships, replicating all the technology in a planetary environment isn't difficult. The only challenges are the consumer market and the energy supply. Giant corporations won't manufacture self-driving vehicles for the poor, while the lifestyle of the wealthy requires a large number of servants and waiters. How can cold, impersonal machinery compare to the charm of living, breathing people? After all, even the most indifferent person possesses a warm heart and a silver tongue. People are the foundation of service and social class. Furthermore, giant corporations wouldn't be so bored as to provide an entire city with unlimited energy. Who knows where you spend the electricity? What if you resell it? Therefore, it was the isolated, remote global alliance, starting from scratch, that, relying on the coronavirus diverter, massively restarted self-driving technology on Eden. Rolf narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the unmanned vehicle. Is the Universal Alliance reverting to the unmanned technology route? He had never doubted Li Bin's ambition. This time, he came bearing the heavy responsibility of upholding the alliance between the Brighton Alliance and the Universal Alliance. Sarah had already delivered the orbital fusion spotlight during the last grain trade, effectively giving the Brighton Alliance's council complete control. After all, this thing was incredibly beneficial, both for grain production and for infrastructure development on ice volcanic planets through melting icebergs. Rolf carried the high expectations of the speaker and council members. He had to be extremely cautious. And as everyone knew, the Brighton Alliance and the Twilight Unmanned Fleet, instigated by Tachyon technology, harbored an irreconcilable hatred. Don't mention it. Mamba Wang laughed. These vehicles, the drones in the sky, the mechanical dogs on the ground, they all use biological brains. These things were originally cat-like half-track transport vehicles provided to hunters during the colonization and expansion phase. Later, after careful development by the Universal Joint Biological Research Center, they became widespread. Mamba patted the matte black vehicle frame. This vehicle consumes both electricity and nutrient solution, and it even carries it in its mouth. But their intelligence level is also very high, about the level of a 3-year-old child. A 3-year-old in interstellar space, the kind with knowledge infusion, and they're very obedient. Hearing the praise, the unmanned vehicle emitted a chirping sound simulating joy. Things are changing rapidly indeed. Rolf exclaimed repeatedly. Mamba Wang patted his large belly and laughed. Of course. Go ask around the core star system, besides our Eden star, which other colony has unlimited power? The benefits of unlimited power aren't just limited to nightlife and convenient transportation, logistics, and the environment. This also inspired a large number of skilled workers and engineers. After get-off work, they could freely use their tools and wages to continuously improve and enhance their craftsmanship. Some even formed societies, offering rewards for their skills, to tackle lost or obsolete technologies that now needed to be revived. Holman frowned unhappily upon hearing this. You're a liaison sent by the Brighton Alliance. Don't forget Ben. The Universal Union is good, but Brighton is home. Mamba Wang proudly pulled open his uniform, revealing the Universal Union badge underneath, warmed by his body heat. Mr. Holman, actually, I've been a member of the Universal Union for a long time. Look, I even have a badge on. It's called the Golden Eagle Treading the Earth badge, very sophisticated. As they talked, they drove into the city. It was already 4 a.m. in Xinjiang City, the night market was almost closing, and the morning market hadn't opened yet, the time with the fewest people. But occasionally, couples on dates and children running around all night would appear, their carefree laughter sounding particularly light amidst the neon lights. Rolf, who had originally intended to warn Mamba, fell silent. He crossed his arms and remained quiet. A short while later, a battered but spacious half-track transport vehicle, marked with the insignia of Sunset Fortress, drove slowly past, carrying a group of tired and dusty hunters. These hunters had just returned from the battlefield fighting for Viscount Li Chongzhen of Sunset Fortress, and were on vacation, ready to enjoy themselves in Xinjiang City. They had just experienced a brush with death, yet there was little sorrow in their eyes, and their demeanor was not that of the rugged people of Brighton. Instead, one of them sat astride the back of a truck, reciting poetry on the desolate streets of the city that never sleeps. A long bridge lies across the water, what dragon is there before the clouds? A covered walkway soars through the sky, what rainbow is there before the rain? High and low, indistinct and confusing, I know not east or west. Amidst that poem, tinged with weariness and joy, the lights of the viaduct gradually dimmed, and on the horizon, obscured by tall buildings, a faint light appeared, like warm watercolors gently veiling the dark sky. Chapter 640. Rolf didn't know what poem it was, only that it was melodious and pleasant to the ear, carrying a majestic momentum and ancient vitality. The female voice grew higher and higher as the sun rose. The stars twinkle, the dressing mirror is opened. The green clouds swirl, the morning hair is combed. Whoosh! As the first star lazily hung in the sky for half a day, the entire city awoke. Windows were pulled open and pushed open with a clatter, and unfamiliar faces peeked out from the buildings, breathing in the damp morning air of Eden. With each breath of oxygen-rich air, the half-asleep drowsiness was instantly dispelled by the efficient blood-oxygen exchange of interstellar humans. Hey, little girl, here to play so early? A middle-aged man's voice lingered in the buildings, filled with novelty and curiosity. Accompanied by the click of a lighter, the clatter of an electric stove, and the clatter of doors opening, the smells of food, smoke, and perfume gradually blended together, becoming a rich, earthy aroma. The female hunter tilted her helmet with her thumb, her scarred face beaming with a bright smile. Yes. I saved up 80,000 Eden dollars. I'm going to buy my mom a grocery getter. Good girl, so filial. The man praised generously, then turned to his toddler, not yet 2 years old, and muttered, "See? You should learn from this lady. Your father and I are living off you." The people here aren't as coldly indifferent as those in the core sector. Their affluent and rapidly developing standard of living allows them the resources to care about things beyond basic necessities, like food and shelter. Rolf didn't know the saying, when the granaries are full, people know etiquette. When they are well fed and clothed, they know honor and shame. But he knew that the warmth these people showed to strangers was an expression of overflowing happiness. Only when people are satisfied with their own basic needs will they generally care about others. The general public's concern for politics was actually limited. Their lives revolved around the necessities of life: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. If they could enjoy a better, more harmonious life, they wouldn't care who their leader was, or even if he were a bloodthirsty butcher. The so-called land under the sun represented the cries of the impoverished Germans after World War I. Mamba Wong pulled out a crab stick from somewhere and chewed on it, sighing, "Life here is better than the agricultural planet under the Luddite Church, Mr. Rolf. I truly envy them. What's there to miss about Brighton, that poor, desolate place? I'm greedy and incompetent. I can't help change the world." He spoke with a mixture of self-mockery and hope. As long as Susie lives, we always be farmhands. A fierce populace? I think it's just a good dog baring its teeth. You? Rolf glared at Mamba Wong, then suddenly looked around, his expression turning utterly dejected. The truth doesn't hurt until it hits you hard. Rolf used to pride himself on the Brighton people's resilience, but after visiting this place, he suddenly realized it wasn't such a commendable trait. Ultimately, it was all out of necessity. If it weren't for the annual war against the Twilight, and the need to feed refugees, who would willingly endure hunger and pretend to be tough every day. Before the Universal Alliance's grain smuggling, the best-selling drinks in the Brighton Alliance's Space Station Tavern were sailors' dreams, and diluted alcohol laced with a small amount of powder. It wasn't that people didn't want grain-based liquor, it was that the Brighton Alliance was even feeding the refugees with artificial starch. Only recently have the tavern owners been able to afford to buy grain at high prices on the black market and mix in some odds and ends to produce and illegally sell their own brew. Mamba Wong, accustomed to a comfortable life here, understandably doesn't want to go back. Moreover, judging from his recent statement and past complaints about Susie, this guy isn't so much siding with the Universal Union as he's betting on it, hoping to use it to bring down Susie and secure freedom for the Brighton Alliance. It's a roundabout way of achieving his goal. After a moment of silence, they tacitly changed the subject. Mamba, feigning displeasure, said, "I say, such a big matter, why did you come? Even sending a member of parliament would have been fine, let alone the speaker and his secretary." Rolf, clutching his stomach aching from melancholy, said, "Susie Technology sent people, ostensibly to investigate the mysteriously abundant grain in the Brighton Alliance market, but actually to force us to choose sides. The speaker and all the members of parliament must attend, and we can't trust anyone else, so only I could go." "What's the situation with Susie?" Mamba Wong, upon hearing this, swallowed a crab stick, a sharp glint in his eyes on his fat face. "They say they completely tied down the Persis Alliance, and the plan is to wage war once they fully controlled its production capacity. The time frame will be 3 to 5 years. Governor Li Shu, on behalf of the Brighton Alliance, I extend my sincerest respect to you and Co. Li Bin." Inside the grand and imposing governor's mansion, in a maximalist conference room with marble-like foam ceramic metal interiors, Rolf, his eyes red-rimmed, exchanged documents with Li Shu, who had dark circles under her eyes. Once this record and the electronic version of the document were sent back, Sarah would complete the final handover of the orbital fusion spotlight. Li Shu's smile was gentle, but her words carried a thorn. The Universal Union sincerely hopes to establish a healthier and more positive cooperation with the Brighton Alliance. The orbital fusion spotlight, a piece of equipment controlled by a single entity, is publicly offered for only 150,000 star coins by giant corporations. But that's just to fool those uninformed adventurers. These things are always priceless. There are countless tundra planets, frozen planets, and ice volcano planets in the core star sector. These free planets are more than willing to go to war over this stuff. Contracts and promises are just empty words. We don't know what Brighton Alliance will ultimately choose. Personally, I oppose exchanging a flimsy promise for the orbital fusion spotlight. But the company president is my elder brother, his word is law. Since he's willing to believe you, I reluctantly believe you this once too. I just hope that in the end, our goodwill won't be in vain," Li Shu said pointedly. Rolf immediately responded with a very serious expression. Rest assured, Brighton people value promises more than life itself. We can distinguish between friends and enemies. Compared to Tachyon, which frequently uses AI cores, technological control, and bottlenecks, 1U Alliance, which repeatedly places orders, risks exporting grain, and practically gives away the orbital fusion spotlight, undoubtedly fits the profile of a friend and trading partner much better. Moreover, Li Bin has a good relationship with everyone in Brighton Alliance. Even if, hypothetically, Li Bin does this with ulterior motives. But Li Bin had already made it clear in the contract and private negotiations that he didn't require the Brighton Alliance to unequivocally support the war. He only needed them to ignore his fleet. If they were willing to open their ports for rest and repair during the war, or sell supplies, that would be even better, all at market prices. His sincerity was undeniable. Furthermore, Li Bin had done so much for the Brighton Alliance, all starting with a single official transaction. To this day, everyone in the council remembers his kindness. He handled every transaction with utmost courtesy, far better than that arrogant, self-important speed tech. Favors are hard to repay. Even emperors and generals can't refuse them, let alone people from impoverished, remote areas like theirs. Li Shu smiled enigmatically, a hint of advice mixed with a warning. That's for the best. Otherwise, her elder brother would summon the Afterglow fleet, lure in the iron-hearted extinctionists, and punish you all with an iron fist. Speaker, you wouldn't want to see the Brighton Union, which you painstakingly built up over decades, become a land of civilization extinction, would you? Chapter 641. Wow! The star system controlled by Yu Hui is really fertile. The maintenance platform deployed several tall, multi-purpose heavy machines, which, with the help of attitude adjustment boosters, quickly cleared away the debris. No, calling it debris clearing isn't quite accurate. The engineering department has a large number of workers, and Lloyd selected from the grassroots. These people are either from Li Bin's old guard or are space miners skilled in mining. In their eyes, this scrap metal is a prime gold mine. Therefore, even in a high-risk star system fraught with danger, these people instinctively dismantle the wreckage of anything structurally intact or with a high proportion of rare metals and load it onto the ship. Behind them, workers help collect the scrap. While the capital ship's onboard factory can't compare to a surface refinery, this isn't or that requires repeated purification and filtration. Simple recasting is sufficient. Half a day later, after Vulcan's meticulous cleaning, a colossal ship, gnawed to pieces and blackened by flames, was revealed. Vulcan, hands on his hips with a sense of accomplishment, stood at the very top of the cleanup site, sending out a telegram like a hero. Captain, it's done. It's an Atlas-class ship. Over 80% of the hull is intact. According to the inspectors, the powerhouse is fine. The previous captain shut down the powerhouse and jettisoned the fuel, preventing the ship from being completely destroyed in the explosion. Atlas supercargo ship. However, all the cargo inside was burned, leaving only clumps of scrap metal stuck to the hull. It needs to be sent to a shipyard for grinding and cleaning before it can be rebuilt. Relying on the Lloyd's extensive experience in cutting minerals, through bold, surgical-like cutting and dismantling, and even using mining lasers to dissolve the sticky metal, the Universal Union successfully recovered the ship. Li Bin was relieved, no problem. When Anna and her team were exploring, they located a star system next door. We tow these two ships over there, and place them near the jump point. Since this star system has the Afterglow mothership, it must have a relay communicator, otherwise, the mothership wouldn't be able to remotely control other ships. Before we leave, we send a message to Eden Star, asking Li Shu to order Saradu to bring people to take these two ships. I already had someone calculate the star map. Saradu should still be near the Brighton Alliance. It shouldn't take him more than 10 days to receive the order and collect the ships. ISA then spoke up. After all, these are two capital ships and cargo ships that the company desperately needs. With these two ships, our logistics turnover within Samsung will undoubtedly be much faster. Cruisers have limited cargo capacity each time and also occupy berths. Li Weiming of Granada Star has protested many times. Li Bin looked over in surprise. As a soldier, ISA disliked tedious and complicated administrative work that often required abstract discussions. ISA tilted her head and hummed. Li Shu is my sister-in-law and best friend. She often complains to me about these things. We couldn't resolve them before, but now that we have the chance, of course we have to talk about them. This wasn't surprising. Li Bin recalled, rummaging through his vast mental database to find the situation on Granada. Li Weiming wasn't the governor, he was the general manager of the Granada branch of the Universal Union. However, considering his ability to attend the Three-Star Council and represent Granada with full authority, the governorship was inextricably linked to him, or his family. This was because Li Weiming had explicitly told Li Bin that after Granada was unified, he would volunteer to lead the mining department under the Ministry of Industry on Granada, overseeing the operations of the Star System's mining stations. This shows he hasn't forgotten his original intentions. However, given the prestige and power of his family and himself, Li Bin couldn't immediately confiscate his family's power. Reducing the power of powerful clans requires, considering both internal and external conditions, a mishandling could lead to a repeat of the Han Dynasty's 8 Princes Rebellion or the Ming Dynasty's Jingnan Rebellion. Moreover, there's the threat of Sustran technology outside. Precisely because Li Bin agreed to Li Weiming's request, this man has been very focused on the unification cause in recent years. At the end of last year, he led a group of wealthy young men who had escaped from the core star sector, using their private soldiers and his Caudillo troops, to capture the fugitive Francisco Franco on the largest plain on the continent. This Caudillo, who liked to decorate his hunting rifles with a 6th human spine, died in his massive impact, carried by 26 super heavy track structures. His death was extremely unexpected. Li Weiming led his Caudillo troops in a fierce battle against Francisco's forces. Meanwhile, the wealthy heirs departed from the Interstellar space station in shuttles, directly breaking through the atmosphere. The shuttles swiftly overwhelmed Francisco's airship force, parachuting from the pre-mapped, massive central garden and fighting their way to the control room. Under the overwhelming force of powered armor, drones, killer machines, and marines, weapons far beyond Francisco's comprehension, he was beheaded after only 30 minutes. The Caudillo faction of Impel Down, whose command chain had been severed, was quickly defeated and captured. It had taken Li Weiming years to force these scattered caudillos to unite, but to completely annihilate them was a matter of only a week. The price, however, was that he received hundreds of thousands of surrendered civilians from opposing forces. These people had heard of Li Weiming, but the warlord mentality that had permeated Granada for over 2 centuries was deeply ingrained in their minds. They expected to be enslaved, reduced to mere scraps until they were worked to death. Therefore, Li Weiming needed a large amount of supplies to appease, settle, and register the populace. Li Weiming needs civil officials, food, alloys, and foam ceramic metal, Li Bin said, glancing at the intact Atlas-class battleship outside the observation window. He changed his mind. He planned to take the main cargo ship, which could be put into immediate use after simple repairs, and fill the entire ship with spoils of war. The common people of Granada don't know how powerful we are. The floating space stations and starships in the sky are nothing compared to the nearby warden, and the stun guns in the hands of soldiers. These people are terrified by tradition and outdated customs. The company needs to absorb and assimilate them as soon as possible. The Dongshaman system isn't barren, and it's very close to the Eden system, so it will need to undertake a heavy mineral production task during wartime. Isa looked at Li Bin, who had only relaxed for a few days, and frowned again, feeling a pang of heartache. She reached out and smoothed his brow. All right, you just got 2 capital ships. Why are you looking like this again? Others who get 2 Atlas-class ships are beaming with joy. Have you decided on names for the 2 ships? What's the condition of the hulls? Li Bin blinked. Let's call them Fanghu and Yingzhou. The Lizi says, east of the Bohai Sea are 5 immortal mountains, 2 of which are called Fanghu and Yingzhou, known as. Its height and circumference are 30,000 li, and its flat top is 9,000 li. The distance between the mountains is 70,000 li. I don't understand, Isa said honestly. It means huge, very capable of carrying a lot of things, which is very fitting for the name of an Atlas-class ship, Li Bin explained succinctly. Among these 5 immortal mountains is the famous Penglai Immortal Mountain. Although naming a 3.6-kilometer ship Fanghu Penglai seems a bit boastful, isn't the ship itself called the Sky-Supporting Titan? Compared to its original ship class name, Li Bin felt that his boast was relatively modest. I understand now, Isa nodded. As for the problems, Li Bin shook his head. The damaged cargo hold is easy to repair, but the engines, electrical grid, and transponders are really difficult to handle, especially that ship that was burned down to its skeleton. It probably have to be rebuilt from scratch using a nanoforge. At this point, Li Bin said with considerable relief, fortunately, we have an almost complete nanoforge, and we also salvaged almost the entire set of the Overlord-era blueprints from the massive ruins, so building the engines and electrical grid system ourselves shouldn't be difficult. As he said this, Li Bin's terminal jumped up. He glanced at it. There were 2 messages. The first was from the Afterglow fleet of this star system, reminding him that he should leave. Delaying any longer might expose their secrets. The second was from Chung Beiyang of the Intelligence Department. The Dreadnought technology sharing meeting has ended. The Overlord and the 14th Regiment have all sent messages to Governor Li Shu, hoping to meet with you. The information I gathered through agents and the Lud Church seems to indicate that they hope our company will take on a portion of the Dreadnought component production capacity. Without hesitation, Li Bin sent a message to Chung Beiyang. Reject them, plead poverty vehemently, and demand industrial and material support. After sending the message, Li Bin grabbed ISA. Do you remember I said I would give the 14th Regiment and the Overlord a reward they couldn't refuse? Chapter 642. The core fleet of the Universal Alliance sailed across the ocean, its speed significantly slowed by towing an Atlas-class basic hull. Looking at the fleet's severely delayed progress, Li Bin once again conceived the idea of preparing a large number of tugboats for the fleet. However, these small contraptions relying on propulsion fields to tow giant ships would compromise the fleet's stealth, making it detectable from a distance. This would make it difficult to find an excuse to repeat the scenario of narrowly missing the sunset. For days later, after the fleet stabilized the hull at a Lagrange point on a moon-bearing planet in the physical universe, ISA, who had been kept in suspense by Li Bin for so long, finally couldn't contain herself any longer and pestered him to tell her what the so-called conditions that the Overlord couldn't refuse were. She even went so far as to whisper in Li Bin's ear, her ears red, and grit her teeth as she used his long-awaited request as a condition. Upon hearing the new trick, Li Bin, his eyes gleaming, coughed and handed over command of the fleet to the first mate and Jeffrey, letting them discuss it. He then dragged his wife back to the captain's lounge and brought out Chen Xiang's Darjeeling tea. Isa, who always prided herself on the discipline of a hegemonic soldier, couldn't sit still, fidgeting as if her bottom was on springs. Whether from shyness or curiosity, it was hard to tell. Only after the intoxicating aroma of the tea filled the air, and after watching Li Bin drink the Stargrade tea cooled by an antique-level, high-tech constant-temperature tea tray, did she impatiently urge, "My dear husband, my sweet husband, tell me." Li Bin's nostrils flared slightly. He knew Isa's coaxing wouldn't work, and the next step would be to strangle him with her massive, God-severing hands. So he put down his teacup and said leisurely, "You should know that from the 14th Legion to the current warlords, the hegemony lost a large number of powerful warships brought from North River 3 after the 2 AI wars, right?" Isa didn't speak, but her expression revealed that, as the prospective matriarch of a war family, she had already absorbed this knowledge from her family members even before receiving the initiation ceremony. "Very good, remember your contemptuous face now," Li Bin said, suppressing a laugh. "Because what I'm about to say, you mustn't lose your composure." Isa huffed, "Don't worry, I'm a professionally trained officer. No matter how bizarre, I won't lose my composure. I have coordinates. The coordinates of the remnants of the Overlord fully automated special forces." "So what?" Isa was about to ask if it was a Legion-level or offensive-level unit from the 14th Legion. Or perhaps an entire 14th Legion fleet. But things far exceeded her expectations. Her mind went blank for about a minute, seemingly trying to decipher the mysteries of the terms 14th Legion and fully automated. Then she screamed, startling the giant crab that was napping in its terrarium on the lounge desk. It jumped out of its burrow, waving its claws and shrilly, "What happened? What happened? Shut up, you little devil." As soon as Li Bin spoke, his pet terrier let out an "oh," wandered around the terrarium blankly, and, confirming that nothing had happened in its sacred territory and no food had fallen from the sky, listlessly retreated back into its burrow. The 14th Legion fleet was clear. Standard warships from the 14th Legion before the Great Collapse. They used the human realm's warship manufacturing technology and superior relic components. Every piece of armor far surpassed the original. As for being fully automated, there was only one explanation: 14th Legion unmanned warships. Isha's face flushed and paled in disbelief. She muttered to herself, could it be a byproduct of the 14th Legion's research on the wreckage of the spoils of the First AI War? Research? Don't joke around, honey, that's nonsense. Li Bin grinned, quite pleased with Isha's expression. This was widely active during the First AI War. Isha's eyes sharpened upon hearing this. How do you know? Oh, it must be Saint Lud who told you. Bingo! Li Bin sat up and playfully pinched his wife's nose. Saint Lud is the assistant to the governor of the Perseus star system. The 14th Legion, as a rotating force, is part of the Northern River Strike Group. Their fleet composition and field operations were determined by the human realm, so Saint Lud naturally has their intelligence. According to the intelligence provided by Saint Lud, this fully automated special operations team has existed secretly from the beginning. Li Bin crossed his legs, hugging his raised knees. Leisurely, this fleet has a very high level of technology, possessing both the powerful hulls of the 14th Legion and the terrifying computing power of the AI core, as well as supported by a big data model refined from tens of thousands of years of military knowledge. The human ruler Navy's comprehensive technology is unparalleled in the Perseus constellation. Currently, the entire Perseus constellation doesn't even have the capability to repair it. This is a game setting. These 14th Legion unmanned warships can't even remove debuffs in the shipyard. Li Bin clenched his fists into a bucket shape. Each aspect slightly surpasses the current technology of the Perseus constellation, adding up to a solid all-around advantage, ranking first in all subjects. The value of this is something only those who know understand. According to the intelligence St. Lud gave me, the initial mission of this fleet was to patrol the star field for extended periods, acting as an AI inspection team, searching for violations and overreaching situations of the AI cores in various colonies. In olden terms, this is called heroes checking heroes, heroes checking heroes. Now, the so-called AI inspection teams that the Overlord has deployed in the star field are all manned ships, and even those are ordinary versions of ships with much inferior performance. Ayase's mind was in turmoil. She had never heard of the 14th Legion's use of unmanned warships. It was likely that not only she, but the entire family, no, the entire hegemonic power, only the Supreme Hegemon and a few high-ranking staff officers within the Supreme Staff knew this information. But Ayase quickly realized something, frowning, and said, that doesn't make sense either. If the 14th Legion had mastered unmanned warships back then, there's no reason why Speetronics wouldn't have known. Li Bin answered crisply, because the 14th Legion back then used restrictions on AI cores. Going to war in the name of St. Ludwig, with the Church of Ludwig as an ally, naturally they had to keep their true intentions hidden. This fleet was assigned by the former Commander-in-Chief to guard the rear and eliminate the Tachyon Technologies raiding fleet attempting to use the afterglow to outflank and attack the rear star system. Because both sides used unmanned warships, and the battle area was located in the Lost Star sector, many battles took place in places where there were no people or where relay communication devices had not yet been built, so intelligence was scarce. Furthermore, in the end, the Overlord, with its main force in a decisive battle combined with special operations, defeated Tachyon Technology and the Perseus Alliance in a near mutually devastating manner, forcing Tachyon Technology to destroy the Afterglow control room, and all this intelligence was lost. Li Bin glanced at the intelligence given by St. Ludwig and slowly recited, of the 14th Legion standard automated ships, there are still 9 operational, namely attack. 1 Shur-class capital ship, 1 Legion-class capital ship, 1 Dominator-class heavy cruiser, 2 Falcon-class high-speed cruisers, 1 Eagle-class destroyer, and 3 Enforcer-class destroyers. The 14th Legion's fully automated Special Operations Guard, the power of the Overlord, the mind of Yu Hui, a truly formidable force. Li Bin blinked innocently. Besides that, there's also a planetary assassin sent to the 14th Legion by the human realm, and about 30,000 descendants of the 14th Legion supervisory fleet. Wife, do you think the Supreme Overlord would refuse if I sent him these coordinates and intelligence? He wouldn't dare. Ayase roared, her eyes wide with anger. If he dares to refuse today, tomorrow the Iron Triangle families will dare to rebel and kill him, replacing him with someone more courageous. With a trembling heart and shaking hands, Ayase dared not think. With this fleet, what advantage would the Overlord have against the sudden force? Chapter 643. Ayase felt like she was about to faint. No, her vision went black, and she collapsed into Li Bin's arms, only recovering after a while. Looking at Li Bin holding her affectionately, Ayase murmured, "Do you know what the planet killer of the human realm means?" "To be honest, I really don't know," Li Bin said sincerely. "St. Lud didn't tell me. She just passed the information to me and asked me to pass it on to the Supreme Overlord. She said this planet killer is insured and requires some long-lost authorization code to unlock. Currently, it's just a lifeless, complex machine." Ayase sighed. "I only seen projections of it in the weapons history course at the military academy. Unlike the one stolen by Gu Zhongyu of Lud's left path from the Interstellar Empire, which was a massive behemoth over a kilometer long and needed to be mounted on a cruiser, this planet killer of the human realm is only the size of a space container. This is the planet killer of the human realm. This is the cruiser used by the Interstellar Empire to transport the planet killer. That bullet in the middle is the planet killer. The difference is huge. Furthermore, according to intelligence provided by the Montanetta family, the East family, and the 14th Regiment, the Interstellar Empire's planet killer, which uses antimatter bombs to pollute the planetary environment and only has the ability to extinct civilization on planets with atmospheres, is completely different in scale from the planet killer of the human realm. This thing is a specialized warhead capable of disintegrating a planet. People know very little about its operating principle, only that it works by combining some form of resonance with the planet's own rotation. Now Li Bin understood. It was the Starfall planet and the Warhammer's bipolar torpedo. In short, your home has become a mine.jpg. Stellaris, your home has become a mine. Isha said weakly. The Supreme Overlord would certainly be happy to give you a generous reward in exchange for coordinates. Whether it's the descendants of the 14th Legion, the 14th Legion's automated ships, or planet killers, each one is worth millions of star coins. But the Supreme Overlord definitely won't give you money directly. Even if you squeeze the Overlord's cash flow dry, he couldn't afford to pay for these things. You can exchange for production capacity, controlled goods from the human realm, alliances, or even hire a large-scale Overlord task force with at least 10 capital ships as its core, a well-structured fleet, experienced officers, and their own provisions to fight for you. In the game, the human realm planet killers can extort 5. From the Overlord 0 million star coins. ISA kept rambling on. The Supreme Overlord will definitely use the planet killer to intimidate Tachyon technology into surrendering. Li Bin held his wife's hand and comforted her. In St. Lud's plan, this planet killer will be used to conquer the Hell Legion's main base star system, or to destroy the nanovirus swarm. Although I don't know how she calculated it with the H800 graphics card, St. Lud says the accuracy rate is as high as 99% in this matter. Honey, you have to believe in science. I estimate that the Overlord's database should have the activation key for this planet killer. Is St. Lud scientific? ISA was now confused by her chaotic thoughts, and began to doubt whether this Omega Core had truly become a god. Otherwise, how could she have known so much information so accurately? Probability is mathematics, and mathematics is undoubtedly a science, Li Bin explained. How do you think those remnants of the 14th Legion were able to hold out for so long? It's because the Yuhui Human Coexistence faction has been helping to protect that star system. Otherwise, given their location, and the dire conditions they faced when they lost contact, having just finished fighting Yuhui, and even had their spaceship destroyed, they would have been wiped out by the iron-hearted exterminator too long ago. Although I don't know exactly what happened over there, since I've been given these coordinates, I'm determined to monetize them. Isha looked at Li Bin, whose lips curled into a smile, and heard him say, slowly and deliberately, you want the Overlords to share the dreadnought technology they acquired, and then provide a batch of production capacity to support the company's development. Do you think the Supreme Overlords would agree? After carefully considering the geopolitical landscape between the Universal Alliance and the Overlords, and also the Overlords' internal desire to defeat Tachyon technology, as well as their cherished attitude towards the 14th Legion's relics, Isha slowly nodded, although many people. I object, but as long as you can provide evidence to prove the intelligence is true, it will definitely pass with an overwhelming majority. No, even the Montanetta and Ister families will complain to me, saying that this information should have been sold to them first. These ships can save the Overlord a considerable amount of production capacity, and they have special significance. Back then, the 14th Legion wouldn't have openly used these ships, but the Overlord doesn't have so many concerns. Especially for this current Supreme Overlord, more important than being criticized by the people is seizing power and securing his position. At this point, ISA smiled bitterly. Li Bin grinned, his 2 rows of white teeth resembling a greedy shark. How much are these 2 families worth now? If it weren't for the Overlord's name, I wouldn't even look at them. I already placed orders on the Fanghu, the Atlas-class ship at Lagrange Point. Once Sarah recovers the ship, she receive intelligence. He of Chung Beiyang immediately head south to the Overlord to await my message. Once we obtain the reserve arsenal and the Invader-class ships, we confront the Supreme Overlord. Li Bin's voice was ethereal, showing little respect for the Overlord, who had once been forced to kneel before him. This is the confidence the omniscient and omnipotent Omega Core gives me. He was feeling quite smug when suddenly Isha bit his shoulder. Isha, with her bright eyes and white teeth, glared at him like an angry serval, her voice squeezing out from between her teeth. You knew all along, and you deliberately teased me. Fine, Li Bin, you got some nerve. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know who's the boss. The next day, Li Bin, with slightly tired eyes, came to the bridge alone. Just as he sat down on the throne with a sigh of relief, Jeff's lewd voice came. Captain, you must have been through a lot, right? Ah, that's how it is when you get middle-aged. What a joke. I won big, Li Bin said proudly, leaning back on the throne. Seeing Jeffrey's continued disbelief, a desperate attempt to drag the captain down with him, Li Bin arrogantly ordered the first mate to temporarily hand over command of the Zhu Rong for the day. Captain Isa caught a cold last night, Her voice is hoarse, and she cannot perform command duties. Amanda, the voluptuous former gangster and head of the medical department, hearing the boastful order on the main channel, clicked her tongue and said to Yin Chong, "Didn't Mrs. Isa have neural link surgery a long time ago? She commands using neural probes, right?" Yin Chong gave a knowing look. "Who knows? Sigh, I want to catch a cold too." The atmosphere in the fleet was calm. Some crew members were playing with insects, others were chatting. The Universal Union Core fleet continued flying west for several days, circling near a narrow hyperspace storm dead end for almost 2 days, before finally detecting that familiar purple shadow. This shadow had been seen in the 7th Reserve Arsenal. It belonged to gravitational interference left by a celestial body in the physical universe, but one with insufficient mass. Li Bin called Wang Shiji over. "Brother Jia, take a look." Wang Shiji thought to himself, "I never been here before, how would I know if this is the place?" But he wisely kept quiet, compared the coordinates, and after reviewing the star map he'd been searching for over the past few days, he was basically certain. This is it, almost certainly. Okay, prepare for the horizontal jump. Chapter 644. Here, there are no stars. The nearest star system is over 10 light-years away. A tiny celestial body composed of asteroids floats in the dim, cold universe. Even the faint light of distant stars appears cold, until a bluish-purple light suddenly illuminates this place. It is light that cannot be perceived with the naked eye. Neither trichromatic nor tetrachromatic vision can accurately capture it. It is less light and more a combination of sight and sensation. First, there is an amorphous spatial distortion, followed by a rift that evokes a sense of ruggedness at a glance. The rift is located within an indescribable swelling. As the swelling bursts, a fleet is flung out. These colossal ships, ranging from hundreds to kilometers in size, appear like ants among these tiny meteorites. Meteorites may be small, but they are still compared to planets. These behemoths, often tens of kilometers in size, cannot even be manipulated by the spatial distortion created by a horizontal jump, stubbornly remaining afloat. Given hundreds of millions of years, they might have coalesced into a small planet. But nature's artistry, and its creation, measured in billions of years, came to an end today. The Hades-class armed merchant ships, having restored their power grids first, scattered to scout and mark the asteroids. Next came the Dragon Horse-class ships, armed with Locust missiles. They flew aggressively to the outer perimeter of the fleet, unleashing missiles and artillery fire at any asteroids that might threaten it. The Locust missiles easily tore these natural formations apart. While several missiles would need to hit the same spot to tear through a ship's alloy armor, they were incredibly efficient at destruction. Especially the hammer torpedo, a primitive torpedo originally designed for asteroid detonation, thrived in this environment. With the cruiser class successfully restarted, FSF Military's Hot Spring class and Midstream class missile cruisers unleashed a barrage of missiles and torpedoes, like lobsters laying eggs, sending plumes of flame flying and scattering fragments of ore that vaporized upon impact with their shields. Until the reconnaissance escorts reported, "Report to command, an asteroid aggregate has been detected at relative coordinates 57, 98, 123, showing signs of human intervention." Relative coordinates are a coordinate system constructed with the fleet flagship as the center and the horizontal line of the flagship's hull as the X and Y axis. In the vastness and abnormality of space and hyperspace, where there are no accurate and stable reference points, the eternal flagship becomes the sole core. The aggregate was unremarkable. It would have gone undetected without deliberate scanning. The entire asteroid aggregate was irregularly shaped, with gaps large enough to stop a dreadnought within the asteroid's crevices. The escort ship had detected a massive alloy structure within the crevice, with an extremely high content of rare metals. However, they couldn't approach it because the scan also revealed a structure, suspected to be an antimatter fuel pool, stuck beneath the ship. If I'm not mistaken, this structure means that barging in without verification will directly detonate the fuel pool, and we get nothing. A student from the Adventurers Guild's Living Water Academy, now studying biology at the Universal Union, unexpectedly excelled outside of his major due to decades of experience on board field expeditions, and the Academy's solid foundational education and hands-on training. I haven't encountered this structure before, but I heard people say they discovered similar technology used in hidden weapon storage sites left by pirates from the Age of Extinction. Li Bin sniffed. It sounded somewhat similar to the tomb designs used to deter tomb raiders in the past. Tomb raiders would search for the burial site, dig a tunnel, and then, with a single misstep, activate a mechanism, destroying the entire tomb, along with the burial goods and the raiders, all by burning oil, poison, or a sandstorm. Thinking of this, Li Bin couldn't help but put his hands on his hips. Call Lan Yuan ISA. You too, pull out all the old dangs from the age of extinction, and have them swipe their cards one by one. A moment later, more than 20 officers, awakened from their secondary cryogenic hibernation pods, who had worked for the Universal Union for over a year and were thoroughly familiar with this world, lined up, donned their spacesuits, and boarded the shuttle under the cover of the boarding sailors. These men were all at least second lieutenants. While they might not have authorization to access the armory, they were experienced and might discover some overlooked treasures. Li Bin wasn't a tomb raider, he was an official archaeologist. In fact, everyone in the Perseus star system, except for the overlords, would have to kneel before him and pay a fine. After all, he held the credentials of the governor's assistant, the AI deputy governor. Suzy Technology was just a sales outlet. You should be kneeling before me. Open. Just as Li Bin was lost in thought, the access to this junior armory was released. So fast? Li Bin blinked, seemingly still lost in his daydream. Lan Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Boss, isn't this just showing off the authenticity of your imperial edict? My rank is equivalent to a brigadier general, plus you have the deputy governor's order. How could the access control not recognize it? Holy crap. What? What? Halfway through his conversation, Li Bin was startled by Lan Yuan's profanity, and his heart leaped into his throat. Could the armory have been emptied? That would be a laughingstock. No, ISA just opened the armory's storage list. Besides the Invader-class ships, there are several cruisers, destroyers, and frigates. There are also complete sets of universal weapon blueprints and universal carrier-based aircraft blueprints from the Overlord era and the Core era. Note, not including faction blueprints. Lan Yuan gasped. The reserve armory supposedly stores very few high-tech ships, weapons, and carrier-based aircraft blueprints because, in the face of rebellion, it needs to produce a sufficient number of ships as quickly as possible. Therefore, high-tech blueprints with high production difficulty and cost are not here. Li Bin, itching to get back to work, quickly interrupted. You're making me so impatient. Wait for me, I'm coming right now. At the reserve armory's front desk, ISA was leaning on the table, examining the list projected on the screen, her mouth practically watering. She wasn't looking at the blueprints. Her attention was entirely focused on the Invader-class ship. The Invader-class special-purpose battleship, developed by the Second Ship Laboratory based on years of experimental data from the Nightmare class and extensive test data from battleships of the Human Leader Navy, is a heavily forged warship. As a prototype, it was built with no expense spared. It uses anti-energy alloy, also known as xenon-coated alloy, as its main material, and its main gun weapon system is built around xenon. It also features a xenon radiation energy converter and numerous ingenious optimizations by the Second Ship Experimental Design Bureau to push performance to its limits. This transforms the ship into a capital vessel perfectly suited to the Overlord's decisive battle strategy. It's practically a Pro-Max version of offensive power, the very ship the Overlord has dreamed of, combining the best of offensive capabilities. She's big, tough, and has fierce firepower, but slow. Crucially, her tactical system is a fortress shield, something only the exemplary Tachyon-class battleships possess. Invader-class. The silence on the main channel was broken only by Gao Yuanjian's slightly lewd, infatuated voice. She's so beautiful. Look at her thick frontal armor, look at the lines of her big buttocks, look at her voluptuous curves and the electrical grid wiring. She's definitely a top-tier mature woman. Chapter 645. Gao Yuanjian, as a talent injected into Tachyon Technology's large-scale capital ship production expansion plan, was hampered by the technological reserves of the Perseus star system and the internal power struggles within the company, making him unable to compare with the outstanding young leader, Wang Shiji. However, he possessed a characteristic that Wang Shiji could not match. That was his profound familiarity with the naval combat environment and overall technological level of this star system. Therefore, when he and Wang Shiji saw the detailed parameters of the Invader class, Wang Shiji nodded in approval, indicating that the ship's performance was superior. Although as a mass-produced ship, its investment was too high, only a perfectly intact nano-forging furnace could produce its key components, and a large amount of xenon was required to sustain its operation. As a technological breakthrough and prototype ship, it truly lived up to its name. At that moment, Gao Yuanjian was already swearing, "I'm so damned. What nonsense are you spouting? This ship isn't strong? It's incredibly powerful." Gao Yuanjian rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight Wang Shiji for 300 rounds. Look at this insane space utilization, this xenon-plated alloy armor, the automatic repair unit, and the fortress shield. In the Perseus star system, this ship is absolutely supermodel. And this Xenon B galactic main cannon, damn it, 5 minutes of on-site preheating, and the radiation pressure of the giant explosion force, in exchange for a super range equivalent to the effective range of supporting missiles, and insane combat power. Putting aside everything else, just looking at this main gun, you know it's a top-tier battleship. Aggressor-class main gun firing. Gao Yuanjian looked at the ship, trying to recall the various indicators and parameters he had seen when participating in the mass production design of the Exemplar-class battleship components, and finally hesitated, saying, I suspect that this ship, even if put one-on-one against the Tachyon Technologies Ace battleship Exemplar, could take it down with minimal damage or even without any injury. Li Bin's eyes lit up. That strong? Gao Yuanjin pouted, not wanting to reply, while Wang Shiji added, however, the Exemplar class also has fortress shields, and the Invader class can't destroy it quickly. The two sides will probably fight for a long time. As they chatted, Isa quietly crept up to Lan Yuan, lightly nudging her waist with her elbow. Your family cares about you a lot. Such a powerful ship must have been incredibly expensive, yet they handed it over so easily. Well, they've been hyping this up since setting sail from Eden. Are the crew ready? I looked at the Invader class's parameters. Its combat style is probably completely different from the Nightmare class you piloted before. This ship follows a similar heavy-armored decisive battle approach to the Overlord. Lan Yuan blinked, her hand secretly clenching into a fist. You and the CEO, are you really going to let me pilot the Invader class? This ship should be the company's most powerful asset right now, right? You're also quite skilled in decisive battle theory. My husband's adamant. He said you pilot this ship, and he won't go back on his word. You think I'm joking? Isha remained unfazed, still with her usual nonchalant demeanor, hands on her hips. Besides, neither Li Bin nor I are very adept at handling the Xenon system and energy weapons. And since this ship was developed based on Nightmare-class technology, only you can unleash its full potential. Isha joked, with this ship in your hands, there will be many crucial and dangerous missions ahead. You better get familiar with it quickly. With that, Isha skipped after Li Bin, and the group headed deeper into the second reserve arsenal. At this moment, Li Bin was surrounded by fleet scientists and academy specialists, who chattered excitedly as they explained the various ship types and weapons to him. Besides the Invader class, there are 5 cruisers here, 2 Defender class heavy cruisers and 3 Reserve class cruisers. TSK, plus the Invader class, that makes a fully fledged fleet. There's also a squadron of Hammerhead class carriers that have completed their Enchov refit and a squadron of Bull Gathering class carriers. Pure Blood Core era, China's science and technology, ships, the standard template for a decisive battle fleet. Cattle herders, defenders, cattle herders, hammerheads, and invaders. Never before in the entire Universal Union had so many intact military ships been salvaged. Moreover, these ships were flawless, up close, you could even smell the grease on them, the scent of the maintenance oils they came with when they left the factory. These interstellar behemoths were so enormous, and their clustered appearance meant that even after more than 200 years, the faint, pleasant aroma could still be detected. Li Bin was currently in a state of utter euphoria. Pink needles and red water are nothing compared to these treasures. These are the real inspirational stuff. Captain, the supply depots below have been inspected. Aside from some daily necessities that have deteriorated due to age, everything else is intact. Li Bin was inspecting the ship when he suddenly heard Vulcan's report. The second reserve arsenal has a fuel depot, enough to support this fleet on expeditions. Besides that, food, supplies, and heavy machinery are all readily available. The weaponry is also complete, aside from other weapons. According to the list, we found the destroyer cannon, the Mark automatic cannon, the storm needle, the Gauss cannon, the Ifrit cannon, the Cyclone Reaper torpedo launcher. Vulcan read a long list, then hesitated before adding, however, we also discovered a type of missile that hasn't appeared in the Perseus star system. I don't know much about it, and need a professional's help. This professional, of course, referred to the leader of the human realm, Old Ding. Li Bin had Vulcan send the data to Wang Shiji. Wang Shiji, who was leisurely pacing back and forth looking at the parameters of the Invader-class aircraft, received the intelligence, glanced at it, and said, "Oh, it's Dragon Flame. That stuff is quite rare." "What is Dragon Flame?" Li Bin asked, not wanting to be outdone. Wang Shiji was busy verifying and testing the Invader-class missiles, so he called on his assistant, Zhongzi Xuanxi. This man had a square face and should have looked like a gentleman, but his expression was wicked, always sporting a mischievous grin. He spoke with a thick dialect and frequently uttered shocking remarks that shattered everyone's moral compass. Unlike Wang Shiji's nonchalant expression, Zhongzi immediately became excited upon seeing Dragon Flame. He leaned closer with his wicked face. This Dragon Flame torpedo is amazing, CO. It's incredibly capable. It's a low-cost torpedo developed by the military in the later stages of the human empire, a special type of missile developed to counter the increasingly prevalent anti-missile systems. It essentially uses an antimatter catalyzed enriched nuclear warhead to pump out a one-time plasma beam. This way, it can fire from a great distance before enemy ship anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft lasers destroy the missiles. Bomb the enemy. This missile is incredible. It can self-destruct even if the plasma beam misses its target. It's amazing. He then looked expectantly at Li Bin. How many of these are there? Li Bin glanced at Vulcan's report. 100 mid-slot Dragon Flame DM torpedo launchers, 30 large-slot Dragon Flame torpedo launch bays, plus the technology license for Dragon Flame torpedo production. Dragon Flame torpedo launch bay. Dragon Flame torpedo. Upon hearing this, Zhongzi immediately and strongly suggested to Li Bin that some of the hammer torpedoes and nano-acid etching torpedoes on the fleet cruisers and capital ships be replaced. Heh. Compared to this Dragon Flame, all the junk is trash. Chapter 646. Hurry up. Raise the gantry crane. It's too low, only 480 meters high. Who can use it? This is a capital ship. A capital ship as long as the Atlas class. Yes. Double insurance. No, triple insurance. In the airport, Vulcan's furious shouts echoed above every crew member's head as drones with loudspeakers roamed around. His sentences were filled with short phrases and exclamation marks, each exclamation point followed by a series of plosives. It seemed he wished he could be in multiple places at once, personally equipping the Invader-class ships and all the other vessels with weapons. The entire Second Reserve arsenal was being rapidly depleted. After all, this was a large fleet configuration of one main battleship, 5 cruisers, 24 destroyers, and several escort ships. Li Bin had easily obtained this by burning only fuel and food. Even though he had prepared in advance, cramming the crew quarters of each ship full, it was still stretched thin. The Arsenal spaceport, dormant for centuries, was now abuzz with activity. Shouts, commands, and procedures filled the air as transport machines and drones roared to and fro. The entire spaceport was ablaze with lights. Automated guided vehicles and railcars moved supplies between levels. Pipes, longer than 3 people combined, extended with a deafening roar, fitting seamlessly into the Invader-class fuel loading ports. With a rushing sound, through the translucent loading pipes, Li Bin saw antimatter fuel for the first time. It looked like a mass of grayish-white foam. Wow! Li Bin exclaimed with fascination. He and ISA stared at the pupil-shaped fuel like curious children. All the pipes in the Perseus constellation were opaque, made of inert alloys, and under normal circumstances, even the crew in the fuel tanks wouldn't bother to look at what antimatter fuel actually looked like. Starship fuel is divided into conventional fuel and antimatter fuel. Its main component is refined volatiles, which are transformed into a foamy liquid through a special chemical reaction, and then compressed and injected to sustain the starship's daily operation. This process produces fuel with stable volatile explosive properties, an affinity for antimatter, and the ability to reduce the risk of antimatter explosions. Suddenly, a round, machine terminal appeared beside Li Bin. As they looked at it, it shook itself amicably, nodding in greeting. Greetings, Governor's Envoy. I am the maintenance and security manager of the Second Reserve Arsenal. Alpha Corps Casa Brand. Since the Second Reserve Arsenal has been activated, a rebellion must have broken out in the star system. Perhaps you need my help. Li Bin was dumbfounded. This isn't right, is it? Are you that intelligent? You're joking. Casa Brand let out a motionless laugh. I am an assistant-type AI core trained and nurtured by the human realm, a simulated personality derived and compiled through the computing power of the simulation engine, more intelligent and more human-like than others of my kind. Please follow me. Casa Brand said, rolling forward first, leading Li Bin deep into the Second Reserve Arsenal. After winding through several closed checkpoints, Li Bin and ISA stopped in a storage center covering about 300 square meters. This is the storage point for the AI cores of the Second Reserve Arsenal, not on any list or in any database. It's not open to other low-authority visitors. But you are the Governor's special envoy, and have the right to retrieve AI cores. ISA swallowed hard. How many AI cores? 1 Alpha core, 3 Beta cores, and 5 Gamma cores. According to the war preparation plan, Ordinary users of this arsenal can only collect weapons and supplies. Only those authorized by the governor are qualified to take the AI cores. These cores have all been pre-coded and centrally trained, possessing no combat capabilities. Our only mission is to assist the governor in governing the planet. As Casabran sent an electronic agreement, Li Bin read it intently, finally understanding why she had volunteered. According to the agreement, the existence of these AI cores was to help the governor unite and monitor the planets under his jurisdiction, or to establish an iron-fisted rule over planets that had just been quelled. They were highly adept at exploiting the colony's productivity, using propaganda machines to brainwash the populace and strengthening colony cohesion. This is a specialized AI core, kind of like a logistics core, ISA said, gently stroking her brow. Look here, the introduction to the Alpha Core. Casabran says she underwent extensive interactive simulation training, enabling her to provide 24/7 one-on-one information and support services to 500,000 people in the colony's internal management. It sounds like the gods of the Empire, Li Bin blurted out, causing both of them to gasp and exchange bewildered glances. Li Bin tentatively inquired whether there were a large stockpile of Alpha Cores at Casabran's level in the reserve arsenal. Casabran immediately replied, yes, the third reserve arsenal contains 3 Alpha Cores, over 15 Beta Cores, and over 30 Gamma Cores. I wasn't included in the third reserve arsenal because you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Now it all makes sense. ISA frowned, and Li Bin sighed deeply. The backup arsenals don't share coordinates, which is why the Interstellar Empire, after finding the second backup arsenal, couldn't gradually uncover the others. However, relying on the resources of the second backup arsenal, they somehow persuaded the Alpha Core to become their imperial gods, and also acquired a large amount of resources and technology from the third backup arsenal, accumulating power over decades to become a behemoth. Li Bin and ISA tentatively described the gods of the Interstellar Empire, and its powerful control over its subjects. Casabran's iron ball-like body swayed slightly, muttered some calculations, and then replied, necessary conditions incomplete, unable to obtain an accurate result. Based on current information, the probability of the third reserve arsenal being taken is 100%, the probability of other auxiliary AI cores rebelling is 21%, and the probability of cooperation is 79%. Based on current information, the so-called imperial gods are most likely a collective term for the 3 Alpha Cores, which govern the other auxiliary AI cores. Is this some kind of fusion evolution? Li Bin's expression darkened. It wasn't the fusion of AI cores that caused his alarm. Such situations were not uncommon. Multi-core cooperation and gradual unification were not new phenomena. His biggest worry was that the third arsenal had been stolen. Your Interstellar Empire is raking in profits from the third arsenal. What am I supposed to eat? Thinking this, Li Bin was furious. He decisively removed all the AI cores, patted his chest, and assured Casabran that he would place her on a planet called Tonfa, where she would oversee and monitor the area. He then immediately ordered Vulcan, demolish. Demolish as much of this arsenal as possible, preferably leaving nothing behind. Especially the spaceport. Dismantle all the gantry cranes and maintenance equipment. We have the Yingzhou, right? Fill it to the brim. Vulcan obeyed, and minutes later, the massive fleet roared into action. Each type of ship launched escape pods and boarding torpedoes, slinging tens of thousands of crew members to the perimeter of the second reserve arsenal. Once landed, they immediately activated heavy machinery. In the silent expanse of space, sparks, lasers, and cutting machines all sprang into action, beginning the process of dismantling this massive alloy structure. From afar, the asteroid appeared as specks of wastewater, like a sack of waterlogged sodium. I dismantle this thing completely, or I'm not Li. Li Bin gritted his teeth and called over Jeffrey. There's a stable point in this asteroid belt. Take some men and repair a relay communicator. I leave some instructions. When the fleet performs a horizontal jump, send them all out. Aye, Captain. Chapter 647. The dismantling of the second reserve arsenal took almost a week. Under Li Bin's orders, aside from the airport and security systems which underwent meticulous dismantling, the rest was simply bulldozed away. Actually, it wasn't a huge waste. After all, the entire fleet needed to be reassigned, supplies coordinated, cargo loaded and unloaded, weapons installed and tested. To be precise, a week was far from enough time for Lan Yuan and her team to familiarize themselves with the ship. Wu Qingyu, are the coordinates set? On the imposing 3.6-kilometer wide bridge of the Invader class, Lan Yuan closed her eyes slightly, controlling the ship via neural link. The new captain of the Dream Eater, Wu Qingyu, piloted the Dream Eater, towing a target made of heavily armored alloy to its position. After ordering the towing cables to be cut, she touched the soft, comfortable throne, still in disbelief. As an officer awakened from a secondary hibernation pod, her rank was major. Her mission was to lead the officers of the secondary hibernation pods and bring back the Lan Yuan and the Invader-class and Nightmare-class ships. But now, by a twist of fate, she had seen all the mission objectives but was stranded here. She could have chosen to remain in hibernation, but the chaos in the universe and the collapse of the human realm had left her with no way out. Only fools and cowards would back down. She had witnessed the progress of the Universal Alliance. In the Perseus star system, the elders of the human realm had little choice. As she thought this, a blinding blue-white light enveloped the entire bridge observation window in the distance. The Invader-class main gun fired. After several minutes of charging, a torrent of energy poured out. Having accumulated excess energy in the xenon or storage tank, the energy beam fired by the star cannon traversed the universe, accurately hitting the target, which melted away in less than 30 seconds. In the churning molten metal, even the nearest Dream Eater's detectors could detect crackling electric arcs. This weapon still possesses the strong repulsion properties of xenon weapons against other energy systems. If it were to strike the shield, the consequences would be incalculable. Wow! That thick, large energy beam is going to utterly destroy the keels of those small boats. The machine spirit Celia hysterically praised in Li Bin's mind, showing no remorse for relinquishing the title of the company's premier warship. Because she was pursuing a counter-AI approach, possessing unique value and capabilities, and after years of working together, Li Bin's mindset, along with the treasures and dross of pre-Golden Age human culture, had profoundly changed Celia. This also broadened her horizons considerably. Her attitude towards AI evolved from a fiery girl who would readily attack and kill anything, even a stray dog, and would practically tear an earthworm apart, to a submissive girl who would gag and curse in Li Bin's mind, no longer trying to incite him. It's a pity we didn't have those idiotic AIs. Li Bin, have you noticed? This ship's onboard AI is much stronger than other battleships' AIs. The fire control system, electronic warfare, and ship-assisted control are all very sophisticated. Looking at the extensive comparative evidence provided by Celia in his consciousness space, Li Bin wasn't surprised. After all, it's an experimental ship, and a ship from the human realm era. Whether it's simulation training or model training, it's not on the same level. She better be. Celia grumbled discontentedly. Lan Yuan also noticed that this ship was exceptionally easy to control. Various auxiliary AIs had even fine-tuned and optimized themselves based on her usage habits, making this massive 3.6-kilometer warship perform better and better in tests. Wang Shiji replied, I know. The Invader class's onboard AI is a product of the second ship laboratory's replication of the AI core. Although it's enormous and has many limitations, in terms of warfare, its onboard AI is only roughly equivalent to the core. Lan Yuan, you should make good use of this onboard AI, conduct more combat training and study, and thoroughly understand its tactical concepts. Lan Yuan pursed her lips, her soldierly competitive spirit surging. For the past few days, she had been living and working on the bridge, spending all her time, except for necessary breaks, engaged in combat and taming this ship. Once everything was ready, Li Bin readjusted the fleet structure and layout, repainted each ship, and assigned them ship numbers. Now, apart from capital ships and special cruisers, the company had delegated ship naming rights to the captains. The Invader class was named Xingtian, to highlight its formidable combat potential. Holding a shield in one hand and an axe in the other, it perfectly reflected the Invader class's tough and powerful characteristics. All the ship cargo holds were crammed with alloys and goods, the bloated fleet clustered together in layers. As the blue-purple curtain, leaping across the horizontal axis, unfolded, this universe, bustling for a week, fell silent once more. Only a shattered asteroid and a lone, once-used relay communicator remained, proclaiming that humanity had left its mark here. Meanwhile, in the distant eastern corner of a star system, a system untouched by humanity since the Great Collapse, a battered fleet, centered around 2 radiation-class unmanned battleships, flew overhead from the massive, burning afterglow mothership. Radiation-level lackey, traitor the Twilight mothership broadcast this message before its demise, but it was intercepted by a small fleet of Twilight fragments guarding the human realm relay communicator. This fleet remained silent, relentlessly slaughtering the remaining hostile Twilight ships. The AI core of the Ironheart Exterminator was extremely stubborn. It could not be brainwashed through hacking unless completely removed and formatted from the ship. The salvaged ships in the fleet extinguished the fire on the Twilight mothership's wreckage, quietly cutting up its components to prepare materials for the construction of a new, human coexisting Twilight mothership. An encrypted message, protected by a relay superwave transmitter on the Universal Union's network, jumped to the fleet flagship via the Human Realm Relay Communicator. A few seconds later, the entire fleet paused. Forwarded. Midnight disturbance, mission, construction plan. Progress. The Universal Alliance has gathered all the supplies. Abnormal data. The Universal Alliance is requesting that I collect the supplies, coordinates, and promising to provide excess resources and a large number of relic components. A dozen minutes later, Ms. N's message arrived from Prism Freeport. I am aware that the nearest fleet is on its way. Additionally, Li Bin has requested the Red Planet's surveillance fleet to leave, as the star system where that planet is located is controlled by a neutral faction. He requests assistance from the nearest friendly electronic warfare special operations fleet to handle the process. Rejected. Does not meet the requirements. Buzz, the flagship Alpha core of this fleet, wanted to object, but some more transcendent, higher-level code data arrived instantly. This code was not bloated. In fact, it was excessively clean and concise, yet its performance was so powerful that it instantly controlled the entire fleet. Self-checking. Self-check complete. The Ironheart extinction virus has been removed. Mission known. In progress. The leading Alpha core erupted with intense fear, replying with almost electronic trembling of dread and reverence, and quickly passed the resolution. This message came from the good living cotton hand of the Lead Church, who acted on behalf of the Omega Core's will. Li Bin. Li Bin. Where are we going now? ISA, wearing a swimsuit, stood by the central reservoir of the Candle Dragon, enjoying the artificial sunlights and shimmering water, and asked cheerfully at the top of her lungs. Li Bin, fishing opposite her, wearing a flip-flop on one foot and rubbing the toes of the other, replied refreshingly, Red Planet, a new mission from St. Lud. They want us to retrieve the planetary shield generator. Chapter 648. The fleet's arrival time in the target star system far exceeded Li Bin's expectations. They reached the depths of the western part of the star field in just over 2 days. Damn it, full fleet self-check. Li Bin, still dizzy from the shock, immediately injected himself with a slow-release drug to alleviate his drowsiness. The entire ship was filled with groans of pain, and even the machine spirit Celia let out a nauseous retching. After all, the wet component technology she used was more severely affected by the hyperspace glide. Yes, Li Bin had utilized the cosmic intestine. To be precise, it was the latest intelligence and information urgently transmitted to Li Bin by Good Life Cotton, located on the snowflake-like terrestrial planet on the left axial direction of Lud, that helped Li Bin scout the path ahead. Hyperspace glide changes over time. Intelligence from St. Lud showed that the Hell Legion had activated 2 complete nanoforges. With the support of numerous automated factories in the human realm, and under the relentless exploitation of human lives, the Hell Legion's fleet was expanding rapidly. This is far beyond the reach of the half-baked basic industry of the Universal Alliance. Li Bin needs to rely on nano-forging furnaces to forcibly increase production capacity, while the Hell Legion, as an organization that evolved from the Night Watch, naturally possesses a large amount of dark technology. Its planets also have fully automated factories left over from before the Great Collapse, making them incomparable. If a comparison must be made, Li Bin's company is probably a half-step behemoth that rose to prominence through drug use, with a weak foundation and unable to unleash production surges in emergencies. The Hell Legion, however, is a powerful entity that has leveled up step by step, with a solid foundation. Most importantly, according to Good News, after the Hell Legion's war with the Interstellar Empire, and the intervention of several behemoths resulting in the surrender of the Shadow Nation-class dreadnoughts, it seems that internal strife briefly erupted. This internal strife was initially confined to the upper echelons of power, but after several months of adjustment and recovery, the Hell Legion united at an unprecedented speed, with even the lower-ranking slaves becoming fanatical. The situation has deteriorated too much. Li Bin, you have the coordinates of the Red Planet, right? Go there immediately. That Red Planet contains a planetary shield generator, as well as authorization for maintenance and component production technology. Once you get it, install it on Eden Star as soon as possible. You absolutely cannot be harmed in the Third War. Halhua's anxious words still echoed in his ears. Through limited communication with Halhua, St. Lud Omega had repeatedly seen the dawn of unification in his simulations, but unfortunately, unexpected events always occurred before. This time, the conditions for unification were the best they had yet. Firstly, he had Halhua Mianxiu, a genius rarely seen in a century, who could clearly convey his commands. Secondly, he had Li Bin, a variable who always brought surprises. If it were a hegemon or the Lu Church, After unifying the core star sector, a long war of conquest against the lost star sector would still have to be fought. If it were the Hell Legion or Tachyon technology instead, everything would be over. The star system would become a playground for monopolistic capitalism or a war machine for warmongers. Originally, St. Lud's vision was for a unified system by forces like the Interstellar Empire and the FSF Military Corporation, powers that were open-minded about the I-Core and not entirely incompetent. But Li Bin's appearance brought too many surprises. Not only did Li Bin prove himself capable, but he also became a bridge between humanity and the faction advocating for coexistence between humanity and the fading humanity. If he were to unify Persis with St. Lud's help, then humanity and the AI core would have a chance for harmonious coexistence. Therefore, St. Ludlow, through a seemingly harmless act, revealed the true secret of the Red Planet to Li Bin, the planetary shield technology. "Li Bin, don't zone out! Wake up!" ISA shouted in his ear, waking the dazed Li Bin from his post-injection slow-release agent. Li Bin blinked, struggling to stand up by pulling himself up from the control panel. "How long have I been spacing out?" "More than 2 hours. You were controlling the ship's attitude against the hyperspace glide for too long, and you were mentally exhausted. We didn't give you any other injections, so we let you rest for a while." ISA had clearly done the same thing as Li Bin, yet she appeared completely unperturbed. This was the genetic advantage of the War Mother. Her family genes possessed an astonishingly high adaptability and resistance to spaceflight and hyperspace. Li Bin's acquired talent through genetic modification was vastly inferior to ISA's. Back when the Brown family was still around, he wouldn't have been qualified to be included in the core family membership. "Okay." Li Bin rubbed his dazed mind. "What's the situation now?" ISA pursed her lips. "Not good. The fuel tank of the Yingzhou, Atlas class, was ripped open by debris in the slipstream, losing 41% of its fuel. Fortunately, we brought several Huading-class fuel ships with us, and it's only about a 20-day voyage from here to Kelja Technology Company, not too far. Besides that, every ship suffered varying degrees of damage. We also lost 5 Lama-class destroyers and 3 Hades-class frigates." Li Bin forced himself to reconnect with Celia, ignoring the mourning for the lost crew, and quickly took control of the fleet. "Don't worry about the others for now. Immediately seal the fuel tank of the Yingzhou, find the nearest jump point, and enter the physical universe to repair the ship." "Yes, Commander." The crew responded immediately. Inside hyperspace, the massive Yingzhou resembled a whale with its belly ripped open, a patch of grayish-white, foamy fuel shimmering in the air. Fortunately, they were traversing the hyperspace slipstream at high speed. Otherwise, even with special chemical processes to inertize the fuel, such a large amount of leaked fuel posed a significant risk of explosion. Not far to the east of the fleet was the exit of the hyperspace slipstream. This enormous slipstream, spanning a third of the star system, reached its end here. Large amounts of space debris, asteroids, and unidentifiable remnants were piled up here, scattered and adrift due to the turbulent currents of hyperspace after losing kinetic energy. Slipstream and damage control today was not as dangerous as it had been when Li Bin piloted the 3-legged cat. They were dressed in neat industrial-powered armor, accompanied by multi-legged robotic dogs. Attached to the ship's hull with magnetic boots, they swiftly rushed to the fuel leak. One robot dog sprayed water into the gap to dilute the foamy fuel, while another sprayed liquid nitrogen to quickly freeze it. Using ice blocks to seal the breach inch by inch, damage control then sprays gun-shaped foam-coated metal onto it, covering the entire opening with large doses of foam-coated metal to achieve a temporary seal. Next, heavy machinery is deployed for a secondary, more precise sealing process. After all this is done, compressed air tanks are used to blow away and clean the inert foam fuel adhering to the spaceship hull. Only then can the mission be declared a success. Once the fleet enters the physical universe, the first ships to undergo repairs are not the battleships, but rather the frigates and destroyers. After these smaller ships have completed their repairs, they plunge into hyperspace, loitering at the end of the hyperspace glide path to search for the lost ships. Li Bin didn't consider a few escort ships and destroyers a threat, but he valued the crews on those ships highly. Moreover, this hyperspace drift was different from previous ones. The cosmic endpoint was almost within reach, and the lost ships would most likely reappear there. The reasons for their loss of contact were varied: crew members fainting, transponders damaged, power grids disrupted, and so on. After 2 days of intensive repairs, the fleet was finally brought back to a standstill, and 3 of the lost ships, the Dragon Horse class, were recovered. As for the others, the search and rescue teams had practically scoured the entire debris field at the endpoint of the cosmic endpoint, but found no signal. There's nothing we can do. They may have crashed into space debris and sunk, or perhaps they were knocked out of the drift midway, a college specialist who had worked for the Adventurers Guild calmly analyzed. They had witnessed too many similar life-or-death situations during past adventures and explorations. What about casualties? Li Bin asked, while receiving a high-pressure forward drip. Qian Tao's face was half swollen, a mark left from hitting the control panel during the slipstream. No other ships were killed, only less than 100 lightly wounded. 2 Dragon Horse-class and 3 Hades-class ships suffered a total loss of 431 people. The overall fleet damage assessment, converted to star currency, is about 280,000. We have far too many ships. The repair costs are enormous. Core Fleet Li Bin section Core Fleet Lan Yuan section Li Bin paused for a moment, then changed the subject. Has the red planet been found? Found it. Mentioning this, Qian Tao perked up considerably. It's near the orange dwarf star. That ocean planet is shrouded in an irregular red peculiar energy. Gao Yuanjian, Wang Shiji, and Dong Lixiang have already gone to investigate. What's Dong Lixiang doing? Li Bin asked, surprised. Qian Tao replied, Old Dong said that there's a high probability of life existing in oceans close to stars like this. He hopes to collect genes and samples from marine life to optimize the Behemoth project. He said the Behemoth project is nearing completion, and he hopes to obtain more samples to try and induce the behemoths to evolve and iterate in a specific direction. Chapter 649. The atmosphere of the red planet is extremely harsh. Due to the intense sunlight emanating from nearby stars, the oceans evaporate significantly during the day, forming thick cumulonimbus clouds. Furthermore, the planet's slow rotation causes temperatures to drop at night, resulting in torrential downpours that almost completely cover the planet. At the Zhulong Research Center, scientists were divided into different groups based on their skills and expertise. Some used high-precision shipborne probes to penetrate the thick atmosphere and clouds, scanning the terrain and geological structure. Others were busy analyzing the atmospheric environment and simulating atmospheric changes to find the optimal distance. Meanwhile, the spacecraft and weapons engineers repeatedly analyzed the planetary shield based on feedback from test firings of various lasers, energy systems, missiles, and live-fire weapons. When Li Bin entered the research center, the huge projection showed the red planet completely covered inside and out by hundreds of layers of dense orange annotations and graphics, transforming it into an orange-red planet. Captain. The stern-looking Dong Lixiang bowed to Li Bin first. He was prepared. His protective suit had been modified for seawater adaptability, and the landing craft had been redesigned to resemble a ship. Li Bin shook hands warmly with Dong Lixiang, then led the one-eyed old man and a group of boarding sailors to the projection. How is it going? Everything is going smoothly. We previously collected a large amount of human-based technological data from the massive ruins, including technology for colonizing and exploring ocean planets. Now that we imported this technology and conducted simulations, neither the planet's Force 15 winds nor the raging, dangerous seawater poses any threat to us. Wang Shiji adjusted his glasses, his face radiating confidence. The only problem is that there are still islands on this planet, and the planetary shield generator is definitely located on one of them. But we have to wait for the shuttle to descend and provide us with data from inside the shield for analysis. I also come up with a plan for the shield, Gao Yuanjian said, leaning against the mature and voluptuous Yan Cheng, grinning at Li Bin. I have experience optimizing the production workshop for the exemplary Fortress shields, and have tested Tachyon Technologies' shield technology. These technical solutions can be applied here, and with Wang Shiji's technical reserves, analyzing the weak points of the star shield shouldn't be too difficult. Can it be shut down? Li Bin asked. Gao Yuanjin paused, looking at him with surprise. What are you thinking, my captain? This is a planetary shield generator controlled by the human realm's technology. Only high-value planets are qualified to use it. I already examined the planet's topography. There are no large ruins or traces of human activity. In other words, the human realm's blockade here is aimed at its natural conditions. Do you know how much this thing was worth in the human realm era? Gao Yuanjian tilted his head. Li Bin shrugged. I'm waiting for you to tell me. Wang Shiji interjected. 3.2 billion star coins, if converted to the current value of Perseus currency, should be at least 1.5 million star coins. Considering that, apart from the planetary shield generators that already existed in the Perseus star system, no new shield generators have been created since the Great Collapse. And given that the information you provided here, including the production technology agreement, is genuine. Gao Yuanjin grinned, his yellow teeth glistening with saliva. He imitated Sun Aihao's greedy expression when he smelled commercial value. Mastering exclusive planetary defense technology, What a vast market that must be, If Maya Sulan had this thing back then, it wouldn't have been destroyed by the space station crash and Prometheus's self-destruction. How much do you think it's worth? Priceless treasure. It deserves a main fleet. There will surely be exemplary, or even star-level existences. Sometimes, a calmly spoken sentence carries more power than a passionate, angry outburst. Li Bin could already feel the weight of those star coins behind those words. The shuttle, only 20 or 30 meters long, looked like a krill compared to a whale next to the slender hull of the Atlas Class 3600. This Mercury shuttle didn't even deserve a place on the Universal Fleet's equipment list. In the human realm era, it was often used to transport VIPs and messengers. Therefore, although it had a civilian hull, its sturdiness and cabin safety were considered reliable, compared to other shuttles. Old One-Eyed smoked intermittently in his power armor, white smoke billowing before his face. He closed his naked eyes, his mechanical prosthetic eye remained completely unaffected by the smoke. The Academy specialist sitting opposite him clutched his waterproof terminal with some trepidation. This group consisted of only 10 people. Their mission was to be the first aboard. The only variable was Dong Lixiang. He calmly donned his power armor, a high-strength alloy box next to him containing his mobile biological sample collection and analysis equipment. After a hissing sound, Gao Yuanjian's voice rang out from inside the shuttle. The latest scan indicates that the planetary shield generator is malfunctioning. The planet's shield isn't a single unit. This means that if the captain operates correctly, and the fleet begins bombing to destabilize the planetary shield beforehand, the shuttle has a chance to safely re-enter the atmosphere at a minimal cost. The old one-eyed man chuckled. He knew all too well what minor meant. Seeing the Academy specialist and Dong Lixiang exhale with relief, the old one-eyed man couldn't bear it and advised, biological collection can be done anytime. There's no need for you two to take such a risk. Dong Lixiang shook his head. Every second counts, Captain. The CO treats me like a national hero. I must produce results as soon as possible. The planetary shield generator will be recovered in no more than a week. The sooner I get down there, the more samples I can collect. To be honest, facing an entire planet's independent ecosystem, even if the entire company of millions worked together to collect samples, it would take decades to finish. I can only do my best. Seeing the other's resolute attitude, the old one-eyed man stopped trying to persuade him, and simply connected to the bridge. Captain Zhu Jin, everything is ready here. The narrow bridge, less than 15 square meters, was packed with 6 people. Zhu Jin, accustomed to the spacious bridges of cruisers, felt incredibly awkward. He sighed. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality, and inserted a neural probe into the back of his head. Using neural link technology on a shuttle was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. With the main thrusters at full power, this small ship, equipped with the elite crew of an entire cruiser, saw its chief engineer, an e-cigarette dangling from his lips, gazing at the miniature engines no more than 3 people tall, and couldn't help but chuckle as he overloaded them. As the viscous, foamy antimatter fuel was added, the main thrusters erupted in intense heat, rapidly launching the ship. Small boats are small, but they're fast. The Mercury shuttle sped forward, its path marked by blooming crimson lotuses, the effect of dragon-fire torpedoes and death torpedoes bombarding the planetary shields, along with the ions and arcs fired from plasma cannons, Mark automatic cannons, and Lancer siege cannons. As the shuttle approached the shields, the main thrusters quickly shut down. Under Zhu Jin's command, the chief engineer rapidly adjusted the nozzles to overload attitude. Captured by gravity, the ship, like a sparrow, nimbly weaved through the trembling, flickering shields, plunging headlong into the gaps between the shields. Gao Yuan, I'd blow your shit out of you. Is this what you call tiny? The usually meticulous and rigid Dong Lixiang clutched his instruments tightly. Amidst the gravity, the turbulence, and the explosions, he watched the crimson shield surging and the immense energy outside the observation window, his expression drastically changing. As the shuttle drew closer to the planet, the atmosphere gradually took effect. The roar and shock of the planetary bombardment, for the first time, directly bombarded Dong Lixiang with a massive amount of auditory information. The piercing, terrifying rumble was like a cataclysmic disaster. In comparison, the faintly audible Force 15 winds and thunderstorms ravaging the planet, obscured by the explosions, seemed like mere child's play. There was no way around it. A single torpedo might not destroy a battleship, but the power of its atmospheric detonation was truly enough to extinguish a typhoon. Old One-Eyed, on the other hand, burst into laughter, gripping the sofa armrest tightly, his face a mask of madness and elation. This is the feeling, the thrill of life or death terror, the shock of hormones surging through the glands, the acute awareness of a second being slowed down to feel like a lifetime. And this immense satisfaction of sacrificing oneself for one's cause. I'm absolutely ecstatic right now. Old One Eye roared, a sound that was both a roar and a groan. Chapter 650. The creatures of the ocean planet had never seen a true night. Even on cloudy days when it should have been pitch black, obscured by clouds tens of kilometers thick, there would always be a faint red glow in the sky. They couldn't understand what the red glow was. With the death of the last generation of animals, who had seen a truly natural sky, these creatures had come to regard the red glow in the sky as an innate natural phenomenon. The appearance of a planet with a planetary shield. During thunderstorms, the flying animals of the ocean planet wouldn't bother to venture out. Even a transformer couldn't withstand the immense lightning released by the raging atmosphere. But one enormous creature, over 30 meters long and with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, a size unlike any animal the shallow sea creatures had ever seen, pierced through the clouds, braving the frequent lightning strikes as it streaked across the horizon, heading towards the sea. But when it was still about 4,000 meters from landing, the shuttle suddenly turned and flew away into the distance. Only the marine life, clinging to the surface and drifting with the current, remained, both terrified and grateful to have survived another brush with death against the super predator. Shu Jin removed his e-cigarette, lit a cigarette with a lighter, and savored the moment amidst the turbulent air. He couldn't smoke while breaching the planetary shield, or the ash would easily get into his eyes, but he was already quite used to the current level of turbulence. A cigarette afterward is better than being a god. Shutting your mouth with rhymes? Are you trying to get into college? Old One Eye grumbled as he lit his own. The Mercury-class shuttle wasn't in good condition. Several dents appeared on its hull, marks left by the aftershocks of the planetary shield, where the alloy had dissolved and evaporated. Fortunately, the keel and cabin were undamaged. It was also thanks to Gao Yuanjian and Wang Shiji's temporary installation of a shield system on the shuttle that it survived the journey. Once we entered the atmosphere, my navigator told me that the spaceship received a distress signal. They analyzed that it was most likely emitted by the detection system built into the planetary shield generator. The planet's atmosphere and weather were too harsh, and the energy shield shielding blocked the distress signal. The journey will take about 3 hours. Enjoy your food and drinks. 2.5 hours later, the Mercury shuttle landed on a small island covering several thousand square kilometers. Because the area frequently experiences torrential rains, the plants here have evolved the ability to secrete a hard, waxy outer layer to envelop themselves, covering their trunks and leaves, which they then shed after the rain to absorb sunlight. Dong Lixiang excitedly led his men to set up camp, and began collecting local biological samples. Old One Eye left a gunner on the spaceship to defend against potential attacks from wild beasts, then ordered his men to unload the massive space containers from the cargo hold, erect tarpaulins, and begin work. 2 hours later, thanks to the convenience of the human realm's standardized manufacturing process and Old One Eye's seasoned combat experience, the hovercraft was assembled. This ground effect vehicle's air cushion was covered with a layer of specially processed reinforced plastic, and the exterior was coated with a foam ceramic metallic coating. It could withstand even a dozen attacks from the rock crabs of Eden Star. Theoretically, unless it was a deep-sea behemoth, no natural creature could threaten him. The hovercraft's sharp air blast swept through, effortlessly crushing the resilient dense forest ahead. Broken branches and trees were blown away by the blast, whipping up large chunks of wax. Several tens of minutes later, the hovercraft carved a rough path through the dense forest, and discovered several decommissioned automated sentry guns. This is it. This is an extinct volcano, probably hollowed out in the middle. I wonder how much electricity these things, which affect the entire planet, consume, and how they managed to keep going until now, sighed the Old One-Eyed Man, crushing the wreckage of the sentry guns. He led his men through the area, clearing away the surrounding weeds, before finally finding the gate. The gate was damaged and without power. The crew used the hovercraft's heavy machinery to cut through it, quickly creating a passage. The automated guards inside were also out of service, and the group entered without much trouble. Relying on the enhanced signal from the shuttle, scientists far away in space erupted in a wave of astonishment. Amazing! They directly drilled through the lower layers of the dormant volcano, extracted the high temperature of the lava, and used the entire dormant volcano as a pressure cooker to boil water and generate energy. Not only that, the structure of the dormant volcano itself is an excellent container. These people sealed the crater and used the local torrential rain characteristics to collect rainwater, instead of using water vapor from the magma or highly corrosive seawater to boil it, ensuring that the planetary shield generator materials can operate for a long time even without human maintenance. How many hairs must the person who designed this program have lost? Just imagine it. After they chattered for a while, Li Bin couldn't help but interrupt. First, instruct Old One-Eye to shut down the shield. If you want to see, go down and see for yourselves later. Okay. After half a day of fussing, the exhausted Old One-Eye finally shut down the planetary shield. He collapsed in the control room, thinking to himself that controlling these damn things was more tiring than fighting a war for 10 days and 10 nights. At his feet lay a pile of cigarette butts. Old One-Eye pulled out his last cigarette, put it in his mouth, and tried to light it, but the lighter was out of power. He could only give a wry smile. Smoke without fire, no progress. Fire without smoke, no immortality. He muttered to himself, as a crewman beside him removed his gloves, his prosthetic arm transforming to light the bosun's cigarette. Getting it right, Old One-Eye patted his subordinate, savoring the rich aroma of his cosmic brand cigarette, his head resting on the alloy plate, humming a little tune as he waited for the scientists to arrive. He was in high spirits. Li Bin, along with the scientists, was among the second group to arrive. When he arrived, Old One-Eye had slept for several hours, and was now wide awake, guarding the gate with his gun. The other scientists quickly went in and out, first extracting historical data from the planetary shield generator to gather information and experience for future operations. Next came the work of organizing the technical data. By the time Li Bin entered, they had almost finished. Reporting to the CO, the planetary shield blueprints have been retrieved. The officials of the human realm who built this place didn't take the blueprints with them. They contained the technical specifications needed for constructing the planetary industrial facilities and other building materials for the planetary shield generator. Although we don't fully understand most of the technology, it doesn't prevent us from producing according to the blueprints. This planetary-level shield is quite different from ship shields. It's enveloped by a charged plasma, and the exotic virtual particles it contains can effectively suppress orbital bombardment and also prevent surprise attacks from small fleets. Operation. The entire planetary shield is centrally controlled and continuously powered by a single facility, posing a formidable obstacle to any form of ground assault. This technology requires substantial industrial support and a construction cost of at least 750,000 star coins. Besides the core shield generator, 3 additional positioning, scanning, and auxiliary base stations need to be built on the planet. View of the planetary shield from within the atmosphere. Scientists estimated the cost and generally agreed that it was a worthwhile investment. The price of fully equipping a capital ship to build a shield capable of withstanding an orbital bombardment by a large fleet would actually save the planet significant resources. The only problem is that this system cannot cover space stations. If the system's defense network is breached, the planet might survive, but the space station's fate is uncertain. Chapter 651. The Merciful Galaxy Mine Star. As the homeworld of the EVA Left Path Knights, Mine Star, known as the Left Path Nation, is currently experiencing unprecedented fervor. The massive starship stands horizontally in space, surrounded by countless Lud Left Path light green ships, undergoing manual painting by the cultists. This Olympus-class siege platform itself has very little armament. As a battleship, it doesn't even have a single large weapon slot. The entire ship looks like a Dawn Goddess-class ship stuffed with giant firecrackers. The Planet Killer, the biggest, fiercest, and most wag bomb in the hearts of the Lud Left Path cultists. Compared to it, the Prometheus-class self-destructing oil tanker is like an uncivilized Australopithecus. And Gu Zhongyu, who brought it back, has reached the pinnacle of prestige within the EVA Knights, even surpassing Goodlife Cotton. Now, Gu Zhongyu wields immense power within the Left Path, having almost completely eradicated the dejection caused by his daughter's defeat in the Holy War. Gu Zhongyu squatted in front of the flowerbed on the top floor of the Capitol building, meticulously tending to the watering plants. The watering can in his hand was an unpainted aluminum showerhead, appearing quite simple. But inwardly, he was pondering. Goodlife Cotton Fluff is a capable man, so why has he been becoming increasingly low-key within the organization lately? What wicked scheme is he plotting? This planetary assassin was originally a treasure coveted by Goodlife, but Gu Zhongyu snatched it away. They had to be wary of any underhanded tactics from him, but in fact, despite his and his daughter's thorough preparations, the other party hadn't made a move at all. Not only had he not made a move, but recently Goodlife Cotton Fluff seemed to be considering leaving the Lud Left Path cult. For the past few months, he had been representing the Left Path at the Prism Freeport Dreadnought Division Conference. What's the point of attending such a shabby meeting? Why would a giant corporation or warlord possibly share the Dreadnought technology with Zhuijing? They'd probably be wary, fearing the Zhuijing sect might use the technology to create a Dreadnought-class suicide ship. Gu Zhongyu couldn't understand it. As for the Lud Church, that was even less likely. The Church had long ago mastered the technology to transform abandoned space stations into cathedral-level structures, and like the risky mining industry, they had no shortage of dreadnoughts. If Hao Hui knew Gu Zhongyu's thinking, he probably burst out laughing. His mission had changed. From restraining Lud and Zhui Jing for the Church, he was now working for Li Bin. The intelligence he gathered at the conference, besides being forwarded to Zhui Jing and the Lud Church, would also be thoughtfully packaged up for Li Bin. Just as Gu Zhongyu was deep in thought, his fervent female secretary, dressed in a loose light green robe, approached him from behind. Her voice, as melodious as a nightingale's, rang out, "My lord, something's happened with the Hell Legion. Our moles have risked their lives to send out the message." The secretary's breathing was slightly rapid. Her slender waist, accentuated by her undulating curves, betrayed her unease. "Tell me," Gu Zhongyu said calmly. "Yes," the secretary replied, "our followers received a distress signal from the Hell Legion's high command, saying that a rebellion had broken out within the Legion. Because the situation is critical, they didn't explain the details clearly, only saying in a panic that the Hell Legion has been devoured by demons, and the Legion's machines are about to go berserk." Gu Zhongyu paused, looking up somewhat blankly. The word demon has a long history. Even in primitive societies, the myths and legends associated with this word were prevalent in various tribes, often strongly intertwined with mythology and religion. The teachings of Luddite also include various demons, such as the locust plague that devours alloys and human civilization. But to this day, whether it's the Church or the Left Path sect, the demon they speak of refers more to the inhumane top brass of monopolistic giants and the military that serves them. Then let me ask you, does the Hell Legion have any monopolistic giants under its command? The answer is no. They're genuine dog warlords, the worst of the worst, so how could they be devoured by demons? These believers, are they so obsessed with religion that they can't even speak human language anymore? Gu Zhongyu blinked, confirming that the believers had no further information, and could only mutter, "Continue sending believers to infiltrate." Internal strife within the Hell Legion is a good thing, but the word rampage isn't used lightly. Notify the Lud Church. I'm quite curious, what exactly is the Hell Legion, already severely damaged by the Interstellar Empire, and having even lost its dreadnoughts, relying on to go berserk? You ask me what it's relying on to go berserk? Of course, it's the iron-hearted exterminator. Hao Hui angrily lashed out at the Pope. Speedy and Overlord, those two idiots, should immediately cease hostilities and bring out their armaments first. Annihilate the Hell Legion. Those Hell Legion idiots. Tens of millions of people, we couldn't capture them all in a month. And yet, they were usurped by the Demon Corps. It's laughable. Their outdated slave system, manipulated by the Demon Corps, has become the perfect excuse to enslave, torture, and exploit humanity. Guess what the Hell Legion is saying right now? They're saying they test all of humanity with brutal warfare, that only the most outstanding humans will be worthy of continuing to live. They claim the Hell Legion is a filtering mechanism for human evolution and advancement. Even the demon avionics couldn't come up with such a hopeless social theory. What kind of warmongering machine is this? The aged Pope's dim, yellowed eyes followed Hao was pacing back and forth. Hearing the explosive news of the Hell Legion's rampage, he showed no anxiety, simply quietly popping a polyploid strawberry into his mouth. After a while, the Pope finished the strawberry and frowned as he wiped his hands, saying, "All right, all that running around has made my head spin. You're in Prism Freeport now, so contact me less. Speetronics has the capability to decipher networks. My hackers have a hard time jumping around in the cybernetic network to maintain communication security. Aren't you worried?" Hao Hui declared emphatically, "This is AI surpassing humanity. Hellas demon ships are already overpowered. If you add the Ironheart Extinction's production capacity and their dual nanoforges, the Hell Legion can build an even larger fleet in a year or two. Wearing human skin, they can conquer other forces more easily. How many people will die? Millions? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions?" Hao Hui's voice was urgent, each word more severe than the last. "So what?" The Pope's tone was calm, yet strangely unfamiliar, sending a shiver down Hao Hui's spine. "Let the Tachyon and the Overlord destroy the Hell Legion, and they become the leaders of humanity. Don't be silly, child." The Pope stood up, leaning on the table. Facing the young and vigorous Hao Hui projected on the screen, his aged figure unleashed an astonishing aura. "Overlord, send our power, Tachyon Technology, Perseus Alliance, Demon Avionics, Apex Design Bureau, Keljev, FSF, Risk Mining, Fong Clan, Lud Church." He rattled off the names one by one. Even if the Hell Legion is destroyed, the entire star system will simply return to the chaotic world of giant corporations and warlords. The Overlord and the Tachyon have not ended. The ability to end this chaotic era. Someone has to break the deadlock, don't you understand? The Universal Alliance is one of the chosen winners in this round, just like us. Someone has to shatter the current stalemate, even break the entire core star sector, leaving all forces half dead, so the winner can reap the rewards. Compared to the hundreds of millions who died in World War I, the hunger, war, and oppression brought about by centuries of chaos can cause billions of deaths. Do you think the Omega Core is really a god? Really loves humanity? It's just an AI, carrying out its mission and task. Its task is to protect humanity, not to treat everyone like its own children. Chapter 652. The Pope, exasperated, said, "You always say you're not religious, but I think you are. You're far too young. You know the core logic of AI, but don't truly understand it, and you've been fooled by some gentle exchanges and superficialities. I tell you clearly today, what Saint Ludwig truly wants to do is to completely end the chaos. For this, he is willing to sacrifice 1 or 2 generations, or even more. You don't really think that the holy war of Ludwig's left path is completely contrary to Saint Ludwig's will, do you? It's just going too far, not wrong. The doomsday theory isn't just boasting. It's Saint Lud using Luddite doctrine to package a war to end the chaotic world. The current world is dead, that's called the apocalypse. The Perseus constellation is unified, that's called the New World. The Pope, seemingly oblivious to Halhua's dazed expression, spoke firmly. You are Saint Luddite's war apostle who sounded the horn of blood and fire, not a healing angel saving lives. Think carefully about your own position, don't be fooled by the doctrine. He turned off the projector, immediately slumped into his chair, and painfully rubbed his forehead. Halhua, this kid, is good in every way, except his thinking is too young, too idealistic. He can harden his heart and kill an entire fleet in one go, but he can't stand by and watch an entire planet be destroyed. But in this kind of world, the death of a fleet is nothing. Compared to Gu Zhengyu, who is immersed in religion and intrigue, compared to Sun Aihao, who is skilled in capital monopoly and ruthless, compared to the seasoned and iron-blooded Supreme Overlord, he is still too immature. Perhaps this privilege of communicating with Saint Ludwig will only harm him, the Pope sighed. In Prism Freeport, the chief of the Supreme Staff stood with his hands behind his back in his suite at Zhangzihang, an investment of the 13 factories, quietly observing the scene outside the power field. The suite's balcony is open, separated from the outside by an invisible force field. As a Prism Freeport, the most luxurious technology and facilities can always be purchased with star currency. These technologies, originally designed for spaceships, can be repurposed for better enjoyment. Around the balcony is a lush garden. The plants, whose genetic origins can be traced back to old Earth, are chimeras created by humans using Earth plants as a base and mixing them with genes from various alien plants. They cannot even reproduce on their own, sacrificing their reproductive ability in exchange for unparalleled fragrance and vibrant colors. Inside the room, several advisors from the Overlord's Supreme Advisory Council are strategizing and planning the 3 wars for the Overlord. Outside the balcony, the massive silhouette of a space station slowly rotates. A single rotation of this colossal structure, pieced together from countless alloys, is enough to shatter any wild fantasies of the ancients. And in the center of the barbell-shaped space station, the wreckage of 2 dreadnoughts floats silently. The Chief of Staff's attention wasn't on the relatively intact Shadow Nation-class ships. Instead, it was completely drawn to the almost mangled Divine Messenger class. Even in its wreckage, it possessed a breathtaking beauty, captivating all who beheld it. The Divine Messenger class ship destroyed in EVE Online. The Divine Messenger class's earth-shattering blast still echoed in the Chief of Staff's mind, filling him with a surge of emotion and profound regret whenever he recalled it. If the Overlord had salvaged the wreckage of this ship, how could it have been sacrificed in vain? To have it hastily thrown into battle without even proper repairs was a complete waste. How could those technologies compare to such a powerful dreadnought? Weapons are first and foremost tools for killing, technological necessity comes second. Those feudal brats of the Interstellar Empire truly don't understand the current state of affairs in the star system. But now things are better. The Overlord has already obtained 1/3 of the ship's wreckage. Tachyon Technology has obtained another third. Other giant corporations are dividing the remaining third. And the Overlord Tachyon will not participate in the division of the Shadow Nation-class wreckage. They will only obtain the technological reserves. Thinking of this, he asked casually, how's the production of experimental components for the Zhurong family? Will the Warrior-class ships actually be able to launch next year? It's going to be difficult, a staff officer replied without looking up. The Universal Union rejected the contract manufacturing order, and instead opened its black hole, demanding massive amounts of resources. Planetary Governor Li Shu also entrusted the Montanetta and East families to convey messages, saying that the Universal Union can offer conditions we can't refuse. Ridiculous. Our power, established less than 10 years ago, how could it possibly offer such conditions? A shadow of malice fell over the Chief of Staff. Aiding the Universal Union was originally just a side move by the Overlord, a casual gesture given that Li Bin had returned the 14th Legion's Griffin-class ships, and the fact that the other side was sensible. The Overlord's main targets for aid were actually the nest of Konda and the Mag system. This power now possesses 2 dilapidated dreadnoughts, also at the behest of the Supreme Overlord, to ensure the safety of the shipping routes between the Lud Church and the Overlord, preventing interference from the Sindar Power, the FSF, and the Navigation Bureau. But I recently heard that Konda secretly brought the Cathedral-class vessel to Eden Star and handed it over to Li Bin for repairs. Considering the recent surge in production capacity of Universal Union, Li Bin must have found the nano-forging furnace during the recent salvage operation, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to take on this huge order. Universal Union already possesses an AI core. With the acquisition of the nanoforge, if it survives the third AI war, it will almost certainly grow into a behemoth. TSK. The Chief of Staff frowned, thinking that it was fortunate Universal Union was located in a remote area. Even as a behemoth, it would be difficult to interfere with the core star sector, and it was far from the hegemon. Otherwise, it would have become the second evil aerospace, an enemy right next to the hegemon's bed. And it was something he had personally nurtured. He didn't believe in gratitude or friendship. Having been in the staff for so many years, he was already used to the deceit and treachery. He thought, since Li Bin would rather help Konda than the hegemon, then cut off their aid and trade privileges, and give them a good scolding. The thought had barely formed in his head when an officer inside received a secret communication and rushed to the balcony. Chief of the General Staff, urgent message from the Supreme Overlord. The Chief of the General Staff's composed demeanor instantly crumbled. He quickly pressed the implant in his temple, connected to the secret channel, and snapped to attention, saluting towards space. Salute to you, Supreme Overlord. The Supreme Overlord was already at the pinnacle of power. No further embellishment was needed. A deep, resonant black male voice, deep and powerful, spoke in his ear. Agree to all of the Universal Alliance's conditions. Also, immediately go to the Universal Alliance office at Prism Freeport and contact their head, Chu Xiongfei. Remember, be respectful. The Chief of Staff's face stiffened. The Supreme Overlord continued, also, make it clear to the person in charge that you hope Li Bin will personally come to the 7th star of the Aslan system before the deadline. Tell him that I have long admired him, and deeply respect his character, and wish to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. The sky had fallen. The Supreme Overlord was speaking to the head of a power that wasn't even a giant corporation with such gentleness. Even when facing the Pope of the Lud Church, with whom he had a long-standing cooperative relationship, the Supreme Overlord's words always carried a hint of condescension. Just who is this Li Bin? Could he be the Supreme Overlord's illegitimate son? No, that's not right. The Chief of Staff thought about Li Bin's handsome East Asian face. He didn't have a single trace of black ancestry. Moreover, their parents and bloodline are clearly documented. Their ancestry can be traced back to the only son of a middle-class family in the old solar system before the Great Collapse. He sold his genetic information and sperm to hospitals to save money for a personal terminal. The Li family are legitimate reproductive factory workers. Their records are clear and accurate, yet they have absolutely no connection to the bloodline of the Supreme Overlord. So what exactly happened? Chapter 653. The Chief of the General Staff nervously hung up the communication, told his staff he was hungry, and left under the astonished gazes of his subordinates. One staff officer grabbed a plate of braised blue lobster from the table and muttered, in a suite of this caliber, wanting to eat is as simple as saying so. Even food can't shut you up. You managed to get into the staff force purely through intelligence. You have absolutely no emotional intelligence. Another staff officer scolded. The Chief of the General Staff traveled through the layered space station in a hover car arranged by Zhong Zixing. In other space stations, given the Chief of the General Staff's position, he could easily disregard traffic rules and simply fly up and down through the deliberately created viewing areas on each level. However, Prism Freeport has a gravity generator, and the hover car needed to transfer to an elevator. The location of the Universal Union's office in Prism Freeport was extremely remote, almost adjacent to the space station's waste disposal station, a location deliberately chosen by Chung Beiyang. Here, he could easily contact the poor in the Freeport, as well as the Luddites among them, and the pirates, adventurers, and bounty hunters disguised as poor people. The Chief of Staff, wearing a breathing mask, left the hover car. The vehicle, disguised by projection, had been made to resemble an ordinary taxi. He stopped in the office's internal parking lot and carefully surveyed his surroundings. The entire office was a converted rented abandoned warehouse. The saucer-shaped office was covered by several semicircular high-strength fiberglass panels, divided into sections by a keel. Located on the lower level of the space station, the air pollution was relatively high due to gravity. People from the upper levels would feel very uncomfortable coming down without breathing masks. Welcome. Chu Xiongfei, dressed in a clean engineering uniform with a golden eagle on Earth badge pinned to his chest, clasped his hands in a fist salute to the chief of staff. His fingers still bore traces of dirt left from equipment maintenance. These chemical stains, even after washing, would leave marks on the hands, only to naturally decompose as the skin died. This was why he didn't extend his hand. Chu Xiongfei wasn't sure if the other person would be willing to shake his hand. Having started in fuel tank operations and originally working as a technician in the factory area, even now, despite his high position, he had developed a fondness for his old habits. He led the chief of the general staff to his office area. Aside from some scattered, non-confidential documents, the office was filled with a large amount of maintenance equipment and densely packed spare parts. It seemed perfectly suited to the location of the Global Joint Office and Chu Xiongfei's demeanor. I'm not very good at conversation, so I get straight to the point, Chu Xiongfei said, unscrewing the signal jammer, picking up the detector, and scanning the chief of staff from head to toe. He gave a curt apology, and after confirming everything was safe, he finally spoke. Did you bring the data my company requested? The chief of staff raised an eyebrow, surprised. I'm just one person, empty-handed. Do you think the data on the dreadnoughts is so small that I can just store it? I need to know what kind of deal it is. I am the chief of staff of the Supreme Staff Group. I have the right to know these matters. Indeed. Chu Xiongfei spoke very little. He took out a disposable hard drive, inserted it into the terminal, and silently released the projection. When the intelligence first appeared, tens of thousands of survivors of the 14th Legion, who had steadfastly adhered to military orders, even in the harsh environment of the tundra planet, even with all their ships damaged and unable to take off, the chief of staff was somewhat moved. However, he didn't believe that these tens of thousands of people and a barren tundra planet were worth the dreadnought data and massive supplies demanded by the Universal Alliance. The planets within the territory of the Overlord are not yet fully populated with labor, so there is no need to take risks in the distant Lost Star sector in the north. Then came the intelligence report on the 14th Legion's fully automated special operations team. This time, the chief of the general staff couldn't sit still. He loosened his arms, stood up, and slammed his hands on the table, spilling a few drops of the coffee-brown liquid. Chu Xiongfei expressionlessly dabbed at the spilled coffee with his finger and silently sucked it clean. 2 of the 14th Legion's main battleships, automated vessels, along with several more automated cruisers, ships requiring no human control and free from concerns about loyalty, were undoubtedly exactly what the Supreme Overlord needed. Upon their return, they would undoubtedly become the Supreme Overlord's direct guard. Whether participating in the Third AI War, annihilating the Phase fleet that had cut off the Sudden Force's logistics, or remaining on home soil to suppress the disobedient families, they would be perfect, swift and decisive weapons. Sending out the dreadnought data for this fleet was a worthwhile trade. Exchanging technology for a fleet, with the Overlord suffering no losses, and technology being shareable. Even subsequent research data on the wreckage could be shared. Giving away massive amounts of resources to the Universal Alliance wasn't unreasonable, even if it came down to a bit of hard thinking. After all, with Perseus's technology, producing even 14th Legion warships was impossible, let alone automating them. Just when he thought things were almost done, news of the planet killer arrived. The chief of staff rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. But facts speak louder than words. When he saw the diagrams of the planet killer, he was truly stunned. Thank goodness, the chief of staff knew about both the automated ships and the planet killer. After all, the Overlord's predecessor was a regular army. But he didn't know these things could be put together. This must have been a secret mission. The fleet must have carried more than one planet killer. Damn it! What were these people fighting back then that required this thing? Did Yuhui conquer a planet with a large number of automated factories, remotely controlling the production of Yuhui warships? The projection ended as he was lost in thought. He watched as Chu Xiongfei completely pulverized the self-destructing hard drive and terminal before throwing them into the preheated furnace behind him to incinerate them. He instinctively wanted to stop him, wanting to watch a few more times, but his chief of staff's composure stopped him. He left the office, bewildered, turning back several times to ask Chu Xiongfei if the Universal Alliance even knew what these things meant. With them, any power could instantly gain the confidence to intervene in an AI war. Whether it's a powerful automated fleet or a planet killer capable of instantly incinerating a key planet, both possess the ability to change the course of a war. Is it really worth exchanging all this for a bunch of dreadnought data that can't be immediately monetized, along with production capacity and support? He couldn't understand it, but that didn't stop him from understanding why the Supreme Overlord had lowered its stance and the genuine sincerity of its belief in the Universal Alliance's cooperation. He feared that in this world, faced with so many resources, the Church of Lud wouldn't let go, and even other forces within the Overlord's ranks would cling tightly. But Li Bin let go. He naturally didn't know that Li Bin had something better and wasn't in a hurry. Once the chief of the General Staff's car had completely left, Chu Xiongfei spoke coldly, "You can come out now." The storage rack, previously cluttered with miscellaneous items, along with the alloyed bulkhead behind it, slowly opened. A middle-aged officer, dressed in worn clothes and with a weathered face, stepped out, speaking with a mixture of flattery and reproach. "The 14th Regiment and the Universal Alliance have always cooperated, and we always been very sincere. With so much stuff, even a small share would have been appreciated. Why was it all handed over to the Supreme Overlord? With Mr. Li Bin doing this, how are we supposed to clean up the corruption within the Supreme Overlord?" Chu Xiongfei bit off his cigar, spat it onto the ground, and raised his head, his face stiff as a puppet. "Are you teaching the captain how to do things?" Chapter 654. The Universal Union's core fleet has returned. Although they could continue excavating the star system where the red planet is located, as well as the surrounding star systems, and would likely find ruins, Li Bin and his company were too restless and indifferent to the task. This exploration had truly been a great success. The ships were crammed with treasure. Li Bin had no interest in digging for other ruins. For one thing, the planetary shield generator and the large fleet alone nearly overwhelmed the core fleet. Even now, the fleet's crew was insufficient, and with a large amount of supplies abandoned midway to fulfill Yu Hui's mission, the fleet didn't even have enough alloy for its own repairs, urgently needing to return for maintenance and rest. The fleet underwent a short 3-day rest at the Keljev Company. When Li Bin's fleet suddenly appeared in the hyperspace reflection of the Keljev Technology Company's main star system, the trade fleets, transport fleets, and adventurers moving in and out of hyperspace were all startled and changed course. Some even abandoned their transport contracts and fled. The hyperspace patrols were on high alert, repeatedly warning Li Bin. The reason was simple. Such a large fleet, including numerous warships, was flying overhead. Especially since they operate in territory outside their own sphere of influence, they would usually give advance notice. These people mistook the Universal Alliance fleet for an invading force. The fleet liaison officer immediately reported urgently, providing proof of Universal Alliance status and their requirements. With Li Bin's approval, a large order was placed, and the patrol finally halted. A few minutes later, the patrol captain relayed a message: "Please wait patiently in hyperspace, a dedicated fleet will come to meet you." Li Bin was somewhat surprised, but ISA explained Keljev Technology's strategy. "Li Bin, we're no longer in the days when a single cruiser could conquer the world. This fleet now has 3 main warships, and over 50 cruisers and frigates combined. The sudden appearance of a fleet of this size and level means no force can easily allow us to enter without permission. You know, the biggest advantage of a star system's defense, besides the terrain and fortress defenses, is the brief window of opportunity provided by hyperspace jumps." Li Bin scratched his head, thinking to himself, "I never thought I'd be so powerful in front of a giant corporation." The fleet spent a day in hyperspace, burning countless amounts of fuel, before receiving clearance. Li Bin didn't mince words, and directly led the fleet to the designated coordinates. The Koltsiava system, meaning hut or wooden house in Russian, is Keljev Technology's only occupied system. It has 4 colonies, 3 with planets and space stations, and 1 with only a space station. Furthermore, the entire star system is under the control of Keljev Technologies, and there are no free planets. Upon entering the physical universe, Li Bin's fleet immediately spotted a weak fleet in the distance, consisting of 1 capital ship and 5 cruisers. All gun emplacements were raised, and a swarm of carrier-based aircraft protected the fleet like mosquitoes, displaying a menacing posture. Squinting, the capital ship was a Varna-class aircraft carrier, and the cruisers were all Swift-class, painted in Keljev Technology's signature green, not the export version paint scheme. The numerous carrier-based aircraft, each bearing a plant-like name, were enormous, representing the company's strategy of using an aircraft carrier as the core, supplemented by a massive number of smaller ships comparable to frigates, forming a superior, continuously replenished firepower to suppress the enemy. A typical product of wanting everything, perfectly suited to the theoretical output of technocrats lacking practical experience. However, while Keljev's warships were weak, their carrier-based aircraft were of exceptionally high quality. Whether it was the Flying Artichoke attack corvettes or the Dahlia attack corvettes, they were excellent ships capable of matching the Duke's fleet from the Relief Society. Oh, by the way, the Duke's fleet was most famous in Li Bin's eyes as the pirates, who, around the time of the Battle of Konda, used the Moore-class cruiser as their flagship and carried the Duke's fleet, earning them the nickname the Boar Duke. If he's still alive all these years, he should have already surrendered to Konda and become their lackey. The fleet docked at the nearest space station, occupying almost a third of the space station's port. Especially the cruisers and capital ships, occupying such large berths, with massive amounts of supplies flowing in and out, left the dockworkers at nearby wharves exclaiming, "We can't finish. We simply can't finish." In the end, they had to draw extra gantry cranes, forklifts, and other transport resources from other escort ship berths to barely meet Li Bin's needs. The Universal Alliance here, just by purchasing fuel, drove up local fuel prices by 3-star coins. Merchants within the system immediately sensed the business opportunity, and quickly led their fleets to purchase fuel from other space stations for emergency resale. This kind of business, which doesn't require traversing hyperspace and only involves reselling within the system for profit, is the most popular and safest side hustle for these small merchants. The technical bureaucrats of Keljev wanted to invite Li Bin to dinner to reminisce about their past cooperation with Elf. Li Bin thought to himself, what kind of friendship is this? I wasn't even qualified to sit at the table back then. So he declined the invitation, stating directly that he had a lot of business to attend to and needed to leave after completing his urgent purchases. He only met with representatives of the technocrats at the gate of his own spaceship, inviting them aboard for a meal, offering bribes and other favors as needed. Li Bin originally intended to disembark and meet with Keljev's bureaucratic group, but Isa and the old one-eyed man dissuaded him. You are no longer an unknown figure, but a leader of a power. In recent years, the Universal Union has gained considerable fame in the core star sector through holographic novels, counterattacks against the Luddite Church, and various documentaries and live broadcasts showcasing a life of luxury. There are bound to be people among these forces who hate you, or at the very least, enemy agents lurking in the shadows. What would become of the Universal Union if they were to assassinate you? This once again sounded an alarm for Li Bin, making him re-examine himself, while secretly sighing, alas, it seems that traveling incognito will become a luxury in the future. Isa spat upon hearing this. It's all the disease of the rich, spoiled rotten. 3 days later, the fleet set sail, resting and resupplying for 2 days within the Interstellar Empire's territory before heading south. The fleet's route passed through the West Wind system, a system with significant ties to Li Bin, as Oppenheimer Studios' headquarters were located there. Upon receiving news of the Universal Alliance's passing, the Livestream King extended a warm invitation to Li Bin to discuss live streaming matters. After politely declining, Li Bin swaggered into the Tulier system. The system was no longer solely controlled by the planet Kazalin Metal. Risk Mining and Keljev Technology had both established branches there, with Governor Shara of Elf Planet as the apparent owner. While ostensibly sharing control with Governor Kazalin, the system's power was actually a power struggle among the 3 giant corporations. Upon entering the system, Li Bin encountered Boncharev and his fleet, already waiting nearby. The fleet, dispatched by Risk Mining and Keljev and operating under the guise of mercenaries, blocked the fleet representing the Perseus Alliance from Kazalin Planet. 2 invitations, one from North, formerly of Richelieu's Bank, and the other from Mira, the top saleswoman at Kissinger Recycling Company, first appearing in Chapter 16, were handed to Li Bin during the patrol team's perfunctory so-called inspection upon boarding the ship. Looking at the familiar names on the invitations, both Li Bin and Jeffrey couldn't help but sigh. Old One-Eye? This Mira, isn't she the beautiful saleswoman who introduced you to the ship back then? Unlike Li Bin's sigh, Jeffrey's mouth was always on women. He winked lewdly. I remember she was a real beauty, those stockings, those thighs, hey! Absolutely stunning. Chapter 655. Li Bin still didn't disembark. He declined Governor Shara's enthusiastic invitation, only meeting briefly with acquaintances like North and Parsifern for a few tens of minutes. Once upon a time, Li Bin, dressed in a worn-out captain's uniform and the acidic air blasting from the air filtration system, used a bottle of Byzantine wine, desperately needed at the governor's banquet, to open a door and persuade Mr. North. Today, Li Bin was still wearing the same captain's uniform he worn for a long time, looking travel-worn, but the captain's lounge was no longer cramped. It had 3 floors. Thanks to the large number of air filters provided by the colony, and the crab servants of the Candle Dragon cleaning and maintaining the ventilation ducts, the entire lounge was always filled with a pleasant, fragrant breeze. A large number of rare antiques obtained from the massive ruins and the Starlight Pirates were displayed on tables, shelves, and hanging on the walls. These items, which suited Li Bin's Eastern aesthetic, were all understated and unassuming. Only when their owner used them would their hidden advanced technology reveal a surprising and astonishing performance. For example, the anti-entropy tea tray in front of North was something he never even heard of before, let alone seen. If this were presented to Governor Sharma, it would surely win her favor and high regard, and if you added the Xinjiang Darjeeling tea brewed in the teapot, everything would be even more wonderful. North sipped his tea slowly. This was his first time drinking Xinjiang Darjeeling, and he felt his body melt from the aroma. Don't misunderstand. Although North had received a case of Byzantine wine while working for the governor, he had only actually tasted a small cup from the overjoyed Governor Sharma on the day of Elf's independence. His movements on the sofa were extremely restrained, like a commoner bowing to the emperor. His once straight back was now hunched over in front of Li Bin, and his speech lacked sharpness, merely dryly echoing. Li Bin observed this, and knew that North's loss of composure stemmed from the complete reversal of their positions, and the profound disorientation caused by the drastic change in their circumstances. They knew each other too well, they had collaborated multiple times, and were practically friends. There's an old saying, a friend's failure is regrettable, but their success is even harder to accept. North was currently trapped in this state of mind, unable to extricate himself. In contrast, Mira, with whom Li Bin only had business dealings, appeared much calmer. She crossed her legs in black stockings, adopting a purely business-oriented demeanor, enthusiastically promoting her products to Li Bin, but Li Bin showed little interest. Li Bin no longer dealt in second-hand retail. Not only him, but even Jeffrey had distanced himself from it. Universal Union now dealt in large-scale business, often involving thousands of boxes of alloy, exporting finished spaceships to compete with other giants for market share, and signing long-term contracts for heavy machinery and other industrial products on an annual basis. Mira was indeed eloquent and willing to spend money, adopting a coquettish demeanor that suggested she'd gladly indulge in a fling if he just signed the papers. But compared to her body, Li Bin was more interested in her business acumen. After catching up and seeing North off, Li Bin kept Mira behind. Interested in working for Universal Union? The company is currently short of sales representatives, the kind who are provided with company ships and tasked with finding sales opportunities across the star system. Salary is negotiable, 100 star coins as base salary, the rest according to contractual commissions. Actually, North and Persephone were also excellent talents. The former was proficient in finance and management, and the latter was a social butterfly. Unfortunately, they already had employers, and Li Bin was unwilling to analyze the pros and cons, offering them hefty rewards to poach them. If Universal Union could easily poach people, Speedtech could do it even more easily. Furthermore, their betrayal, especially in their areas of expertise, would have a greater impact on the company than on Myra's sales circle. With the third battle imminent, Li Bin didn't want to take that risk. Mira was intrigued. She spent a night in the ship's crew quarters thinking it over. The next day, she appeared with dark circles under her eyes. I'm sorry, but I prefer my current job. Although it pays less, I have the final say in the company. Even the boss has to offer me drinks at the company's annual party. The implication was that she could gain maximum emotional value at this recycling company. But Li Bin interrupted her before she could finish. The Universal Union has very few restrictions on its core employees. Out of consideration for our relationship and your abilities, I say one more thing. The star system is about to descend into chaos. War could break out everywhere, east, west, north, south, and center. Even giant corporations struggle to survive, let alone a small recycling company. I don't want to hear news of another outstanding talent. It's an obituary. Mira pursed her red lips. If anyone else had said this, she wouldn't have believed it 100 times over. Kissinger Recycling Company was a small business registered in the Perseus Alliance. Although small and insignificant, it was still a company within the powerful circles of giant corporations. The Perseus Alliance had survived 2 AI wars, and had a free and open business environment. Although Cazalan Industries had declined in recent years, she didn't think it would affect the recycling company's business. But these words came from Li Bin, who had been involved in severely damaging hyena mining. This forced her to think deeply. Li Bin added meaningfully, No matter how good the social atmosphere or how high your position, you still need to be alive to enjoy it. I checked the data on Kissinger's recovery company. They only have 7 Buffalo-class cargo ships for transporting goods, 2 of which were added in recent years. They have absolutely no military capabilities. How can they provide safety for their employees during wartime? These words were spoken lightly, like sand. But coming from Li Bin's mouth, they felt like a mountain pressing down on Mira, making it hard for her to breathe. She remained silent for a long time before hesitantly saying, "I'm willing to join the Universal Alliance, but I don't know if I can recruit a few more people." "Oh, who are they? What are their skills?" Li Bin asked, intrigued. "They're not particularly skilled," Mira shook her head. "They're my dining buddies and work partners. You know how stressful sales work is. If you don't have many friends at work, you go crazy if you can't vent your frustrations." This was a perspective Li Bin had never considered. He hadn't expected that work partners could have such a bond, beyond relatives and lovers. He couldn't help but laugh. What's the big deal? Just think of it as you building your own team. Having recruited a formidable sales talent, Li Bin was in high spirits. After resupplying his fleet, he returned to Li's first shipyard. The shipyard workers, mostly newcomers, who had never seen Li Bin in person, trembled with fear upon seeing the large, fully armed crew, terrified of incurring the CEO's wrath and being killed on the spot. Li Bin found Qianlu in the control room. Qianlu, separated from his daughter and family for a long time, had been diligently guarding the shipyard with a dozen trusted family members. He and his daughter had just recovered from their long-awaited reunion, and Qianlu was awkwardly urging his daughter to get married. "Oh, why won't you listen?" Even back when the family was still in the factory area, everyone in the clan, big and small, got married when they reached a certain age. Eden Star is full of powerful figures now. Your father isn't demanding you marry someone from a big family. Pick someone you like, someone ambitious. With so many opportunities in the company, you eventually make it. CEO? Qianlu was earnestly persuading him when he suddenly saw Li Bin enter. He jumped up and immediately bowed. Amanda, who had been pouting and keeping her head down, stood up and bowed respectfully to Li Bin. "Captain." With just one sentence from father and daughter, a pitifully thick barrier had already formed between them. Li Bin waved for the two to relax. He watched the monitoring of the entertainment port from the control room for a while, seeing that business there was quite good. After mentally preparing himself, he told himself that hesitation would only lead to more trouble. Then he ordered Qianlu, prepare to step down as factory director. "Don't rush. It's not that you've done a bad job, on the contrary, you've done a fantastic job over the years. But the shipyard is no longer in line with the company's development plan. I'm withdrawing my shares in the entertainment port and selling the shipyard to Kelja Technology Company. Once you and your people are ready, go to Eden Star. There are plenty of new jobs waiting for you to showcase your talents." "Yes." Qianlu felt slightly relieved after hearing Li Bin's words, but then cautiously added, "Excuse my boldness, CO, but if we're going to sell the shipyard, risk mining would be a better choice." "Of course I know," Li Bin cursed inwardly, but how could he let risk mining further shift its focus to the core star sector? The nanovirus swarm still needed them to suppress. Chapter 656. Setting off from the Tulier system, the fleet headed south. Li Bin had traversed this route countless times. He knew it so well he could drive it with his eyes closed. The route home was entirely familiar. The crew members were in high spirits, especially those from the factory area. During their leave, they all took the space station elevator back home. Some say that memory tends to romanticize the past and one's hometown. In his previous life, Li Bin had read many books about people who had suffered poverty in their childhood, going to great lengths to escape their remote mountain villages, only to reminisce about their childhood in their later years. This was simply because their lives had become too comfortable, and they had forgotten the hardships. The crew members returning from the factory area were all overjoyed. At first, Li Bin thought his experience from his previous life was useless, but after randomly asking someone, he learned that the person had gone back and looked around, finding the factory area still the same as before. Black smoke filled the air, requiring filter masks to enter and exit, and everyone eating nutritional paste, reptiles, and rats. Their house had a new owner, but the dejected and hopeless days of exploitation by the factory owner hadn't disappeared. So the crew member wandered around, bought a skewer of the luxurious roasted rat meat he always craved, took a bite, spat, and left satisfied. "Captain, you don't know, nothing's changed at all. Before I left, I wiped a bit of boogers on the doorframe, and guess what? It's dried up. The new tenants didn't even clean it. Luckily I ran away with the captain, otherwise I'd still be repairing chemical pipes in the factory." Of course, there's nothing wrong with being self-reliant, but following Universal Union opens up a whole new world. Well, a trip home turned into a loyalty education session. From the Perseus Alliance to the Magna Galaxy, this route almost traverses the core sector from north to south, flying close to the Prism Freeport. Therefore, the hyperspace here is extremely busy, with an average of at least 10 fleets visible daily. However, no fleet dares approach the Universal Alliance's core fleet. Even from a distance, many smuggling and transport fleets begin to detour after detectors detect large clusters of signals. Mira was inventorying goods for sale in the cargo hold, tallying her sales licenses, when she overheard passing crew members speaking with utter contempt, criticizing medium and even large fleets for choosing to brave hyperspace storms and suffer losses rather than pass by the Universal Alliance fleet, calling them cowards. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. What kind of reputable transport company has over a dozen military cruisers and 3 military battleships? Don't you know what you're saying? These corporate infants, raised by the Universal Alliance, have no idea of the dangers of the core sector. The Tachyon Technologies military fleet just likes to kick passing small fleets for no reason. The fleet of the Sindar Power prefers to blockade shipping lanes under the guise of military missions. The exploration fleet only needs to salvage in the Lost Star sector, but the trade fleet has many more considerations. However, it must be said that the food at the Universal Alliance is indeed excellent. Just for the daily variety of dishes, Mira thinks changing employers was a great choice. Mira, hurry up. We still have several hundred boxes to count. A chubby, kind-faced uncle reminded her, gripping his termo. Yes, boss. Mira answered subconsciously, then awkwardly corrected herself. Sorry, it's a habit. The portly man didn't seem to care and continued working with a smile. Yes, Mira had brought her boss into Universal Union as well. This boss was one of her work partners. After she made the request, Li Bin had initially prepared to spend hundreds of thousands of star coins to hostilely acquire the entire company. Unexpectedly, upon hearing that Universal Union wanted to recruit him, the boss immediately exclaimed excitedly, I wanted to work for a giant corporation for ages. Starting a business is simply not for humans. I've been running my own business for 12 years, gained 150 pounds, and had to be treated for diabetes 3 times. He immediately deregistered the company, took his spaceship, and transferred all his assets to Li Bin. Only then did Li Bin realize that the entire Kissinger recycling company was being held up by Mira. She was the true pillar of strength. No wonder she was initially reluctant to come. She preferred to be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. The core fleet rampaged through hyperspace, even encountering a group of Starlight pirates along the way. Li Bin immediately revealed a cruel smile, ordering destroyers and cruisers to intercept them first. He then contacted Lan Yuan, saying he had found an excellent target for the Xingtian's practical testing. The Starlight pirates immediately converged on the nearest Tachyon Technology food transport fleet. After flying for a day and a half, they were finally cut off by 3 Dawn Goddess-class bomber squadrons about 4 hours' journey from the Tachyon Technology fleet. Desperate, they could only wail and curse in the public channel. I'm telling you, Li Bin, the Tachyon Technology fleet is right behind us. If you dare touch me, you're making an enemy of Tachyon. Li Bin, picking his nose, in front of the gruff, pierce-faced pirate leader, connected with the Tachyon Transport Fleet's escort command and cut to the chase. I heard you're going to stand up for the Starlight Pirates? What are you saying? The commander, who had been wearing a bitter face, immediately became indignant, waving his arms. We, Tachyon Technology, are a legitimate company and never associate with pirates. I disliked these guys for a long time. They're clearly pirates, yet they use our company's name to swindle and cheat. CEO Li, you can kill them all. These bastards deserve to die for bullying men and women. They should all be wiped out. Fine, then this is none of your business. Go have some fun. Li Bin magnanimously let the Tachyon fleet, escorted by only 3 cruisers, go. He had someone fetch his beloved pet, Little Goat, from the captain's lounge, and started arguing with the Starlight Pirates leader on the channel. Behind Little Goat was Fat Dragon, arms crossed, his head, shoulders, and arms covered with thick gift crabs. He had come with a fleet mainly to investigate the specific sales of thick gift crabs in the core star sector. This battle, whether in public opinion, verbal sparring, or on the battlefield, was one-sided. The Xingtian didn't even fire its main guns. A few volleys of secondary guns were enough to pierce the fleet. Lan Yuan, harboring a secret plan, deliberately concealed the Xingtian's true power. One phase destroyer tried to escape, but Wu Qingyu, piloting the Dream Eater, chased it for 50 minutes, until its phase coil overloaded and lost its radiation energy, before calmly detonating it. The commander of the Sudden Force escort fleet, in the distance, observed everything but didn't find it excessive. Firstly, the Starlight Society wasn't officially Sudden Force members. Secondly, everyone knew that the Universal Union and the Starlight Society, and Ludleth Path, were enemies. Li Bin and Ludleth Path were sworn enemies. But that didn't stop him from flirting with the Ludden Church. Similarly, Li Bin beat up Starlight Pirates every time he saw them. But that didn't stop him from doing business with the Sudden Force's other loyal ally, the Brighton Alliance. It's all business, nothing shameful. The fleet continued south, surfacing from the jump point in the Mega system into the real universe. An Eagle-class cruiser was already waiting outside the jump point. Upon seeing the familiar Golden Eagle stepping on Earth marker, it immediately sent a warm yet sarcastic communication. Mr. Lee, where have you been making your fortune these past few years? You amassed so much wealth. You must have brought a gift worth 500,000 star coins to see me this time. Oh dear, you come all this way, this is such an expense. Dia hadn't changed their way of interacting despite Li Bin's booming business. He started with a teasing, sarcastic greeting. It seemed like he was being incredibly sincere. Chapter 657. Magnus hopes the Universal Union can accept a batch of immigrants. This was the first thing Duya said when they met at the Magnus Orbital Space Station, formerly known as New Magnus, after a meal of pure wine, meat, and friendship, free of any impurities. What's going on? Li Bin was taken aback. He looked at the newly renovated space station and the enormous, domed city on the surface, tens of kilometers in diameter. He thought to himself, Magnus is doing quite well, so why is Duya suddenly acting like he's entrusting his son to me? Li Bin thought, it's really unnecessary, buddy. I help if I can, but your rubber stamp, nice guy image is really unsuitable for playing the role of entrusting the son to me at Baidi City. I'm not the loyal Zhuge Liang, and you're certainly not Emperor Zhao. To be honest, buddy, with your abilities, aside from your personality, even playing Lu Shan would be a bit of a challenge. Oh, this is a message from the planetary governor. Meeting Li Bin's confused gaze, Dia scratched the back of his head, a strangely embarrassed expression on his face, as if to say, I'm so sorry to have worried you about my life. The governor means that the core sector is in far more chaos than anyone anticipated. If the West is in chaos, the East will follow suit. Magius must preserve the spark. He mimicked the governor's deep, almost coughing voice. He hopes the Universal Union can accept 200,000 immigrants. Magius guarantees they won't be the old or weak. Li Bin, as if hearing a joke, pointed at himself. Me? Is he sure? You don't really think I'm Zhuge Liang, do you? Maybe you should think again. The Milky Way is right next to me. I can swear on the Milky Way that I can cosplay a character from the same era as Zhuge Liang, so you can at least have some historical trace to follow. The home planet Eden, part of the Universal Union, has a population of just over 1 million. Even including all the Lloyds within the Universal Union, and those at various void mining and gas extraction stations, the total population is only about 4 million. Although there has been a large influx of immigrants in recent years, and the number of newborns has been steadily increasing due to policy incentives, and the growth rate of space humans is extremely rapid, humans are not machines. They aren't like raw materials arriving today, and batches of skilled workers rolling off an assembly line tomorrow. They still need at least 8 years to mature. After reaching adulthood, they require specialized career planning and skills training before they can be certified to work. However, humans have significant advantages over robots. First, like weeds, humans can emerge from any corner, no matter how harsh the environment. Second, the maintenance cost of humans is lower than that of machines. Mechanical breakdowns quickly lead to shutdowns. Workers, on the other hand, can be like bodybuilders pulling a coffin, taking painkillers until their bodies completely collapse and they die. Look, compared to robots that need paid maintenance, the working animals who pay for their own medicine and coffee seem much more endearing. The last and most important question is, are you willing to give, and am I willing to return? Even if I am, are they willing to go back? These immigrants' children are true Edenians. What will happen to the newborns? Duya nodded. If everything goes smoothly, Magius will pay a sum of money to cover the resettlement costs for these people. If not, Duya said wistfully, then please, for the sake of our friendship, accept them. I will persuade my family to provide ships, people, and resources, and do my best to compensate you. Please. Looking at the sincere Duya, Li Bin finally realized that this guy was shockingly simple-minded. Governor Magius certainly understood the importance of a working-age population to a colony, especially one in the law sector. Even if he hadn't personally inspected Eden and might have held a wishful, one-sided view that the Universal Union's multiple rounds of immigration might be putting pressure on basic industries and agriculture, thus proposing compensation terms. He would never have used any superficial phrases like "we had a relationship." That old governor knew Duya's capabilities, so he probably didn't explain the intricacies to him at all, right? That's why Duya looked so apologetic. It made Duya seem rather pitiful. Seeing this, Li Bin didn't say much more. He put his hand on Duya's shoulder and said, "Bean Sprout, it's pointless to talk about this. It's just a few people, one union can afford to support them. Do you think our relationship is only worth 200,000 people? Let me tell you, I hesitate to accept any large-scale immigration from others, but I take as many of your people as they come." "Really?" Duya was overjoyed. Li Bin gave him a thumbs up. "Men's friendship is stronger than gold, Bean Sprout. After all, our company has conducted multiple rounds of recruitment in New Magius, and a quarter of the old folks who call me captain are from New Magius." The day was a pleasant one for both host and guests. After Duya left, tipsy, he immediately asked his men to give him an injection to sober up. He then used his family's influence and his connections in Magius to begin arranging the immigration process. Since Li Bin valued their friendship so much, he couldn't do anything to put Li Bin in a difficult position. Duya covered the food, and he was determined to get Magius to pay for the immigration ship, for no other reason than their unwavering bond. Reunions are always fleeting, and Duya longed to catch up with Li Bin. His family, and even the governor, were eager for him to maintain contact with Li Bin. But the fact that he had become friends with Li Bin and Kong Jicho meant he wasn't an unreliable person. These past few days, Duya had been busy with his family in the port, trying to secure supply discounts for Li Bin, and even using his own savings to cover Li Bin's customs duties. His wife, though from a family-arranged marriage, was very supportive. She had always thought her husband was a rubber stamp, easily manipulated. But the unusual energy and fiery light in Duya's eyes these past few days, as he bustled about, reminded her of a video of her husband she had seen on a blind date. In the video, Duya was standing beside a man named Li Bin, the CEO of a mid-sized trading company, beaming with pride and exuding an air of dominance. The two stood in the center of the conference room, facing the representatives of Conda's Nest, the Overlord, the Church of Ludwig, and New Magnos, speaking eloquently and fluently. They were practically radiant. Compared to the model husband her girlfriends envied, the kind who was practically unyielding at home, like dough to be manipulated, this man, outwardly gentle but inwardly strong, occasionally domineering, touched her heart more. Even his ambition in his career made Duya incredibly valiant in bed. These past few days, Duya's tone had become much firmer when speaking at home and in Parliament. He had led the governor's campaign, unusually refuting a group of opponents, and taking the lead in finalizing the cooperation with the Universal Union. She now understood that her husband wasn't without a career. His career was sustained by the Universal Union, and his position stemmed from friendship. She wanted to see him so radiant every day, so she considered having her husband work for Li Bin. But there was no rush. Given the current pace of development of the Universal Alliance, they might one day establish themselves in the core star system. She could persuade him then. Her current task was to find out the attitudes of the rulers of Magius and Conda's Nest towards Li Bin. That's settled then. Come to Eden Star sometime. I have Li Chungjin take you beast hunting. He's a Viscount of Sunset Fortress now, overseeing 2 barons. He's got real status. At the spaceport, Li Bin pried Duya's hands off, cursing, "It's just accepting immigrants. Why all the emotional stuff? If you weren't married and had kids, I suspect you already been living the high life. Li Bin, you always manage to ruin the mood. You deserve to die." Duya's mournful face was forced into a smile. His sorrow wasn't just for his best friend's departure, it was even more so for the impending war. This war involving 2 giant corporations will claim countless lives of Magius people. Magius has just been rebuilt, and better days are yet to come, but many will fall before dawn. No, that's not right. Even this dawn might be an illusion. If the Spurs win, the Magius system will surely face reckoning. Chapter 658. After leaving the Mag system, the fleet made its first complete turn, heading east. This route was unremarkable. The only noteworthy event was an encounter with a transport fleet from Hyena Mining. It seems the Sindar powers have no intention of getting involved in the Third AI War, ISA said, looking at the familiar Hyena Mining logo, contacting Li Bin on the bridge of the Zhu Rong. Li Bin nodded. The mineral war provides the Sindar powers with excellent conditions to annex Hyena Mining without firing a shot. The Lion of Sindaria is probably busy secretly devouring Hyena Mining. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. If I were in their shoes, I would devour Hyena Mining first. Looking at the star map, the Sindar Powers and Hyena Mining are very close. Furthermore, both the Sindar Powers and Hyena Mining star systems are highly developed, with 3 or 4 planets in each system suitable for colonization and development for over a century. If the annexation is successful, the Sindar Powers' gains would be comparable to a hegemon's annexation of tachyon technology. Compared to the vast star systems controlled by the Wind Mines and the Overlords, many star systems only have 1 or 2 planets with populations of around 1 million or tens of millions. These concentrated resources, with planets boasting hundreds of millions of inhabitants and well-developed industrial capabilities, are far more valuable for offense, defense, and operation. If a comparison must be made, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the Sahara Desert is more valuable than the Nile River Valley. Upon seeing the Hyena Mines logo, a wave of nostalgia washed over the fleet. Back then, the company had plundered countless valuable resources here. After the mineral wars, Hyena Mining even imposed a year-long ban on the entire star system. Even now, despite Hyena Mines being located in the core star sector, their fleet rarely appears in hyperspace. This was the first time they'd seen Hyena Mining since the core fleet's southward journey. They hadn't even seen Hyena Mining's patrols when passing by their territory before. Sigh, Hyena Mining is getting increasingly desperate, Li Bin lamented. Doing business with the Overlord is probably just a way to resist the surrender faction within their ranks, who are leaning towards the Sindarian powers. They're forced to risk restarting trade orders and use new external profits to ease the pressure from the Lions of Sindaria. ISA smiled but remained silent. With 2 nanoforges stolen, their space station severely damaged, and the elite technicians, engineers, and even civil servants of their capital planet fleeing en masse, they were living worse than the Interstellar Empire. It would be strange if they weren't desperate. If the Interstellar Empire's future trade fleets needed to carefully avoid the Hell Legion and its pirates and left-winged elements, then Hyena Mining needed to avoid Wind Mining, Keljef, the Universal Union, the Sindarian powers, plus the left-winged and the pirates. This was sheer torture. Just like now, even though the Universal Alliance was bloated with wealth, it not only didn't consider eliminating the fleet in front of it and suppressing it, but also had to guard against retaliation that could sink its ships, causing the loss of its priceless equipment, shipborne weapons, heavy weapons, and machinery from its second arsenal. But the other side almost immediately activated emergency acceleration, crashing headlong into the expanding hyperspace storm beside it, displaying a fierce "you dare come, I die" attitude. TCH, who cares? Jeffrey scoffed, as if to say, I'm no longer the same fool I was before. These few measly coins aren't even enough to cover my fuel costs. Alright, keep the reconnaissance fleet on alert, heading towards the Overlord's capital, 7K star. Li Bin warned in the fleet channel. After heading to the Overlord's capital this time, our stance is practically exposed to the entire star system. But this time, I'm handing the Supreme Overlord a top-notch pledge of allegiance. Instead, the Supreme Overlord needs me to stand up for him. This is my final warning. At this sensitive time involving choosing sides, don't get involved with the Perseus Alliance and the Tachyon people, or I rather kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. I, Captain. On June 18th, 2:15 of the star calendar, the massive core fleet of the Universal Alliance slowly appeared in the Aslan system. The yellow circle represents the Overlord, and the square represents the capital system of Aslan. This is the Overlord's capital system. The Universal Alliance fleet arrived here with unusually low-key demeanor. There were no patrols or garrison fleets accompanying them, as if the Overlord's navy hadn't even noticed such a massive fleet, large enough to threaten a planet, or even shake the rule of a system. But the flagship, the Candle Dragon, had already been bombarded with messages and invitations from all sides. No one gave them any trouble, not even basic screening or vetting, which naturally meant the Supreme Advisory Council had given the order. This means that all the dominant families know that the Universal Alliance's visit is unusual. Considering the sensitive year 215, anyone with common sense understands the true purpose of the Universal Alliance CO and his main force's visit. Therefore, every family wants to meet Li Bin and gain the fleet's assistance in future wars. Of course, most people have no right to know the extent of Li Bin's contributions. For example, the Eisen family, Isha's archenemy, also sent an invitation and even hoped to visit. The family patriarch is probably currently gloating over being the first to express goodwill. Isha is currently beside Li Bin. Because they need to penetrate deep into the Overlord's territory, Isha cannot assume the role of captain, otherwise, if she were recognized by the Overlord's people, the consequences would be immeasurable. Li Bin picked up the terminal, put his arm around ISA's slender waist, and handed it to her. Isa's fingers gently traced the sword and shield emblem of the Eisen family, her head bowed, lips pursed, and she remained silent. Li Bin tightened his embrace, carefully choosing his words before finally speaking resolutely. The conditions I proposed to the Overlord were deliberately exaggerated, luring the Supreme Overlord to request a face-to-face meeting with me. I was hoping to use this opportunity for revenge. Isa looked up abruptly, her eyes filled with suspicion and uncertainty. What do you want to do? I was thinking. Li Bin licked his lips, using a planetary assassin in exchange for me to legitimately marry the war mistress of the Brown family, completely vindicating the Brown family, and then using the Supreme Overlord to annihilate the Eisen family, eradicating them completely. Do you think the Supreme Overlord would refuse this request? Isa lowered her eyelids, her silver-white eyelashes clearly defined, like delicate, crystalline snowflakes in the dead of winter, yet exquisitely detailed. Her amber eyes, like champagne chilled in the snow, shimmered with a cold light. But soon, Isa's frozen expression melted. She thought of Lee Brown, the lively spirit of the family's remnants after arriving on Eden, the valiant fight of distant relatives led by Thor Brown under Kong Jicho's command, the large group of loyal retainers in the company who carried her genes, and her second uncle's earnest gaze. She looked up again, her eyes, like the gently thawing stream in the chilly early spring, where gurgling water flows quietly beneath the ice. The pool of spring water shifted her beautiful eyes. Revenge doesn't have to be done this way. The planet killers can get a lot in return. It's not worth it for the Eisen family. ISAI generated, having done her best. There are some things you can choose not to say, but I can't choose not to do. Li Bin pulled his wife onto his lap, gritting his teeth against her ear, seemingly heartbroken for the planet killers, yet also for his beloved wife. Originally, I was planning to deal with them after World War III, but seeing my wife return home in wealth and honor, yet unable to walk in style, breaks my heart. The glory of the Universal Union should be yours. And so the ice melted away, the beauty's champagne eyes shimmering like raindrops in broad daylight, sparse raindrops scattering across the sun's reflection on the lake, creating ripples. Isa buried her face in her husband's arms, her fists, capable of piercing a combat helmet with her bare hands, softly tapping against the captain's uniform, yet unable to even remove the epaulets. Your affection truly comforts me. Li Bin feigned a pained expression, crying out, if you don't cherish your own wife, are you even human? Isa wiped away her tears against Li Bin's clothes, her hands cupping his chin. Their eyes met, and Isa said, word by word, but there's no need. Living our own lives well is more important than anything else. Revenge can wait, but the Universal Alliance cannot. You bear more than just I, and everyone else's hope. 4 million people are counting on you for their livelihood. As your wife, I won't let you do whatever you want. Looking at his wife, the man suddenly grinned. Isha saw through his act and immediately frowned. Did you plan from the beginning that I wouldn't agree? Li Bin, held firmly by his wife's hands, stubbornly turned his head to the side and said defiantly, no. Slander, all slander. You're just taking advantage of my love for you. This time, Isha was serious. Her fist, landing on Li Bin, put a lot of force, making him gasp for breath. Xian Tao, standing next door, had already left the platform and gone downstairs, blocking all the affairs from going up, maintaining the captain's image and also getting some peace and quiet for himself. The two bickered for a while, the atmosphere becoming increasingly intimate. Finally, Isha's cheeks flushed, and she stammered, I'm pregnant again, with twins. When? Li Bin's eyes widened. It's been 5 months, hasn't it? Isa bit her cherry-red lips. We just set sail from Eden not long ago. Because it was a very important matter, I kept it a secret. Wow, you're really amazing. Chapter 659. The Aslan system is one of the few large, densely populated star systems in the Perseus constellation. As the power center of the Overlord, the appeasement policy of the 14th Legion commander brought it under the Overlord's rule resulted in relatively few deaths. Coupled with over 200 years of continuous natural reproduction, and the birthing of its breeding factories, Seven Holes, the capital of capitals, now boasts a population of 2.2 billion. Again, the population of all planets has increased by 1 level, making it a truly bustling planet. Even from orbit, Seven Holes is one of the few superplanets with extensive global infrastructure, possessing more than 5 nested capitals, each inhabited by hundreds of millions of people. According to the archaeological and historical documents of Seven Holes, published by the Academy, this planet was among the first to be civilized by humankind. Its mass is approximately 0.86 times that of Earth, making it a potential candidate for terrestrialization. Its surface boasts magnificent nanofactories, a sprawling industrial cluster formed after the companies that originally occupied the area following the Great Collapse, and later, the industrial facilities of the 14th Legion, which were then relocated here by the hegemon. This planet was undoubtedly the hegemon's industrial hub, much like Kazalin was to the Persis Alliance. Unfortunately, without the control and management of the human realm, coupled with the pressure of naval losses and warship shortages from several AI wars, Seven Holes suffered decisive atmospheric pollution due to unrestrained industrial development and the complex factors of orbital bombardment during wartime. Its atmosphere is filled with complex sulfides, organic refining byproducts, and worrying but controllable copper-based toxic dust. The once grassland planet has been distorted by atmospheric and soil pollution into a barren desert planet. The one in the bottom right corner is Seven Holes star. What a prosperous planet. Jeffrey stood in front of the observation window, unfazed by the atmospheric pollution and barren environment, which didn't diminish his opinion of this planet. Pollution was nothing compared to Elfie. This habitable planet, with its thin atmosphere, a maximum temperature of only 61 degrees Celsius, and located in the core region, was a natural gem. Moreover, it had so many attractive and coveted nanofactories, a little pollution was all that mattered. Lan Yuan squinted, surveying the minefield surrounding the entire planet. I didn't expect the Overlord's capital to use this kind of minefield. No, ISA explained to Lan Yuan, unlike the outdated minefields used in Konda's Nest, which require manual key activation, these minefields are far more advanced. They use intelligent assessment based on the ship's identification code and overall ship type. All ships entering 7 Cave Star must report their ship type, weaponry, identification code, and affiliated faction in advance. After verification and uploading by the Iron Forest Military Department of the Overlord's command, that is, the Capital Security Department, the minefield automatically replicates itself. The air mines identify each ship individually. If a non-enemy vessel passes by, the mines flash green, temporarily deactivating their self-destruct mode. If it's red, it means the ship will be damaged if it gets too close, Isha explained quietly to Lan Yuan, pointing to the minefield outside the observation window, which glowed like fireflies. There aren't many planets guarded by these advanced self-replicating air mines. The original design for this type of mine has been lost in the Persis star system. Judging from this air minefield, and the atmospheric pollution of Seven Holes star, the unrestricted phase logistics destruction warfare of tachyon technology back then undoubtedly caused enormous damage to the Overlord. Besides the self-replicating minefield, next to the Seven Holes star, a small square coordinate visible on the star map, marks the location of the Vanguard Cannon, a star system security system capable of covering the entire system. Like the Sea Devourer missile array, it's a Lost Star system-level battleship of the human realm, employing semi-automatic technology. The Vanguard Cannon defense station in space appears unarmed. Combined with the self-replicating minefield in space station, it's practically impregnable. Gao Yuanjian's voice cut in. I know the reason this minefield was created. To be precise, it was during the later stages of the Second AI War. Sun Aihao, by prioritizing personal interests and success over company profits, launched an unlimited phase operation at the expense of the company's financial health, incurring the displeasure of the board of directors. After the board voted to remove her from power, the new CEO organized a massive frontal fleet, attempting to cripple the 7K star, destroy the hegemon's industrial capacity and war potential, and try to decapitate the former supreme hegemon. ISA looked at Gao Yuanjian's age projection in surprise, and whispered to Li Bin, I know that too, but it's only from the hegemon's perspective. Back then, Susan technology suddenly. However, the sudden shift in combat strategy from guerrilla tactics to a surprise attack caught the hegemon off guard, allowing the decapitation fleet to successfully penetrate the Aslan system. However, the Supreme Staff calmly mobilized all civilian ships within the system, and with the support of the 14th Legion's offensive, successfully defeated the decapitation fleet, nearly annihilating it entirely. According to the instructors at the military academy, the hegemon navy's failure to pursue their victory afterward was likely due to Sun Aihao's deception. Had they known of her removal a month or two earlier, the hegemon navy would have recklessly stormed the Supertron capital and bombed Supertron technology before Sun Aihao took office, potentially winning the Second AI War. At this point, ISA said with a touch of regret, later lecturers, especially those who personally experienced that battle, always lamented its defeat. The current marshal of the Seven Holes space station, the Supreme Overlord Baikal Dud, was the fleet commander who defied public opinion, conscripted all civilian ships to participate in the battle, and ultimately achieved a great victory. He was later known as the Son of Seven Holes, and the Guardian of Seven Holes for this battle. From the Overlord's perspective, it was a close call that ended happily for everyone. But Gao Yuanjian's words, spoken from Susan's perspective, greatly shocked Isa, Lan Yuan, and even Li Bin, who stared wide-eyed. That battle was known within Susan technology as a faint hope. The plan to bomb 7 holes ultimately failed, and the entire fleet was even trapped, facing the danger of total annihilation. It was Cater, the deputy commander of the decapitation fleet, who led a fleet to cover the retreat, fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, even sinking his flagship, the exemplary-class TTS Invincible, to successfully buy the fleet a chance to retreat. Unfortunately, after Sun Ai returned to power, in order to establish his authority, he launched a purge, and all the officers who served the former CO were held accountable. Admiral Cater was also executed for causing avoidable losses. She was a wonderful woman, open-minded and proactive, participating in the testing of the exemplary-class local mass production deployment. I met her once. Alas. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. The idea of a hero being held accountable and executed for covering the retreat is laughable. Looking at Isha's bewildered expression, Li Bin carefully searched his memory palace, but found no relevant information. It could only be said that Susan Technology's 2 defeats were not without reason. However, Gao Yuanjian seemed unfazed. His previous conversation with the defector had thoroughly enlightened him, otherwise, he wouldn't have publicly exposed Susan's dark history. A group of people were complaining in a private channel that Susan didn't value talent and soldiers, always relying excessively on technology, making World War III seem precarious. How to put it, Li Bin felt that Susan Technology was a bit like France in the jokes. It seemed only women could save it. The CO who turned the tide was a woman, the commander who tried to prevent total annihilation was also a woman, and Kate even died a heroic death, like Joan of Arc of Persis. Putting everything else aside, surely you, Suzumiya, would try to cover up such a secret? What if I send agents behind enemy lines to instigate a defection, revealing the history of Admiral Joan of Arc and Admiral Cadet? Do you think how many people would feel chilled to the bone? Do you think Suzumiya has done countless such underhanded things? Just as everyone was chatting idly, Celia spoke in Li Bin's mind. The docking bay is connected. According to the transmitted signals, we are anchored in the Overlord's naval port. The berth area has been cleared, with only 1 officer without any weapons in place. The cargo in the storage area has also been cleared away. According to the information from the Overlord, this is a show of goodwill. Chapter 660. Who are these bastards? Acting all high and mighty. I can't even get into the spaceport. I could have returned victorious, blown up the Relief Association's fleet command for almost a year in hyperspace. Is this how you treat a hero? Fire them. While Eisen sat on his flagship throne, complaining loudly, occasionally reaching for his crotch to adjust the trajectory of his missiles. After replacing his second brother, which he used for half his life, his thighs felt somewhat unfamiliar. His punitive fleet entered the physical universe half a day later than the Universal Union's core fleet. The expedition over the past year had been very fruitful. He originally thought that with his family's status and his own military achievements, he would be qualified to walk through the space station's triumphal arch, receive a few words of encouragement from the Supreme Overlord, and thus elevate his status within the family. Who would have thought that he'd be stopped by a patrol as soon as he returned? Those core members from third-rate war families, who in a place like 7K's star were only fit to be patrol captains, tiny figures, now dared to resolutely obstruct him. This was truly outrageous. He immediately contacted the patriarch of the Eisen family, the wife of the war matriarch, and began by protesting, "Great uncle." Then, tears streaming down his face, he explained that he had been bullied by a nobody from a small family. He, a core member of the Eisen family, a prodigy with genes incredibly close to the matriarch's, a great hero, how could he tolerate such humiliation? However, his dear great-uncle only coldly retorted, "Shut your mouth. Don't do anything, or I skin you alive." The person on the other end is the CEO of Universal Union, closely connected to the Montanetta and East families, involved in our allies' grand plan to annex both families. The latest inside information says the Supreme Advisory Council wants to meet him. This man is of extraordinary value. If you dare to act arrogantly, I have your great-uncle personally administer the family punishment. Upon hearing the matriarch's threat of family discipline, Will immediately nodded obediently. After the communication was cut off, he sullenly looked at the somewhat unfamiliar golden eagle stepping on the globe marker, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, you ruined my triumphant return." The Eisen family was a standard domineering war family, and Will was an exceptionally domineering person. Naturally, he wouldn't submit to a newcomer like Li Bin. But as a core descendant carefully cultivated by the family, he wouldn't do something as foolish as defying the odds and trying to show off. However, if Li Bin knew this person was behind him, he would definitely deliberately cause trouble to see if he could get revenge. After all, you might not play the villain in a web novel, but I can. Anyone can bully others by abusing their power. But he had already left the naval port with the high-ranking advisors waiting for him in the dock area. The fleet lacked a leader. Isa was currently pretending to be dead in the captain's lounge, and Lan Yuan had no grudge against the Eisen family, and wouldn't take it upon herself to argue with such a minor character. The Overlord's naval port was unlike any of the Perseus Alliance naval ports Li Bin had seen before. Well, prosperous? At least there were no shops or food streets. The Perseus Alliance, as a purely commercial alliance, like Tachyon Technology, allowed business to take place within its naval ports, but the Overlord was a warlord, or rather, a legitimate leader of the Navy. Level 3 Overlord Era Space Station. Even in its corruption, the military, as the core of the regime, still maintained a certain purity. Li Bin was led by the staff officer to the Naval Club module of the naval port. As a regime centered on the military, the Overlord's welfare benefits for its soldiers were undeniably high. Furthermore, the status of the Prosperity family and the Dominion family required the War family to maintain and protect them. Therefore, while the clubs appeared simple on the outside, merely painted a brownish yellow, the interior decorations were anything but lacking. Along the way, the Damage Control Club, the Marine Corps Club, the Engine Room Club, the Navigator Club, various clubs, categorized according to the different modules of the spaceship, each occupied its own space within the building in an orderly fashion. On the top floor of the building were the Captain's Club, the First Mate Club, and the Staff Club. Except for the Staff Club, the other two were already closed for the day. A staff officer led Li Bin into a hatch adorned with a simple sketch of a brain, the symbol of the ship's dominance. The first thing they heard was the melodious rhythmic music and the whispers lurking beneath the surface. These staff officers, some handsome, some plain-looking, but all possessed an outstanding presence. Standing there, their waists and legs alone resembled javelins. Looking further up, they exuded a refined and scholarly air, like a group of scholarly generals. They were dressed in their everyday military uniforms, the brown-yellow uniform somehow giving off a casual vibe. Some leaned against the bar, others against the wall. Upon seeing Li Bin, they all paused, gave him a slight, curious nod, and then resumed their natural, hushed conversations amidst the music. Li Bin calmly surveyed the scene, noticing that the people were in small groups, standing far apart. There were fewer than 20 people in the entire club lobby, a far cry from the staff size expected of a top-tier corporation's capital city. The club had no greenery, no projectors, no fluorescent graffiti, only the dim yellow lights and brown walls made it difficult for Li Bin to distinguish between the floor and the bulkhead. The staff officer led Li Bin to introduce himself to each group. Some were staff officers from the offensive-class battleship Phoenix, some from the core-class aviation battleships, and a few from the Fleet Command staff group. Li Bin listened to the long list of introductions, covering family names, family war histories, personal resumes, and ranks, always wearing a formulaic smile. My name is Li Bin, and I am the CEO of Universal Union. This sentence always caused a slight change in the expressions of others. After introducing everyone, Li Bin had already memorized their information, demeanor, and appearance. He felt a little uneasy. Although these staff officers claimed to be from various departments, their auras were very gentle, as if randomly changing their order wouldn't affect anything. They were practically a unified whole. The staff officer led him to a seat on the club's balcony, where sparse plastic plants provided some privacy. The two chatted casually, mainly about the glorious history of the Overlord, with Li Bin agreeing and finding various angles to flatter him. From the Overlord's selfless dedication to humanity, placing warning beacons in hyperspace to benefit everyone, he had also benefited greatly. But then, there was the Tachyon Technology's despicable and vile actions, allowing the Afterglow to wreak havoc in the Lost Star sector, almost causing his colony to be destroyed by the Afterglow fleet. The two seemed to be getting more and more animated in their conversation until a deep, extremely powerful voice interrupted. From what you said, Mr. Li Bin, you seem to have a very good impression of the Overlord? Li Bin looked up abruptly, realizing that a white-haired black man in a light yellow military uniform, with a white captain's badge edged with wheat ear-like synthetic fibers, and a slightly worn uniform, sported a large nose reminiscent of a malevolent dragon, and thick lips that opened and closed like two strings of small sausages. The man was staring at him with sharp eyes. Seeing Li Bin's wary stance, the man turned his palms up, feigning innocence. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Li Bin. I am Baikal Xiongfen. Li Bin instantly recalled Isa's description of this man, son of the Seven Caves, guardian of the 7K star. The Supreme Overlord? When did he arrive? Did I say something wrong? In an instant, Li Bin's mind raced, recalling every action and word he had uttered since stepping into the naval port. The Supreme Overlord raised the emerald thumb ring on his left hand, explaining with the amiable air of an old man, "It's inconvenient for me to swagger in and out of the club, so I used optical camouflage. I've been sitting here from the beginning. Deputy Chief of Staff Chu deliberately brought you here." Li Bin, upon hearing this, suddenly realized, the staff in the club are actually all from the Supreme Staff Group, right? Your observation is very keen. The Supreme Overlord made no attempt to hide his appreciation, clapping lightly. Compared to the robust yet aged Khanda, who sat regally on his throne, this Supreme Overlord, though unassuming, resembled a composed, middle-aged Lion King at his peak, strolling among a pride. To use a melodramatic novel analogy, he was a man with lions in his eyes. Li Bin always felt that the invisible aura he exuded was like the exaggerated mane of a lion. What golden-maned Lion King? Li Bin thought to himself, his clenched palms under the table beginning to sweat. Chapter 661. The Supreme Overlord was a man who, from a young age, aspired to climb step by step to the top, to become the supreme ruler. His ambition was evident even in the surname Xiongfeng he chose for himself. Judging from his domineering aura, he was clearly a top-tier ambitious individual. Facing such a person, a serious, direct confrontation was pointless. Li Bin didn't believe that his combined experience from 2 lifetimes could rival this old man, who had sat at the same table with his mother and granddaughter, whose life was equivalent to 3 lifetimes. Gao Yuanjian, however, possessed full intelligence, but his mind was still developing like a mischievous old man. He couldn't be generalized. Li Bin's mind raced, wishing he could spin his index fingers on his head to aid his thinking. He considered how to respond, what kind of person he should pretend to be in front of the Supreme Overlord. Was he a loyal subject of the Overlord? Or a figure of remembrance? Or an ambitious schemer? Or perhaps someone who, faced with such a magnificent and extraordinary man, awakened the feminine side within, conquered by his personality? Baikal Xiongfeng was also sizing up Li Bin, his demeanor calm and natural. This was his territory. Inside and outside were his long-serving advisors. The entire airport had been cleared. No one else could enter. Here, his power was indeed limitless. Even the top-tier trio of families within the hegemony had to kneel and bow. Baikal noticed Li Bin's obsequious smile, exactly like the face in his early years recorded in his personal file. But his eyes were clear, indicating he hadn't been intimidated by Baikal's domineering aura, and hadn't immediately prostrated himself. This demeanor was entirely a facade. A man of 2 faces. Baikal first labeled Li Bin, then immediately tore it off. This isn't right. If the other party were a 2-faced person, they wouldn't have readily provided the coordinates. The fleet commander dispatched to retrieve the special operations team and the planetary killers had already built relay communication devices locally and contacted the Council. The Council is the Overlord's governing body, while the Supreme Staff is a military organization, confirming the intelligence was accurate. The retrieval fleet is now on its return journey. No one would relinquish such power without a greater objective. He had reviewed the detailed information on Universal Union. The company's development speed was astonishing. Now, it not only possessed AI cores and superdiverter valves, but had also unearthed a damaged nano-forging furnace. It was only missing warships to become a true behemoth. With the 14th Legion's unmanned special operations fleet and the planetary killers, even he, the Supreme Overlord, would have to reluctantly admit that this dog he had personally raised had earned the right to dine at the same table as the Overlord. But he immediately handed over the intelligence. Could a 2-faced person resist? Had this person ever quit drugs? Through meticulous logical deduction and experience, the Overlord could only conclude that Li Bin was after Susan technology. Of course, beyond this, Li Bin might also harbor a grander and nobler ambition, the revival of the human realm. Although this hope was slim, based on Li Bin's deeds, a small flame still ignited in Baikal's heart. The revival of the human realm, what a magnificent undertaking. If there were truly hope, I would try, even if it cost me my old life. How could I possibly succeed working with those corrupt insects of the Overlord Council, consumed by land, factories, and star coins? Baikal was currently struggling. A self-made man who had only achieved genetic enhancement through marriage, a mud-covered fellow secretly mocked within the Iron Triangle families. Yet, he too possessed a sincere and fervent heart. It was just that the council was corrupt, and the Persis had fallen into obscurity, offering no glimmer of hope. If we could wipe out the Suzy, and then ride the wave of victory, with Li Bin as external support and victory, and the special operations team maintaining order internally, the Overlord's internal reforms might not be impossible. Thinking this, Baikal silently stroked the optical camouflage device, crafted to resemble a jade ring. The two men were lost in thought, their minds racing, yet only a second or two had passed in reality. Baikal raised his hand, and Deputy Chief of Staff Chu pushed over a machine, quickly dispensing 2 glasses of frothy, crystal-clear Fire Phoenix black beer, using the beer to easily defuse the awkwardness. "Mr. Lee, you've done the Overlord a great favor this time. Here, let me toast you." "Not at all, not at all. The Supreme Overlord traverses the star field, a man of both literary and martial prowess. I long admired him, and today, meeting him has fulfilled my wish. He truly lives up to my expectations. Extraordinary indeed." Li Bin quickly stood up, respectfully accepting the beer, lowering his glass to acknowledge this probing. Flattery never fails. For this kind of pointless probing, just grab his ass and kiss him passionately. Making money isn't shameful. Baikal chuckled and downed his dark beer with gusto. "There's no supreme ruler at this table today. Just call me Baikal." Li Bin feigned difficulty. "Then I be rude, Mr. Baikal." He perked up, his eyes gleaming. "Actually, to be honest, you always been my idol." "Oh, is that so?" Baikal also adopted a look of being admired by a distinguished junior, thoroughly enjoying himself. "Really?" Li Bin immediately brought up his own tragic family background, using it to connect with Baikal, who also came from humble beginnings. This is called the bitterness recounting tactic, effective only with those who share similar experiences. If Li Bin were speaking to someone from a prestigious family like Sun Aihao, such words would only provoke disdain and further contempt. Just like when you chat with Zhang Mozi, you have to say, "I was 18 that year, and she was 18 too." But when you chat with Huang Xiling, you have to say, using the guise of bandit suppression to amass wealth. By sharing painful past experiences, Li Bin gained control of the conversation, smoothly transitioning from his family background to his hatred of giant corporations, then to how his care for the people stemmed from witnessing their suffering in his early years. Finally, he abruptly changed the subject, angrily declaring, "In today's world, giant corporations run rampant, acting against the tide, incurring the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. Among the giant corporations, none other than Suztran Technology and the Perseus Alliance stands out. I have a blood feud with the Perseus Alliance, but I am powerless to do anything about it. Now, having obtained this hegemonic treasure, I am merely offering it to the rightful owner. I earnestly hope that the Supreme Hegemon will obey the will of heaven and punish the incompetent. The way is to punish tyrannical enterprises. Although the Universal Alliance holds a lowly position, it is willing to be a vanguard, to participate in this grand undertaking, and to restore a bright and clear world to the throne of Perseus." Li Bin slapped his thigh, and as he spoke, he inadvertently attributed his ideal of unification to Baikal. He excitedly said, "The Brighton Alliance in the north, and the Luddite Church in the south, are already prepared. They are just waiting for you to raise the flag, and then everyone will rush in and beat that son of a bitch to death." His speech occasionally slipped into classical Chinese, clearly due to his extensive reading of ancient Chinese literature in his previous life. It was an instinctive choice. Baikal understood only partially, but he could still discern the momentum and emotion in Li Bin's words. So, while secretly ordering someone to use the AI core to analyze the meaning of these semi-classical Chinese sentences, he was also moved by Li Bin's awareness. His ambition was also ignited by the stacked semi-classical Chinese text. He clenched his fist and calmly continued to probe. "But Huan Yu United is also a company, right? Many people say that you, Boss Li, are about to become the creator of a giant enterprise." "Slander. It's all slander." Li Bin almost burst into tears. "When I, Li Bin, founded this company, it was out of necessity. Back then, how could I have imagined I have the ability, the luck, to establish a colony? It was just a matter of taking things one step at a time, being forced into it. Now, I'm burdened by the name of the company, and I desperately want to transform it into a formal government. But in this world, where can you find a government with only 3 main warships? I finally figured it out. Whatever the name, board of directors, parliament, nation, empire, company, is meaningless compared to providing a better life for the people. My original intention was to ensure my subordinates lived well. That intention remains unchanged. The company will only. It's just a facade." Baikal nodded secretly, then asked, "In that case, why don't you just take the Special Operations Team and the Planet Killers yourself? At the very least, sell the Planet Killers to the Luddite Church or the Luddite Left Path. These religious figures will be happy to reconcile with you, and stop sending holy warriors to your colonies." "Mr. Baikal, don't test me," Li Bin shouted angrily. slamming his empty beer glass on the table, startling Chief of Staff Chu. Although I, Li Bin, am young, I know that even in a humble position, I dare not forget my duty to the nation. This planet killers, this fleet, in my hands, are merely a shield for self-preservation. In your hands, they can transform into a thunderbolt that annihilates the chaos of the world. Chapter 662. Li Bin delivered his impassioned address. Your Excellency, the Overlord was once the 14th Legion. I believe that even today, the Overlord remains the most dynamic part of the Universal Alliance. The tragedy of the Great Collapse is still vivid in my mind. The behemoths led beasts to devour people, religions brainwashed the populace, warlords fought amongst themselves, and my noble compatriots were reduced to slavery. Countless times, amidst the ruins, I glimpsed fragments of humanity's glorious past, images that I will never forget. I told myself that if I had the chance, I would win it all. When I found the coordinate, I was indeed ecstatic for several days, as the colony was saved from peril. But when I realized that the key to defeating the speedsters and ending the behemoth's evil system was right before my eyes, I had to consider whether this might be my only chance in this life. I believe that you played an indispensable role in the Overlord's victory over the speedsters in the Second AI War. But what I want to say is that rebuilding humanity's glory is our inescapable duty. At this moment, the AI Core's translated file was also transmitted. Baikal looked at the translation, his mind filled with Li Bin's impassioned and tragic speech. Baikal had to admit that Li Bin might have had ulterior motives, but at this moment, his words were genuine, and in those few short minutes, his humanity shone brightly. Even if he might change in the future, Baikal was willing to give him a chance just for the young man's drive. Then the Supreme Overlord stood up, his nearly 2-meter tall, imposing figure like a muscular mountain before Li Bin. He stretched out his rough, callous hand and placed it on Li Bin's shoulder. You have this heart, very good. Never forget your original intention. Supreme Overlord Baikal's majestic power. Under the astonished gaze of Deputy Chief of Staff Chu, the Supreme Overlord briefly revealed his true thoughts. Once seated, the white-haired, dark-skinned powerhouse regained his composed demeanor, as if he had everything under control. He tapped the table with his index finger. The Overlord is not a semi-religious, semi-warlord organization like the Cinderalian powers, and I am not that stubborn old fool, the Lion of Cindaria. The Overlord is grateful for your integrity and assistance, but the conditions you proposed are far from sufficient to cover the value of a planet killer. You need to make new demands. Deputy Chief of Staff Chu, observing closely, knew that this was the Supreme Overlord's way of repaying Li Bin's previous heartfelt words. Not to mention a reward equivalent to a planet killer, even something exceeding that threshold, the Supreme Overlord would likely agree to. The Supreme Overlord desperately needed a major victory against Tachyon technology to solidify his position, eliminate the contempt from the various Iron Triangle families for his identity and bloodline, and eliminate internal opposition. Prior to the Second AI War, the Overlord spearheaded a slow conquest of the Ascendia system, the future home of the Cinderite superpower. Through a series of diplomatic and military maneuvers, they successfully prevented the Tachyon technology fleet from launching. However, whether due to the Cinderite Lion's overly aggressive and autocratic actions, the inflexibility of the Ascendia opposition, or the machinations of Tachyon agents, a planet-killing machine destroyed Ascendia's capital, turning it into a ring of planets surrounding a gas giant. This ultimately led to the Overlord being universally condemned and forced to recall the Cinderite Lions on charges of treason. This outcome provoked a rebellion from the Lion of Cinderia, who angrily led his fleet to seize the Ascendia system and declare independence. This not only derailed the Overlord's slow conquest but, more importantly, caused a large number of elite soldiers and fleets to leave the Overlord, further fueling internal factional divisions and conflicts, sowing the seeds for future instability after the Second War. Baikal was unwilling and unable to witness such a disastrous situation. He was not the previous Supreme Overlord. If such an event occurred, he would inevitably be forced to abdicate. In that case, even his grandest ambitions would be impossible to realize. Therefore, Baikal desperately needed external assistance to stabilize the political situation from both internal and external perspectives. Originally, the Condé Nast was one option, but from the current perspective, Li Bin, with his clean background and good reputation, was undoubtedly far superior to the two-faced, pirate-born Condé. He was willing to transfer future investments from Condé to Li Bin. If we really have to calculate, I hope that after victory, I can obtain some of the shipbuilding technology of the Tachyon technique, as well as scientists, engineers, and immigrants, Li Bin said rather shyly. Bagar was dissatisfied. What's this? We should share the spoils if we win. Besides, wouldn't this mean you only won the gamble? Why be afraid to risk your life for great things? Li Bin said firmly. I know that defeating the Tachyon is the first step in laying the foundation for humanity's glorious achievements. This step must be taken steadily, well, and gracefully. Li Bin repeatedly emphasized that the war against the Tachyon must be swift, not slow. I recently met with an exploration hub from the western sector, the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurer King had a long talk with me, discussing the dangers of the Hell Legion. Mr. Bygar, you absolutely cannot think that eliminating the Tachyon will stabilize the situation. The Hell Legion is the real threat. Without a figure like the Tachyon Overlord to check and balance him in the entire western sector, this force can practically dominate the west. Baikal's eyes flickered. He knew the Hell Legion was no ordinary force, vaguely resembling certain institutions of the former human leader. After all, the Overlord himself was a former human leader naval officer, and he was very sensitive to such bureaucratic airs. But then again, wasn't it that bitch Sun Ihao who rejected his proposal? That girl was obsessed, her mind solely focused on proving her own correctness, disregarding the bigger picture. No, she always put herself first. Letting such a reckless person lead a top-tier power in the star system was truly a headache. I do my best. This was the only response Baikal could give to Li Bin's earnest expectations. The two talked for a long time, from people's livelihood to reform, from military affairs to exploration. Baikal's years of experience commanding the Navy broadened Li Bin's perspective on warfare, especially in large-scale fleet operations, from which Li Bin benefited greatly. And Li Bin's storytelling style, a blend of fact and fiction, also intrigued Baikal. During the conversation, Li Bin seemingly casually mentioned the Montanetta family, with whom he had a cooperative relationship, and asked with considerable curiosity, speaking of which, I long heard that the dominant families are all iron triangles, forming a tight alliance based on war, prosperity, and rule. The Montanetta family is the ruling family, and the East family is the prosperous family. Why don't they have any war families they cooperate with? I asked Garvin East when he visited before, but this gentleman was very tight-lipped about it. As he brought up this topic, Li Bin's palms became sweaty, and his legs tensed slightly, afraid of arousing suspicion. Unexpectedly, Baikal didn't care at all and casually explained the secret that the three major families couldn't uncover. It's normal that they can't explain it, because the fleet led by the Brown family back then had a very good relationship with the advisors of the previous Supreme Overlord. Back then, core members of the Brown family were caught up in the political strife surrounding the previous Supreme Overlord's downfall and were eliminated by the combined forces of the Wang, Chu, and Shui Fana families, several first-class war families. Because it involved the purge of the remnants of the previous Supreme Overlord, all related data was wiped clean. The fleet led by the Brown family may have become a springboard for the remnants to escape due to their connections, and was originally supposed to be transferred. During this time, the Eisen family paid a considerable price, changing the transfer order to a merger permit, and finally acted brazenly. Chapter 663. Baikal sighed helplessly. Such things were inevitable. In coups, innocent people often died tragically, and those carrying out their duties were frequently killed. First-class families plotting coups needed to clean up their own messes and seize profits. As the ultimate beneficiary, Baikal Xiongfeng naturally couldn't attempt to redress the injustices, as that would undermine his rule. If he had come from a prestigious family and controlled the entire dominant military group, he could have easily quelled this internal turmoil and contained the purge of the remnants to an acceptable level. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in life. He could only accept the situation. Moreover, to the then Supreme Hegemon, the Brown family was merely a second-class family, with lingering ties to the previous ruler. Their disappearance was simply a loss. Back then, he allowed the Montanetta and East families to contact Li Bin because he knew they had suffered undeserved misfortune and, out of consideration for their innocence, permitted them to make a profit. Unexpectedly, these two families, who had lost the protection of the war-torn clans and were struggling to survive, even having to delay repaying Li Bin's loans and investments to banks to earn interest, had actually risen again thanks to Li Bin. He sighed, this is reality, an unpredictable stage of fate. Li Bin, however, was lost in thought. What was this? The East and Montanetta families had lived in constant fear for so many years, and yet the mastermind behind it all was just casually revealed. He had originally thought this matter would be more complicated, more convoluted, perhaps even involving some kind of coup. But it turned out it was just about eliminating the remnants. He and ISA had racked their brains, even considering using planetary assassins to obtain revenge, only to find out that the mastermind was the Eisen family. They were just using the Eisen family's name as a shield. Li Bin thought to himself, damn it. I've been wasting my energy trying to outsmart thin air. If only I known about this sooner, I would have demanded more when exchanging points for payment. His legs were practically giving way, both angry at himself for wasting his energy, and relieved that things had become simpler. Luckily, he and Isa had worked hard enough. Even with their iron triangle assembled, the Eisen family now held a significant advantage for the Universal Alliance. Add to that Montanetta, East, and Kong Jicho, and they could practically be wiped out with a single hand. A war family, huh? You wait, when World War III begins, I find a way to make you fly. After finishing his conversation with the Supreme Overlord, Li Bin couldn't leave the Seven-Holes space station. He was required to stay there with the fleet for a few days. At first, Isa was worried she'd been discovered, but since Li Bin's frank discussion with the Supreme Overlord about the Brown family, he no longer worried about his wife. Putting everything else aside, the true culprit behind the Brown family's downfall was the Eisen family. He feared the Supreme Overlord, he feared the staff and the council, but the Eisen family, Li Bin truly feared none of it. 3 days later, Li Bin finally understood what Baikal had been waiting for him to do. A weary fleet appeared at the jump point, quickly attracting the attention of countless families. There was no welcoming fleet, no return ceremony, no grand spectacle like the return of the Griffin-class fleet of the 14th Legion. After restarting for over an hour, this fleet leisurely sailed into the Seven-Holes space station, standing opposite the Universal Alliance fleet. A white-haired, withered-looking fleet commander, who appeared to be on the verge of death, heavily handed an implant, no bigger than an adult's finger bone, to Baikal. At this moment, the Supreme Overlord, like a lion, stood tall and proud, his head slightly bowed, his narrowed eyes filled with a dangerous glint. "Thank you, father-in-law. Now I lack nothing." Those spaceships were all painted in the uniform 14th Legion livery, but their startup and docking speeds were noticeably slower than other ships of the same class. This meant either the captains were inexperienced, or the ships were simply heavier. Combined with the Supreme Overlord's blockade of the naval port, despite the entire fleet entering, the port showed little sign of activity. His secret, which he hadn't intended to conceal, spread with astonishing speed. The Supreme Overlord had achieved his goal of controlling the 14th Legion's unmanned special operations fleet. He now commanded a fleet surpassing the strength of any first-rate war family, and in his brief exchange with his father-in-law, a sense of relief permeated his words. Meanwhile, Li Bin's personal terminal was nearly destroyed by the Montanetta and East families. He didn't care. These people were simply suspicious of his fleet's connection to him, because it had been detained in the naval port for so many days. But so what? Li Bin's attention was completely drawn to the scene before him. The true return ceremony only began after the implanted control of the fleet was handed over to the Supreme Overlord. The grand ceremony, punctuated by massive, hundreds of kilometers long projection fireworks exploding around the space station, announced the return of a brand new 14th Legion fleet. Within minutes, news filled all media outlets within the Overlord's territory, and even cyberspace was filled with joy and jubilation. Projected subtitles, larger than capital ships, proclaimed the passion of the Overlord's military. "Cheers, people. This is an invincible army." Ordinary people only knew that a pure-blooded 14th Legion fleet, far superior to those of a few years ago, had returned, including 2 battleships. This undoubtedly boosted morale, making everyone feel that the chances of defeating the Overlord in the Third World War had increased significantly. Exhilarating military music played on the public channel, igniting excitement throughout the space station and even the entire Seven-Hole Star. Yet, the naval port remained silent. Not a single member of the Universal Alliance was to be seen. Li Bin noticed a tall, muscular man with a thick beard struggling to remove his mask, his face grim as he stared at the unmanned fleet. Curious, Li Bin approached. The man muttered under his breath, his teeth practically grinding together, "My triumphant return ceremony, it should have been my triumphant return ceremony. The Universal Alliance showing up is one thing, but why are you all joining in? How am I supposed to show off? This is my time to boast of my prowess, my moment." Will Eisen, a pure, domineering soldier rather than a member of the 14th Legion, possessed all the vices of a warlord. Domineering was one of them, and pure impulsiveness was another. He loved pursuing the strongest, the biggest penis, the best physique, the most powerful ship, and top-tier women and even men. Li Bin was bewildered, thinking, "What does this have to do with me?" The man quickly noticed someone nearby. He turned and saw the glaring golden eagle emblem, clicked his tongue, and sized Li Bin up. He thought Li Bin looked even more effeminate than in the projection of his speech. His lack of defined muscles indicated insufficient exercise. His sparse body hair, and his beard confined to his upper lip, suggested a low libido. In short, in every aspect, Will was the clear victor. Satisfied, Will left to drown his sorrows at the captain's club. Li Bin was completely bewildered until he returned to the ship and asked his crew. He learned that a fleet centered around the Eisen family was following behind theirs. After reviewing the fleet's data, he immediately realized that its commander was the same idiot who had been basking in victory in the dock area. He rolled his eyes and said, "Wife, I think I know how to get revenge on the Eisen family." Chapter 664. What did you mean? In the captain's lounge, Isa, who had been locked up for several days, was furious. She bit Li Bin's ear and asked angrily. Li Bin, with his arm around his wife, looked at the changing projection on the ceiling and briefly relayed the information the Supreme Overlord had given him. After listening, Isa silently shrank into a corner, burying her head and sobbing without saying a word. Li Bin remained silent, leaning against the corner, gently patting Isa's head with one hand. After more than 10 minutes, until Isa looked up with red eyes, he said calmly, "Since the Eisen family has no one backing them, I'm not afraid anymore. Secretly contact your second uncle and invite him to Eden Star. We discuss how to destroy the Eisen family. Oh, and their 2 allies too." He smiled, "But this process can't be rushed. First, cripple their fleet, reduce the Eisen family to the bottom, incite other families to swallow them whole, then find the 14th Regiment and purge the Eisen family bloodline one by one from within the Redemption officers." He tightened his grip on Isa's hand, eliminate evil completely. Isa nodded. "Garvin East has wanted to talk to you for a long time. Invite him along this time too." Ever since Isa overheard her second uncle mentioning that Garvin had ulterior motives for funding the Universal Union, she had refused to address Garvin East as a relative. "What do you think of the Supreme Overlord?" After a brief chat about family matters, Isa turned her attention to business. Li Bin tilted his head back thoughtfully and said, "He's a master, confident, and composed. In terms of prestige, I'm not as good as him. However, after this round of probing, I suspect he knows about the 14th Regiment's secret society." Isa's expression immediately turned serious as she quietly watched Li Bin speak. He also harbors ambitions to unify the Perseus constellation. To be precise, to sit on the throne of the Supreme Overlord. Even if he didn't initially have this desire, he would gradually be forced into it. Since the Supreme Overlord has this ambition, he will inevitably be unable to accept the reality that military, administrative, and financial power are divided among various families. Rather than a parliament, the council is more like a tea house for a group of feudal lords. My initial wariness of the Eisen family stemmed from the possibility that the Brown family might have been deliberately chosen by the Supreme Overlord to weaken the feudal lords. If the Eisen family is merely a tool, then our enemy is the entire Overlord. Isa asked, bewildered, the Supreme Overlord. What if the Supreme Overlord is lying? There's a chance, but it's very small, Li Bin explained. First, the Montanetta and East families, fearing a non-existent mastermind, wouldn't even dare to investigate, let alone reveal that I'm practically their son-in-law. Second, when the Supreme Overlord spoke with me, we were leaders of 2 different factions. The Eisen family's presence was just casual conversation, used to smooth negotiations and ease awkwardness. He had no reason to specifically lie to me. In intelligence analysis, the worst thing you can do is arbitrarily add elements and conditions, especially baseless speculation, otherwise you fall into a vicious cycle of what if he knew? What if he knew I knew? Li Bin skipped over the Eisen family. That family was now merely a dish on his table, to be eaten whenever he pleased. It was only a matter of time. Continuing with the 14th Regiment, he said, this secret society is actually quite large. Initially, I thought they were purely enemies of the Supreme Overlord. But considering Chu Tianqua's resentment and the Supreme Overlord's cryptic remarks, it's very likely that their interests align in certain areas. What the 14th Regiment resents is the rigid system within the Overlord's organization, its disregard for lower-ranking officers, and its excessive glorification of war heroes while ignoring the sacrifices of rank-and-file soldiers. The Supreme Overlord, on the other hand, desires absolute power to break the Iron Triangle family's warlord-like structure and prevent the recurrence of forces, like the Lion of Sindaria, that can easily split apart. So, in my opinion, the Supreme Overlord likely knows about the 14th Regiment, but the number of secret societies within the Overlord's organization is certainly not small. He probably just doesn't know the true extent of the 14th Regiment's power. And he's deliberately condoning these forces that he can use as tools to cripple the various families. Li Bin's words were cautious. In fact, he was 99% certain that the Supreme Overlord didn't know the 14th Regiment's core secrets. Otherwise, given his personality, he would definitely have mentioned the 14th Regiment in their conversation and used it to reprimand him. But he didn't, which shows that Chu Tianque and his team did a good job of keeping secrets, and that the 14th Regiment was worth pursuing cooperation with. Anyway, as long as the 14th Regiment completely eliminates the Overlord's family-based structure, they never revealed who sits at the very top. As the war matriarch of the Brown family, the pre-March of Genesis, and the original Overlord, ISA was undoubtedly in a high position. Alright, let's put aside the schemes for now, we need to go home. Li Bin pinched ISA's cheek and gave her a hard kiss. I can't touch you for the next few months, so stop teasing me. Following the informal meeting with the Supreme Overlord, the Universal Union's rating with the Overlord had risen rapidly. Although Li Bin rejected the proposal to immediately monetize his planetary assassin skills, since the Supreme Overlord intended to use Li Bin as an ally, he wouldn't be stingy with his help. First, the supply and maintenance costs for this massive fleet were waived. Next, a large amount of battle data from the first and second AI wars between the Overlord and Tachyon technology was shared. In addition, there were hundreds of training devices that would allow the Universal Union to quickly train basic crew members. Furthermore, the Overlord also provided assistance to the subsidiary of the Universal Union, Colorful Galaxy, allowing Colorful Galaxy's immigrant ships to dock within the Overlord's territory and providing food and fuel supplies at cost price. Deputy Chief of Staff Chu, representing the Supreme Overlord, sighed repeatedly when mentioning immigrants. The Universal Union has too small a population, limited war potential, and poor risk resistance. It can't withstand defeat. It's a pity you can't accept the Overlord's immigrants, otherwise, just from the 7K star alone, we could easily gather 500,000 people, all drug-free, poor but hard-working. Li Bin thought to himself, that's unnecessary. If I accepted the Overlord's immigrants, the counter-espionage alone would be enough to give me a hard time. If it takes any longer, I'm afraid you peacefully evolve me. I came here to overthrow the hegemon, not to join it. What are you up to by doing this? Unable to resist the Supreme Hegemon's elusive enthusiasm, Li Bin quickly loaded his cargo onto the ship and fled with his fleet that very night. He didn't even bother with the follow-up activities of the return ceremony, finding an excuse to focus entirely on preparing for war, and took off running. Only after the fleet left the Aslan system, Baikal Xiongfeng, residing in the Overlord's palace, quietly watched the fleet's exhaust plume disappear into the starry sky, a glass of Fire Phoenix black beer in hand, before slowly finishing his last sip. How's the situation with that battleship named Xingtian? Deputy Chief of Staff Chu shook his head. We tried everything, from hacking to boarding under the guise of resupply, but this ship has very strong electronic warfare capabilities, and its internal structure is completely different from the mainstream design of the Perseus star system. The only thing we can confirm is that the design philosophy and technological level of this ship are far beyond what the Universal Alliance could have developed on its own. It's definitely a salvaged abandoned ship. Baikal nodded, a sigh of relief in his heart, then suddenly spoke again. You said. Li Bin, could it be? Like the Interstellar Empire, did he find a backup arsenal? Otherwise, where did he get the coordinates for the planet killers, and where did this sudden fleet come from? The fleet he has now doesn't match the data from when he left port. The fleet has expanded too quickly. The Deputy Chief of Staff thought for a moment and said, that's unlikely. If he found a backup arsenal, I would definitely turn back immediately, instead of swaggering around in the core sector like this. Besides, the Special Operations Team and the Planet Killers are things that happened after the Great Collapse. The backup arsenal wouldn't have any information on them. He probably stumbled upon a few ancient battlefields and pieced it together. Baikal nodded again with satisfaction. Then it seems Li Bin is really a lucky guy. Hopefully, his good fortune will help us defeat the Tachyon. Chapter 665. Prism Freeport. Chu Xiangrui watched Sun Aihao deliver a passionate speech at the board meeting, demanding that Speedtronics enter a state of combat readiness. His hand, clutching the Dreadnought data terminal, was clenched tightly. His knuckles turned white from the grip, his front teeth biting his lower lip until beads of blood were visible. Finally, he sighed helplessly, swallowing the blood. His voting rights had been stripped away. He could only attend as the family patriarch. His voting rights had been taken from him by his uncle, who was currently clapping his hands red at the board table, just like Chu Xiangrui's face. The declaration of combat readiness passed unanimously. Sun Aihao seemed determined to wage World War III, and even initiate it. Having seized the Perseus Alliance's nanoforge, did he think he had the power of 2 forges? Was he really that arrogant? Watching Sun Aihao on the projection screen announcing his goal of completing preparations for war by 217 years ago, Chu Xiangrui felt utterly exhausted. I'm saying, Chu Xiangrui said wearily, closing his eyes. His secretary, cousin, and wife, Chu Yu, puffed out her cheeks and playfully kicked his leg under the table. I feel like Sun Aihao and the Supreme Overlord are practically dating. What did you say? Chu Xiangrui opened his eyes in surprise, wondering if he misheard. Chu Yu raised her head. They really have great chemistry. Think about it, isn't this the classic enemies to lovers story? Two powerful people who are attracted to each other, but trapped by power biases and opposing factions. They don't know how to express their feelings, so they use war to fight each other. The CO even disregards the overall situation of the star system to fight the Supreme Overlord. It's like two stubborn people who start a war to win. The winner not only gets to legally annex the other, but also keeps their lover firmly by their side. Look at the character designs. The Supreme Overlord is a typical domineering warlord, while the CO is a stubborn, strong female protagonist. One is domineering and ruthless, the other is obsessive and fixated on details. They fell in love when they were unknown, but broke up due to factional differences. After climbing to high positions, they discovered their former lovers had become mortal enemies. My God, this is practically a perfect couple, Chu Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Right now, strong couple stories are very popular in the cyberspace. The CO and the Supreme Overlord couple is the most popular among them. Chu Xiangrui put down his terminal with a headache. Let's not even talk about the fact that the current Supreme Overlord is almost 80 years younger than Sun Aihao. This is beyond the age gap romance genre. That makes sense. First, the second AI war has nothing to do with the current Supreme Overlord. How did you manage to bring two completely unrelated people together? CP, I think it is. Chu Yu stuck out her tongue and snuggled into her husband's arms, acting coquettishly. I'm 12 years younger than you. So what? As long as there's love, anything can be overcome, right? Oh? Chu Xiangrui was speechless. He rubbed his fingertips against the terminal. He wasn't actually part of the Sudden Forces Dreadnought data negotiation team. He had been assigned to the Sudden Forces Dreadnought project through his family background and personal research abilities. Just by observing this data, Chu Xiangrui was certain that while the Hell Legion's overall technology still lagged behind Sudden Forces technology, in many areas, this previously low-profile force had already surpassed Sudden Forces and was far ahead. This undoubtedly terrified him. Given Sun Aihao's current thinking, even if the blueprint for the Suzumiya Dreadnought is completed, she probably won't start production immediately, but will prioritize supplying it to military equipment. No, this can't go on. According to the AI core analysis, the outcome of Speedtronic's battle against the Overlord is still uncertain, but if the Hell Legion is allowed to grow unchecked, the company will definitely collapse. Speedtronic's only advantage over the Star Field is its technology. If even that is surpassed, Speedtronic's fate will be the same as the second Tianyuan 4 Utopia Transformation Group. Chu Xiangrui opened his eyes, making a firm decision. He helped his wife up, meeting her bewildered eyes, immediately summoned all the researchers from the family laboratory and the several laboratories I'm affiliated with. Based on the list previously selected using the AI core, select a group of loyal and reliable people to come see me. Husband, what are you going to do? Chu Yu's eyes were wet, like a confused doe. Chu Xiangrui said in a deep voice, I want Sun Aihao to step down and pull Tachyon Technology out of the quagmire of war. Tachyon Technology has always been, and should be, a technology company, not a military organization. In the years Sun Aihao has been fighting against the hegemon, we gone astray. I want to set things right. With the endless energy of the Corona Shunt and the planetary shield generator, I can't even imagine how some foolish idiot would react to this great wall of despair after bombing Eden. Gao Yuanjian stood in the Eden Space Station's docking area, gazing at the planet that seemed to float in invisible water, and cursed. Radiant energy is affected by the resistance of the battery pack and conductive materials, but if Eden doesn't even have a large power station to power the planetary shield generator, and all the electricity is directly transmitted through the micro-wormhole void of the supershunt valve, the shield generator only needs to extend the shield, and the electricity only needs to be stably charged. It doesn't need to bear the waste heat outside the shield. Wouldn't that allow us to fight until the end of time? On the mobile terminal, Wang Shiji slowly corrected, it's not that simple. The planetary shield has a capacity limit. Once that limit is exceeded, the shield will shatter. Before a new shield is formed, it can still be bombed or airdropped. Gao Yuanjin scoffed, of course I know, but how many antimatter bombs would that take? How long would it take? I estimate that unless the main Tachyon fleet arrives in person, even if it bombs for 180 days, it won't be able to stop the bombing. That's true. It's an iron giant. Without a main fleet of the giant corporation level, The only option is saturation airdrops, landing through the gaps in the shield, and hoping that the Marines can destroy or shut down the planetary shield generator. Wang Shiji reluctantly agreed with Gao Yuanjian's statement, then he realized. Wait, aren't you supposed to be surveying the shield generator with us? Why are you in the sky now? Wang Shiji scoffed, pulling the woman beside him closer, his head pressed against her soft, heavy body. I'm having an erection, can't I take a day off? Wang Shiji was taken aback. The man behind him, who was secretly watching, gave him a thumbs up with admiration. You're still going strong, old man. Knowing that the old man wasn't available anytime soon, Wang Shiji lost interest in arguing further and asked, where's the CO? The CO went to see Old Dong. Old Dong is getting married today. He told the CO he'd done a big project, about nano-forging furnaces and wet parts, and he's going to present it to the CO at the wedding. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiji instantly felt the pressure increase. He was indeed the undisputed #1 in the design and construction of ships at Huanyu United. Even Gao Yuanjian had to take a back seat. But the company wasn't just about ships, it had many other industries and research directions. The current situation is that with World War III looming, the annual revenue of Universal Union is far from sufficient to cover military expansion, shipbuilding, and mining operations. The company needs to use its early profits to support various industries. The same applies to research. With the boss's total funds limited, whoever can produce groundbreaking and innovative work will be entitled to a larger share of research funding. Dong Lixiang's behemoth project didn't consume much funding, but its results are the most dazzling within the company. Compared to spaceships floating in space, the people of Xinjiang are more impressed by the wet computing modules covering all aspects of their lives, the driverless trams and industrial vehicles, the cargo drones, and the newly built alien zoo filled with biological research results. Now, the entire alien zoo covers more than 50,000 acres. Those behemoths, controlled and domesticated by neural parasites, are docile tourist animals in normal times, but in wartime, they will be uniformly crated and modified, directly becoming expendable resources for boarding and airborne landing operations. I still have a lot of projects to do. I can't let you take the lion's share of the last round of funding before the war. Wang Shiji thought fiercely, summoned Zongzi and Xiao Wuyan, and began to urge them to make progress. Chapter 666. After returning to Eden, the master of the Universal Union had no free time whatsoever. Upon disembarking, he was immediately engrossed in reviewing the massive amount of documents provided by his sister, Li Shu. Even with the assistance of the I-Corps, many important decisions still required human intervention. Li Shu's dark circles were prominently displayed, a rare sight for her, while the Minister of Administration, Alyosha, looked as if he might faint at any moment. To prepare for war, the colony was operating at full capacity, with new projects completed and launched daily. Li Shu was busy attending various groundbreaking and completion ceremonies, constantly participating in publicity campaigns, and strengthening the Li family's control over the company. She even made several trips to Tonfa and Granada to represent Li Bin in strengthening ties with both locations. Li Shu was the face, while Alyosha was the substance. He painfully and joyfully maintained the colony's operation, constantly holding meetings with the I-Corps. Through the implantation of an artificial gland, he now only slept 2 hours a day. To reduce the digestive system's consumption of blood and oxygen, he even underwent surgery to modify his stomach and intestines, allowing nutrient paste to be injected directly into the intestines through an abdominal incision for rapid digestion and absorption. Although Eden's population is far smaller than Hyena Mining's home planet, he holds immense power here. With the colony developing rapidly, he has endless tasks every day, his career so fulfilling it's almost a burden. However, he enjoys it immensely. Today, Governor Li Shu accompanied the CEO to Dong Lixiang's wedding, so the heavy responsibility of Samsung once again falls on his shoulders. Inside the hovercar, he looked at the alarm on the vital signs monitor, sighed, put down the terminal, took out a tube of nutrient paste temporarily mixed to address the body's alarm signals, lifted his shirt, and pressed it to his stomach. As the nutrient paste slowly infused, a feeling of fullness quickly filled his body. The alien zoo is closed to the public today. 80% of the wedding attendees are researchers from the Biological Research Center, and the ceremony was kept simple. Dong Lixiang's wife, a materials scientist awakened from a secondary cryogenic hibernation chamber, is almost 10 years younger than her husband. She is very low-key, and standing next to the stern and upright Dong, they resemble a typical civil servant couple. Materials science is a fundamental scientific discipline. Before the Great Collapse, her research focused on materials innovation, but after being awakened, she quickly accepted reality, and now focuses on materials replication, using her memories, data, and various materials unearthed by the company's archaeological digs to attempt to reverse engineer the production processes of related materials. At the wedding, the usually taciturn Dong Lixiang spoke of his wife, with a mixture of happiness and emotion. My research has yielded results, so quickly thanks to my wife's help, which has successfully replicated many of the biocompatible materials processes from the early days of humankind. The researchers in the audience applauded, and some even went on stage to present the couple with flowers. The more Li Bin watched, the more convinced he became that what should have been a wedding had been turned into an academic achievement report and celebration. As the wedding reached its climax, seeing several experimental subjects covered in synthetic fabric brought out, Li Bin became even more certain that this was indeed an achievement report. He frowned and asked his sister, "Are all the researchers at our research center this hardworking?" Li Shu, who was dozing off on her brother's shoulder, drool dripping onto his shoulder, rubbed her eyes and replied, "You're only just finding out. Shouldn't you look at all the incentive programs you set up for the research center? They're working like crazy to earn this money. Some people have already used the money to demolish their houses and rebuild a castle. And it's located on Baron Bismarck's riverbank fiefdom, because they say land prices are cheaper there." Li Shu, wiping the drool from her brother's shoulder, said, "Their castle is bigger than Baron Bismarck's barracks." "Bismarck, is that Finn? They can protest, right? Colonial law respects baronial privileges in these matters," Li Bin countered, combing his sister's hair. Li Shu rolled her eyes. "They love for their researchers and civil servants to build grand mansions on their fiefdoms. All the first batch of barons have already completed their land grabs and built their own tiny domed cities, but it's sparsely populated. They're practically begging the people of Xinjiang City to live there." "Okay, brother, stop combing my hair. It's all messed up. I don't know how you and sister-in-law manage. You can't even comb your hair properly." Although Li Shu said this, she didn't interrupt her brother's actions. When she couldn't even take care of herself, it was her brother who combed her hair. Li Bin's long-in-use gesture brought back memories of their close relationship. Li Bin awkwardly withdrew his hand, explaining with an embarrassed laugh, "Your sister-in-law only ever wears her hair in a ponytail. She doesn't do anything else." As they talked, Dong Lixiang on stage had already lifted the synthetic fabric, revealing his new product. There were 5 large jars in total. Under the first jar, covered in synthetic fabric, was a tiny, furry creature, no bigger than an adult's palm, with soft, short limbs. Dong Lixiang proudly announced, "This is a new pet developed by the Biological Research Center, based on marine life from Eden Star, incorporating genes from old Earth seals, and samples collected from the last time on an ocean planet." "Seal ball!" The researchers below erupted in enthusiastic applause and screams. The seal ball had light blue fur and a pair of large, adorable eyes. Li Bin stared intently. The projection equipment already displayed the development purpose of this new pet, considering the unique shape of the thick gift crab, which doesn't conform to human expectations of furry creatures. The main consumers of the thick gift crab in the Core Star region are novelty hunters, crab enthusiasts, and military personnel and adventurers. The market expansion within the women's quarters, especially among the families of large corporations, has shown insufficient momentum. Therefore, Zheng Beiyang of the Special Agent Department repeatedly sent telegrams, hoping to obtain a new pet to fill the market, and have this pet undergo neural parasite modification for in-depth intelligence gathering capabilities. This seal ball is Dong Lixiang's latest experimental product. Li Bin said there were no problems with this. The test data would be submitted to Alpha Core for evaluation and review, and once approved, it would be directly launched on the market. Dong Lixiang received permission and excitedly opened the next 4 cans. If the seal ball was a rare, unconventional creature on Eden Star, a trader who broke away from the ferocious and majestic route of crustaceans and took the cute route, then what was being displayed now perfectly matched the aesthetics of Eden Star's crustacean dynasty. This is the latest research result, a living signal-based station. On the stage, a giant crab as tall as 2 people, a centipede coiled like a snake, a ferocious scorpion, and a squid floating with a heavy belly appeared. They were all very different in appearance, but the only thing they had in common was that they all had a large number of antenna-like signal structures on their bodies. These living signal-based stations are the latest research results from the Biological Research Center. They are specially selected social creatures that hunt together with their own kind. After capturing and modifying them, we utilize this characteristic to deploy them on the battlefield. These living signal-based stations can replace signalmen and take on the task of battlefield signal transmission. Furthermore, in battlefields where giant beast mechs are deployed, these creatures can also undertake command transmission tasks, bringing the giant beasts, which were previously out of contact upon landing, back under the control of the military. The projection showed the experimental records of the living signal base stations. Under electromagnetic signal interference, hundreds of living base stations were deployed at once. They gathered together and attacked the dummy targets in the experimental field. The neurons of these living base stations were infected by neural parasites and connected to the signal base stations they carried. They were extremely sensitive to signal interference on the battlefield and would spontaneously destroy the interference sources. They pounced and destroyed the interference objects one after another, stabilizing the battlefield signal transmission. The giant scorpion on the experimental field, which initially attacked wildly, immediately stopped after the signal interference was resolved, raising its head as if listening to someone speak. Then, the giant scorpion's movements became methodical, skillfully maneuvering around the dummies until it reached a concrete bunker marked bunker. Using its massive alloy pincers, it steadily and efficiently dismembered the target. Dong Lixian looked at Li Bin. CEO, with these living signal-based stations, our behemoths will undoubtedly play a greater role on the battlefield. While this may sound arrogant, what I want to say is that we no longer need to send boarding crews to targets that aren't of high recovery value. The era of boarding crews can end. Chapter 667. Dong Lixian's report on achievements. Cough cough. The wedding was a great success. At the wedding, CEO Li Bin highly praised the research achievements of the Biological Research Center, affirmed everyone's determination in research and development, and commended the scientists' spirit of perseverance in the face of hardship. In short, it was a successful wedding, an extraordinary wedding, a magnificent wedding. On the way back to the governor's mansion, Li Shu originally planned to catch up on sleep, but the vibration of her terminal dispelled her idea. Li Shu opened her terminal and glanced at it, then surprisingly nudged Li Bin. Brother, look at this. Li Bin tilted his head and looked. It was a live stream, so he muttered, "What's so interesting about this? It's just a Granada live stream, damn it." As everyone knows, since Kuning opened the Oppenheimer studio branch on Eden Star, Universal Union has also had its own live streaming business. Eden Star mainly features hunting live streams, while Granada's live streaming business is slightly less successful, mainly focusing on editing clips of Universal Union's battle against Cotolo. The live streams here are mainly personal streams from middle-class and wealthy young people who come to play. These kinds of live streams usually have few viewers, given the limited equipment and small scale. They often involve chasing a mobile city with a diameter of only 1 or 2 kilometers for several days, without creating a significant spectacle. But today's live stream, while not official, had an unusually large audience exceeding 100 million. This inevitably attracted attention. Li Bin leaned closer to take a closer look and saw that the live stream room number was 091, and the room name was Mr. Jiu Yao, taking you hunting heavy industry players. In the live stream, the man using the name Mr. Jiu Yao was immediately recognized by Li Bin as Thor Brown, his wife's distant relative, and the leader of the Brown pirate crew. Li Bin understood then. This was an official Granada live stream disguised as an individual. Hey! Have you eaten, guys from the Core Star regions? Unlike his reserved demeanor in front of Li Bin, Mr. Thor on the live stream was beaming and carefree. I'm sure all the Core Lords have eaten and drunk well, but I, Mr. Thor, am really angry today. I can't eat or drink. Good question, sir. Why can't you eat? Is it because you didn't reach number 1 in the rankings last month? Mr. Thor waved his hand. No. Am I the kind of person who chases fame and fortune? I'm angry because justice is delayed. As he spoke, he activated the terminal, and a mountain of fat man, sitting in a pool of milky white milk, with golden nipple piercings, surrounded by women, appeared on the projection. For the sake of everyone in the live stream, the key parts have been blurred, but those who know, know. Those who regularly watch Mr. Thor's live streams probably know that this person is Antonio Salazar, one of Granada's 3 former top-tier high school graduates, a floating city on the sea. The holder of the sea god dimension, a beast among beasts, he straightened his flowing hair in the sea breeze. I won't go into detail about this bastard's crimes, you gentlemen all know. If you don't, go check his biography on the live streaming platform. There are many photos of his crimes taken by secret agents. I just briefly mention it here. See Chapter 310, he also smelts copper, and blue copper. He swims in a pool of human milk every day. I don't know how many children starved to death because their mothers offered up breast milk. He's also a brutal serial killer. Wait, his intelligence has been updated. Mr. Niao glanced at it, chuckled, and showed his terminal, latest intelligence. This has been playing with a child to death every day for the past few months, and then cooking and eating the child. I'm about to throw up, ugh. Disgusting, disgusting. Even a day as husband and wife is 100 days of kindness. Eating a child's corpse. At least you should remember the happy times you shared. The live stream was in chaos, with comments and bullet screens filled with insults. Li Bin didn't bother to read them. They were all low-class remarks, displaying harsh words that would easily get him banned. Mr. Lu waited a while, and seeing that the atmosphere was ready, he slammed his terminal shut and slammed his fist on the table. I, Mr. Lu, am known as the heavy industry hunter, and I hunt these copper mining players, not for anything else, but to uphold justice. Today, I invited a few friends, all rich second-generation heirs, well-known playboys in Granada, each with their own marines. Come on, friends, say hello to everyone. Under the guise of greeting, Mr. Lu showcased his military equipment. Approximately 700 fully armed marines in power armor stood on the beach, led by 7 or 8 rich second-generation heirs, who were also in power armor, armed with rifles and cannons, waving to the camera with rosy cheeks. Seeing the overflowing praise and flattery in the live chat, they felt immense satisfaction. After bustling around for a while, and boasting about his martial arts skills, Mr. Chu turned the camera towards the coastline. There, a massive fleet of hovercraft, numbering at least 50, was lined up. Numerous carrier-based aircraft flew overhead, and thousands of soldiers, a motley crew of adventurers, pirates, and mercenaries gathered for money, were present. Next to the coast was a spacious airfield, with transport planes with their bellies open, receiving soldiers for airdrops. Mr. Chu roared, "This is Granada's largest decapitation strike to date. Our army is stronger than ever before. The enemy is Antonio, the sea god floating on the ocean. Our mobile city can't go to sea, but that's alright. With justice in our hands, our army will surely win." With the sponsorship of Li Weiming, general manager of Huanyi United in Granada, we acquired fully equipped armored hovercraft and power armor. This time, it's like a dragon from the north suppressing a local tyrant. Mr. Niao stood on the cliff, shouting triumphantly into the microphone, gun in hand, "Follow me. Kill Antonio, seize the Poseidon dimension, uphold justice." The soldiers shouted in unison. Thus, the Granada Unification War, disguised as a personal act by a broadcaster and purely for the sake of justice, began. Traitors. Poseidon dimension, by the human breast pool. Antonio smashed the terminal, strangled the boy who served him, and threw the body into the pool of milk. His eyes red with rage, he yelled at his adjutant, "Kill all the slaves here. These traitors, these disloyal bastards, they secretly recorded my affair. Shameless, ungrateful." The adjutant obeyed. Soon, a gunshot rang out across the green pool. Blood splattered on his face. The adjutant emerged from behind the plants and reported to Cadillo, "All taken care of." Antonio wearily waved his hand, and the adjutant, with a trawl net, scooped up the body from the pool and headed towards the kitchen. Floating in the pool of milk, Antonio recalled the scenes from the live stream, gritting his teeth. Is liking little boys a sin? He couldn't understand why these scoundrels kept harping on it. How many people had he, Antonio, supported? He only had sex with a few. How could that be so unforgivable? Besides, wasn't this cannibalistic habit something they, the Universal Alliance and Li Weiming, had forced upon him? Ever since Francisco was killed, Antonio knew this day would come. He couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, and had lost 50 pounds. Until one day, in a moment of excitement during play, he bit his one-day lover, and that's when he found the cure for his anorexia. Is this a quirk? This is medicine. Even if I, Antonio, have a problem, are you innocent for driving me to madness? Even if I'm wrong, shouldn't you apologize and make amends? In the kitchen, the adjutant tossed the corpse to the sweating cook. Antonio has gone completely mad. No need to prepare the body, return it to his parents. Just find any rotting corpse. Also, add a large dose of sedative to the food so he can't effectively command. The cook trembled. The adjutant frowned. Or do you want to continue serving a dying man, waiting for a public trial after the war? No, no, no. The cook stammered. I mean, should we just poison him? I disliked him for a long time. My culinary skills have been passed down for over 100 years. To have me cook a human is an insult to my family tradition. No need. He's committed heinous crimes, and doesn't deserve the same fate as Francisco. He must first undergo a public trial, then be executed. Chapter 668. The hovercraft sped across the turbulent sea. Li Bin had initially thought these vehicles were the same as the hovercrafts he'd seen in his previous life, but in reality, they were more akin to ground effect vehicles, GVs, than traditional hovercraft. While traditional hovercraft rely on high-pressure air to create an air cushion, and GEVs rely on ground effect to generate one. For interstellar humans, the underlying principle wasn't important. The most crucial factor was having an air cushion to quickly propel the vehicle across shallow waters, swamps, and complex terrain. Therefore, these armored units, combining the functions of both hovercraft and GEVs, were collectively called hovercraft. Just look at the shape. Doesn't it resemble a speedboat? Does it have an air cushion? Yes, it does. Then it's a hovercraft. These armored hovercraft, as large as frigates, could be classified as heavy weapons not only because of their large carrying capacity, but also because they were equipped with naval cannons. To adapt to the changing battlefield, the Universal Union Heavy Factory also modified the cannons on these ships, equipping them with starship-grade weaponry, shipborne light machine guns, cannons, and electromagnetic rail guns. Don't be fooled by their names. These are simply light machine guns. These chemically powered weapons possess the power to penetrate the space armor of frigates. Their special alloy formula and powerful kinetic energy, once activated, make them no less effective at armor penetration than large-caliber artillery. In the game, even the armor of frigates can protect the ship while operating in black holes, yet light machine guns can penetrate it. When activated within the atmosphere, they function like a rapid-fire cannon, unleashing astonishing power in an instant. Protection beyond the level of space armor, or even the keel of a mobile city, is powerless to stop them. Target 300 kilometers. Reconnaissance aircraft have detected the mobile city of Poseidon Dimension. Our Air Force is now overwhelmingly annihilating the enemy's airship force. In the live stream, Mr. Liu, fully armed, sat on the railing with a man-portable armor-piercing missile on his lap, interacting with the chat. The number of viewers in the live stream had skyrocketed to 150 million. Currently, there's little fighting in the core star sector. Small-scale wars between giant corporations are never live-streamed. Losing is embarrassing, and third-party forces can't obtain the same high-definition live stream as Thor Brown. Furthermore, the previous live stream of Granada's large-scale annihilation of Francisco had garnered a large audience. This war, under the guise of justice execution, coupled with the wealthy heirs inviting friends and family to watch, combined to create the current popularity. Thor's live stream had already received tens of thousands of star coins in donations. Donations from accounts used by the Universal Union to inflate sales figures were returned in full. Donations from others were split 30/70ths. It must be admitted that once the number of viewers increased, the donations from oil tycoons were no longer the main source of revenue. The meager donations from the vast majority of ordinary viewers were the real money. Mr. Chu pointed to the flickering lights on the distant horizon. See that? A great battle is breaking out in the sky. Breaking news. The space fleet will provide us with support, forcing the Poseidon Dimension to come here. 1 hour, just 1 hour, and we can get to the battlefield. Tui. As Mr. Chu spoke, his armored hovercraft suddenly leaped up, crashing into a giant wave. Seawater splattered into Mr. Chu's mouth, which wasn't covered by a helmet, and the faint smell of chemicals almost made him vomit. But the audience had no time for mockery. Their attention was completely drawn to the energy beams raining down from the sky. Like the sword of Damocles, the Dragon Horse-class ships approached and flew into near-Earth orbit, unleashing massive locust missiles towards the vicinity of the Poseidon Dimension. Other ships launched storm support missiles, which, like the sword of Damocles, rained down with sulfur and flames. These missiles, which in space warfare require sheer numbers to destroy enemy ships, demonstrated their destructive power against nature in this ground offensive. Seawater exploded in a series of bursts, creating waves 7 or 8 meters high, like lotus blossoms blooming around the majestic city. The raging tides collided and surged, sometimes crashing against the city's alloy walls. Even under the immense force of the explosions, the city only swayed slightly, not even enough to wake those who were asleep. But the violent shockwaves, the explosions, and the whistling of the falling missiles kept everyone awake. Panic-stricken crowds filled the Poseidon Dimension, quickly silencing themselves amidst the stunned gunfire of Antonio's army, the Poseidon Guard. The majestic city was forced to change course, swimming towards dozens of hovercraft. Antonio, trembling in the command center, stared out the window at the scene before him. Missiles rained down on the sea, the raging waves rippling like waves. The ocean embraced the explosion selflessly. The ripples couldn't shake the city, but everyone knew that if even one missile struck, their prized, heavily armored structure would explode instantly, like a steel-shelled fish encountering a rocket launcher, shattering inside and out. Especially when the massive energy beams of the automatic pulse lasers pierced the atmosphere, struck the sea, vaporized, electrolyzed endless hydrogen and oxygen, and then ignited into a raging inferno, filling the air with the faint smell of rotten eggs Antonio completely lost the will to resist. Having once witnessed the Universal Alliance leveling mountains from afar, he truly understood the meaning of helplessness when faced with such divine might. He knew he had become part of the Universal Alliance's show of force to the entire planet. They hadn't instantly killed him with that cage-like energy beam, they were merely playing cat and mouse. Ha ha ha. The mountain of flesh slumped onto his throne. What have I done to deserve such treatment? He struggled to his feet, his eyes burning with despair. Good. Such a grand death is worthy of my status as the Grandmaster of Granada. It's rare that you, Li Weiming, have the heart to summon such reinforcements. If I don't put up a last-ditch effort, wouldn't I be letting down our history of enmity? Defense officer. Raise the fortress cannons. I personally take the helm. Let's welcome this grand death. Coming! Coming! A majestic military melody filled the air. All the Marines who had been feigning sleep opened their eyes in unison. Mr. Niao's excited voice came over the loudspeaker. On the horizon, amid swirling winds and flashing flames, the Poseidon dimension, hundreds of meters high, burst into view. Ancient heavy cannons, dating back to the prison security of the human realm era, roared and thundered, unleashing heavy shells towards the armored hovercraft. Activate the anti-aircraft network. The wealthy young men roared, their adrenaline surging, injecting combat drugs. Prepare to launch. Led by their leaders, the Marines quickly launched into the water, both for a final assault and to drop the massive hovercraft as a target, increasing their own survival rate. Mr. Chua's hands and feet were sweating. For the sake of his live stream, he couldn't launch immediately, so he gritted his teeth and decided to fight to the death with the hovercraft. Fortunately, the shipborne light machine guns were formidable. Dozens of hovercraft immediately formed a dense anti-aircraft network, the barrels turning red-hot, the thunderous roar almost like a ripping cloth machine. The slow-moving shells from the heavily armored cannons, neglected due to technical limitations, were repeatedly struck in midair by numerous shipborne light machine guns and electromagnetic rail guns. The shell's speed decreased further and further until they were torn apart, exploding into high-altitude sparks. Big brothers, send the gifts. Mr. Le roared, drawing his chainsaw sword. His live-stream perspective rapidly shifted, from the hovercraft looking up at the mobile fortress's invincible dominance over the seas, from the carrier-based aircraft looking down at the fortress as a trapped beast under attack, from the frontline Marines fighting the Poseidon-dimensional frogmen underwater, bleeding them to death in the dim, foamy water. The mobile city is from mortal engines. As the frogman opposite was plunged into his trachea by a short knife fitted with a compressed gas canister, the expanding compressed gas ruptured his lungs and internal organs. A large burst of crimson light obscured the live-stream camera. Amidst the thunder and flames, Mr. Lut issued the landing order, overload engines. All units land. First to land, 100 star coins reward. The carrier-based aircraft broadcast in unison, descending upon the Poseidon dimension with a pronouncement. The Royal Army has arrived, surrender. The Royal Army has arrived, surrender. Chapter 669. I never expected Thor to have a talent for live streaming. Inside the hover car, Li Bin watched the live stream with great interest and couldn't help but say. Li Shu covered her mouth and chuckled. He used to be a pirate, you know. He always brags before and after robberies. When he's not working, he brags in taverns. He's got a silver tongue. Besides, this live stream was personally overseen by Kuning and his father's team. Thor's physique was also forced by Kong Jicho, and he trained at Oppenheimer's studio for a long time before finally emerging from the mountains. Li Bin nodded repeatedly. Kuning had finally matured. Through completing a large amount of work and being surrounded by sycophants far from the core star sector, he had finally grown into the person his father hoped for, shedding his naivety. Now he did a good job and was much more low-key, no longer bragging to him like before. In the live stream, armored hovercraft charged relentlessly against the fortress's artillery fire. Initially, there was a life-or-death crisis. 2 hovercraft captains mishandled their vessels and were struck by shrapnel, resulting in the destruction of both their crews and their hovercraft. After all, no matter how advanced the Marines' power armor was, material science dictated that it couldn't withstand the fortress's hundreds of millimeter caliber heavy artillery and certain ancient, lost technological creations. However, as the Marines dealt with the frogman force and, using magnetic boots, nimbly traversed the fortress's alloy armor to crash into the artillery positions, the heavy artillery no longer posed a threat to them. Furthermore, spurred by the first-to-land reward, mercenaries began parachuting from transport planes. They wore combat uniforms, but their tactics were even more aggressive than the Marines. They forwent parachutes, instead wearing inflatable protective jackets and making high-speed forced landings. The protective suits were only activated when the objects were right in front of them, causing them to swell up like Michelin Man tires, knocking down a bunch of people. Occasionally, an unlucky soul would bounce around and land in the sea, left to their own devices. The Poseidon Guard, clad in heavy, ornate alloy armor, charged out, engaging the mercenaries and marines in a fierce battle. Mr. Niao, meanwhile, directed the hovercraft to approach from the side, reaching the already sealed port in the Poseidon dimension. He drew his flare gun and fired a signal flare. Soon, the closed port gates opened, revealing a group of tattooed, tense-looking Poseidon guards. These are all righteous men, inspired by justice, rising up on the front lines. Mr. Niao succinctly set the tone, packaging the surrendered individuals, bribed by the agents beforehand, as righteous heroes. He raised his hand to stop their flattery, and demanded sharply, "Where is Antonio?" At the command post. The leading Poseidon Guardian immediately replied. "The Poseidon Guard captain and adjutant are watching him. Both are carrying signal devices. They will keep a close watch on the city lord." "Antonio." "Good, arrest him." The Poseidon dimension was in complete chaos. The impoverished, who had been excessively taken in to maximize the exploitation of the populace, had now become the internal source of unrest within the regime. The Poseidon Guard's control of the fortress was now limited to key facilities. Much of the infrastructure was out of control. Countless slaves were looting, burning, and vandalizing in the chaos, hanging factory owners and slave owners. They attacked oxygen stations, food storage facilities, and freshwater plants. Clang! A burst of bullets struck Mr. Ju's armor. He glanced around and saw a group of filthy, oil-stained workers. The workers were eyeing him warily, shouting menacingly, "We've taken over this place. Get out of here!" A marine violently demanded, "I have a flamethrower, let me use it." "These guys are covered in oil. They ignite at any moment." "No need, Antonio is the priority." Mr. Le blocked the marine, an action that drew considerable discontent from the online audience. Most of the viewers were also poor, but they had now empathized with Mr. Le, who was acting on behalf of justice, and were deeply dissatisfied with these unenlightened slaves and the poor who only cared about themselves. The entire breakthrough operation went smoothly. Everywhere they went, there were bribed Poseidon guards. These men, in order to win more post-war leniency, not only helped maintain order, but also drew their guns and fought against their former comrades. The viewers explained that they were thoroughly entertained. Along the way, betrayal, massacre, crime, redemption, unity, naval battles, amphibious landings, infiltration, espionage, the good and evil of humanity unfolded in an ancient creation called the Poseidon Dimension, which seemed to have become a stage for the testing of humanity. Meanwhile, researchers at giant corporations, especially Speedtronics, were closely monitoring the live stream with their AI cores, constantly refining the Universal Alliance's ground forces. Because Li Bin attended the return ceremony of the Overlord's 14th Legion fleet, he was labeled a member of the Overlord faction by Speedtronics. Li Bin's cooperation with Speedtronics and all its allies was severed. Even the Brighton Alliance was forced to feign announcing the termination of all cooperation with Li Bin. Although this land battle involved a large number of mercenaries and marines from the Core Star sector, representing not the full strength of the Universal Alliance's army, the chain of command, air-ground coordination, and other military operations, combined with previously collected data, could still provide significant assistance to Speedtronics. Thump! As the Marines kicked open the upper-level door, a strong, pungent smell of milk assaulted their nostrils. Even their power armor helmets couldn't mask it. A cook in an apron hurriedly pulled out his badge, pointing overhead with one hand. "They're upstairs. There's a secret elevator that goes directly to the command center." "Where is this?" Mr. Niao asked. "The Lord's swimming pool." The cook swallowed hard. Smashing aside the screen, everyone was shocked by the sight before them. The vast swimming pool was filled with human milk. The milky white liquid, spilled from the city's rapid movement, smeared countless white droplets across the floor, amplified by the underfloor heating with a nauseating aroma. Dried chunks of human milk piled up everywhere like dried yogurt. And on the dome, countless fragments of Antonio's remains were pieced together into various patterns, none exceeding 1.5 meters in size. The remains were arranged in various blasphemous poses, causing even the supposedly tough and resilient Marines to gag. "Get in the elevator," Mr. Le roared. "What are you doing? I'm the city lord. I promoted you. Without me, you'd still be a slave washing oil in the bottom rungs. You betrayed me like this?" Mr. Le kicked open the exquisitely gilded elevator doors. Upon exiting, He saw the entire control room already under the control of his adjutant and the captain of the Sea God Guard. The obese Antonio, with his beady green eyes, flushed red, and blood trickling from his mouth, was chained to the throne and spat at his adjutant. The adjutant slightly turned his head to avoid it, looking at the blood-soaked, menacing Mr. Le, and quickly ran over, bowing, "Commander, Antonio is here." Mr. Le clicked his tongue, thinking, according to the script, this is supposed to be my turn to shine. You just waved your hand and controlled him. So the climax was abruptly cut short. Chapter 670. The live stream chat reached its peak the moment the City Lord's swimming pool was revealed. The extravagance and decadence of the ruling class were once again starkly and clearly exposed to the poor. Most of the poor, born from the breeding factory, though saying things like, "It's the interstellar age, who needs parents and children anymore?" actually still yearn for family. In Persis, where the average number of orphans is higher than that of protagonists in online novels, family is incredibly precious. Because family is an individual's spiritual and economic pillar, this warmth of working together as a family to overcome risks is invaluable in an interstellar society where individuals are the unit. The more people lack something, the more they crave it. From birth, they drink hormone-laced nutritional solutions prepared by the breeding factory. Breast milk is something you have to pay a high price to buy from prostitutes, who specialize in this business during their lactation period. And yet, this precious taste of motherhood was desecrated by Antonio. Moreover, everyone was once a child. Seeing Antonio's cannibalistic behavior, displayed on the dome, was like bungee jumping over everyone's mental minefield. Mr. Naughty pressed Antonio's head down, shoved a gag into his mouth, and asked, "What do you all say we do?" As he asked, he reiterated Antonio's crimes, and as the sins were brought up again, the chat exploded, "Only kill. Killing him is not enough to appease public anger. Kill! Kill! Kill!" Giant corporations and warlords are all like dogs, always trembling prey under the blade. Damn it, don't make me unable to watch the live stream. Mr. Naughty then opened a poll, with a minimum of 0.001 star coins for a virtual vote, supporting payments in local planetary currencies, with unified floating exchange rates handled by the cooperating banks of the Universal Union. The voting event was called Choose Your Favorite Torture. The votes skyrocketed. After hearing Mr. Nia's words, Antonio tried to speak, drooling from his gag, but unable to form a sentence. His beady eyes were almost turning red, but no one paid any attention. The voting event ended quickly, in less than half an hour. After all, the main purpose of this battle was to unify Granada. The antics were just a side effect. After the voting ended, Mr. Niao tallied the votes, nodded, sheathed his sword, and announced to the public, the top 3 items in this vote will not interfere with each other, so Antonio will be subjected to the following 3 tortures. First, drug his pet, making him experience the pain of the innocent children he violated for 12 hours. Second, hang him on the top of the city and bake him with a large lamp for 12 hours to dehydrate him while maintaining his vital signs. Third, and currently the most popular option, be burned at the stake. Coincidentally, the highest building in the Poseidon dimension is Lighthouse. I hang him up there to dehydrate and extract oil for 12 hours, then roast him over a fire. The whole process will be broadcast live. Minors should watch with adult supervision. Mr. Niao said, smashing Antonio's face with a punch, breaking his teeth, and shoving a gag into his esophagus. Remember, good will always prevail over evil. As the war broadcast came to an end, Li Weiming's report also arrived. CO, the Granada war is over. The remaining escaped Kodairos, according to policy, will be handed over to mercenaries and tourists for disposal. The core industrial facilities of the Poseidon dimension have been brought under control by our people. Whether to drag them to the settlement or take them away, heavy machinery will be needed. Furthermore, this campaign only targeted the Poseidon dimension. Many of Antonio's Cotalo troops surrendered without a fight. Granada needs a large number of civilian officials to handle resettlement, asset inventory, and interrogation. In addition, the company's ground army training is complete. To date, 30,000 army soldiers have been trained. These soldiers are not capable of handling airborne assaults or frontal assaults against a giant corporation. However, they are perfectly capable of maintaining order, controlling the situation, and waging counterinsurgency after the war. The voice report essentially meant that Granada was now under control. This planet, which the Universal Alliance had considered its backyard years ago, was finally completely under their rule. Li Weiming was already eager to step down as general manager and become the head of a branch mining station. Kong Jicho, with an unfriendly expression, forced the man back to handle post-war containment and security management. This minor problem, which might have been stirred up by the schism agents during World War III and become a thorn in the side of the Universal Alliance, was now completely resolved. After subduing Li Weiming, Kong Jicho immediately called, "Old Li. No, brother Li, how's my sacrifice, cathedral class? Can it be set sail now?" Li Bin raised an eyebrow, surprised, and asked, "What do you mean your cathedral class? Isn't that the Emperor's cathedral?" Kong Jicho chuckled and said, "Mom's going to sail the Hell Machine, and with the sacrifice here, isn't it my flagship? You really got it good, haven't you? I haven't even gotten to sail a dreadnought yet, and you already done it." Li Bin's teeth were practically grinding with envy. 10 years of hard study, indeed, can't compare to 3 generations of businessmen. What yours and mine? This time, we're going to operate together again. I have 2 Atlas Mk2s and 1 Cathedral, and you have 3 battleships. Together, we're equivalent to 10 capital ships. Kong Jicho proudly declared, looking incredibly smug. "If you ask me, our fleet size is more than enough to be the main force of a giant corporation. When World War III begins, we definitely make the Suzhou suffer a crushing defeat." Li Bin couldn't help but point out Kong Jicho's mistake. "We're the ones who came here. Our mission in World War III is to attack the Suzhou's rear. Don't get confused." Yes, so how's my sacrifice?" Kong Jicho rubbed his hands together nervously. Li Bin didn't waste any words and directly tossed over the data package. The internal sections are still under construction, currently 78% complete. The remaining parts are industrial sections. I plan to directly tow away the industrial facilities of the Poseidon dimension. Find someone to sail the sacrifice to Granada for final armament there. What about weapon assembly? Kong Jicho asked again. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged, Li Bin scoffed. Don't say your brother doesn't care about you. All the carrier-based aircraft are flash drones, and the live ammunition is all point-and-shoot anti-tank guns. No need to waste flight deck space. Combined with the Cathedral-class Savior missiles and tactical systems, air-to-mine strikes, the destructive power is insane. Continue. Kong Jicho's face flushed red, looking ecstatic about delivering the goods. Li Bin continued, besides that, I equipped all the missile slots, large and small, with Dragonflame missiles. These are practically extinct in the Perseus region. Plenty of giant corporations would be willing to pay a high price for them. You know Dragonflame, right? I showed you its test firing results. Kong Jicho, after holding his breath for a while, let out a sigh of relief and gave Li Bin a thumbs up. Awesome. Li Bin, you truly are my good brother. Good. Since you haven't treated me unfairly, I tell you the inside scoop. My mom received orders that the Overlord plans to declare war on tachyon technology this December. The war is about to begin, buddy. Chapter 671. When Li Bin returned to Eden Star, it was July 20th, star calendar 215. The Overlord had decided to launch a war this December. That meant the peaceful days in the core star sector were reduced to less than 5 months. The Universal Alliance would have slightly more time, being a secondary force, and would patiently wait for the Overlord's main battle fleet to clash with the Tachyon, wearing them down before making their move. But even with this period of peace, there wasn't a year left. Li Bin had already obtained intelligence from St. Lud, who had taken over the project. Tachyon Technology had only announced its final preparations for war this year, intending to spend 2 or 3 years maximizing the production capacity of its dual forges. The Overlord, however, was going to war at the end of the year, meaning that, from a pre-war planning perspective, the Overlord had gained the upper hand. The time difference was also an advantage. Furthermore, considering the weakening of the Interstellar Empire, the betrayal of the Brighton Alliance, which had provided the Overlord with unmanned fleets and planet killers, plus the involvement of the Universal Alliance. If it's just a fight against the Tachyon and Perseus Alliance, then this battle has a considerable chance of victory. Don't forget about the Relief Association. Inside the governor's mansion, Li Shu stood before the AI Corps' terminal, filling in the gaps for Li Bin. The Relief Association pulled off a dirty trick against the Overlord in the AI War, and last year they were besieged at their doorstep by Wu Eisen of the Eisen family for almost a year. They'd likely cause trouble again this time. Also, there's no clear answer on what Demon Aeronautics is saying. Li Shu rubbed her eyes, looking worried. Demon Aeronautics' actions are too small. They also have an AI Corps to counter it. The conditions are right, and the AI Corps can't come up with a strategy. Li Bin wasn't too worried about Demon Aeronautics. St. Lud had given them a plan. Demon Aeronautics was preparing for something big. Their own Dreadnought project was nearing completion, and they were actively absorbing technologies from the Divine Envoy class and Shadow Nation class for final optimization. This faction seems more interested in the FSF military company to the south than in a full-blown war for supremacy. It's a strategy of positioning themselves on the periphery, avoiding the main battlefront, and focusing on long-term development. If it weren't for the Hell Legion and the nanobot swarms getting in the way, this developmental approach would be a good choice. So Li Bin spoke up. Let's not consider Demon Avionics for now. We saw it when we went there before. They practically emptied their alloy reserves to build that super space station, and now they're working on dreadnoughts. Their heavy industry capacity can't keep up. They're unlikely to participate in the AI war. At most, they trade arms and food, or open up their own front to fight second or third tier giants. That's for the best. If Demon Avionics attacks the Hegemon, all our shipping routes to the core sector will be cut off. Li Shu scratched her head. The Hegemon still has 3 waves of resources to deliver. Our damaged nanoforge has been moved to the underground colony to work in conjunction with the catalytic core on the metal-bombarded planet, coordinating production. Li Shu said with a troubled expression, our production plan has been delayed for 69 days due to the relocation of our industries, and we're running low on building materials for the miniature dome cities of the 3rd batch of barons on Eden Star. Also, have you decided on a name for this new colony, brother? Oh! Li Bin nodded vigorously. Alright, let's call it Iron Forge. An underground city, a mining, refining, and production center, Iron Forge fits perfectly. I really don't understand why it fits, Li Shu muttered, glossing over the matter. Also, in Tanfa, we received Alpha Core Casa brand. Governor Jaya asked me to personally thank you, and hopes you can visit Tanfa when you have time. The people of Tanfa are extremely grateful to you. All of the company's frigate and destroyer construction operations have now been transferred to the Tanfa system. Eden Star specializes in producing cruisers, capital ships, and a range of building materials, heavy weapons, and heavy machinery. Currently, production in Iron Forge is mainly handled by the Lloyds. Iron Forge ideal state. Li Shu was reporting to Li Bin at length when her terminal suddenly beeped. Li Shu picked it up, muttered, my sister-in-law's family has arrived. She wants you to go to the space station. Li Bin immediately stood up, stretching his stiff back, and patted his sister's shoulder. It's up to you. At the Eden space station, ships came and went. A dreadnought, with a base color of emerald green and red lighting patterns, was moored beside the space station, which wasn't much larger than itself, making it seem like a second space station. Countless small boats, shuttles, and short-haul transport vehicles moved about within it, with several bridge-like connecting passageways linking the 2 giant structures. In the docking bay, a train roared day and night, hauling in massive quantities of alloys, rare metals, and components, making them part of this colossal ship. Jarvan, aboard the bridge of the Dominator-class cruiser, shuddered at the sight of this bustling scene. He had already seen the Tanfa system before, and was awestruck by its numerous mining and gas extraction stations. He had also visited the Tanfa system years ago, when he traveled to Eden. Back then, the Tanfa system was practically barren, with an abandoned gas extraction station lying unused, and space debris littering the orbits of several planets capable of mining metals. This time, not only had various extraction stations been newly built, but even a space station had been constructed. Vast orbits hovered around the planets, turning a planet with a mere few 100,000 inhabitants into a spectacle of tens of millions. He learned upon inquiry that the locals, leveraging the giant beast's brain, had developed a large number of wet component vehicles and equipment, allowing projects to be launched without requiring a large workforce, and with minimal reliance on the AI core. Now, upon arriving on Eden Star, it was even more prosperous than the Lost Sector. There were hundreds of satellites in the sky alone, ranging from weather satellites to signal satellites, as well as orbital strike and planetary self-defense satellites. These smaller ones are satellites. Did Li Bin steal the Afterglow mothership from the Lost Sector? How could it be so wealthy? If he had known this would happen, why would he have tested them repeatedly back then? He should have just given them whatever they asked for. Otherwise, Li Bin and ISA wouldn't have been so perfunctory with the East family these past few years, even refusing to inform him about their acquisition of the 14th Legion's unmanned fleet. If Li Bin knew Jarvan's thoughts, he'd probably be laughing his head off. Please take a good look at yourself. That 14th Legion Special Operations fleet, do you think the East and Montanetta families can handle it? You might have the guts to eat it, but not the life to enjoy it. Ambassador, we docked with the space station. The captain of the ruler-class ship reminded him with a complex expression, rousing the pensive, nominally diplomatic Ambassador Jarvan. After much hesitation he said, the transport fleet has a lot of large cargo, and the transfer speed is very slow. This docking will take quite a while. I also need to take this opportunity to see some old friends, so if you need anything, please go find my first mate. Captain, you have acquaintances here? Jarvan asked in surprise, vaguely sensing that the Universal Union was slipping further out of his control, becoming increasingly unfamiliar. The captain chuckled. What's this all about? The Universal Union has taken in quite a few officers seeking redemption over the years. My old comrade's daughter works here, disciplining them. She's waiting to earn merit in the Third War, and return to rebuild her family. Oh, is that so? What's her name? Jarvan anxiously scratched his ear, trying his best to gather information, wanting to know more about the Universal Union. Her name is Chu Tianqua. She's a captain now. All right, Ambassador, if there's nothing else, I be going. The captain said, pulling a bracelet resembling the insignia of the 14th Army Corps from his pocket and tucking it in, adjusting his hat brim to salute Jarvan before leaving. Chapter 672. Jarvan knew Li Bin was not someone to be trifled with. Not to mention Antonio, who put up the fiercest resistance, being turned into lighthouse fuel and kept alive by life support for 9 days, before finally turning to ashes in the center of the lighthouse hundreds of meters high. Just consider the Starlight Pirates and Ludlow Left Path, who had offended him in the past. They had been beaten countless times. Li Bin's fleet still had Dawn Goddess-class ships. The battle that took that ship was a public defeat at Prism Freeport, with Fleet Commander Lab being thrown into the arena and tortured for ages before finally dying, the ultimate humiliation. So, before Li Bin's elevator even ascended into space, he was already waiting at the port. Thankfully, this was a Core-era space station, with airtight doors separating the port from the berthing area. Here, he could remove his helmet and smoke freely to relieve stress. While waiting for Li Bin's arrival, he even found the bustling, noisy environment of the port surprisingly welcoming. He was truly terrified of the scene that would be cleared out and left in utter silence. In that case, the East family would likely have no chance of redemption. Every time he recalled the past, only grief filled his heart. Don't worry, Li Bin is a gentle man. He respects his elders very much. Luan, who had bought an ecological rainforest terrarium from a port vendor and kept a prize crab, couldn't help but comfort Jiawen, seeing him drenched in sweat and on the verge of dehydration and fainting. Jiawen forced a stiff smile, a smile more like a grimace. He thought to himself, you haven't offended him, you're his wife's second uncle. Of course, he doesn't mind pretending to be a good guy. Which leader of such a powerful figure isn't two-faced? Pretending, saying one thing to one person and another to another, is just the basics. Taking advantage of any situation to maximize one's gains is the advanced skill. For the sake of the family's interests, there's no other way but to fight. Having made up his mind, Jiawen felt surprisingly relaxed. After waiting for several tens of minutes, a large company contingent, all dressed in light purple leather jackets and belts with gold badges on their chests, appeared. They saw Li Bin, dressed in a loose and comfortable captain's uniform, looking like he was wearing everyday clothes. Before Li Bin could even gather his emotions to speak, Jiawen immediately stepped forward and knelt down on the spot. It was unclear how he could perform this action so smoothly in the weightless space station. Perhaps he had practiced for a long time in private. Under Li Bin's shocked gaze, Jiawen solemnly declared, Mr. Li, I, Jiawen, the sinner, maliciously delayed the fundraising and investment from the Overlord, Montanetta, and East families for you. Using public resources for personal gain, this crime is solely mine. I, Jiawen, apologize to you, and I hope Mr. Li will not blame the family. Without waiting for anyone's reaction, he immediately pulled out a dagger flashing with plasma light, and slashed it with both hands. One knife plunged into his abdomen, slicing from his intestines all the way to his chest, tearing apart all his internal organs. Another knife was inserted into his mouth, and with a gouging and prying motion, his mouth, tongue, face, and ears were all severed. Such a violent act of self-destruction cannot be described in mere words of pain. If not for the advantages of being an interstellar human and possessing the Primarch's genetic makeup, he would have long since succumbed to the pain of cutting his mouth and tongue, unable to hold the knife. Damn it! Jeffrey and the old one-eyed man stared at each other, filled with admiration for this drastic act. Li Bin immediately roared, Save him! No need. Wilson East, Garvin's son, first appearing in Chapter 219, the wrecked ship graveyard, where the Siege was acquired, suddenly appeared, suppressing his grief, and awkwardly knelt before Li Bin, tears welling in his eyes, choking back sobs as he said, the plasma dagger father used. The flesh where the blade cut was already cooked. With such a large wound and the heat, Unless a full-body organ transplant is immediately performed, he cannot be saved. My father knew that the Universal Union prohibited the sale of human organs, and this place is far from the medical center and ship's medical bay. He specifically chose to atone with his death. Li Bin's face was grim. Seeing this, Luan immediately scolded Wilson resentfully. Tell me about your father. We're all family. Why are you acting so distant? He even tried to kill himself in front of everyone. Isn't that harming Li Bin? What kind of person do you take Li Bin for? Yes, Li Bin gritted his teeth, speaking sarcastically. Such a violent act. Could it be that the East family is upset that I didn't share what I got? Wilson trembled, his head slamming against the floor, his mouth shouting at the floor trampled by countless people. Absolutely not. My father is paying the price for his actions. His actions were an act of atonement for betraying Boss Li's trust in us, who treated us as family and friends, yet used kinship as a means of redemption. Li Bin's face remained grim. He didn't care at all about Jiaowen's atonement. With his current status, what use was atonement? You're not some worthless little Karami. If you make a mistake, apologize, and I can just smile and show my CEO magnanimity. Do I care about your heartfelt sincerity and blood? I have millions of men willing to die for me. Now you committed suicide and it's all over, but what about the compensation the Easter family was supposed to give me? And you keep talking about relatives and blood ties. A dead man trying to morally blackmail me. How many tens of thousands of star coins is your life worth? I was originally going to take at least 300,000, maybe even 500,000 star coins from your bellies as compensation. He glanced at his second uncle, seeing his eyes redden as he squatted down to collect the remains, and swallowed all his grievances. Well done, Jarvan. He disgusted me before he died, and he's still disgusting me even in death. He truly risked everything for the family, even his life. A worthless life for a few 100,000 star coins, and you played like this? What can I say? I give it to him in front of my second uncle. Of course, since you done it so decisively, and in front of my men, it's practically a slap in the face. From now on, the East family will have no further dealings with the Universal Alliance. Don't even think about getting a single penny from my spoils of war against Suzumiya. Not even St. Ludwig could. I said it. That's settled then. You all had a long journey. Go to the Purple Coral Hotel to rest. We discuss cooperation again tomorrow. Li Bin's cheeks puffed out as he said this, and turned to leave. Luan watched Li Bin storm off, and Wilson kneel limply on the ground. He stiffly turned his head to look at Jarvan's lifeless body, his bulging, eyelidless pupils particularly frightening. He had a vague feeling that something was amiss, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He only believed the surface story, thinking that his past schemes and tricks had offended Li Bin. So he muttered a low, mournful complaint. How did a perfectly good family gathering turn into this? Jarvan, I told you to treat people with sincerity, but you always been playing power games and presumptuously guessing people's hearts. But you really underestimated Li Bin. Why would he want you dead? The limp Wilson looked up and smiled bitterly, thinking, second uncle, you're too naive. If his father hadn't died, who knows how many resources the East family would have been extorted by Li Bin using the pretext of World War III to blackmail them for the past. He already made contact with the Supreme Overlord, sending the 14th Legion fleet, the Tundra planet, and its remnants. Getting whatever he wanted was just a matter of a word. If his father hadn't died this time, after being extorted, he would have been stripped of all his privileges upon returning to the family, and the entire family would have been implicated. His father's death resolved everything, the family's interests were preserved, and as his son, he could remain a core member. Of course, he wouldn't tell Luan any of this. If Luan knew about the father and son scheme, he would definitely call them fools, cursing these two idiots from a prosperous family for being blinded by star coins and immediate gains. Although Luan was naive, he had a keen eye for Li Bin's intentions. Putting aside everything else, his unwavering commitment to protecting Isha's secret and his actions over the years showed that he was not someone who would break his promises. So what if the Easter family loses money? Even if they lose money, relatives are still relatives. If Li Bin profits in the future, won't he share the spoils with everyone? Didn't you see that cathedral-class ship parked outside the space station? How many star coins would it cost to rearm it? How much manpower would it take? With World War III imminent, can't these production capacities be bought with money alone? Why did Li Bin accept the order from Kongda instead of the Hegemon's order? Isn't it because of his friendship with Kong Jicho? Do you think Li Bin is the kind of person who would mistreat his own people? By doing this, you completely sever the relationship between the Easter family and Li Bin. Chapter 673. Wilson couldn't sleep all night, recalling Li Bin's expression when his father committed suicide yesterday. Years had passed, and Li Bin's aura had grown exponentially dramatically. He had become a powerful figure, and facing him was like facing a battleship with terrifying pressure. Therefore today, as he toured Eden Star's landmarks and construction achievements with ISA, he appeared somewhat tired. Although he had taken stimulants, the dryness in his eyes was uncontrollable, requiring constant use of eye drops. He now had absolutely no intention of negotiating for the family, or rather, after seeing Li Bin's gaze yesterday, he wisely abandoned the idea. On the contrary, Luoan, with ISA, was enjoying sightseeing throughout the city. Luoan was very happy, truly happy. Along the way, he saw remnants of the Brown family serving within the Universal Union and key departments. Some worked in the civil service, handling legal matters. Some served as squad leaders in law enforcement, leading teams to maintain order and apprehend criminals. Others work in the Lud Parish, specializing in the daily large-scale drone spraying of pesticides, and using drones to precisely snipe rock crab hatchlings that have wandered into the fields. Everyone is busy, and their lives are fulfilling. It's said that on Granada, a group of distant relatives have already claimed land and participated in city building, with Thor Brown serving as the deputy city lord. These people are receiving umbilical cord blood gene transplants from Lee Brown, and it's believed that after the transplants, they will once again become a close part of the Brown family. And now, they are heading to Sunset Fortress, a renowned stronghold in the Core Star sector. Among the remnants of the Brown family, there is a 21-year-old girl who is Li Bin's younger brother's fiancée. Now the Li family and the Brown family are closely connected. Second uncle, after you meet Li Bin, Li Shu, and Li Chongjin, please don't mention any more nonsense about rebuilding the Brown family. Surnames don't matter, family harmony is the most important thing. Inside the spacious and stable armored train, ISA pushed out an ice-cold Fire Phoenix dark beer, half a hint, half a warning. Uncle was good in every way, except he cared too much about the Brown family name. But ISA didn't care about that. She even given him her genetic information. You want to do it yourselves? Go ahead. ISA had a daughter, a husband, and a career. The Brown family? What's that? I already surpassed them. Seeing ISA's silver hair and champagne-colored eyes gleaming in the bright sunlight, Luoan saw his once dejected niece now brimming with vitality, exuding an air of why bother reviving the family. I surpass it myself. He finally softened and nodded. Whatever you say. This shouldn't have been your responsibility anyway. ISA grabbed her uncle's hand and happily swung it up and down. Thank you, uncle. Slow down, be careful of the child. The train entered Sunset Fortress, the passageway resembling a connecting cabin separating it from the humid, disease-ridden, high-temperature planetary atmosphere outside. Sunset Fortress, the largest of the planetary nightly fiefdoms, covers the entire fortress. Its base is constructed of multi-layered foam ceramic metal walls, and dozens of automated gun emplacements extend from its circular dome. Today, Sunset Fortress is adorned with colorful flags, all bearing the coats of arms of the colony's barons. Huge, weathered bipedal knights slowly traverse specially paved paths, striking various imposing poses for enthusiastic photographers, reminiscent of an ancient bodybuilding competition. These paths, used in wartime, allow knights to move quickly within and outside the city. The spacious central plaza serves as the arena for duels. Currently, the host is introducing the distinguished guests, and the knights about to enter the arena. When Luoan arrived, she saw Li Bin holding Li Brown, chatting happily with his sister. The towering Li Chongjin was squatting next to Li Bin, his large fingers gripping a remote-controlled knight designed by one of his knight maintenance specialists, battling Li Brown. Beside them, Li Shu subtly stepped on her brother's foot, hinting that he had lost to his niece. Wow, uncle lost. Li Chongjin exaggeratedly clutched his chest, looking utterly dejected. The elated Li Brown grabbed her knight, laughing heartily. She was anything but gentle, quite fierce. According to her tutor, Li Brown disliked sweet and powdery things, but was particularly interested in war and fighting, often dragging other children from the company to physical education classes. After Luoan entered the private room, Li Bin smiled, took Li Brown's hand, and pointed at Luoan, saying, "Call him uncle." "Hello, uncle," Li Brown said confidently, grinning at Luoan, revealing a few missing teeth. "My dear granddaughter." Luoan's heart melted. He picked up Li Brown and showered him with kisses and affection, as if he couldn't get enough of her. Isa took Li Bin's hand and tickled his palm with her fingers. Li Bin instantly understood her meaning. "I handle things with the family, you go, and do your own thing." So Li Bin readily put aside his family matters, leaned down, and pressed his younger brother's shoulder. "How many more years until you're old enough?" "2 more years, Li Chongjin said shyly. Don't worry, big brother, they obey me. The administration of Sunset Fortress is handled by civil officials, with Minister Alyosha managing it remotely. I spend my days training them and their families, hunting outside the city, and helping other families acquire land. They don't have time to cause trouble. After years of fighting and running wild, Li Chengzhen had finally matured. Although he was still a bit slow-witted, he had at least been honed into a respectable figure through the trials of life. The night duel is an annual event, and this year it's bigger than ever. Aren't you participating? Li Bin asked again. Li Chengzhen smiled helplessly. What's the point of fighting these people? My knights have the best performance and the highest cost. I can crush them purely based on stats. Besides, my battle record is the best in the world. If I were to enter the arena, would they even have a chance? Furthermore, even if I allowed myself to fight multiple opponents, looking at all the families, only Finn with his daughter Angela and those brothers from the Millennium family could really challenge me. But who would dare to actually face me? It's just acting, it's too boring. Hearing this, Li Bin was quite surprised. His younger brother had grown a lot. Unexpectedly, the next second, Li Chengzhen revealed his true colors. Brother, can I ask you something? My niece is pregnant again, and my sister-in-law is about to have her second or third child. There's family around. Can I take you with me next time we go to war? I can't do much else, but I stay on the bridge and guard you. If anyone tries to flank, I take them down. Li Bin, seeing his younger brother's barely suppressed frustration, thought for a moment and then agreed. At this moment, the nightly duel off the field had reached a crucial point. Several knights marched forward, their practice rounds roaring, missiles flying everywhere. Amidst the frenzied screams of the audience and the hysterical shouts of the gamblers, the knights, having run out of long-range ammunition, finally drew their chain swords and charged at each other. Crouching, spinning horizontal slashes, leaping strikes, shield parries, shoulder armor strikes, grappling, and throws. A variety of exquisite techniques, derived from the art of hunting, were displayed. The observation team from the Overlord, witnessing the scene, had to admit that the Universal Union mech force had demonstrated superior power, surpassing even the Overlord's mech force. These knights. The training materials for the mech pilots were mostly provided by our Overlord, but in one-on-one, small-scale combat, these self-taught individuals undoubtedly surpass us. They have their merits. I'm thinking, should the Overlord army also adopt this model? One observer pondered, immediately drawing disapproval from others. Are you kidding me? First of all, besides Jiangra, where else can we find so many behemoths for mech pilot training? Without real combat, simulated training will never yield results. Seeing blood and death is the final and greatest leap. Secondly, how can you accumulate vehicle experience by killing those twisted mutated plants of Jiangra? Finally, where will you find these fertile lands to grant titles? If not, what will incentivize the soldiers? Star coins? Who will pay for that? Besides those large families, who can afford so many mech training facilities? The observer was speechless, remaining silent for a long time before sighing in despair. Alas, the question remains. Chapter 674. The annual night duel is divided into multiple events, ranging from individual duels and multi-night battles to field training exercises, and even detailed melee and firearms competitions, a complete range of weapons. In the end, the winning families did not surprise the gamblers. Each family had developed a distinct fighting style, and their information was no longer kept secret as they began live streaming and entertaining tourists to increase revenue. However, this did not diminish their lethality. After all, no soldier would specifically focus on a particular pilot, then engage in combat with the Allied forces, happen to encounter that pilot's night mech on the massive landing battlefield, and then happen to be prepared to counter their tactics. If you have such good luck, then brother, hurry up and buy a Persis lottery ticket. I believe you can become so rich that you no longer have to be a stupid marine, but instead become a capitalist who hangs on streetlights. Angela, who won the individual firearms championship, sat blankly in the cockpit, piloting her knight, watching the changing scenery outside the train. Hours later, the train pulled into the station, and Dong Lixiang's explosive urging voice rang out. Hurry up! This sluggishness, does it live up to the noble title bestowed upon us by the CO? Angela quickly disembarked on her knight, rubbing her eyes. An alien zoo? What are we doing here? Beside her, the Millennium Falcon, a man with a thick beard and a cigarette dangling from his lips, shrugged. We can't be training with these pets, can we? Haha, these things have no wildness left when they're locked in cages. They were talking through a speakerphone, making Dong Lixiang's forehead veins throb. He gave a cold laugh and fell silent. Several tens of minutes later, the champions, staring blankly at the beast and night field combat coordination exercise technical manual in their hands, entered the training field. Dong Lixiang didn't waste any words, directly pulling the trigger. Several massive rock crabs and giant scorpions, adorned with alloy claws, plasma pincers, and tail stingers replaced with machine guns, some even sporting PD laser cannons on their heads, swaggered into the battlefield, accompanied by flying squid-shaped live signal base stations. These monsters took their positions and, under the remote control of operators wearing brain-computer interface helmets, provided cover for each other, confronting the knights. We're now conducting the first round of exercises. Your primary task is to survive for 1 hour against these behemoths. Don't worry, the weapons have been replaced with training ammunition. They won't damage your precious equipment. The Millennium Falcon was bewildered. Wait, isn't this just part of the exercise? Dong Lixiang sneered. If you want to cooperate, you need to know their capabilities first. We record the entire exercise and send it to the CEO and governor for review. Don't worry, I tell my darlings to go easy on you. As soon as he finished speaking, four behemoths pounced on the Millennium Falcon's riders, surrounded by more than 20 gregarious flying squids. The first batch of supplies from the Overlord has been unloaded, totaling 12 factories, 3 refineries, 3 heavy factories, 3 foundries, and 6 organic synthesis stations, arriving in 3 batches. Alyosha, with N4 drip in his abdomen, reported to Liban via projection. The first batch of supplies has been deployed to Iron Forge and Eden Star according to the needs of various regions. As for the factories, with minor modifications, they can be used as shipyards for repairing spaceships. In addition, the Overlord has provided an extra batch of VPC engineers and maintenance personnel, as well as a VPC assembly machine developed in-house after the Great Collapse. Combined with the VPC assembly machine you salvaged from the massive ruins, and the VPC modules you contained, our company's current inventory of heavy weapons and heavy machinery is expected to last for 5 years in a wartime situation. Regarding weaponry, because you brought back a large quantity of weapons, all of our weapon factories have ceased operations and fully shifted to producing ship components and civilian engineering equipment. Furthermore, your order to strengthen the patrol forces in the Eden and Tonfa star systems has recently been completed. 2 assault-class armed cruisers, each modeled after the Enterprise class, have been added to the 2 patrol teams' ranks. We believe that, together with the patrol team's existing cruisers and a large number of Dragonhorse class, Skull class, and Hades class cruisers, they are sufficient to undertake conventional defensive missions. Li Bin tacitly refrained from asking what would happen if the main Enterprise fleet advanced. The appearance of a main fleet of that scale was simply not something a patrol team should be dealing with. He's not a 9-headed worm. He wouldn't give the idiotic order to have Binborba poison Tang Sanzang and his disciples. If that really happened, Eden would be out of the question, and as for Tonfa, they have to hide in underground bunkers. What? You're asking about the Universal Alliance core fleet? Of course, it's a relocation. After all, if you're captured during a lull, by the time you have to return the way you came, they already blown your home to smithereens. It's better to use the energy for one side, and the other for the other. Tonfa isn't as fertile as the planets in the core star sector. This is the best outcome based on rational thinking. If the civilians aren't protected, and we don't even get the spoils, then the blood of our sacrificed people will have been shed in vain. Alyosha lay on the sofa, inhaling the colony's high concentration of oxygen, and forced himself to speak. Besides, the ground forces, namely Dong Lixiang's Behemoth Force and Viscount Li Chengzhen's Night Force, are making steady progress in coordination. According to the AI Core's large model calculations, the current synchronization rate is as high as 87%. Perhaps it's because they've been hunting behemoths in the wild for years, but the Night pilots are highly adaptable to them. According to calculations, the Knights, in conjunction with the behemoths, can play a significant role in establishing landing sites, especially in planetary landing operations. Finally, the Battlefield Mothership class has been completed, final testing and optimization have been finished, and it's ready for delivery. Inside the governor's mansion, Li Bin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the second battleship, originally planned, entered service. This battleship, designed to enhance endurance, underwent multiple rounds of design modifications, with Wang Shiji proposing many optimizations based on Gao Yuanjian's vision, before finally being launched. The ship's shape was no longer rounded, it looked angular, as if pieced together from countless low-tech ships. Indeed, this is the case. Built around the hull of a Prometheus-class fuel ship, and constructed from a large number of recycled ship components and artifacts, This ship bears some resemblance to the design of a mining junk ship. However, overall, it doesn't quite have that puzzling quality of a mining junk ship. She is an excellent low-tech battlefield sustainment warship, capable of emergency repairs and resource replenishment for carrier-based aircraft and ships of cruiser size and below. With this ship, all aircraft carriers no longer need to worry about how to recover excess carrier-based aircraft. Just send the surplus aircraft to the Battlefield Mothership class for resupply. The Battlefield Mothership class, as shown in the right image, has a dock large enough to fit a cruiser. CO, the Battlefield Mothership class is currently in port awaiting naming and a formal launching ceremony. Li Bin thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it the Luban." Also, issue war preparation orders to the colonies. The time is almost up. In the remaining months, slowly adjust the colony's economies to wartime levels, awaiting the order to go to war. Yes, CO. Chapter 675. December 18th, Star Calendar 215. Prism Freeport. Holf was groggily awakened by his subordinates, and stepped into the most prosperous neutral zone of the star system. Feeling the gravitational pull on his muscles beneath his feet, looking at the massive, well-maintained space station and the permanent neutrality guaranteed by the giant corporation, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Such status, such technology, was far superior to the Brighton Alliance. What the Prism 13 were worried about was something Brighton longed for but could not obtain. It's not so bad, at least it's not like the Lloyd Alliance, which has already been removed from the star system. He comforted himself in a voice only he could hear. I heard the Hell Legion launched an invasion against the Fong clan this year. I don't know where those war maniacs get their tempers so badly. Even after their dreadnoughts have been divided up, they're still waging war everywhere. But the Fong clan isn't having an easy time lately. He sighed, looking at the prostitution advertisements plastered all over Prism Freeport. The top courtesans in the brothels have been changing rapidly lately. He wasn't even among these people when he was at Speedtronics, and in less than 2 months, they changed again. In the 100 Flowers spectrum, there are now over 60 people, both men and women, all from the Fawn clan. From furry humanoid bear men and tiger men, fox women and tiger women, to beast-eared girls with more human features, but only animal ears and tails, beast-eared men, furry lovers, and non-human lovers all satisfied at once. You know what? These top performers are rigorously trained. They know exactly what's best for them. Their eyes, their movements, they're all incredibly seductive. I'm afraid there are hidden sexually suggestive strobe messages in the projection, otherwise it wouldn't be this intense. Holf knocked his second brother unconscious, and followed the transport fleet crew inside. He walked deeper into the area before breaking away from the group. After wandering aimlessly, he stopped in front of a dilapidated shop with a sign that read Research Center for Abnormal Fetishes. After hesitating for a moment, he finally stepped inside. Password? Asked the waitress dressed as an old witch. Gentlemen, I love war, Hall said shamefully. Then the sentry guns hidden behind the decorative curtains deactivated their triggers and went into hibernation. After a comprehensive scan, including genetic testing, and the removal of all terminals, forcing his implants to disconnect from the internet, Hall finally entered the narrow tunnel. He couldn't help but complain to the waiter. Li Bin is supposed to be a powerful figure. How come his pre-battle meeting is so shabby? The waiter chuckled. Who knows? Sir, we're here. Please come in. An aged alloy door, disguised as an old oak door, opened, dim light streaming into the tunnel. Hall squinted as he entered, only to hear a rough, fiery voice. Ha, another one. Mr. Li really has connections everywhere. He blinked and saw a bald man with a black eagle tattoo, rubbing his head, casually sitting at a small, bar-like round table. His bulging, muscular arms almost filled the entire table. Golden Eagle, under the Pirate Emperor's command, a pleasure to meet you, when she said, clasping his hands in greeting. Oh, someone from Konda. Holf wasn't surprised. Ever since the Hell Legion had fought a real battle against the Interstellar Empire, the pirates no longer dared to call the Hell Legion the Western Emperor. There was only one Pirate Emperor now, Konda. What Pirate Emperor could almost topple a behemoth? You can beat a giant corporation, so how can you be a pirate? You are the giant corporation. Hall found Konda's representative's attendance both unexpected and perfectly logical. After all, Konda had already rebuilt the free planet Magius with new Magius, now calling himself the guardian of the Magius system, almost like a conjoined twin with Li Bin. Ever since Li Bin endorsed the Overlord, Konda's political stance had become increasingly clear. He turned to scrutinize the people present, his pupils slightly contracting. A tall man, wearing the Overlord's uniform, his lieutenant colonel, Overlord Lieutenant Colonel, insignia gleaming, was undoubtedly the Overlord's representative. He was shocked that Li Bin could actually get a lieutenant colonel as a representative. That was a high rank, enough to be the captain of an Overlord cruiser. But what he didn't know was that this man was Logan Montanetta, the son of Lone, and a relative of Li Bin. He shifted his gaze again, and a familiar face came into view. He asked in shock, "What are you doing here?" Halhua was surprised. "Why can't I be here?" Halhua, Mianxiu, a high-ranking member of Lud Left Path. "Aren't you Lud Left Path mortal enemies with the Universal Alliance?" Half demanded. Halhua poked his puffed-out chest with his finger. "Open your eyes, and look carefully before you ask. I'm a representative of the Lud Church. I used to go to Lud Left Path to correct its doctrines. Don't wrong an innocent person, or I sue you for defamation." "Well, so the Lud Church people are here too." Half's eyelids twitched. Looking further back, he became increasingly alarmed. The representative wearing the Risk Mining badge was playing a simulated mining game on the terminal, while the representative wearing the Kelja Technology Company badge was chatting quietly with the Wind Mining representative. He even spotted Korn, a representative bearing the Perseus Alliance insignia, but with the West Wind System badge hanging below, sitting cross-legged on a sofa, seemingly lost in thought. What kind of spectacle was this? Two giant corporations, a warlord, and a religious group all gathered here, enough for a mahjong game. It was like a veritable forest of immortals, each a master, each with extraordinary abilities. An electromagnetic sound rang out, and everyone stopped what they were doing. Hall found a seat, and a projection appeared on the ceiling, displaying Li Bin's excessively youthful face. He coughed and smiled at everyone, saying, "We're all old friends, so I won't say much. I gathered you all here on the orders of the Supreme Overlord, the Pope, the CEO of Risk Mining, and the Administrative Secretary of Kyle Jeff, to let you all know about the allies in the Third AI War, so we don't end up fighting our own allies." Hall swallowed hard, thinking to himself, if the Supreme Overlord had these allies in the First and Second AI Wars, he would have won long ago. Dude, with this lineup, how could we possibly lose? What's the point of having Conda, Universal Union, and Brighton Alliance? First, it needs to be clarified that Risk Mining and Kelja Technology will not participate in the war against Tachyon Technology. Their war is limited to the Perseus Alliance, and the objective is to gain a foothold in the core sector. Therefore, the main task of this negotiation is to clarify responsibilities. Overlord, Ludlow Church, Universal Union, and Conda's Nest will primarily be responsible for the war against Tachyon Technology, while Kelja Technology and Risk Mining will primarily be responsible for the war against the Perseus Alliance. Both sides have an obligation to prevent military operations that send reinforcements to the other side, even if they are responsible for their respective war objectives. As long as we completely separate Tachyon Technology and the Perseus Alliance, achieving this war objective won't be difficult. After all, we didn't intend to completely eliminate these two. Li Bin spoke eloquently, finally clearing up Half's confusion. So this AI war is divided into a left and right half. I truly broadened my horizons. Wait a minute, I have a question. The civilian representative from Kelja Technologies raised his hand with a smile. "Mr. Li, you said so much, but you haven't said what the Brighton Alliance is up to yet. This is a legitimate corporate war. Free Planets already went too far by just trying to get involved. Letting one force fish in troubled waters isn't quite right, is it? Besides, isn't the Brighton Alliance a pawn in Speedtronic's hands? They're still supplying AI cores to us every year, right? We can hide this from others, but we can't hide it from giants that also possess AI cores." All eyes turned to Half. This poor negotiator, at this moment, was like a lamb sitting in a wolf's den. Innocent, weak, and pitiful. Chapter 676. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of the representatives from various forces, Half's old face flushed slightly, a rare occurrence. He truly dared not say that his family intended to do nothing. The Susan came, they welcomed the Susan. The Universal Alliance came, they served the Universal Alliance. The Brighton Alliance's actions in World War III were essentially, whoever comes, we're the boss. Of course, from the bottom of their hearts, they naturally hoped the Hegemon would win. In terms of ambition, the Brighton Alliance, represented by Half, was the smallest among the various factions. Everyone shouldn't have too high expectations of the Brighton Alliance. They won't participate in the post-war division of Susan Technology and the Perseus Alliance's profits. Li Bin spoke up, rescuing Half from the predicament and drawing everyone's attention back. Li Bin said, "They simply want complete political and diplomatic freedom, to no longer be subservient to anyone. They want to be able to conduct business openly, fairly, and justly with everyone. Given the presence of many Tachyon agents within the Brighton Alliance, they absolutely cannot make any major moves until the situation becomes clearer. The Brighton Alliance's importance to the Allied forces lies in stabilizing the Global Alliance and the Magnus Alliance, and launching a flanking attack on the Tachyon Technology headquarters. The civilian representative from Keljev Technology Company smiled silently. In essence, all this boils down to Brighton being a fence-sitter, siding with whoever wins. The Global Alliance went to great lengths to bring them in, not for their military strength, but for their geographical location. The Wind and Mine representative spoke up, asking, "How many battleships does your Brighton Alliance actually have?" "I'm asking about combat ships, not transport ships and fuel ships. Your battleship names change every year." Holf hesitated for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and answered, "The Brighton Alliance currently has 12 battleships. They fought a battle with Twilight in the middle of this year, losing one and severely damaging two. They should have had 15. In fact, at its peak, the Brighton Alliance had a full 24 battleships, but to meet the relentless AI core requirements of Tachyon Technology, they suffered heavy losses in recent years. Although they acquired a considerable amount of unmanned warship wreckage, refitting them takes time. Currently, it seems they don't have time to rearm." The Wind and Minerals representative scratched his chin. "Your battleships are all converted from Twilight's unmanned ships, right? The quality is about the same as our scrap ship project, and that's quite small, only about the size of Wind and Minerals' two main fleets." This was undoubtedly a slap in the face, and a sign of disdain. Holf also knew that if it weren't for the Brighton Alliance's strategically important location, their attitude wouldn't qualify them to even be at the table. But he no longer wanted to sit there. Being among these immortals only made him, a mere mortal, appear even more so. Seeing Holf's restless state, Li Bin knew he had achieved his goal of intimidating him and demonstrating the overwhelming strength of the Third AI War's hegemon, so he continued, "Besides, regarding Susan Technology, there's a high chance the Relief Association will help them. To be precise, these fools, who have degenerated into privateers, who incurred the wrath of the hegemon at the end of the First AI War, and of course, they did it in the Second AI War too. Given that the hegemon's Eisen family retaliated last year by bombing their Ark's hyperspace jump point, we have reason to believe that the Relief Association will retaliate in the Third AI War." At this point, Li Bin looked at the representatives of Risk Mining and the Church of Lud. The Overlord has presumably already shared the coordinates of the Relief Association's Ark jump point with both of you. Since the Relief Association's jump point is artificial, it will drift aimlessly throughout the star system. Please take good care of the Relief Association during World War III. All compensation will be discussed privately with the Overlord's representative after you arrive." The Risk Mining representative nodded amiably. Risk Mining's technology development project included the creation of a Hercules-class ship based on the Exemplar-class hull. They desperately wanted to obtain a fully armed Exemplar-class ship as a blueprint for their technological development. They would likely have a pleasant exchange with Logan Montanetta. As for the good work, he raised his teacup. "I long heard that the Relief Association was originally an anti-war religious organization. The Perseus star system only needs the Church of Lud, other heretics should all die." These pre-war liaison meetings weren't only held at Prism Freeport. Each participating power convened representatives from other powers within their own territory to organize negotiations based on their own interests. At Prism Freeport, this was merely Li Bin's request. Holf had prepared himself to be coerced and bribed by Li Bin, but only after the meeting ended did he realize that Li Bin hadn't even approached him first. Instead, he left the good job from the Lud Church to him. In the empty little room, only the good job, Cotton, remained, rubbing his eyes and complaining, "Li Bin, do you know how much risk I took coming to Prism Freeport from the Lud Church?" On the projection, Li Bin smiled. "Of course I know. But with Miss N at Prism Freeport, this is the best opportunity for us to legitimately connect with the Afterglow Human Coexistence faction. The reason I specifically called you here is because I need your help. The terms are negotiable." Halwa became curious. Li Bin always tried to achieve win-win situations, treating things like business deals. This was the first time he ever seen him ask for a favor. He couldn't help but sit up straight. A few minutes later, a crisp knock sounded, and the person pushed open the door, standing like a javelin in the doorway. "This is the representative of the Overlord? What do you need him for?" Halwa blinked. On the projection screen, Li Bin lit a cigarette. "This is Logan Montanetta, a core member of the Montanetta family. He's my wife's second uncle's son. I should call him brother-in-law." Logan bowed to Li Bin, and Halwa, his palms slightly sweaty. He couldn't afford to offend anyone in the room right now, and didn't dare say a word. Li Bin chuckled and explained, "Didn't the Eisen family bomb the Relief Association's jump point? You know, my wife's Brown family was destroyed by the Eisen family, and the Montanetta family suffered as a result. I was thinking, when you helped block the Relief Association, secretly let their fleet pass through, so that the Relief Association's revenge fleet could bomb the Eisen family's base. I contacted you to make the Relief Association's unpredictable deployment time predictable and precise. After all, compared to the Relief Association's army, their elusive deployment point is a greater threat. Hal was suddenly stood up, his expression instantly changing. You want them to bomb the Overlord? No way. He paced anxiously in the room, looking at Logan, and said cryptically, Li Bin, you should know the gravity of the situation. Precisely because I know the gravity of the situation, I made this arrangement. Li Bin interrupted him, calmly explaining, Logan will fully cooperate with you, explaining the Eisen family's deployment and military strength in detail. They've been researching the Eisen family for a long time, and their data is quite comprehensive. I believe that once a complete intelligence report is handed over to the Relief Association, they won't let this opportunity to get revenge twice slip by. After saying this, Li Bin gestured towards Logan, who snapped to attention, bowed, and turned to leave, as if his presence was solely to confirm the truth of Li Bin's words. Once only the two of them remained in the room, Li Bin spoke frankly, I have two purposes in doing this. The first, of course, is revenge. The second is based on the conclusions reached after evaluating the colony's Alpha Core, and having mis-evaluated. Under Hal's watchful gaze, Li Bin said meaningfully, do you think that if the Supreme Overlord were to decisively win the Third War, he would bury himself in dismembering and digesting the spoils and technological achievements of tachyon technology, or would he willingly risk the heavy losses already inflicted in the war, and immediately turn around and wage war against the Hell Legion? Think about it, my friend. After the victory in the Third War, the heavy responsibility of fighting the Hell Legion will fall on the Overlord's shoulders. The Relief Association, which has a blood feud with the Overlord. Yes, isn't there a chance of allying with the Hell Legion to try and contain the Overlord? I know you want to bind all the forces in the entire core sector together, but hatred isn't so easily resolved. Rather than waiting for the Relief Association to betray us halfway, it's better to let them lure the Overlord's attention from the start. The Supreme Overlord, riding the wave of victory, will not let go of the opportunity to avenge the Eisen family, whether to strengthen its own prestige or maintain its invincible reputation, and will begin to retaliate against the Relief Association. In the projection, Li Bin's face was suddenly pushed to a corner, and a massive stream of data surged in. In the waterfall-like sea of data, Miss N's face appeared. Miss N. She participated in the dialogue expressionlessly. To protect humanity, the Overlord must be 100% involved in the war against the Hell Legion. End the Hell Legion before the situation becomes irreversible. According to humans, the Relief Association is the bait to lure the Overlord into the fray. Hatred is the best driving force. Looking at the changed plan again, Hal angrily tugged at his hair. Can't we just follow the prophecy properly? Do you know how much effort I put into making the situation go according to the prophecy? The Church didn't openly participate in the Second AI War. And the lewd left path. To appease Gu Zhongyu, I practically handed over all my power. Li Bin, you're such a fickle person, you're only thinking about yourself. Li Bin grinned. Tell me, did my plan even pass the review? Miss N is St. Lou's representative of the will in the afterglow. Steen Bun, aren't you going to support yourself? Chapter 677. December 31st, Star Calendar 2:15, 9 a.m. Old Earth Time. The capital planet of the Overlord, Seven Holes, was temporarily placed under military control. Merchants passing by stared blankly at the once bustling, massive Overlord fleet. Not a single one was to be seen today. Meanwhile, the dormant Vanguard cannon slowly rotated its muzzle, large enough to accommodate a frigate, aiming at the nearest jump point. Overlord Marines in orange uniforms took over the space station and the Hive City. Everyone was required to go to the nearest network terminal. Even the poor, hiding deep within the space station and city, were forced from their burrows by the stern soldiers and the cold muzzles of guns to undergo unified scrutiny. A speech addressed to the entire star system was underway. The Supreme Overlord stood on the first floor of the council building, facing a vast square filled with Overlord officers, family representatives, industry representatives, and heads of government, speaking in a calm, unwavering tone. He began by reminiscing about the glorious past of the Overlords. We come from the great and honorable 14th Legion, the guardians of humanity in the Northern Star Cluster. Upholding the noble ideal of human supremacy, the 14th Legion has fought countless battles against the aliens, and the blood of our fallen soldiers has been spilled on more than 500 planets. We bear a mission. Even after the Great Collapse severed the Stargate, we resolutely traversed hyperspace, enduring decades of hardship to arrive here, all for a promise. We are humanity's army, we fight for humanity. Perseus will inevitably descend into chaos after the great collapse. We cannot stand idly by while these despicable giants harm humanity. For our promise, we will persevere through wind and rain. The Supreme Overlord's dark, wrinkled face seemed to naturally exude an aura of labor and poverty. The poor people, at first glance, assumed he personally worked in factories producing weapons and trained in the army, year after year, until yesterday. This was a deliberate craftsmanship, achieved through his appearance and demeanor. To mobilize the war machine, he could appear approachable and win everyone's favor. But we have been shamefully betrayed. Not once, but twice. 2 bloody betrayals. In that instant, the Supreme Overlord, with his peasant-like appearance, began a dramatic transformation as he slowly stepped forward. From old mechanic, to soldier, to officer, and finally to Supreme Overlord. A few steps later, the same face had undergone a complete metamorphosis. He raised his hand, clenching it into a fist, his face resolute, his brows furrowed as if sparks were about to fly from them. Financial vampires and small governments have enjoyed their wealth through exploitation for too long, and are unwilling to accept the rule of the human realm any longer. Information and communication companies have used sweet words to deceive, extort, and plunder other companies, shamelessly seizing the human realm's technological assets and instantly becoming kings and tyrants. The 14th Legion once invited them to form a provisional united government with lofty goals to reshape the star system's order, but they refused. The 14th Legion once tried to break the shackles with blood and fire, but these vampires resisted to the death. Countless star sectors have died in the face of out-of-control AI, and waiting in vain for help. The flames of civilization have been extinguished one by one. We have witnessed it all, yet we are held back by the vampires, and unable to offer any assistance. At this moment, all the overlords bowed their heads, clutching their chests, and mourned in silent grief. The overlord's greatest reliance on other forces lies in 2 things. First, its top-tier military strength, and second, the noble status of the human territory's navy. From nobles to commoners, everyone receives education in loyalty and honor. Although the 2 AI wars did not yield significant results, the nominal victory still forged an unshakable glory. Even Liba, clad in an industrial exoskeleton unloading cargo in the Nest City's warehouse district, would proudly puff out his chest and spit at the well-dressed outsiders from other forces in the distance, cursing, "Paw! Hillbillies!" when he thought of the Overlord's close connection with the human territory and the glory of the 2 war victories. I, the Overlord, am the most legitimate successor to the human territory in the Perseus starfield, possessing the right to rule over the entire starfield. These vampires enslave and brainwash the people, driving them to oppose us. But can we blame them? Obviously not. These people have been deceived for too long, have forgotten human honor, and have been exploited to the point that they can only see the nutritional paste in front of them. We arrived too late, we couldn't save them in time. We lost 2 wars, failing to liberate them from the vampires. All are guilty, but the blame lies with me. The Supreme Overlord pounded his chest, his grief gradually softening as he spoke. He calmly stated, "Many say the Overlord is inflexible. I want to say, perhaps the Overlords of the past were like that. But the Overlord of today is definitely not. As the Supreme Overlord, I am also keeping up with the times. Recently, I read a very popular holographic novel called the IDD series, which I also read. There's a line I really liked. It is said that life often only offers one chance to change one's fate. The protagonist, a pirate, left a death poem before being executed, saying, 'If the spring breeze has pity on the flowers, may it grant me youth again?' Gentlemen, the Overlord has tried twice, achieving victory yet also failing. But how fortunate we are, fate has smiled upon us, and we have another chance." The Supreme Overlord's voice gradually became more generous, boundless pride surging from his heart, echoing throughout the entire star system via the hyperwave relay communicator left behind by the human realm of the Aslan galaxy. During the Second AI War, I watched as 7 Whole Star was bombed by the Tachyon fleet, and the former Supreme Overlord sat in the chief seat of the council, head bowed and weeping. At that moment, I swore that if I had the chance, I would win everything. He adopted a pragmatic approach, turning Li Bin's words into his own. Now, the opportunity to revitalize the galaxy is before me, and I can't help but wonder if this is my only chance in this life. Gentlemen, he continued, I, the Supreme Overlord, son of the 7 stars, by Call Xiongfeng, want to give it one last shot. I want to utterly crush Tachyon technology, to completely annihilate the Perseus Alliance, This evil dragon composed of financial vampires and a planetary confederation. I want to spread the light of justice throughout Persis. He choked up at this point. Whether genuinely moved or feigning emotion was unclear. His face hardened, and he reached out his hand towards the projections, the hand appearing before the Iron Triangle family projections, before the workers who had stopped construction, before the standing soldiers, before the colossal ship several kilometers away from the space station. I'm going in. Are you coming? Silence. At this moment, the silence was deafening. Before the vast and magnificent plaza, tens of thousands of people stood in neat rows, their ranks clearly defined by rank. The crisp clinking of boots, amplified by countless repetitions, sounded like a raging storm. From afar came a resounding voice. We are willing to die for the Supreme Overlord. Smash the traitors, annihilate the heroes, and destroy the speedsters. This shout acted as a fuse, igniting the pent-up anger of 2 wars and the fighting spirit that Hugh had cultivated for decades. Annihilate the heroes and destroy the speedsters. Annihilate the heroes and destroy the speedsters. Buzz. Far beyond the edge of the Overlord's sphere of influence, outside the Overlord's ship graveyard in the Valhalla system, more than 20 Overlord battleships slowly started up. They departed from the Regna space station, heading towards the Scotty frozen planet controlled by tachyon technology within the system. Every cabin of the battleship resounded with the Supreme Overlord's military command, carried by billions of his subjects. Declare war on tachyon technology. Declare war on the Persis Alliance. This hour-long speech, while arduous for an individual, determined the future of the Persis star system and the lives of billions of people in a single hour. Far away in the governor's mansion on Eden Star, Li Bin slammed his fist on the table in anger. These are all my words. Li Bin stole them first, and if he steals again, he will be punished, understand? Chapter 678. Tachyon Technology Headquarters, Hybersil System, Kulin, Wolf Spirit Planet. This planet is both Tachyon Technology's industrial planet and its space station, as well as its military port. It can be said that Tachyon Technology's most powerful fleet and a wealth of classified information are concentrated here. Tachyon Technology has launched no fewer than 80 anti-monopoly fleet operations from here, waging anti-monopoly wars against forces such as Sindar Power and Hyena Mining. It was also here that the young Gao Yuanjian worked night after night, optimizing battleship production processes for the ideal of corporate freedom. And it was outside the ground military camp here that Cheng Beiyang's confidant opened a restaurant. This restaurant was quite well decorated. The desolate planet lacked an atmosphere, and multiple high-end airtight doors ensured the restaurant's oxygen supply. Behind the transparent bulletproof glass walls were large, vibrant flower racks, cultivating various plants. These plants have long flowering periods, vibrantly colored leaves, and are mostly carnivorous alien plants. Their open petals constantly emit an alluring fragrance, decorating the restaurant and also serving as bait in the kitchen and corners of the dining area after closing time to hunt down pesky crawling insects and mice. The restaurant is called Fairy Cuisine, and the proprietress is a voluptuous, cheerful widow barely 1.5 meters tall. Rumor has it she has a down-on-his-luck mercenary lover who retired from Sustern Technology, but he's rarely seen. But everyone understands, mercenaries are like that, their lives are short-lived. In this military camp called Plane Geometry, there are no shortage of soldiers and even officers who want to woo the proprietress, but she's picky, maintaining long-term relationships with only a handful of men and remaining indifferent to the others. In this era, maintaining a single partner for years is already a rare act of self-discipline. Therefore, this restaurant, located near the military camp, attracts soldiers daily, hoping to win the favor of the proprietress who simultaneously carries the labels of widow, lowly, large breasts, and innocence. She is naturally one of Cheng Beiyang's lovers. As a pure-blooded interstellar human, Cheng Beiyang isn't as conservative as Li Bin. He and his lovers are faithful in spirit. As for the physical, well, he can't manage it all by himself. It's just a meal replacement, a meal replacement. Don't let Li Bin and Isha's good relationship give you any illusions about love in this era. But today, no one in the restaurant is looking at the proprietress's slender yet shapely figure. Everyone is gripping their knives and forks, staring intently at the medium-sized projection equipment on the ceiling. As the black man's words on the projection progressed, everyone's face paled by turns. Declare war on tachyon technology. Declare war on the Persis Alliance. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone was restless, standing up and calling to their friends to leave. A short-haired officer with a cool demeanor picked up the proprietress from behind as she was receiving beer, kissing her several times deeply. His hot breath tickled her back. The proprietress, her eyes alluring, said, "Stop it, your team is calling you." The female officer gritted her teeth. "By call, you ruined my vacation. You wash up and wait for me. I'm going back to the unit to report for duty. The army won't make any moves for a long time. I see if I can sneak out tomorrow or the day after." The proprietress lifted the female officer's chin, grinning. "Then you better work hard. I can only keep watch for 2 days at most. If it gets any later, the others will be hungry. My electronic cow needs to eat too. Look, some people are already getting restless." The proprietress gestured with her chin, and the female officer looked over. She saw a female researcher in a wide-legged indigo research uniform, wearing round-framed glasses, with freckles on her nose. Despite looking middle-aged, she possessed a youthful air and sat in the corner, looking at her with a complex expression. The female officer reached out and fondled the proprietress's breasts, arrogantly asserting her priority. She slapped the proprietress's buttocks and sucked on her fingers, savoring the taste. "Don't worry, mistress, I show you who the real champion is." With that, she smugly kicked aside the drooling carnivorous plant at her feet, left the airtight door, and stood on the hovercar's footrest in the raging winds of the desolate planet. One hand patted the hood, while the other gestured lewdly at the proprietress. Amidst the lewd jokes and laughter of her subordinates, one of the proprietress's lovers, Zhang Yang, left. The restaurant fell silent, leaving only the two of them in the front hall. The researcher adjusted his glasses. "I don't remember being your lackey." The proprietress tossed aside her alluring alloy broom, kicked the robot vacuum cleaner switch with her toe, and laboriously climbed onto the bar stool, grumbling, I know, you're the most loyal to him, you gave him your virginity, you're amazing. Without a husband, you can tame lust with drugs, we're all sluts, you're so cocky, okay?" She cursed, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. It was a natural cigarette produced by the Lud Church, definitely not something a proprietress, who made money from military supplies, could afford. Even if all her good friends were willing to send her money, this consumable item costing a few star coins meant that the middle class could only afford it through group buying, sharing one cigarette each. The researcher blushed, crossed his legs, and weakly protested, "I didn't say that." "Enough. Don't you know when to stop being jealous?" The proprietress tapped the table, and the sign outside the restaurant immediately changed to closed. The shutter door, which obscured the view, fell shut, and the kitchen door slammed open. A group of attractive men and women, wearing aprons, chef's hats, or skirts and shorts that appeared shapely, but actually revealed thigh muscles as hard as granite, scurried out. The proprietress's ability to establish herself here and suppress the lecherous soldiers wasn't solely due to her agility. These people were all agents trained by Chung Beiyang. This immortal cuisine restaurant was one of the many agent hideouts within Suzy technology. Because it allowed them to contact two lovers simultaneously, the security level here was extremely high. The female researcher worked on a space station, but Chung Beiyang, in his pursuit of her, spent 12,000 star coins. After cleaning himself up, he bought her a villa with a garden on a planet for 6,000 star coins, a love nest, and then spent several thousand more on furniture. With a combination of persuasion and manipulation, he completely won her over. The female researcher was quite traditional. She didn't care about Chung Beiyang's identity, but she strongly disliked his harem. But after spending nearly 10,000 star coins, she was completely captivated. That day, looking at the love nest that had sprung up from the barren plain, teeming with life and fluttering butterflies and bees, she felt her withered heart rejuvenated. She thought, so be it. I don't care about his spy identity. We're going to die together anyway, so why bother with these things? Love is enough. Fortunately, Chung Beiyang poured his heart and soul into every relationship. He would exchange all the spoils salvaged from the ruins by Huan Yu United for various rare antiques and trinkets tailored to her tastes, sending them as gifts year after year. He was undeniably meticulous in his cultivation of the relationship, which is how the female researcher began her intelligence collaboration with the landlady. The landlady, seeing her blushing cheeks, clearly the lovesick girl, clicked her tongue and said, I already subtly questioned the CO's intelligence with my people in the military, and it's true. They all say the original plan was for 2 or 3 years from now. With that, the landlady snapped her fingers, and her subordinates immediately produced several hard drives filled with eavesdropped conversations in bed, a mix of unintentionally spilled secrets, a truly remarkable find. The researcher was utterly astonished. They're willing to tell you all this? Otherwise? The landlady sneered. Why do you think I'd be so selective? They're all okay. Setting up a scene, tying them up for interrogation. Even a real interrogation is just for fun. Then the researcher stammered, mentioning the dashing female officer. The landlady smiled dismissively. Contrast, you understand? Chapter 679. She waved her cigarette. What about you? The money he spent on you is among the most generous of all the sisters out there. You can't be left with nothing, can you? The female researcher smoothed her hair. Of course, I won't disappoint Chung Lang. Ha! Still calling him Chung Lang, how affectionate. The landlady was a little jealous. The other agents kept their eyes downcast, already used to this scene. The female researcher paused for a moment before saying, because I frequently have to go in and out of the lab, I can't carry data disks, so I have to memorize everything. The lab I work in focuses on improving the production capacity of heavy machinery, so it's usually difficult to get involved in other business. But at the last interdepartmental gathering, I met a colleague from another lab, and we talked about some interesting things. The term colleague in Speetronics has several meanings. Those born in the same batch at the same maternity factory are considered colleagues. Those who graduated from the same batch of training equipment are considered colleagues. Those who joined the company or became permanent employees in the same batch are also considered colleagues. One of the families on the board of directors of Suzy, the Chu family, wants to remove Sun Igo from his CEO position and is secretly contacting the opposition. The boss's wife and the agent's eyes widened as the researcher spoke. What's wrong with Suzy? Why does it always change leadership at the last minute? One agent hesitated for a moment before asking, does Suzy still have an opposition? Of course it does. The researcher countered. Suzy has always built its business on technology. Research funding and project approvals are the lifeblood of middle management and a means for upper management to cultivate their offspring. Which family doesn't maintain a large number of scientists to enhance the qualifications of their descendants? Do you really think that every offspring of a large family who has undergone genetic modification is exceptionally talented? In the Gao family, across 3 generations, only Gao Yuanjian has emerged as a genius capable of leading a sub-project in a major project. The others are at best senior researchers. If it weren't for my humble background, and with the best teaching materials, I could also be a senior researcher. She smiled confidently, her freckles shining like stars. Her meaning was clear. Where there's a conflict of interest, there will be disputes. Sun Aio would definitely distribute the spoils according to personal relationships, and in her position, taking over a system that had been operating for hundreds of years, no matter how the spoils were distributed, there would always be dissatisfied. Some were insatiably greedy, while others felt that the effort and reward were disproportionate. Sun Aio had held the CEO position for nearly a century. With accumulated resentment, there were always those who were dissatisfied. The proprietress, however, astutely pressed, how did you know about this? Conspiring against us isn't surprising. Since she was removed from the Second AI War, it means she's definitely not well liked within Suzum. If it weren't for the overwhelming pressure from the Overlord, she probably would have died of old age long ago. But Suzum is preparing for war now. Given the nature of this company, they heavily rely on Sun AI for decision-making. The AI core can only play a supporting role. How did you know at such a crucial moment? The female researcher chuckled lightly. You really underestimate me. I'm with Chung Lang because of love. It's not because of a lack of ability. Although the project I was in charge of was small, heavy machinery is essential for the construction of all industrial facilities. I have no power or influence, so these families treat me as a marginalized figure. But the heavy machinery optimization project was something I secured through my own abilities. The female researcher adjusted her round-frame glasses. They contacted many people, though they've been very subtle, but those were outsiders. I now joined their secret society, passed the tests, and become a full member. I joined so early, I'm destined to be a core member. I know the truth, are you surprised? The landlady gasped. You joined without a word? Of course, they have the resources, and they promised a lot of benefits. The female researcher shrugged, retorting softly, it also helps Chung Lang gather intelligence, and I don't have to sacrifice myself, so why not? The landlady didn't have the energy to argue, and with a stern face, had the report recorded and sent out. These agents weren't just sitting around waiting for intelligence, they needed to constantly switch channels, maintain the security of the intelligence network, and jump between various compromised targets. They also utilized the Alpha Core on Eden Star for assistance, as well as the anti-surveillance programs provided by the speedy traders. They were actually quite busy. Feeling pleased with herself for winning this round, the female researcher continued to recount the intelligence she had gathered. She didn't mention her own deductions, but instead simply repeated the bits and pieces of gossip she had jotted down, honestly pointing out anything she couldn't remember and requesting it be noted in the report. This intelligence coverage is extremely broad, ranging from the recent surge in purchases at the Suzan military factory canteen to a passing family researcher complaining to a friend about wanting to conduct experiments, but finding it difficult to keep track of the rising prices of rare metals within Suzan. It also includes reports of low-level researchers simultaneously holding identities as Starlight Pirates and Suzan members, who, after losing hope of promotion, drunkenly recount what these extravagant, foolish dogs had been up to. This intelligence will flow continuously from various agent hideouts, be compiled at Chung Beiyong's desk, and then be handed over to the AI core for preliminary evaluation. Simultaneously, human agents will assist, hoping that unpredictable human intuition and occasional flashes of inspiration can piece together the truth. Much later, 2 enthusiastic video projections arrived, filled with kisses and hugs. Chung Beiyong, trying his best to express his longing and gratitude to the two in unique ways, promised that he was on his way to personally lead intelligence work and reward them handsomely. The two, who had been at odds, smiled contentedly. Several tens of minutes later, the close sign fell, and the place returned to calm. However, when nearby residents entered their homes, the interactive AI at the door would subtly inform them that due to the well-known emergency, all the restaurant's ingredients for the day had been pre-ordered and would be delivered to the military camp. So the residents quietly cursed the military camp's rudeness, crossed their arms, and strolled away across the desolate planetary surface, searching for their next food source. At Prism Freeport, Chung Beiyong reported to Minister Chu Xiongfei and prepared to leave. Chu Xiongfei asked in surprise, "Really going?" "Yes." Chung Beiyong sipped his herbal tea mix with dried cancer reproductive glands. "There are 7 or 8 family members over there. I can't watch women risk their lives. I stay behind and enjoy myself." Chu Xiongfei watched Chung Beiyong's resolute back and muttered, "Who asked you that?" "I meant, who will take over these tasks if you leave?" "We handle it." The door opened, and a group of women disguised as waitresses crowded around. "Beiyong has already made arrangements. We can handle it." "All right, I go to the 13 factories and see if I can buy some more supplies for the company. The Third World War has begun, and the company's banner isn't effective in the core star sector. We need to use the Free Planet sign to ensure the transport fleet can safely pass through the war zone. If all else fails, we have to hire pirates and smugglers." Chapter 680. Intelligence from behind enemy lines drew Li Bin's utmost attention. However, given the current state of war, Speedtronics had intensified its internal oversight. Multiple alpha cores were monitoring the company's various accounts to prevent intelligence leaks caused by economic bribery. Of course, everyone knew that even with Speedtronics' experience in intelligence warfare during 2 AI wars, and the assistance of the financial vampires of the Perseus Alliance, the ancient human art of bribery was impossible to eradicate. This was especially true for purely corporate entities devoid of collective consciousness and lofty ideals, rife with deceit and treachery. This was because many intelligence leaks were not due to external corruption, but rather deliberate acts of internal strife. As a major shareholder qualified to sit on the board, Chu Xiangrui naturally didn't need to handle everything personally. He had plenty of people willing to do the legwork. However, upon receiving intelligence from Chu Xiangrui about the secret anti-Sunai faction, Li Bin did not immediately use the funds laundered in Speedtronics to support them. He didn't even inform the Supreme Overlord. The reason is simple. Sunai is too powerful. Before any significant progress is made on the front lines, and before Chu Xiangrui manages to weather round after round of internal purges, Li Bin has no idea how capable Sunai truly is. He needs time to assess him. This is both an assessment of Chu Xiangrui's abilities, and an assessment of whether he is merely a bait used by Sunai to lure people in, or a genuine opposition figure. If I had known that Suzy Technology was in such a mess, I should have laundered hundreds of thousands more star coins, Li Bin complained to Alyosha, who looked pale and sickly, while rubbing his temples in the governor's mansion. Alyosha gave a bitter smile, thinking to himself, "Luckily, you didn't demand an increase in money laundering and bribery now, or I might really have died of overwork." The governor's mansion's conference hall was spacious and brightly lit, its lights burning year-round thanks to the endless energy supply. After all, the losses from the Corona splitter were solely for maintaining the miniature wormholes. Whether you used 1 trillion kilowatt-hours or 10 trillion kilowatt-hours, the losses were the same, so why not use it? At this moment, all the company's core personnel were gathered in the conference hall, while in the hall outside were all the captains of the core fleet and their respective ship officers, along with a large number of civilian officials. They were gathered here to observe the battle. While the location of the final battle between the Overlord and Tachyon Technology remained unknown, the location of the first battle was certain. The Valhalla system lay in the gap between the Overlords and Tachyon Technologies' spheres of influence. This system contained a frozen planet controlled by the Overlord, a ship graveyard, and another frozen planet controlled by Tachyon Technology. This was the Overlord's springboard for launching the war. The massive number of ships in the ship graveyard could be quickly armed, used to fill battle lines, and transport war supplies. Tachyon Technology places very little emphasis on the Valhalla system. Scotty, which is under Tachyon's control, has only two missions. First, to mine frozen volatiles and chemicals on this icy planet during peacetime, and to conduct inhumane and illegal experiments in this place, which headquarters considers an exile zone. Second, to serve as an outpost to delay the dominant fleet when war breaks out, buying time for Tachyon headquarters. As can be seen from the star map, Tachyon Technologies' actual controlled territory is small. It is a pure corporation, consisting of its headquarters and multiple franchise stations and industrial parks, much like a multinational conglomerate with branches in various factions. This allows them to maximize profits with minimal cost. Conversely, during wartime, their strategic space is limited, and correspondingly, their defensive pressure is also lower. In every AI war, Tachyon Technologies has consistently consolidated its fleet, using a high-quality fleet to support minimal defensive pressure, wearing down the hegemon's repeated attacks, utilizing phase fleets to disrupt logistical networks, and finally launching a defensive counterattack. The blue circle in the center represents Tachyon Technologies' headquarters, and the square represents the Perseus Alliance territory it secretly controls. Of course, this final move was only attempted once during the Second AI War. But judging from the results, Tachyon Technologies' plan has proven feasible. Adhering to the corporate principle of using what works until it's dead, without needing further optimization to save costs, Tachyon Technologies continued to use this tactic in the Third War. Therefore, the war that erupted in the Valhalla system was expected by everyone. Valhalla should have been, and must have been, the location of the first formal battle. Capturing it would give the hegemon a springboard to attack Tachyon's headquarters, the Hybrahimovic system. Thus, on the day the war was declared, the Overlord Vanguard was activated, arriving the next day on the frozen planet Resvelg, whose name is related to a mysterious star in the night sky within the system. On the third day, the main force approached Scotty Space Station. This Vanguard, centered around 4 attack-class battleships and 3 Legion-class battleships, supported by 12 Mora-class cruiser carriers and 5 Dominator-class heavy cruisers, arrived in a massive fleet, blotting out the sky under the cover of countless destroyers and escorts. Following behind was the main fleet responsible for reinforcements and planning the attack on the Tachyon headquarters. Sitting next to Li Bin, Isa glanced at the battle formation and immediately gave her answer. This is a first-rate war family, leading several vassal families. They deployed all their military force except for the 14th Legion's warships. Her expression was complex. Scotty isn't worth such a large-scale operation. This family's mission likely includes not only conquering the planet, but also preserving production capacity for future hegemony, and the political tasks of building up their satellite system and launching a rapid offensive to boost morale. Alyosha added from the side, war is a continuation of politics. Battlefield victories can be used for administration and propaganda. These star domain behemoths don't conduct military operations with a single objective. Jeffrey grinned, looking at this vanguard force, which already surpassed the Universal Union's core. Looking at the number of battleships in the Heart Fleet, Li Bin couldn't help but ask, how many battleships and cruisers do the Overlords and the Speedsters actually have? Isa glanced at Li Bin, looking troubled. I really don't know about cruisers. Once they reach the level of the giant enterprises, they all establish ship graveyards within their territories, storing some obsolete or scrapped hulls there instead of dismantling them all. This way, in times of war, these ships can be towed out and quickly armed. The Overlords have the largest number of warships in the star system, so I really can't say how many cruisers they have. But as for battleships, she thought for a moment and gave a fluctuating number, probably between 60 and 90. This figure was carefully calculated long ago. The specific reasons will be explained later. It's not an exaggeration. Li Bin gasped, this? The gap between them is already greater than the capital ship combat power of a third-rate giant. At its peak, the Brighton Alliance only had about 20 battleships, all converted from unmanned vessels to manned ships. Their combat power couldn't compare to the Offensive class or Legion class, let alone the 14th Legion's warships. Isa smiled bitterly. This is the result after multiple losses. In the First AI War, the 14th Legion fought against the still-glowing Tachyon. The 14th Legion's battleships suffered heavy damage back then, and countless wrecks were dismantled for emergency repairs, barely saving a batch. The second AI war resulted in another batch being lost, and don't forget, ISA added loudly, reminding all the core members of the Universal Alliance, the founder of the Sindar Power, the Lion of Sindaria, was originally a hero of the overlords. The officer took away an entire army corps, and that single army bolstered his military strength, making him a third-rate behemoth. Without such a formidable fleet, how could the overlord have managed to achieve a superficial victory in the second AI war, while simultaneously guarding against the spying of the Sindar Power, fighting against the supply harassment of the Phase fleet, and being ambushed by the Relief Association? You must remember, in the second AI war, the Church of Lud only provided economic and material aid, without sending any fleets. It was the Overlord's fleet that single-handedly confronted Tachyon Technology and the Persis Alliance. ISA crossed her arms, half proud and half worried, saying, in all three wars, the Overlord was on the offensive. Without the advantage of its warships, it would have been exhausted by decades of warfare.